in this theology, but I've just recently learned about black people actually Israelites and everything.
But you're not able to understand that because you're bucking against it.
I hear you, but it doesn't seem like you're hearing
No, you heard God. I'm just a messenger. You heard what God said.
All right. You can also email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com for more information.
I'm trying to deal with it. I'm trying to build up.
You chose a bum, and now you're saying you're miserable for being with a bum that you chose.
Really hate that we really got on this subject because y'all, you know what, damn, y'all really just, I'm trying to live my life. Y'all making me being held accountable for
I digress. Welcome to the stage, Gabriel. That's my guy. What's going on, bro?
What it is, young. Outside Christ bless you.
Gabriel, Most High Christ bless.
Hey, what's going on here, God? Shalom, shalom.
Yes, sir. Well, let's get it started, man. Y'all already know, man. Share the room, share the room. If you got any questions on the topic, come up on stage, raise your hand. Let's get this conversation going. Tonight's topic, abortion. Whose fault is it? Is it the black man with the comb over, the black woman with the blonde hair, or the Christian white Jesus blonde hair blue-eyed church fault? Who is to blame for 20 million black babies killed since 1973? Who fault is it? We want to know. Raise your hand to come up on stage. Be respectful. Also, reach out to us at BiblicalSmoke@gmail.com to get the SETI packet. Find a local school near you. Follow the moderators on stage. We got Eli, we got Harry God, we got Gabriel, and many more before the night is over. So, with that said, would any of the moderators like to address the topic before we get started?
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a whole bunch of excuses tonight. I can tell. As always, a touchy subject, but we know the Christian church does not teach against abortion. It actually is for abortion. It's actually for breaking up the black and Hispanic family. But it's gonna be interesting tonight.
Okay, and we got Harry God stance. He said the Christian church is to blame. Christian church don't preach or teach God's laws. Thou shalt not kill being one of those laws. And if you can kill your baby, clearly the church is behind that. All right, so I get it. I like that stance. Who else we got? You know what I'm saying? Any other moderators like to touch on the topic before we move forward?
Hey, Young's profile picture is crazy though.
Hey, look, what's even crazy is she held up that sign. Let me read it. Just for the people that may be listening on YouTube, if we're on YouTube. So by PTR, I have it looked like a Northern Kingdom sister with her Northern Kingdom daughter, and she's holding a sign with her daughter that says, "I want my daughter to have the right to abortion that I didn't have." Now, I'm not that bright, right? I'm not that bright. I'm pretty slow, I believe. But I think I'm smart enough to know that that is a contradiction in itself, and there is no way you can say that you love your daughter standing right next to her if you're saying you want your daughter to have the ability to kill her baby that you never had. Basically, what you're saying is if you had the opportunity, that daughter you want to have the right would be dead. That's what you're saying. Am I slow? Am I tripping?
Boy, if that ain't hypocrisy, I've never seen such hypocrisy in my damn life, man. You want to give your child the opportunity, and you wouldn't even have a child if you had the opportunity. This shit
Come
is
on
crazy.
now, dog. Right, bro.
Come
Right,
on, man.
right. You want your daughter to have the ability to kill you. You love your daughter so much. You want her to be able to kill a baby because you didn't have the opportunity to kill her. For her to be here to have the opportunity to kill a baby. It's black people are slow. That's kind of what I said. Not these sisters that keep commandments and they love the Lord and they striving like we striving.
Hey, Young, I do want to say it's kind of ironic. I do want to throw this out here. It is ironic that you want your daughter to have the opportunity to have what you didn't have, and coincidentally, if her mother had the opportunity, you wouldn't have had the opportunity either. If your mother had the same opportunity, the rights to abortion that you wish your daughter had, your ass wouldn't even have the opportunity because you wouldn't have existed in the first place. So it's ironic. It's what do you call it? A paradox that you need
Right,
for this canon event to happen for you to be able to say what you're being able to say right now. And our people are asleep to that. Walking paradoxes. Damn.
right, exactly. Like that statement in itself. Basically, if your mothers had the same opportunity that you're fighting for your daughter to have, nobody will be here to make such a stupid, stupid statement. Uh, give me Lamentations 4, bro, real quick. Lamentations 4, verse 3.
Lamentations chapter 4 and verse 3. Even the sea monsters draw out the breast.
God said even a sea monster give a damn about her babies. Read.
They give suck to their young ones.
They give sustenance to their babies. Come on.
The daughter of my people is become cruel.
So the Israelite woman is cruel. I'm compared to a sea monster. The Israelite woman has become cruel. Read.
Like the ostriches in the
Like
wilderness.
the ostrich in the wilderness. Like the ostrich in the wilderness. Come on.
The tongue of the sucking child cleaveth to the roof of his mouth for thirst.
Come on.
The young children ask bread, and no man breaketh it unto them.
Right, because a lot of these women, I say it all the time, there's mothers and then there's B words with children. Just because you have a child does not make you a mother. Just because you have a child doesn't make you a father. There's specific characteristics and roles and responsibilities that come with being a father or being a mother. And a lot of these women don't have it. So that statement in itself should piss off women. You know, you should be ashamed of yourself to stand with your daughter, who you're supposed to love, who you're supposed to cherish, and say something so heinous. Um, that's crazy, bro. I don't know. Anybody else got something?
Hey, yeah, I remember something during Kamala's campaign when we were talking about contradictions, and some of these sisters wanted Kamala to win. I remember, as far as one of those things that she was pushing was well, I was population control. I forget the term that they use, political, that how they use it. But in her, what she was pushing, one of those agendas was that type of control. Now, if that means if population control, right? That means that she was pushing for abortions, which was also limiting our nation. So the sisters wanted Kamala to win so bad, but not realizing that Kamala was pushing for the destruction of your people. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a heavy point because she was essentially echoing the same thing that Bill Gates said. You know, if we do a really good job with vaccination and health care, we can decrease the population by, what do you say, 50%?
50, I think 50%.
So he's talking about killing people. And she was saying the same things. And she was going to HBCUs. She wasn't going to Princeton and Harvard and Brown and Yale. She was going to where black people live, pushing down their throat, kill your black babies. This is all with the reality that this, and I'm gonna keep my language correct, woman ain't had one black baby. This woman ain't raising one black baby, and yet has the audacity to tell black, when she's supposed to be an advocate of black woman, having never had a black child, having never raised a black child, telling other black women that they need the right to kill their black children. And black women are so stupid today that they don't see that. They just don't see it. And it's no wonder why our people end up the way that they do. They simple. You know, they simple as hell. Give me that in Proverbs 1. Proverbs 1. I think it's start at 22. My kids in the back. Hold on, man. I think my kids in the background. Read verse 22. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 22.
Come on.
How long, ye simple ones, Will ye love simplicity?
So God asked him the question, how long ye simple ones, meaning stupid people, stupid ones. That's what that means. That's an insult. God said, how long y'all gonna keep being stupid? Come on,
And the scorners delight in their scorning,
read.
and fools hate knowledge.
And fools hate being told, you know, you're killing your children, right? And black people so simple, they can push killing your babies behind a movement called Black Lives Matter. That's the irony. And I remember one time we was on at camp, and we was me and the brother was talking to a young sister, nice looking sister, but she was a gay, she was homosexual, and we drew that out of her, and she was talking about Black Lives Matter and how that movement is important, and it doesn't matter if the LGBT is behind it because the purpose is Black Lives Matter. So I asked her, well, if black people are being killed, and the movement was started because of black men dying, and y'all trying to fight off the killing of black lives because they apparently matter, what's the most important thing a woman like you should do if black lives are being taken? And without hesitation and no thought, she immediately said, create another one. Exactly, you should create another one. But if a movement that is anti creating black life and also killing black life, then how can you in good conscience say Black Lives Matter when you're doing the same thing? It's just not, the white man is physically killing you in front of your face. So it's not a problem. However, the white man can go inside something called Planned Parenthood and put scalpels up your vagina and cut your baby in pieces and then pull it out of you. That's okay. Right. That's okay. But if God forbid, he puts his knee on your neck, or he shoots you in the back, or he hangs you, that's a problem. But he can stick things up your vagina and kill you. Yeah. Just things that make you go, Just saying. Who we got on stage? We got M. We got two M's. M and M. Yeah, M Israel and M I elect. So M I elect. You was up here first, man. What's your thoughts on the topic?
I'm reading, sir.
I thought Ezekiel was reading. My bad. All right. Well, M Israel, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Shalom, sir. Shalom to the panel as well. Most High in Christ bless. I definitely want to talk about the topic. I will not be long-winded, but
You know what that means?
how you doing, Mr. King? Mr. King, you gave me
I'm just
advice.
messing with you. Leave it. I'm just messing with you.
Sir, I want to give you your props though, because a long time ago, I've been in the truth almost 2 years. You gave me some really good advice when we kind of shifted off of Clubhouse, and so I really appreciate that from you.
Oh, great.
I know you probably run into a lot of different people, but you guys have really changed a lot of lives. I know mine's definitely, but I do want to touch on the topic. Um, I'm going to say that I kind of would just blame everything and everyone. When I say everything, I'm talking social media, I'm talking politics, I'm talking the church, most definitely. And I'm gonna also blame the male and the female. Now, let me break that down. What I mean by that, just recently here at our school in Texas, we had an event this past weekend, and coming into this truth, if you don't use your listening ears and open your eyes to so much that has been happening for generations with us, this truth has opened my eyes so deeply to where I really sit back and I peep game. We had an event this past weekend, and it was a beautiful event where we brought sisters together who was no longer having children of age as myself, and then we had sisters who were recently married, who's expecting, things of the sort. And the first thing I commented and I told the sisters, thank you for having an event like that, because In the Christian church, we didn't have events like that. We didn't have a Sunday where we can go and for 2 or 3 hours and talk about hygiene, talk about what to expect when you're pregnant. We didn't have those things. And if you really look at the statistics, even in the Black communities, where you had the community centers and all those type of things, it was always about pushing the narrative to keep boys and girls off drugs, right? Boys and girls of our color, to keep them out of jail. Put the guns down, but they never in the communities talked about safe sex, getting married before sex, or don't go and have an abortion. So they didn't teach those things even in the Black community at community centers. I'm from the inner city, so we didn't have things like that. So for me, being in this truth, it has opened my eyes even deeply. Then you look at the whole statistics of politics. Politics plays a tremendous big part, in social media plays a tremendous part in all the decision makings that we make as Black Americans, or I would say Judah people. We make some of the worst decisions ever, and then you don't learn from it. You just keep pushing yourself, pushing yourself. I ran into a situation, and another thing too, for anyone that's coming in this truth, make sure you think before you speak. And why I'm saying that is because just now I am so outspoken with scriptures and just being a very voiceful person on what I believe in and what I stand by. And it's the best feeling ever. I ran into someone at my job because my job allows me to be, I'm the only sister, basically. I'm in management. I'm the only sister. Everyone around me are Edomites. So a lot of my customers that I deal with throughout the day are Edomites. A gentleman walked in, and I guess he saw a Black sister. For two, he saw a sister that thought I was on that Kamala Harris ride, right? He says to me, "So what do you think about us being in Texas and the laws have changed now?" I said, "What laws are you referring to, sir?" He said, "The fact that you don't have the rights to have an abortion." So in that moment, I had to be careful what I said because it's my job. And I didn't want to mix those things in the mix. Politics, religion. I just stay to myself. If you see my fringes, you know you know. It's just what it is. That's just how I am. So he said to me, I was telling my wife, we need to just move to Colorado or back to California. I said, so you want to move to countries where it's okay to have those abortions? So the narrative and the excuse that I'm hearing now is, well, what if a woman, she can't have the kid because it can kill her, or the baby's sick, or the baby has a disorder or something and it can kill her. That's the excuse of you aborting your child. So I guess he thought I was on that Kamala Harris ride. I said, well, sir, I'm actually for, non-abortion. I'm for it. The conversation ended so quick. He was like, oh, because he saw a Black girl. He saw a Black woman. He thought I was all about Kamala. I said, sir, I don't agree with abortions. I just don't.
You should have said, "No, sir. Why would I want to kill my babies? They babies." Yeah, it's like that.
Exactly. And
No, sir. I don't want to kill my babies.
yes, sir. It was so awkward. It was such an awkward situation. And
Uh,
he thought that I was all about the Kamala. This happened to me actually just last week. But let me tell you what's so ironic. My next door neighbor has a nonprofit organization here in Texas. So when she told me about it, because my company, I have a grant that I can donate things. So for me, I'm all about putting it back into the body, right? For my people. But when I heard what she was doing, all immediately I heard was, I have a nonprofit organization. So I was like, cool, maybe I could donate a few products, you could raffle them off. And the proceeds go back to it. But when she told me what it was for, I didn't participate because I didn't feel comfortable with it. Her event was to give back to the community, right? That sounds all good, but it was for young women who were pregnant at 12 years old, 13 years old, 14-year-olds. And for me, that was just very disgusting to me because why are these 13 and 14-year-olds getting pregnant? Why are these 12, 13, 14-year-olds having sex? So for me, I just didn't feel comfortable. And her event was on the same day that our event was. So in this life, we're gonna be tested. We gotta know how to move. We gotta know how to make right decisions. So I made the decision of not participating in that because I don't believe in it. You know, 13, it's okay. So you telling a 13-year-old, let me have this event. We gonna feed you. We gonna bring some music out. We gonna give you a few items. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a senseless person, but it's just something that I don't believe in partaking in because it should be boundaries and rules. And back to that gentleman, and I'm gonna end there. I told him, I said, well, sir, my personal opinion is that less women should keep their legs closed. That's what I told him. It's about getting married. It's about having those morals and values in the household. And that's just what's important to me. He said, well, you got a point. I know I do. So
I'd have been like,
Hey,
go ahead, King.
no, I'm saying that's crazy because you think about it. uh, they would use this. The people who helping, like, well, what they got to do there, where they got to go. Well, they wouldn't be in that predicament if they wouldn't be breaking God's laws in the first place. You know what I'm saying? That, it should not be happening at all. So just to have that conversation is wild. 12 and 13-year-olds. Think about that. Think about that. Like, you know, I got daughters, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they green as hell. You know, oh shit. Hold on one second. Okay, almost messed up, y'all. Yeah, but think about it. Like the churches, and I'm gonna say this, and this is true. When a girl is pregnant and get pregnant in the church, right, y'all? You know what they do? Just guess. A baby shower.
Baby shower time.
Yeah, baby shower. And they'll promote it. Why would you give this girl a baby shower, bruh? You know what I'm saying? Like like they had these old women. I was talking to. They was about to stab my ass. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm telling them like, why would y'all do this? This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? You're promoting. You're promoting this. You're promoting little girls having sex because all the little girls over there that don't have babies, they looking at the praise that this girl is having. Like they saying it's wrong, but the action is showing them like, well, shoot, look at her. She getting all these gifts. She's getting showered. Everybody, you know, she, you know, she's a, little children want to be adults so fast. Like I want one too. And kids can't rationalize what they're seeing. They can't. They don't understand what they're getting into until they get into it. You know what I'm saying? And us as grown folks supposed to shield them from that. Supposed to hide them and protect them from, you know, themselves. But that's wild that I'm hearing you say that, sis. 12 and 13-year-olds is crazy. What grade? Yeah, what grade that is? That's like fifth and sixth grade, fifth
Like,
grade.
But
like
yeah.
six through like seventh or
Come
something.
on, man.
yeah,
Think
yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Mr. King, this has been happening from generations. Because the sister who has the nonprofit event, she said she got pregnant at 15. I'm saying,
See,
damn.
see, she want she the- I said this a while back. These older women, they're not telling these girls the mistakes they made. They're not telling them, hey, you should not do this. They should be pushing that. Like, you will suffer. This is not good. You're gonna pay for it. But they won't do it. They won't do it. You know what? I'm gonna make an organization for girls to do what I did, but they're not gonna go against what you did. This
Right.
just makes no sense,
They're
man.
gonna monetize it and make money off of it.
Yes,
They're not gonna fix
yes.
the problem. Everybody got a damn nonprofit, but nobody's nonprofit actually profits the damn thing that the nonprofit's about. Ain't that crazy? Everybody got a damn
Right.
nonprofit today, but the damn nonprofit don't profit a damn thing, except for the person who owns the nonprofit. Yeah. Anyway, sis said something heavy though, because they do, they bring up the rape thing, but a lot of times when that gets destroyed, then they bring up, well, what if the baby is causing some kind of effect on the woman and she could die, or the baby has defects. So I'm gonna read some information. All right. So reasons for seeking abortions. All right. So this is a legitimate resource. It was done by LozierInstitute.org. All right. Uh, and it says 0.4% of abortions are done because of rape or incest. So less than 1%, right? 0.3% of abortions are due to risk to woman's life or major bodily functions. I'm going to read that again. 0.3%, so even less than rape percentage, is the reason why people get abortions, due to risk to a woman's life. So less than 1%. 2.2% for other physical health concerns. 1.2% for abnormalities in the unborn baby. 95.9 elective and unspecific reasons. I mean, the reason they have an abortion is because I just want to. It's not specific. I just want to kill this child. So the overwhelming majority of aborted children are coming from irresponsible men and women laying down, having sex, unprotected, and they don't want the responsibility of raising the child. Less than 1% of abortions across all major statistics happen because of some heinous, jacked up scenario that the woman just couldn't avoid. Most of these situations, women absolutely can avoid by closing their damn legs. I, for one, am happy Trump got elected. I don't give a damn about him or voting. But if that mug getting elected will make the black woman close her legs, I am for it. All praise to the Most High
And
God.
and Mr. King and Mr. Young, let me just make this point really quickly. If you really looked at the statistics in black women and Hispanic women of childbirth, is so high in death. It's so many more important things that we need to be focused on. And the thing that really gets me, in every angle we go as Judah people or people of the 12 tribes, we cannot have nothing. We can't have anything, from jobs to us making inventions over the whole centuries of times. But our black women are dying in the hospital in the hands of these white folks. Our Hispanic sisters, those two are the most highest rate. So that's why it's important to educate a lot of our young sisters that when you get pregnant, get you a doula. Get you someone who you can trust, who can teach you certain things. It's a edifying information out there that sisters can really learn a lot. They're killing us in any way they can get their hands on us. I lost my cousin that way. My cousin passed in the hands of the Edomites, her and her baby. So for me, it's very important that we open our eyes and really see that everything they killing us, they kidnapping us, they killing us, they taking our body parts. It's just so much that these white folks are doing to us. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Hey, all praise. I thank you for sharing, sis. All right. I know we got you on the stage, Ahijah. I appreciate you, and I'm definitely gonna get to you. We got a couple of sisters that I want to get to first, because this topic specifically is in reference to them. So we're gonna double back to you, brother Ahijah. I want to go to Sister V first. All right, Sister V, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Shalom leadership. I ultimately think that it is um the woman's fault. However, we wasn't taught in the church, about marriage and things of that nature. But I ultimately think, because it's ultimately our choice. Um, Prior to coming into this truth, I've had abortions before. And I didn't do it based on rather or not. I mean, the guy that I had abortion from, he didn't care either way. But I did it because ultimately it was my choice. So I did it. I had my first child at 20 years old. And I have a little girl. I have 3 kids. I have two of my oldest by one guy and my youngest by another. And I always told my daughter, I didn't want her to go down the same road as me, having a child without being married or at a young age or anything like that. My daughter got pregnant at 18. I was really, really disappointed in her because I didn't want her to go down the same path as me, being a single mother, struggling, going through the whole baby by the second guy that she slept with. And she's still with that guy, but he's no good. And I explained to her, what she was going to go through having a baby and out of wedlock with a guy that's no good. And she's pretty much going through that. Um, and I think that us as parents as well, when the girl have the baby at a young age, a lot of these parents, they step in and they actually take care of that baby, which allows that child to keep running around having multiple kids and not having no responsibility. Me personally, I didn't babysit my grandson a lot. My daughter was like, "Oh, you didn't babysit." I'm like, "Look, that's not, you don't have a baby and have a guaranteed babysitter. If you decide to have a child, that is your responsibility. You shouldn't have had a child out of wedlock." Um, she is doing good. She's in school, she's doing good, and she says she's not having no more kids until she's married. So I guess, I taught her a valuable lesson in that area. But I say this to say that, it's ultimately our choice. And when we're out here having kids out of wedlock, um, it's a high probability that you are going to end up a single parent. And it's hard. And I went through a lot. It's very, very hard. And also, I have a friend who cousin, her teenage daughter got pregnant and she spent over $5,000 on a baby shower. So they are like praising these things and spending all this money on baby showers and things of that nature for these kids having babies. So, I mean, that's my thought on the topic. Shalom.
Hey, shalom, sis. Most High Christ bless. I definitely appreciate you sharing your experience, and a lot of us um have those similar stories. Like many of us had children out of wedlock prior to the truth, um, or were young parents because we just weren't raised properly. But we knew better, right? We knew better. We just didn't realize the consequences until they were um, apparent, right? They were directly in front of us. Um, does your daughter have you shared the truth with her? Like, have you spoken to her about the truth?
Yes, I talk to her. I talk to her often. My daughter is the type that she likes to learn the hard way, unfortunately. She's never been the type of girl who's been out there sleeping with about, she's never been that type of person. However, she just likes to learn things, the hard way. But at the same time, she's very respectful, and she do listen to me. So I have been talking to her. She has her own place, so she's not living in my home. But I do
Hey,
talk to her,
hey,
often
hey, sis.
about. Yes.
I know you're talking. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
No, that's fine.
growing up, how many times did you hear that Christ was black?
Never.
Never. Okay. And in my instance, I heard Christ was black. I read Revelation 1:14, but I didn't believe it. If that makes sense to you, what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I read that Christ was black, had hair like wool, feet like brass, as if it burned in a furnace. But I had people in my ears saying, and then I had pictures showing me something else. So I'm reading one thing, but I'm having people saying another thing. Then I'm seeing pictures displaying something else. If that makes sense to you. So what I went off of is what I seen and what I was told rather than what I read. And a lot of
Yes.
times in our communities, that's what you see happening. Like, okay, you can tell your daughter this, this, and this, and she see this and she hear this. You understand what the point I'm trying to make?
Yes, no,
Not
no, I
not
understand.
and
And her, mhm.
I'm just trying to bring this kind of to and through. Not saying that you did anything wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to put you in the whole of our community. Just want you to deal with not your particular situation, but our community as a whole. We hear, we hear, don't do this and don't do this. Now we can read it, but if that what we've been read is not actually instituted into those practices that we go day by day, then that's just hearing. Okay, now what do I see on a daily basis? That's what we have to come to grips with, not, and not dealing with your particular situation. I want you to kind of come out of your particular situation. We talking about the nation of Israel as a whole.
I understand.
This is where we have to get to the point to where we can actually teach our children that. Okay, I'm gonna read the scripture, Deuteronomy 7:6. Let me read this real fast. Deuteronomy 7:6. I want to read this because I I um I got this sign up in my house. It's it's over my door. When you leave out of my house, if you look up, and I'm not saying that people look up all the time. I'm not saying all my kids look up all the time before they leave out this house, but I got this scripture over my door. Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
Okay. So I got this scripture. It's over my door. When you walk outside of my house, you're gonna if you look up, you see this scripture. And I try to tell my children this all the time. And when they come home, I try to tell them this. But this is what I'm trying to instill in them. Does that make them get it? I don't know. But what I am doing is drilling that into their minds every day, all day, so they can understand who they are. I didn't know that. I didn't get it. I got listen, told me don't have no children. Don't have no children. I'm in high school. Don't have no children. What did I do? I had children. What I'm trying to do different than what my parents did was to teach them you special. You above all people that's on the face of this earth. Keep God's laws, statutes, and commandments. And this got to be in the forefront of their mind. Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 7.
Deuteronomy 6 and verse 7. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children.
Now, what does the word diligently mean?
Diligently, often,
Often,
or yes.
all the time. I mean, if you seeking something diligently, if you and I know you know, sis. I'm using you in a sense, and like I said, I'm not talking directly to you, but at the same time, I'm using this opportunity to teach the room diligently. This is all the time. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to have our mindset on, is to raise the children of Israel, to have them to know who they are, how important they are. Read that.
And shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house.
So when you sitting in your house, a lot of times, we watch movies or whatever it may be, and we can actually use those things to edify our children when we watching movies, what they should do and what they shouldn't do. Keep reading.
And when thou walkest by the way,
Okay, we walking by the ways. Let's say if we gonna go on a hike or whatever, or I got a daughter that's got diabetes. So me and her, we do walks together. And when we walking, I can talk to my daughter. She's 16 years old. And she got diabetes. And we can talk about things that she can do to help herself, things that she can do to keep the commandments of God. Keep reading.
and when thou liest down.
Okay, so we always heard growing up about bedtime stories or things of that nature. These are things that we can talk about dealing with God's commandments or situations that we go through in our life on a daily basis where we can apply God's commandments in these situations. My kids, they deal with people on a daily basis also. So they have situations that they may deal with that I give them biblical knowledge on how to deal with those situations on a daily basis. Keep reading.
And when thou risest up.
And when you get up in the morning, okay, before they leave my house in the morning time, I point up and I look, show them that scripture, and I say, listen, you're above all people that's on the face of the earth. So what we have just read is, read the scripture again, Deuteronomy 6 and 7. Read it again.
Yes, sir. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy
Uh-huh.
children,
Uh-huh.
and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house,
When you sitting down, just leisuring, read.
and when thou walkest by the way,
When you walking, you talking these scriptures, read.
and when thou liest down,
When you get ready to go to bed, you reading, you talking these scriptures, read.
and when thou risest up.
And when you rise up, this is 24/7 basically that they dealing with the scriptures. What we combating now is social media 24/7. This is how you combat that. The 24/7 gotta be the scriptures. And like I said, sis, I'm not directing this at you. I'm directing this to the room. And that's how we alleviate this problem. That's how we raise Israel up to be where we need to be in today's time. Because we fight for if you're in the morning and they grab their phone, guess what they got? They got social media. It's right there.
Oh, be you in the
Use
make?
the bathroom while they using the bathroom, they could be on social media.
OB,
And you know what's going
OB, can you hear us? OB, you breaking up.
on.
We can't hear you. You breaking up bad.
But I felt that this was a opportune time to teach the room of dealing with how we need to deal with our children.
OB,
Go ahead,
OB,
sis.
You
can you
still
hear
in the
us?
matrix, sir.
Hey, I don't know where you went or if you walking. You got to go back to where you was because we can't hear you. You breaking up bad.
I'm done. I'm done, King.
All right.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I definitely
All praise
received
to the
that.
Most High, sis. All praise to the Most High, sis. I felt the need to rant at that time.
No, it's fine. I appreciate it. I definitely understand. Thank you. All
Thank you,
praise.
sis. Thank you, sis. I need to rant. I think somebody need to hear that.
Hey, OB, you took it back to the righteous rants, man. I almost had the theme music for you.
Hey, bro, that
Yeah.
that was that was an emergency room, bro.
Hey, get Proverbs 22 and 6. I don't know if you pulled this. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but did you pull Proverbs 22 and 6?
No,
No, sir.
What?
No, sir. No, sir. I did not. I did not. I did not.
All right.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 6.
Come on.
Train up a child in the way he should go.
So the Bible say, train up in a child in the way he or she should go. Right. I want y'all to think about something. I was sitting back. I heard a lot of what he said, but at the end I couldn't really make out. But the part I did hear is, you know, we'll tell our kids things as a community. We'll say things, uh, but we'll be doing those things that we tell our kids not to do, and that's hard for a kid. That's just like nobody, like even at a job, anybody who's a supervisors and everything, like if you doing stuff, other people doing it, they gonna follow what you're doing. You know, you know. That's just human nature. They just gonna follow what everybody else doing. And as soon as you get on them, well, they doing it, or you doing it, uh, it's we have to be portraying what we are telling our kids not to do. I just want to bring that point out of it. We have to be. Read that part again.
Train up a child in the way he should go.
hmm
And when he is old, he will not depart from it.
So that train up a child in the way he should go it goes deeper than just the surface part of it. Um, we have to actually, when we train what does that mean? Do you see that? Is that wicked? You have to use these words, like you have to train them up. You know, um, when they do these things, they gonna be, or when they thinking to do these things, they gonna be convicted not to do them. Lord's will. At the end of the day, they're gonna have to make their own decisions. But you have to do your part as much as possible. And by doing your part is by keeping God's commandments yourself. Being that example, being that light for your children, your household. You understand? It starts with you. You know, your kids, you know, are watching you, see what you're doing, and they're not gonna do what you say not to do. They're gonna do what you are actually doing. I just want to make that clear. You can tell them, you can show them the scripture, but if you're not doing it, then they're not gonna do it. You can talk to you green in the face, you know, and that's just the Christian church in your house. That's all that is. You just got Christian, you got church in your house. That's it. You just, you just got the word in there. I don't know, I don't know what they got the word. Uh, you read it, but they don't do nothing it says. They just reading it. So they can read it and don't have to do nothing they say. When you're in Christianity, you can do what you want to do. You just read the Bible. As long as you read it, you good. You don't have to obey with nothing that you don't have to obey nothing that Bible say if you're a Christian. Y'all realize that, right? You don't have to do nothing that Bible say. Not even keep wedlock. You can do anything you want in the Christian church. All you have to do is believe in Jesus. That's it. You could be a murderer. You could be a drug dealer. You could be just anything you want to be to the full, and then all you have to say, look, man, don't judge me, man. God knows my heart, and we don't want to be like that in our house as Israelites. We want to let our kids know by our walk. You know, I read this earlier. Get that in James 2:18. I read this earlier. Start at 17, like a brother, 17.
James chapter 2 and verse 17. Even so, faith, if it hath not works, is dead being alone.
Right, right. Read.
Yea, a man may say, Thou hast faith, and I have works.
hmm
Show me thy faith without thy works, and I will show thee my faith by my works.
Right. So that's how we show our kids that we believe in a true living God by our faith. We show them how to walk in our faith, by keeping what God say. This is how we do. This is what we do. We don't do that over there. We do this. This is how we live. You understand? So I just wanted to make that point out. I mute my mic.
Hey King,
Can I?
I don't know how we got here, man, but I just think somebody need to hear that, bruh.
No, you're 100% right. They killing the kids, man. Cause they don't listen. They killing these kids because they don't know how to deal. I think Young said it earlier. Young said that I think it was Young. He talked about how they don't want to deal with the consequences of the baby, so they get rid of it. You know, and the man don't want it. He's like, shit, I don't know. You know, uh, you remember that scene? I think it's I, I, don't drink don't drink your juice in the hood. I'm messing that up.
Right.
So you remember the
Don't
scene where it was
don't be
talking?
a menace to society while drinking your juice in the hood.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Dallas, do you remember the part when they was talking about Dashika? I think that's her name, and
Dashiki.
Dashiki,
Yeah.
um, and it was like, man, she's pregnant, and the dude was listening, and he
Yeah.
started fumbling. That's what happens. That fear come on, brothers. Like, whoo, shit, whoo, And I know it was the part that she was a whore, but still, in all, people still have that fear. When that baby comes, that baby talk comes. Even a woman, she gets sick and her heart start raising, and then she get that pregnancy test, and she praying, Lord, please, and then she pregnant, and then she's sad because she know if she said this to this brother, she understand that it was just sex. It was no love there. It was no nothing there. You understand? And she knows this. She knows she didn't get raped. She know this didn't happen. She know she was just having a freak night. And now, and even if she wasn't, even if she was dealing with the dude 4 months, 6 months, in her head, she know the brother really don't want her like that. You know what I'm saying? These sisters be knowing because how the person treat them. You know what I'm saying? They be knowing. And I'm not saying in every case, but you know who I'm talking to. You know what I'm saying? Of course I'm not talking to everybody. Because somebody in there, not me, he loved. I ain't talking to you then. But somehow you're not with him, but he loved you. But anyway, I move on.
Hey,
Hey,
let me get a script. Let me get a
hey,
script on this.
Okay.
hey, real quick, OB.
I'm about to get my rant in.
I want,
Shit.
I want, I want to read a comment, and I want to invite a sister on stage. I think her name is Mary Poppin. She says, and I'm reading: Men shouldn't have any type of opinion on woman body or reproductive system. Wrap it up. So I just want to get the sister's opinion. I think I sent her an invite. Just if you listening, come up on stage and speak your piece, or what your thoughts are on why you believe men should keep their opinions about women's reproductive rights, I'm assuming, to themselves. All right. Be respectful. Be respectful.
The
You
hell
know,
with your
and,
reproductive rights.
Right. You know something crazy about that? A woman's body kills eggs. A man's body produces life. I don't know how the hell they think that they can speak about a man not having the right to speak about a woman's reproductive rights when the only reason she's reproducing is because of what we put in her. What we put in her, we can speak on 100% because we put it there. So I agree that when she's saying wrap it up, but I don't agree and wrap it up in the way that she's saying it. No, I believe a man ought to keep his Peter in his pocket until he get married, like the scriptures say.
Oh,
But unless these women running around here and just being raped, and we know that that's not the case, because 0.4% of the abortions in America happen by rape. Less than half a
so
percent happen
so
by rape.
so
Fuck
not
out of
not
here,
not even not
nigga.
even one
I
percent.
got a big dick to use. What the fuck am I
Hold on,
supposed to
hold on,
do?
hold on. Cut that brother off. Cut him off.
Wait. No, why
Cut
y'all
him
dropped
off.
him? I was about to
He
cut,
gone.
bruh.
Nah. It's
Yeah,
over with.
Nah,
yeah.
we was gonna deal
Cut
with
him
him.
off.
We was gonna deal with him. Cause that's
We
the wait, hold on. Let me just say this. The reason why, listen, don't draw them off because I want to show the women. I want to show this is the men who they deal with. I was gonna talk to him. You understand? And I will let him do what he do. But this is the men who they deal with. This is the men yeah, she's right. She right. She got a right to say what she got to say. We don't have nothing. That's that nigga right there. We want to expose that nigga. We want to expose his ass.
Hey King, these are these silly niggas that lead silly women laden with sins.
Right.
These are these silly niggas that do that. So, just
Hey,
like
that's
remember that Dallas, remember that one sister Elika that got up on stage, and we usually kick the ass off. She got up on stage, said, "Y'all need to go to white men. Y'all need to hell with the black man. Renounce the black man. The white man is God. The black man ain't worth shit." And A1 was like, let her ass stay up on stage, and we let her get everything out of her system, everything out of her system, and now people get to see what we dealing with. So
yep.
let these silly women laden with sins hear what these niggas got to say about them, what they got to say about the message that we bringing out, man.
Hey, look at what Mary Poppin or Mary the Bopper, because that's what we call it in Texas, bopping. We don't call it popping. Mary Poppins said, "But once we carry your decisions out the window, how is my baby? You didn't get pregnant on your own. A woman don't produce nothing. It's my baby in your body. So
Hey
what do you mean?
Dallas,
Yeah,
you could actually argue that the baby more yours than hers.
right,
No,
'Cause
it's not. It's no argument. It's his. It's the man's baby.
right. She just an incubation chamber. That's
right.
it. You the oven. That's
Hey,
Sheesh.
hey, Young, you know what they say about if you put $1 inside of a soda machine, is the soda yours or the machine's? Nigga, it's mine.
Right, right,
That's my soda, damn it. Hand it over.
right. Hey, or as kids in the world, we were gonna shake it till we got one up out of
hey, hey. Well,
Hey,
hey, watch
hey, I'm
this.
gonna tell you this.
Real quick. I
She
want
need.
because she said it's my decision. Last my AO. Okay, let's go with that logic.
how she trolling.
If it's and she may be trolling, but for any sister that feels that it's her total decision whether to have or to eliminate a baby, then by that standard, what's wrong with the children today is also your decision and your fault. So you can't have it both ways.
Right.
You can't blame the men that impregnate you and leave you when it's also your choice to have or kill the baby and then raise the baby how you want to and so on and so forth. If that's going to be the stance, then the reality of these bastard children running amok and causing the world to implode on itself is also
Monsters.
reinforced. That you have to accept that. If you're not going to accept the negative that comes with that, then don't complain about where all the good men and the men need to step up. Just take your big ass L, staple that shit to your forehead like y'all do them lace fronts, and just say, I made this.
Nice.
Facts.
That monster in there.
Hey, and that's a good question. Somebody asked, "How you feel about child support, Mary Poppin?" What about child support? If it's your decision after that, what about child support?
No, but I'm glad she put that, man, because it goes to show you what a lot of these women think, man. That's why the black man needs to protect your seed. Stop busting anything out here. You know what I mean? Because that's what you're going to have to deal with for 18 years. 18 years, that's what you're going to have to deal with a woman like that or women like that, however many you have.
Yeah,
Yo.
that's. I guarantee you, bro. That's. I guarantee you. I'm just letting you know. That's them whores right there. That's them whores. You know, they be wanting
Yes.
control. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you the truth. That's not a black woman. That's our black women. They understand. That. I need help with this. This is not my child alone. They understand a whore. When she thinks like that, cause she won't. All she thinks about money. She thinks about money. She thinks about control. The kid is mine. Putting your ass on child support. I need the money every month. That's the whole purpose. You can hear it in her tone and in her what she's saying. You
Right.
can see it. You know.
And, and she acting like what she's saying is an offense to us. Guess what? Yeah, we don't like to hear that our people are being murdered. We don't like to hear that unborn babies are being murdered. But sis, guess what? You foolish as hell for not understanding that the Most High got his eyes on you. You come in a biblical room saying the stupid shit that you saying, not understanding that that's your soul gonna burn in hell, sis, if you don't fix that. It ain't about us. This is the problem with Christians. Y'all feel like it's us that y'all coming here offending. Now y'all speaking against the Most High God. We telling you what God say. This ain't our own feelings. This ain't what we want to think and how we want to move and our interpretation of the scriptures. You coming in here chiding against God. Sis, you better fix your life. You better get it right before you get taken up out of here. And it ain't no opportunity. While you here, sis, you got an opportunity to repent and fix it. That's all I can say about it. It's stupid as hell to come in there
Hey,
acting like
let me get
Right.
First Timothy 5:14, man. Let's go ahead and get some scriptures going. It's biblical smoke. First Timothy 5:14.
First Timothy chapter 5 and verse 14. I will therefore that the younger women
Hold on. What they got to do?
marry,
Keep reading.
bear children.
Oh, okay. There's an order to this. So you got to marry first. You don't be a jump off. Don't be a baby mama. You got to do what?
Bear children.
You got to do what first before you bear children?
I will therefore that the younger women marry,
Uh huh.
bear children,
Read.
guide the house,
This is your job, sis. Marry first, bear children, guide the house. Read.
give none occasion to the adversary
Oh, that. Go ahead.
to speak reproachfully.
Oh, they saying the black woman is out of control because she done gave the adversary a reason to speak reproachfully. You got blonde hair in your head. You got a BVL that stink. You got 3 different baby daddies. Keep reading.
For some are already turned aside after Satan.
This is what we're saying today. So the topic is abortion. Whose fault is it? Whose fault? We know whose fault it is. The woman have the opportunity to get the divorce, and you don't see those men there. We trying to show you sisters that listen. If you follow God's laws, statutes, and commandments, the ordinances, the way things supposed to go, you supposed to prove that man first. Don't just be no jump off. Prove that man first. Marry that man first. Bear children. Guide the house. This is your job. This is your duty. If you go outside of these commandments, you out of order, sis, and you subject to do things that you're not supposed to do. Now, we understand that it was a time that we didn't know any better, but it's 2024, and you have a computer, a supercomputer in your hand that you can look up places that you can learn on how to be a woman, how to be a godly woman. There's congregations that's out here for you to teach you this. You have no excuse now. No excuse. When we come off them slave ships, we didn't understand. We didn't have a lot of things that we needed to know as a people. And even then, we still did things that were according to our customs as we knew it. But now, there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Just because these people gave you the so-called rights to do certain things, that don't mean you got to do them. You still got to keep God's commandments in the faith of Christ. Keep these laws, statutes, and commandments in the faith of Christ. That's our only way out of this. Otherwise, it's down to the abyss. And that's what we see happening on a daily basis throughout the United States, throughout Europe, throughout Africa, throughout the whole world, dealing with the Israelites. Is the abyss. So we must come back and keep God's commandments in the faith of Christ. I mute up.
Hey, get Proverbs 23 and verse let me see, 27, because
Proverb.
that
My
type
fault.
of woman is exactly whose fault all these babies is dying is. All right, read what you got.
Proverbs chapter 23 and verse 27.
Come on,
For an whore is a deep ditch.
read that again.
For an whore is a deep ditch,
Bible says a whore is a deep ditch. Read.
and a strange woman
And a strange woman, read,
is a narrow pit.
is a narrow pit. Come on.
She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men.
So this type of woman lies in wait for prey. Now, what does that mean? Meaning the only thing she is going to be responsible for is death. How much death? 20 million people. Death. That's what she lies in.
Hey, hey
Go ahead.
young,
Go ahead.
hey young, hey, you know what that narrow pit? A lot of times in them narrow pits, when you're dealing with the military, a narrow pit got
Bodies.
barbs and stuff stuck inside of there. So when you actually go down in that narrow pit, you stuck. You get killed. You don't come out of that narrow pit. That's why it's reading this narrow, because you can fall in that mug and get pierced by many arrows. I mute up.
Damn. That's heavy. And you know something else? Read verse 27 again.
Verse 27. For an whore is a deep ditch.
A deep ditch. You know what they used to also dig ditches and do? Throw out black bodies in them, the mass graves, and throw us in them. So when the black woman gives herself to the mindset to kill 20 million of her own people, she ain't no better than when they used to mass exterminate us and throw us all in one damn grave. You're doing the exact same thing. But when the white man does it, going back to the point, when the white man puts his knee on your neck, everybody mad, every black woman mad, and Black Lives Matter now. But when the black man, I mean, when the white man put a damn stethoscope and a damn clamp up your vagina and kill you, it's called health care and reproductive rights. It's stupid. And the
Hey,
exact type of women that fall for that stuff is people like Mary Poppin, who dress like a whore, act like a whore, talk like a whore, and
Mary
probably had
Poppins.
a hundred, probably done had a bunch of abortions herself. I'll mute my mic. Go ahead, King.
Hey, Mary Poppins. The name say it all. She be getting it popping. Give me Genesis
Damn.
18. Give me Genesis 18 and 18. I just want to bring this point out.
Genesis chapter 18 and verse 18. Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation.
It says Abraham gonna become a great and mighty nation. That's what it said, right, y'all? Abraham.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Abraham. How he's gonna become a great nation? It says Abraham gonna become a great nation. Through the man, we become a great nation. Do you understand that? Because he's gonna guide the nation. He's gonna protect the nation. You understand? The God don't deal with the woman, then deal with the man. It don't work that way. The man runs everything. This is a man's world. That's it. And that's the end of my song. I'm just gonna keep it right there. Read on.
And all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
And all the and who?
In him.
And him. In him. They wanted me to rap. That's my rap right there. Read.
For I know him that he will command his
It's
children.
a him, he. I don't care if you're trying to change yourself into a man. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't transform yourself. When it says he, him, it's talking about me, the men. Men. You don't like that, huh?
No, King,
You
they don't
hate
like
that, huh?
they don't like that, King.
You don't like that, huh? You don't like that God put man above you, huh?
And can you sound
This is what it
you sound
is.
like a misogynist?
Hey, no, hold up. King, right? Hey, get Hebrews 12 real fast.
Wait, I wasn't finished. I
Okay,
wasn't
my bad,
finished.
my bad, my bad.
I wasn't finished. Let me just read it from the top again.
Yes,
What you
sir.
in? Read.
Verse 19, sir.
Oh, okay, read.
For I know him that he will command his children.
You see that? That he would command his children. His children. Read.
And his household after him.
And
And
everything, the wife, not only the kids his, the wife is his. Everything is his. The house his, the car, everything. Everything is his. Now get mad at me. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, OB. Get
It,
mad now. You
hey, hey,
came in here and started that shit.
hey, listen. You said it right, King. Give me Hebrews 12:15. Same thing you saying. Cause let me tell you what's happening. This is what happened right here. Read that.
Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 15.
Uh-huh.
Looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of God,
Read.
lest any root of bitterness springing up.
Oh, root of bitterness done sprung up because everything is what, King?
The
His.
man's. The man's.
His.
His.
That's the root of bitterness done sprung up. Keep reading.
Trouble you, and thereby many be defiled.
Oh, the sisters are defiled now because everything is the man's. Read.
Lest there be any fornicator,
Uh-oh, we got some fornication going on now. Read.
or profane person
Uh-huh. As who?
as Esau,
Sisters, don't become Esau because you're mad at the man. Don't become Esau because you're mad at the man. Read.
who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright.
One morsel of what?
Meat
You
So
bet,
what?
bro.
sold his birthright.
Don't do it,
Man,
sisters.
you stupid
Don't
as
do it.
hell, man. You
Don't do
stupid
it.
as hell.
Don't do it, sisters. I mute up.
Hey, OB, you
Hey,
petty
y'all
as hell,
crazy as
bro.
hell.
You petty as hell, bro. Hey, so what you're saying is these sisters want to kill their babies for one morsel of meat.
That's it, bro. That's what I see, man. That's what's happening. They sell
Now
their
listen,
birthright for one
I
morsel
didn't
of
say
meat.
that. OB, they about to cuss you out and all. You need it. You need to be cussed out, sir. You know what I'm saying? The hell?
Don't do that. Hey, don't
Yeah,
do that, bro. Just cause they do you like that, don't do that to me, bro. I'm
yeah.
nice. I'm
Hey,
nice.
you funny as hell, bro. Yo, hey, nah, but that's legit because a lot of these sisters, their reasoning is because they don't want to mess up their bodies or they don't want to not be able to do what they want, go to the club, wear they clothes, they tight clothes and stuff. It's
But
all for
young,
more
they
for me.
messing up their body when they do that. They are messing up their body when they do that. When they do them abortions, they messing their body up.
It's not apparent though, and you're right, King. You're actually messing your body up more when you get those abortions, but it's not readily seen. Like they like a
Right,
baby.
right,
You
right,
you see the
right.
effects immediately, type thing. So that's what they see, but you don't see the effects of your abortions until down the
Well,
line.
your spirit is affected. Your spirit is affected. Hey, didn't somebody who was on stage say that they had an abortion? Did somebody? I don't know. Maybe I thought I heard
Yes,
somebody say that
one of the
earlier.
sisters said she had a couple before she had her first son
Is
at
she?
20 years
Hey,
old.
is sister, you still on the stage?
Yes.
How was your spirit when you did that? How, this if you didn't feel nothing, you didn't feel nothing. But I just want to know when you went through that, when you did those things. Give me how your spirit was. I mean,
Honestly, the first two times I did it, I didn't feel anything, to be honest.
man.
Um, but
How, so
later
what did they?
and
Hold on,
mhm,
sis. You said the first what?
two times.
So you did it more than twice?
Yes.
How many times you did it, sis?
Probably four times. Four.
4 times. Sis,
Hmm.
now give me an accurate measurement. You think that's a common thing in the black community?
Yes.
Yes, I agree with you, sis, because I got sisters. And I know my mama helped them do this thing. So we see that it is a common thing in the black community. And go ahead and explain how you felt on the first 2 times.
I didn't feel anything. And to be honest with you, I was raised by my grandmother. She don't even believe in abortions because my sister got pregnant at 15 and wanted to get an abortion, but my grandma wouldn't allow her to. Um, so when I got pregnant, the first time I got pregnant, I was 18. And I was with my high school boyfriend and I had got abortion. She didn't know about it. And then the second time was a little bit after I had my first child. Um, and I mean I didn't feel anything those first, few times, but the last few times I had it, I did feel guilt. I felt guilt, about it. Um,
Amount of times or that you had like some kind of connection with the child.
I think it was just me being older and me just tapping more into like my faith and knowing that it wasn't right.
Right,
Um, so I think that's what kind of had me with the guilt of it.
right. Sis, I'm gonna ask you a question pertaining to the topic. I want you to answer that question pertaining to the topic. And you've been honest with us, and I want you to answer that question.
Yes, I think it is the woman's fault.
Right. Understood, sis. And I hope a lot of sisters is listening and understand what this sister is saying. Not to belittle her or nothing like that. She just telling us what happened in her life. And this is what happened and believe it or not, a lot of our sisters' life right now. And we understand that this is not supposed to be so, and we just trying to fix this problem before it gets any worse than what it is now. So all
Hey,
praise to
OG,
the Most High,
the
sis, for your truth.
conversation has to be
Praise.
had. We can't shame her. You know what I'm saying? Like now, when people come up here, y'all, and they like that girl up, like that girl earlier. We're not gonna play with that foolishness. We're not playing with that. But stuff like this, I mean, she did. She did what she did.
She told the truth.
She told the truth, and she's admitting her wrongs. You know what I'm saying? And she knew it was wrong. She's saying it was wrong, and we have to have the conversation because it's actually people are actually doing this stuff. They doing it, and um, y'all remember that video that doctor said he did like
Yeah,
1,200.
12,000 abortions
Y'all,
like that.
right? I guarantee you, it was multiple of the same women.
No,
He,
yeah, no
he-
question.
you see what I'm saying? Like keep
Yes.
doing it over and over and over and over, and that's like like she said, they don't feel nothing about it. Like it's nothing, you know. And I'm glad I asked that question. I didn't know that. I thought you had some connection because all right, y'all. I don't know if y'all remember this, but when I was growing up, the they said when I was growing up, they said the woman need to take the baby. right? The woman needs to have the baby because she's caring. She's a woman. She's the lover. She's the love of the earth, and she's love. She nurtures. I don't know if y'all remember this, but growing up,
There's no love
that's
like a mother's love type thing.
yeah, stuff like that. So that's justified them giving them the child to the mother and divorces and stuff like that. And people used to say these things. I used to hear these things as I was growing up, but it kind of like, how can you just kill? Like, you're supposed to be the protector and you the love, and they don't feel like she just said. I didn't feel anything, and they don't feel nothing. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta right this wrong. We gotta come back, men, and stand back up. You gotta stop um, laying down, stand up as men of God, Israelites you are, keep God's commandments because that's just gonna turn our communities back around.
Hey
But
King,
I was baffled when I heard that just
that
now. But
that's
go ahead.
that's called desensit. I'm not smart, y'all, but desensitizing or desensit. Y'all know what I'm saying. That desensitizing where you see so much death in the black community and on TV and in the music to where and all praise to the sister, all praise to the Most High for the sister being honest and transparent and really vulnerable. Really vulnerable because that's hard to admit. That's very difficult to say. So all praise, I commend you, sister, for having the strength and the courage to do that. Real quick, let me get the scripture. Give me that in James 5 verse 16.
James chapter 5 and verse 16. Confess your faults one to another
Come on.
and pray one for another.
So all praise, the sister confessed her fault to us. You know what I'm saying? As an example of what not to do. That's how you King said it. We got to fix. That's a problem. That the desensitizing of our sisters to death of something that they themselves that grows inside them. They the ones that have the first emotional connection to the child. That baby grows in them. They feel what that baby feel. They exhibit emotions and hormones as that baby grows and attaches themselves to that the first thing that baby feels and attaches itself to is the mom, and that's natural. But to be desensitized to the point where you can kill them, in order for that problem to be fixed, it does take sisters like Sister V being vulnerable and confessing those things, and so that our people understand how evil it is. Without that, you can't fix it. It takes people like that to do that. Read it again.
Confess your faults one to another and pray one for another that ye may be healed.
Right, that you may be healed as individually and so that the nation can be healed. Because this is a nationwide problem. And now you can understand why 20 million since 1973. Because a lot of these things, like King said, a lot of these abortions ain't just, one woman having one abortion. It's multiple women having multiple abortions. Some have had as many as 10, 20, 30. You know what I mean? So when we hear that number 20 million, it sounds crazy, but when you understand how that narrative of you have
Hey,
the right, go ahead,
hey,
King.
hey, you know what you're saying? It makes sense because it's 20 million and we like 12%, right? And we like 12% or
Yeah,
14%
like
of the
13% of the population.
13% of the population. It's a small amount, so it's the same people who's doing it. We're a small amount of people. That's
Hey,
crazy.
hey,
Hey
hey,
King,
Mary Poppins is they
hey,
the
hey,
one doing it.
hey, this is so crazy that we see this happening in our community, and I want somebody to look up the word colostrum. Colostrum. Look up that word. I want to show y'all something real fast. Colostrum. Look this word up.
Yeah, yes,
This
sir.
this is one of my favorite words. I did
Colostrum.
read that.
Looking. Colostrum definition. Uh, Also known as liquid gold, is a thick yellowish fluid packed with nutrients and antibodies. It's produced by mammals, including humans, immediately after childbirth.
What does it do? Keep reading. That's all you got?
Colostrum's composition is distinct from mature breast milk, being high in protein, low in fat and sugar.
So what a woman does is the first few days of her having a baby, it's secreted from her mammary glands. And this fluid is not necessarily milk, it's a sincere milk. It's something that keeps the baby from having antibodies and things that's going to destroy the baby throughout its life. This is a very important part of when a woman has a baby for her to breastfeed the baby. So the Most High God has set it up to where when a woman has a baby, it's very important for her to breastfeed this baby because there's nutrients and things that this baby needs to live is within her. So yes, the women are important. The man makes the baby, the woman nurtures that baby.
Facts.
So you are important. Sisters, I don't want you to feel like you're not important. You are important. You have to nurture that baby. There's things within your body that the Most High created for you to nurture that baby that the man gives you.
Hey,
So
so
I
you,
don't. I just don't want to let that go by. Go ahead.
hey, you saying they supposed to sustain a life, not take it?
No, don't take that life. Sustain that life.
Like,
It's stuff that happens within your body to make sure that that life lives. Give me Jeremiah 1:5. I got to bring that Jeremiah 1:5. You don't know who you bringing forth, so don't kill it.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 5.
Uh-huh.
Before I formed thee in the belly,
So the Bible
I
said God said before I formed thee in the belly, before I formed thee in that mother's womb, read,
I knew thee.
I knew who this was. You are a prophet. Read.
And before thou camest forth out of the
Uh-huh.
womb,
Uh-huh.
I sanctified thee,
You've been set apart. Read.
and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations.
You went out on
And I
me.
ordained thee a
Cut that.
prophet
I
unto the
or
nations.
I ordained thee a prophet. Sisters, don't be killing prophets. I don't care what Kamala Harris told you or talking about a reproductive rights. The Most High knew that, baby. He ordained them prophets. You don't want to be held accountable to killing prophets. I mute up.
damn, it's a heavy point. All right, we're gonna plug the room, man. Make sure y'all share the room, share the room, share the room. We up to 210 shares. Let's go ahead and get it at 250 before the next time we plug it. So y'all share the room. Make sure to hashtag Biblical Smoke on our social media platforms. Also, reach out to us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com to get the steady packet, find a local school near you, ask your questions, and submit topics that you want to see us cover here on the platform. Also, while you're doing that, make sure to follow the moderators here on the stage. We got King, Eli TJ, Gabriel, OB Dallas, T Silent, and Show Enough, Harry God, and many, many, many more.
Hey, hey, what Eli at, bro? I ain't heard Eli say nothing.
I'm in the
Damn,
building.
Man, wake up, man.
my
I'm
man,
in the building.
my man head on the pillow. Look, though, but nah, all jokes aside, man, we got a heavy topic today, and so far we had some good input from people on both sides of it, and some testimonies from some sisters who personally are aware of the detriments and dangers to it. So the topic tonight: abortion. Whose fault is it? Is it the black man, the black woman, or the Christian church? We got some sisters on stage because this is very directly affecting them. We got Sister Jazz Men. Did I say that right? Jazz Men, Jazz Mine. I don't know how you separated it, so you know. We got you on stage, sis. If you want to come off your mic and share your thoughts on the topic, Sister Jazz Men. It's that little button at the bottom of your PTR. Got a little slash in it. If you're trying to, that will be the button that you push. Sister Jazz going once. Sister Jazz going twice. All right, Sister Jazz, we will come back to you when you are able to come off your mic. Sister Tara, you've been here for a minute. Sister Tara, what's your thoughts on the topic? Sister Tara. Sister Tara.
Okay, there we
Tara?
go. I'm here.
All right, what's going on, sis?
Thank you all for letting me speak. So, in regards to the topic, whose fault is it? Now, I can't sit up here and say that it is the man's fault or it is the woman's fault or even the church, because I feel like everybody play a pivotal role in the outcome of aborting a child, right? Everybody play the parties involved in creating that child play the most important part. But then if you want to take a step back from that, we talk about God's laws, right? Premarital sex is a sin. So as the man, as the leader, I mean, no, none party should be engaging in that to begin with if you are not married under God, right? So when you decide to make a decision and you be disobedient to God in that light. Now, okay, the outcome is you have a child out of wedlock. Well, before we even get to having a child out of wedlock, but now the seed is planted, right? And so now everybody is pointing fingers. It's the woman's fault. It's this, is that. No, it's not entirely the woman's fault, because I feel like the man play a pivotal role in the whole situation of women choosing to abort. They come in, you make these babies, you create broken homes, and you go on and you go off to the next home and you create these broken homes, and the cycle repeats itself.
Hey,
So
Let
sis,
me ask you a question.
sis, 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 sis. I got a quick statement, real fast, sis. I got this. I know this dude, this brother. He's married to this sister, right? We together, sis. You understand me?
I'm listening.
Okay. He was married to this sister, and she got pregnant. Okay. She didn't want to be pregnant at the time, and she's married, and she decided to go off and get an abortion by herself without that brother's opinion. Reconcile that.
Well, that's something that she has to take up with God. I
Right, right. So,
mean,
so, so, whose fault is that? Is that brother's fault, or is that her fault?
I'm not going to necessarily say that it's her fault entirely, because there's a conversation that should be had before having sex, period, whether you
No,
married
no.
or not. Now,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
get it. You're
yeah.
married.
She's married, and married people do what?
They have sex. They
They
procreate.
they have babies. So this is a normal thing, right, sis?
That is correct.
So who did the abnormal?
She we all have choices, and
No,
that's
no,
the
no,
Uh
thing.
oh.
sis,
We
be real
Uh
with me.
oh.
Who did the
Let me finish my
abnormal?
statement, because this
I,
is
I,
not a
I,
one way.
no, 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 sis.
No,
I,
no,
I,
no
I, I,
statement needed. We just need an answer.
I understand, sis. Normal things is people get married. and they procreate. That's normal. Is that correct, sis?
We agreed that that is correct.
Okay, so
That's not.
who decided to do the abnormal? And if we need to get a definition of abnormal, we can. And I feel that you're a very educated sister. I know that you are. I can hear you in your speech. I'm not a very educated man. I live in Mississippi. The public school system here is horrible, but I do understand normal and I do understand abnormal. Now, I need you as an educated sister to tell me who did the abnormal.
In that specific in that particular situation circumstance, then no, I mean, it's not right. Of course it's not right to go behind your husband's back and have an abortion. So I think that's clear. But like, the question at hand
I
is
told you,
way
I
She
told
she
broader
you,
than
she,
that.
she still didn't answer. She still didn't answer the question.
I did
I
answer the
t-
question. I clearly answered the question, and I'm gonna go back and go in on that.
sis,
So if
sis,
you go
sis,
behind,
sis, sis, sis. I told you I was in Mississippi, right? So I got very bad connection. So I didn't even hear your answer. So I need you to repeat the answer again.
more than happy to. So, in a situation like that, of course, it's not right for a spouse to go behind her husband's back and have an abortion. So, like you gave, normal or abnormal, that would be abnormal in that circumstance.
So who would be in the wrong in that situation, sis?
The answers are either A, the man, or B, the woman.
Hey,
But
That's
chill
it's
right.
out.
like you're
Chill
pointing
out.
me to point the finger at the
No, no, no,
woman.
no, no, no. I'm not pointing you. I'm asking you to give me an honest opinion about right and wrong. Who is wrong and who is right?
So
The
for this,
man did not know,
Eh,
and the sister did know because she has control of that at this particular situation. You understand that, sis?
I understand very well.
Okay, so who is in the wrong?
In that situation, the woman is wrong, but there
Okay,
should be
okay.
a
That's all I
dad.
want. That's all I wanted, sis.
OB.
I wanted you to
Whoo, that
understand.
accountability, boy.
Hey,
Yeah, it's
Woo.
horrible.
I can't let that off that easy because
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, bro. Go
she
ahead, bro.
she says I'm gonna be direct with you, sis, and I get it. It's not a comely thing to admit, but I'm gonna be straight. Men do not have the right to stop a woman from having an abortion. They don't. That decision is entirely on them. If the man wants to keep the baby, the woman can still decide to kill it. If the man doesn't want the baby and decides to kill it, she can still have the baby. So and when it comes to abortions, women are the ones making the choice to kill them. The men have no say in it at all. So when the question is asked, whose fault is it for abortions? I think it's a very strong argument to suggest that men aren't the ones killing the babies. They have
It's
no
the
say.
Sound
women.
bite. Well,
It's the
yeah,
women
sound
fault.
bite.
It's the women fault.
Right.
I'ma
That's what it
say it.
sounds
I'ma
like.
go ahead and say it. It's y'all fault.
What?
Now I know that may not. I know that may not sound good. I know that may not even want to be something that women want to say. It's true. But if men have, a sister just came up here and said, and we hear it all the time. Men need to stop policing women's bodies. My body, my choice. Don't infringe on my rights, so on and so forth. And women go out here and make the decision, like the brother just gave an excellent example. A married man didn't even have the ability to stop his wife from killing his child. He ain't, and he so when we sit up here and we say men are responsible for killing their babies, even though they have no say so in the matter, I just think that statement and that mindset is
Hey,
erroneous as hell. I'm
hey,
sorry.
listen. Sometimes the man don't know till 2 years later that the woman done had the abortion. Two
Right.
years
LB,
later, he
we
find out that
we
she had an abortion 2 years ago. He ain't had no say so in that. That's that woman's fault. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, now I'm not saying that the men don't share any responsibility in it because these men do decide to lay down with these women. However, they're not
Yep.
raping these women. So those women are willingly opening their legs to men and engaging in an activity that is going to lead to them getting pregnant. And then, without the man's consent, 9 times out of 10, they go and they kill the baby. So I'm sorry, sis. When I just look at the facts, I I would have to say, yeah, y'all choosing to kill y'all babies, and it is on you predominantly. I would have to
Right.
say that. Would you
That's
not?
all I'm saying. The
Would you
part of the
disagree to that?
killing, the part of the killing the baby. That's the part I'm saying. The part of killing the baby. That's you. You going into that office, laying on that table. That's you doing that. Yes.
Would you disagree to that with anybody saying that, sis? Do you disagree, or do you still think men have more to do with killing babies than women?
I it is the equal that
You in the
because
matrix? We can't hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so as I stated, it's an equal part because regardless of if that woman made a decision or not, your blood is still on your hands. You chose to make a
sis,
baby.
sis,
Even if even
sis.
if he
It's
even
not
if,
Hold,
even
hold,
if,
woman.
the,
hold,
even
hold,
if the
hold
man
up,
said,
hold
"I
up,
don't want
hold,
the baby,"
hold up, hold up, y'all, hold up, y'all. Sis, now I gave you an example, right, sis?
You gave me an example that is not our everyday example.
It happens every day. Um,
Happens, but that's not in the black community. That's not
every
the
day to
example,
where
the scenario.
men are being aborted because they never get the opportunity to understand that the woman don't want the baby, and that they learn 2 years later that the baby has been aborted. That happens every day, sis. Now, I'm not saying that it's not situations to where men pay for the abortion. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, yeah, it is times to where men don't know that their baby is being aborted. Are we understanding on that particular point? Are you in agreement with that?
In situations such as a person not knowingly knowing that their child was aborted, okay, that's a different scenario. But I'm speaking to situations where maybe the man don't want to have children. Maybe the woman isn't ready to be a parent, and so all parties got to be held accountable. I'm not
So,
going to sit
so,
up here and
so,
say that
so,
it's
so, so let me ask you another question, sis. Who decides to go to the abortion clinic?
everybody have choices, just like you
Okay,
made a
okay,
choice to live
oh,
down
okay.
together
Now
and have that baby.
Kamala Harris was running for president, right?
hmm
And what policies was she running on?
So, and I'm not crazy about Kamala.
Right.
So,
Understood, sis.
but
Understood. What?
in regards to the topic that we're having right now, she is pro-choice.
Right.
Okay,
Are you
she's for
pro-choice?
women's rights.
Are you pro-choice?
So for me, I feel like I can't tell a person what to do with their body,
Are you
nor do I
pro?
want to.
Are you
I
pro-choice?
I am pro-choice.
Okay. So by you being pro-choice, that means that you have um authority to say whether that baby lives or die, right?
I
By
would not. Well, when you make that
wait a
choice.
minute, sis. Wait a minute, sis. I need you to be real with me because we talking real. You said that you are pro-choice, meaning that you
Mhm.
are okay with deciding to whether that baby lives or dies. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, that is what pro-choice means.
Okay, sis. So by that being said, that means that you have the deciding factor on whether that baby lives or dies, sis. That means you are
Not the man.
responsible for that baby dying.
But
You
this is my
are a
thing.
murderer.
Well,
You
here's
are
my
a murderer,
stance.
sis.
Okay,
Murderer.
however you want to say it.
I mean,
Okay, that's fine.
am I lying?
Well, if the shoe fits, wear it. But in this case, no. But when you're
You
speaking in a general sense,
fit you.
TJ.
no, because here's the thing. Like I
This,
stated, two people have a
Hey,
choice.
the
Those
no,
agility
no,
is
no.
masterful.
conversations,
Sis,
those conversations should be.
sis, you can't revisit that because you just said that you were pro-choice.
So this is the thing. This is why you don't have premarital sex. This is
No,
why you don't go into
sis,
things.
I agree with you about premarital
And so
sex.
that nips that in the bud, right?
Hey,
So
OB,
you don't even subject yourself to that if you don't put yourself in that situation, right?
what she's saying is if you lay down with a woman and she gets pregnant and she kills the baby because you got her pregnant, that's your fault.
That's not entirely what I'm saying. It's
That,
both
That's
that's
of y'all's
exactly what
fault.
you're saying.
exactly
It's
what
both of their.
That's what
No,
you
no, no.
say. What the
Because
That's what I
hell?
no,
heard.
you can't. I'm not gonna allow you to twist my words and tell me what I'm saying and on. So
Well,
I'll give you clarity.
sis, I need you to make it plain because, um, right earlier you said you were pro-choice and that you can decide whether the baby lives or dies, and if you decide that the baby has to die, that means it's the man's fault because you chose to kill the baby. That's what you said.
Potentially, it could be the man's fault if it was a
That
unwarranted
sis,
situation, like you gave me a
that's a
scenario.
lack of accountability, sis.
No, it's not, but it really isn't. Because if we
It
think about
is.
this, let's
You
consider
chose
every
that.
angle.
You
Let's talk
chose it.
about. Let's. No, not necessarily.
No,
If a
okay, okay.
woman is raped, she
Hold
didn't
on.
choose.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. Did you choose to lay with that man?
It was
You did you open your
a
legs?
mutual choice. Then that's different.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. In order for the man to have sex with you, you mean you had to lay down and open your legs, right?
Well, yeah, both of you guys had to
Okay. Let's take it.
partake.
Let's take it a little further. In order for a man to have sex with a woman, she has to agree to that, right? Now
That is right.
he can do whatever he got to do. He can jump up and down. He can do the jig, but unless she want to have sex with him, he
it
has
ain't
no
happening.
opportunity to have sex
But
until she say, "Okay, I'm finna lay down and open my legs to you." Is that correct, sis?
this is where this is where I draw the line because
No,
these are the
sis,
conversations that need to
no, sis.
be had. Stop opening your legs.
I need you to stay on the line with me. I need you to understand. In order for that male to have sex with that female, she have to lay on her back and open her legs, take off her panties in order to have sex with him. Is that correct, sis?
We know that
Okay. So who controls the sex having?
the woman controls it in the sense that she agrees.
Okay. So now we got some accountability. The woman controls that. So a man cannot have sex with a woman until she says, you know, what, I want you.
You're breaking up. You're in the
Okay,
matrix.
okay. I'm sorry. I told you earlier that I'm in a terrible state and my reception is bad. But
Hey,
I'm
OB,
hoping you can hear me now.
OB, while you get
So
it
in order
together,
for
can you hear me?
uh, uh,
Hey, real quick,
uh,
while you get it together, hey, let's welcome A1 to the stage real quick. Hey,
okay,
Shalom, A1.
Shalom,
Hey, Shalom,
everyone.
everyone.
Hey, Shalom, A1.
A1.
On me one.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, shalom, mighty men of God.
Most High Christ bless you.
All right, you got OB.
Okay. I hope I'm in a better situation where you can hear me more clearly. I told you earlier that I'm in Mississippi. It's the worst state in the United States of America, but I understood. I got bad reception. Now, this woman, in order for her to have sex with this man, she got to open her legs. Now, once she open her legs and have sex with this man, she gets pregnant. Who decision is to have that abortion?
It should be both of their decisions, but when you're talking about somebody else's body for whatever reason, obviously the woman has the final say in that matter because it
And,
is her
and, and,
body.
and sis, that's all we've been trying to say the whole
No,
night. And
I
I'm
get
glad that
that.
you was able to come to that point of understanding that it's the woman's fault, sis.
But it's
because
not the woman's fault entirely. I'm the type of person is I'm a forward thinker. I look at the entire spectrum of things. This is
h-
not
No,
a
no,
one
you don't,
person.
sis.
I think
how can you go to the entire spectrum when the start of the whole thing was with the woman has control over who has the
but
sex?
this is after the damage had already been done. Let's talk about
Okay,
before the damage even starts, before it gets there. And that's what I'm talking about. Preventing that from even happening, having conversations. You shouldn't be laying with a man that you don't intend to spend the rest of your life with, or better yet, that you're not
sis,
married to. And a
sis,
man shouldn't be
sis,
sleeping with a woman that
sis. You are right. You are making my point. Why would you lay with a man that you shouldn't be laying with? Because remember, you control the sex, right? You are the one that says who can have sex. He can't have sex with you if you decided you don't want to have sex with him, right?
that is right. But
That is
he,
right. Hey, sis, really, it ain't no but. You control that, and that's what we want you to see. And sis, understand this. I need you to really grasp the power that you have as a woman.
I know.
You control who has the sex. So if you decide as a woman to open your legs to a man and have sex, okay, then you decide to go on and have an abortion. That's your fault. Can you accept that?
No, because it's everybody's fault. It's his fault
Wait,
and it
wait, wait,
is
wait.
the woman's
No,
fault.
Not,
And
Oh
no,
my
I
no,
stand
gosh.
on that.
no. You
If
can't
you
stand on.
control the
OB.
access to
Because
sex, it doesn't
if
make
it's
Go
sense.
ahead, y'all.
Hey,
Go ahead, y'all.
hey, real quick, OB, you said, and she admitted, women have all the power. You have the power to
no, not
close and
all of
open.
it.
You have the power to close and open your legs. If someone opens your legs for you, they go to prison. They go to jail. Correct? Correct. They go to jail. They don't have the ability to open your legs. If you were closing your legs, this wouldn't even be a topic of conversation. We're past that. The legs have been opened,
Right.
the gates have been opened. Now the baby's in play. When you look up whose name is required to sign off on an abortion, how many blank spots are there? There is one blank spot for the patient, for the woman. That's who signs. Anybody else can, you can stand outside the room, you can stand inside the room, you can hold her hand, but your ass ain't signing the paperwork. You're not required. You're not needed because that is the woman's paperwork. That is the law. That woman can sign off. You don't even need your damn father. You don't need your father and mother's approval. As long as you're a certain age in certain states, it's that girl can go up in there and get an abortion by her lonesome. That means it's her fault. That means it's on her. She did that. I could go in there right now and be like, I want to sign off too. Ain't no space for me to sign. You'll be like, you can put your name on the back of the paper, but shit, this is it's already happening.
Hey,
Mods,
TJ,
can I
to
say
your
something?
point, if even a married man, I just had 3 kids recently. When you go into that hospital, the doctors act as if your ass is damn near invisible or don't exist. They
Yep.
literally
Right,
go to the
right.
window. To
Yep.
your point, King and
Yep.
TJ, they will act like your ass don't even exist in the hospital. I had to tell the doctor, I'm the husband, I's the pappy.
Yep. Me
That's the
too.
level
I
of
I
had
had
the
the
power.
same
same thing
situation.
happen to me.
Yes, to
Yep.
TJ
Same
point, that's
thing.
the level of power that a woman has in that hospital. I mean, my
Listen, hey,
Wow.
listen, Gabriel, real quick. My wife sitting there on her deathbed, and I'm in there. We got some family, but they're not even like close family. I'm the husband. The doctor starts talking to the goddamn family. He don't even know who they are. They ain't been there but one time to visit. He's talking to them. I had to take his ass outside. He's like, listen, that's my wife in there. You got to talk to me. It took that because they're trained to ignore the black man. He's usually
exactly.
not there. How the hell are we making decisions about lives? You can't make it exist. Like my wife couldn't answer or respond for anything. And then we gonna, okay, yeah, I got it's equal parts. No, it ain't equal parts. They ignore the black man. We ain't SH in this society. And we
Hey,
damn sure don't have
Hey,
say
mods, can I,
over a
shalom,
human
shalom,
life.
E,
Hey,
shalom, E.
shalom, E.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom, me.
Sorry,
Shalom,
real
shalom,
quick.
shalom, what's going on? Shalom, shalom.
Hey, I'm mute up.
Mods,
up,
can I say
Billy?
can I make a comment, mods?
real real quick.
I just want to touch on that what TJ just said. He was dealing with a situation to where he had to take the people outside to let them know, hey, listen, I'm the husband. I'm the husband of this black family. He had to take the doctor outside and let him know that who he was, because the woman has all the choice and she wasn't able to make the decision at that time.
Hey, also the police are trained when they come into a black household to adjust the woman. They don't adjust the man at all. That's police procedure.
Yep.
Go into a
Yep.
house, the man is, even if the man is present, he doesn't matter. He's irrelevant. The woman is completely in charge. The mother, grandmother, but not the husband at all.
The matriarch. Damn.
Yep.
Hey,
Yep.
hey,
My
hey,
daddy
TJ.
was a police officer. That's
We
exactly what they
elephants in
told
this
him.
thing.
Go
We
straight to the
elephants in this
woman.
thing.
Right. Hey, TJ, to your point, and OB to yours, and this is why I just can't. I just can't stand that's lack of accountability, because you have the access
You
to
good?
stop
You
sex.
understand, sis?
You have the ability to take the baby's life,
Sister
and the
in
man.
here?
Can you hear me?
Is the sister
Hey, OB,
gone?
OB.
No, she's here. She's still here. She's at the bottom.
The brother was trying to break it down. He was talking. You ain't hear him?
No,
You can't hear?
I ain't heard.
you guys are talking. I'm not going to talk while somebody's talking.
Yeah, Young was trying to talk. Young was trying to talk, OB.
Yeah. Just this point, sis. Like I said, it's not a comely thing to admit. However, y'all have all the access to make that decision, and you know how you have that. I'm gonna cut the whole thing in half. Take the bullet out of the gun. Y'all have the ability to procreate with who you want to. You know how you know that? Because I guarantee you, it's some niggas in your friend zone or some niggas that liked you in life that you ain't like them, and I guarantee you ain't open your legs for them, and it wasn't no amount of money they could have spent, game they could have spit, nice things they could have said. They could have bought you flowers, and you was not going to open your legs to them for no reason at all. You only open your legs to the men that you like, and even run the risk of having a baby with a man that you like. So you can. So when you say it's the man's responsibility for laying down with him too. Well, by that standard, every man that liked you, you should open your legs to, but you did not. You opened your legs to a certain man that you like. So, yes, you hold the responsibility. You hold the burden of responsibility when you have a baby and then you kill it. That's on you. Unless you just open your legs to everybody that likes you, which we know that's bullshit. So you choose. That's just what it is. Like TJ said, ain't no man opening your legs for you. You're doing that. And don't bring up rape, because you said that earlier. 0.4% of people rape and get pregnant. That's less than 1%. That means 95.9% of women that's killing their babies are doing it because they think like you. I open my legs to a random Negro that I don't really see myself marrying, but it's fun. He a vibe. I met him in the club, and now I'm having this nigga baby, and I don't want to have it. So I'm going to go kill the baby. That's the
No,
reality.
but that's not how I think, sweetie.
You do think that way because you're saying you're completely disregarding the responsibility that women have with the choice that they hold. You're disregarding that and saying it's equal responsibility, even though these men have proven over and over again that men have no say so in the matter. They don't have any say so in whether they have sex with you tonight. They don't have any say so whether you kill his baby or not. You hold all the cards. To deny that is delusional as hell.
Hey, Young. Hey, sis. Do you agree that the only thing that a man can control is if he gonna marry you or not? Do you agree or disagree?
I agree with that 100%. Yes.
So everything that comes before that, you have complete control over. America, or just Babylon the Great as a whole, has ruined the natural use of a woman. You understand? A sex, period, was meant to do what? Bring forth children. So if you're not willing to bear the responsibility that comes with sex, then you shouldn't do what? You shouldn't have sex at all. In which you said earlier, we're not going to take that away from you. Marriage is the primary responsibility of a man and a woman prior to engaging in any intercourse. In which you said earlier. However, if you decide to go outside of the divine order, marriage, then sex, then you should bear the responsibilities of it. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree 100%.
All right, then. We going somewhere with this. I mean, my mic.
They want all the control with no no responsibility, brother. Like this is crazy.
Yeah,
Listening to this
exactly, King.
conversation.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They say the woman is the black bone of the black community. Y'all never heard that before?
Except for when things go bad, then it's the man fault.
Y'all notice when a kid go to the NBA, the NFL, become a doctor, a lawyer, that's mama's baby. But as soon as he go to jail or hell, the nigga was no good, the daddy wasn't there. She didn't cause the that part. She only caused him when he did something good in her eyes. This is a wild conversation, man. People,
That's no
y'all women do
accountability.
not like taking accountability. It's like poison. It's like a poison snake. You're running from it.
I mean, but how can you make that? How can you say that when I'm saying that it's everyone's fault? I'm not saying that it's just the man's fault, and I'm not saying that it's
I'm
just the
not
woman's fault.
saying.
I'm
I'm
saying
not
everybody got a
saying.
part to play.
Well, I'm not saying it's the man's fault for laying down with you. Yes, it's his fault for laying down with you.
That's his
But
part
it's
in it.
your fault for killing the baby. You're missing that part. You don't have to kill the baby. That's your fault. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's your fault.
Hey
It's
You
King,
killing a
everybody's
baby.
fault. It's everybody's
hey King,
fault.
maybe men are grabbing women by the hand and dragging them into abortion clinics and forcing them to have abortion. Maybe the 20 million babies that were killed, women really wanted to have them, and just these evil men dragged them by the hands and walked them into Planned Parenthood and made them kill their babies.
Hey, Young, just like a woman, I want to ask you, sis, who is this speaking? Jazz? Who is this speaking? Tara.
Mm,
Tara. Okay,
Tara,
gotcha.
Tara.
Tara or Tara. Sorry.
It's
So
okay.
prior to let's go before an abortion. You have sex with a man. He says, "Hey, take this Plan B." Do you have to take it?
No, you do not. That is a
Okay.
choice,
Okay,
right?
got you. So just I'm bringing it back full circle to what the brothers is bringing out now, all the way up to you going into crossing that threshold in them doors, and you saying, take this damn baby out of me." You have the ultimate choice to take that life. Yes, both parties are involved in regards to consummating or having sex, whatever the case may be. But when it comes to taking that life, the woman has full responsibility. Your body, your choice, right? You're so pro-choice. It is your choice to uphold that life that God allowed to be put inside that body, even if y'all did it the wrong way. You understand? You have to bear the weight of that iniquity. You gonna have to account for every single soul. Every single woman gonna have to account for them 20 million babies they got aborted. They ain't gonna be able to point at nobody else but themselves. You understand? Nobody's grabbing you and dragging you by the hair like Paul persecuting the church to kill that baby. Women may do it out of spite. Some women are kill a baby, and that's the point I wanted to bring out earlier. Some women take adultery, infidelity, and child killing all the way to the grave. You wouldn't even know she had 10 bodies before she died. You just the same way they inflate how many men they've been with, they inflate how many babies they probably didn't kill. How many abortions did you have? Oh, well, I didn't have that many abortions at all. Matter of fact, I'm still a virgin. You probably got 100 bodies. 100. Probably 10% of that 20 million probably came from two sisters. My point is, you have you have sole responsibility, and we must hold our women accountable. Just like we telling men to keep their penis in their damn pants, we have to tell these women, just like you said earlier, keep yourself chaste, get married to the right man, and if things go awry or awry, whatever however you say it, you still gonna have to keep that baby alive. Stop putting our sons and our daughters to death because of your ill choices. Hold these women accountable. I mean, my mic.
Hey,
Hey, yo,
you had something?
I want to give a, you can hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
I want to give a prime example of avoidance as well as attention in terms of men and women too. I'm from New York, so I know I'm pretty much the Bronx, whatever. And a lot of times I used to hear about dudes, not see, but so much see, but hear about dudes walking around. You know, they got the fancy chains on or the fancy leather jackets. I know back in the day, early before I was born, used to be people used to get their jackets stolen. Or North, if you had a North Face coat was like real expensive back in the day. So people would get robbed for them things. And so a lot of times people will go out and they'll buy these fancy coats,
The A-ball jacket.
8 ball jackets or North Faces or even sometimes a Jansport. You got a Jansport book bag, it's still that too. Back when I was young, it was a Jansport, still book bags.
Starter
It
jacket.
was a Jansport. So anyway, I'm not saying you shouldn't buy nice things, but I'm putting it in comparison to this. A lot of sisters walk around, they'll be very shapely. They'll have a very, very accentuate. They'll wear certain things to accentuate their figure or whatever to bring attention to themselves. So I'm comparing it to a person that walks through the hood with jewelry on, diamonds on, you know, expensive ass clothes on, and he get robbed. And we'll say, "Oh man, he so and so got robbed." But so and so knew when he put that on or he wore that particular thing, it increases the chances of him getting robbed. I'm not saying you can't get robbed regardless of what you wear, but what happens is when you wear certain things as a man walking through a dangerous neighborhood, you drive through a certain neighborhood with a certain kind of car that you know you shouldn't be driving through. Even like I've heard like stories of like rappers, celebrities getting killed because they'll go back to their old hood and they got all this money and they'll get themselves killed because they flossing around, you know, around people who ain't got nothing. They didn't escape that life and they go back to it and get themselves killed. So, but going back to my point, a lot of people will go. A lot of like, I'll use men for now. Don't women get mad. I talk about them. So I use men for now. A man goes through a neighborhood. He's wearing like a gold chain. He's wearing a fancy like fur coat jacket, like rough thousands. He's wearing like fancy Yeezy, whatever. He's walking through a real poor neighborhood, right? He's wearing these fancy ass clothes. And niggas come to him and they rob him. They rob him blind. They rob his clothes, take his jacket, whatever, beat the hell out of him, take his clothes. Now we can say, oh, that's messed up. They went, but we can't win nothing nice. And that's not the case. It's just you have to know your environment. So now if you flip it around, a lot of sisters that they get attention from these particular guys based upon what they wear. It's almost the same. It's almost the same thing. When you wear just a certain kind of way, you attract certain kinds of attention. And some women like the kind of attention that they attract, and that kind of attention that they attract, they end up sleeping with it, and they end up getting pregnant by it, and they know that dude is not no damn good, but because of how he looked, they're going to get pregnant. So a lot of times, one of the things that needs to change not only is the woman's mentality, but also how she carries herself in terms of what she wears. I'm not saying a hoe can't dress modest. I'm not saying it, but one of the biggest things that deter a lot of negative attention, or attention that shouldn't be given in the first place, is based upon how you dress. That helps. A man's not gonna come to you. How you doing, girl? What's going on? He's not gonna holler at you and come at you right away if it's just a certain kind of way. And that also helps to alleviate the whole lust. A lot of times, a lot of men they'll chase after you. They see what you have to offer to your clothes, but when you wear a certain kind of clothing, whatever, it kind of alleviates the attention that you don't want to have. If you don't want the attention, how you just alleviates it. But then if you got that selfish, disrespectful mindset where, oh well, that's not my problem. That he horny, or whatever. Men are physical by nature. Men are visual. We're very visual creatures. We like what we see. Like when it comes to a car, well, most of the time, most of the things that men do, we do for y'all in the first place. A man will lie about how big his penis is for women. A man will lie about how big his pockets are for a woman. The man will lie about how big his house is for a woman. Most of the things we do is for the attention of y'all. That's most of the things we don't lie primarily for y'all. Y'all lie primarily for yourselves and to each other. That's the biggest fault. And and that goes back to my point about the abortion thing. A lot of this abortion stuff goes back to these women, these middle class, upper class white women that were pretty much in lesbian boot camp, that were married to white men that owned slaves, and they were trying to avoid the whole having to be a housewife thing and fighting against it, and they felt they could be equal to their man. And the black woman has adopted that whole feminist agenda, and that's where this whole abortion thing comes in. This whole abortion thing lines up with pretty much with rich, wealthy, upper class white women who wanted to be liberated from their man, their white men particularly. And the black woman has now adopted that same ideology. And that's why she feels no type of way about destroying their children, because she's adopted the same hatred that the white woman that she's a white woman whose ideology she's adopted, she's embraced it. Now a lot of our sisters are actually killing more of us than the KKK was doing. That's what makes it bad. So a lot of the things that I've just mentioned just now help alleviate a lot of problems. How you dress takes away the attention, the type of thing the men that you attract, that also is alleviated. I'm not saying it stops it, but it minimizes it. And also paying attention and acknowledging that this mentality that y'all have about aborting children or whatever, or my body, my choice. That was coined by I believe by a white man. I forgot his name, but even he himself made it clear that he was brainwashed. Well, not brainwashed, but he acknowledged that he was responsible for taking away the lives of millions of children, and that whole thing was pushed in the black community. We all know that the Planned Parenthood clinics are strategically placed in black communities. If you didn't know, you know now that during COVID, when everything was shut down, those clinics remained open. There was no 6 feet apart, but those clinics was open. So I hope that y'all consider all of these factors. Though how you dress, how you think. How you think is not your opinion. A lot of y'all, my body, my choice, Kamala Harris. That's not really your mind. That's the white woman's mind. Y'all have adopted and become white women and men with titties and breasts, some breasts and vaginas. Let's take it straight. That's where the upliftment comes from. That's where the resistance comes from, because y'all have adopted an ideology of people who had no problem being married to men that had your fathers and great grandfathers working in their fields. Their women fought against them to get freedom from them, and your father, your great grandfather and mother were slaves, and that white woman whose ideology you've adopted was reaping the benefits of being married to that same white man whose ideology that y'all embrace today. So I hope you understand that. I want to have my plane.
Drop a bomb.
Hey, I wanted to get one scripture, yo, if I may.
Yeah, go
Get
ahead.
get Genesis 38 real quick, yo. Just to show that the way you dress, the area that you frequent plays a big part in deterring certain type of I would say attention. Genesis 38, let me get it real quick. For those who don't know, this is when Jacob's two sons got put to death for pulling out. Snap, let me get it real quick. Let me look.
On
I
verse
just want to know
2,
what she covered her face up. Find me that right quick. I just got back in the truck. Let me see. Let me see. All right, yeah, verse 14. Verse 14.
yes, sir. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 32 and verse 14.
This is talking about Tamar.
And
Tamar. Go
she
ahead.
and she put her widow's garments off from her,
So she had a certain
and covered
apparel
her.
that she had. Give me 1 second, M. So she had a certain apparel on that showed that she was in her widowhood, right? Watch this. Read on.
And covered her with a veil,
Uh-huh.
and wrapped herself,
Mm-hmm.
and sat in an open place which is by the way to Timnah.
So she covered herself with a veil so you didn't know who she was, and wrapped herself and sat in an open place. Read on. What is the significance of how she dressed now in comparison to her widowhood? Go ahead.
For she saw that Shelah was grown,
Hmm.
and she was not given unto him to wife.
Read verse 15 now.
Verse 15. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot.
He did what?
He thought her to be an harlot.
What is this saying? Biblically speaking, there's a certain way that you would carry yourself or dress, or even the locations that you frequent that show what type of person that people would believe your representation to be. She's in an open place, covered up, face covered up, don't know who the hell she is. He said Judah thought she was a, excuse my French, he thought she was a hoe. Read it again.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot
Why?
because she had covered her face.
Because of the way she dressed. You understand? So just to ease point, I've been meditating on it. Women, it's not going, like he said, it's not going to completely take it away, but the way you dress, the areas you frequent, and the reason I'm talking about the areas, because we was talking about the club, I believe yesterday or last night. If you're frequenting the clubs, what type of men do you think you're going to grab? Are you going to grab husbands? Are you going to grab fathers? Or are you going to grab baby daddies, or the people that's going to pretty much urge you to put your children to death? I don't know. I don't think you're going to find what you're looking for, the positive response in the club. Oh, let's change that up. Let's say you're the 10th friend of a circle full of 9 hoes, and they dress a certain way, and the men look at you and say, I wonder if she's a respectable person. No, she's the 10th sister in a circle full of hoes. I don't think she's righteous either. So
Hey, G, they grew up listening to
yes,
Usher.
sir.
Thinking they could find love in the club and stuff.
They've been listening to too much Usher, too much Usher, too much Melvin. I don't know, but so just to bring it back full circle, you can tell what somebody is by the way they dress and the areas that they frequent. So Lord's willing, if we turn back to how our women went dressed, modest, changed who they frequented, being around righteous, you should be able to deter some of the things that may come your way, which is those who may not give a damn if you have a baby, those who don't care if they have seed or not. Those are the things that we should be focusing on. At least our women should start focusing on the way they dress and the way they who they hang around. All right, that's all I had. I'm your mic.
Hey, we're gonna move on. We got a few new people on stage. We have Jazz. Let me double back to you, Sister Jazz. You able to come off your mic real quick? Sister T double M, come up on stage, sis. You got some opinions. I think you can add to the conversation. Don't be shy, sis. Don't be a keyboard warrior either. You know, a lot of our people, you know, they got strong thumbs. But when it comes time to express their points and their views uh, conversationally, that's something that we as a people don't typically like to do, right? So come up on stage, sis, if you
Hey, and also another thing I hear here, another thing I also hear too from sisters oftentimes is you're being judgmental. We hear that also a lot. Or you're being judgmental. And I'm pretty sure any sister in here who has children or will in the future have children, if you come across let's say you have a young boy, I use this example all the time, and it tends to be effective. You have a young son, and let's say your young son brings home a young boy that's real cool, real respectable, real kind and respectful, greets you, helps you bring in the groceries in the house and all of that. The young man, well spoken, all of that, right? And he gives you no problems, hangs out, spends time with your son. You come to find out that certain areas, you find infested with drugs and these people all killed over and high as a kite. Come to find out that same young man that's befriended your son is the one providing those drugs to those people that you see high and lit up and all that stuff. My question to you as a mother or father is, would you continue to allow your son to spend time that God is? Would you allow your son to continue hanging out with that young boy that's out there selling those drugs, regardless of how responsible or how kind and respectable he is? And I'm pretty sure 9 times out of 10, because some people on here are stupid as hell, they'll say yes, but 9 times out of 10, the answer will be no. Even though he's respectable and kind and treats your son well and is respectful to you and kind and everything, but he's still out here hustling and got ops and all that stuff, you're gonna say no because you don't want your son around that kind of environment or that type of situation. It's just being judgmental. That's you being judgmental. And so when it comes to, you know, bad what's the word for bad influences or being around the wrong people, it goes right back to being around a bunch of hoes. It's the same situation, the same way. You are the company you keep. If you're hanging around, if you're saying, I got a friend, maybe she's a hoe, and then you got 5 whole friends, that make you number 6. I'm just telling you right now, men don't discriminate. If we see 5 hoes and one of y'all hanging out with them, one of y'all isn't a hoe, by default, you're number 6. So I'm just letting you know that that's one of the things that we gotta also step away from. That you can't judge stuff. If you judge when it comes to your child, you will judge. When it comes to your close family, your sister or your brother, if the same scenario revolves around your sister or your brother or someone close that you love, you're gonna be judgmental because you care for the safety and care of that particular loved one. And the same thing should go for us as a people. Just making it clear. Get real quick Proverbs 1 and 20, Proverbs 1 and 10. This is for the abortion. You'll give a Proverbs 1, no, Proverbs 231, and then 1 and 10. And I'll land there. Proverbs 1 and 10.
Yes, sir. The book of Proverbs, chapter 1 and verse 10. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not.
Right. And sinners goes back to the influence around us today. That goes to the whole feminist movement. That goes to the politics of Kamala. That goes to TV, media, movies. If sinners entice. Entice means to allure. It means what's the word I'm looking for? The word you use now is riz. That's what enticing is. And you got riz, you got charisma. When you have game, you roll smooth, smooth tongued and so forth. That goes back to entice. Read again.
My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not.
My son also translates to daughter too. My son or daughter, when sinners entice thee, it says, do not consent. They should not have your consent. Now get 331, the same book, 331.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse 31. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
That's what the Bible says to do. It says, envy thou not the oppressor, because the oppressor is the one that pushes this influence among us, upon us, I should say, upon us. The my body, my choice thing, the whole don't judge. That's not in the Bible, by the way. That's Tupac. Tupac is gone. That's something that he made up. That's not in the Bible. There's a book in the Bible called Judges. People got judged by men all the time. People get judged all the time. If you go too fast in the speed limit and the cops pull your ass over, you're getting judged with a ticket. If you don't pay your damn rent, you lose your house. That's a judgment. If you don't pay your mortgage, you lose your home. That's a ticket. If you don't pay your water bill, they put a lien in your house. If you don't pay your car note, you lose the car. If you don't pay a speeding ticket, your car gets towed. These are judgments. Man judges all the time. But man don't take care of his kids, you drag his ass to the judge. You drag him right to court. That's judging. That's judging. No one wants to. No one. If everyone says, "Oh, only God can judge," but then when a nigga don't want to take care of his kids, you drag his ass in front of a man that judges. You don't drag him in front of God. Hey, I'm gonna call God on you. And you don't do that. Y'all run right to the white man. White man, here your papers, nigga. Serve your papers. Then the nigga got to pay child support. If he don't pay child support, he can't. He loses his license. He can't get up. He loses his passport. He can't get it. He can't go to work. His hat is garnished. His check is garnished. That's judgment. So I mean, I don't understand where that terminology comes from. That only God can judge stuff is the term of convenience. So it's not. It's all nonsense. But I'll land there. You go ahead.
Hey, maybe, just maybe, they're whores with a heart of gold and are just working their way through college, like Diamond.
Yeah, maybe I heard
Get
heard
the
that
hell
same
out of
story
here.
in play. That play. It's like a Players Club movie. Go to be a hoe to pay for college. It's just that I heard from niggas that sold drugs. Yeah, I'm gonna sell some drugs for a while, get on my feet, and I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna turn my life around. And never, most of the time they don't.
Right, the thug with a heart of gold, the stripper with a heart of gold. It's all the same BS, man. All right, we're going to reset the room, man. Make sure to hashtag Biblical Smoke on all social media platforms. Also, reach out to us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com to find a local school near you. Ask your questions, get the steady topic, and submit topics you want to hear us cover here on the platform. While you're here, man, we got a good topic. Make sure you follow the moderators here on stage. We got the Mighty A1 and the Mighty E. We got Barnabas, we got Yosef, Shonuff, Dallas, Gabriel, Judgment, TJ King, Harry God, man. We got the whole squad here tonight, man. Tonight's topic: abortion. Whose fault is it? All right, we want to hear from the sisters. Sister, I think Shaddai, you had a couple of good points in the chats. I think you said you didn't want to come up because you didn't want us to check you, but there were some things you said when we was having the conversation with the earlier sister that we agree with. Well, I think you said that something to the effect of, let's be honest, sisters, we do have the choice, to, open our legs and have the baby and then kill it. Like, there were some things that you said that were valid, you know what I'm saying? So, come on stage, sis. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear your piece on the topic. D, you come up on stage too. You said you at work. If you can type and, use strong thumbs, if you got that much time at work to type like that, you can jump on stage for a couple minutes, sis. Come up on stage. All right, we're going to move on. Next, let's see if we can go to, I don't know how to say your name, sis. Mahilani. How you say your name, sis? Mahealani. Did I spell that right? Sis, can you hear me? I don't know how to say her name. Going once, going twice. All right. Lady Indigo. Lady Indigo, what's your thoughts on the topic? Can you hear me? If you're trying to talk, your mic is muted. It's that little button on your PTR with the slash in the middle of it. You come off of that and you can speak. Lady Indigo going once. Lady Indigo going twice. Jasmine. Jasmine going once. Jasmine going twice. What's up, sisters, man? Y'all don't want to talk. Surely, this topic will be something that I would think the sisters will have something to say about. I mean, what's going on? It sounds like the men are more passionate about a topic that pertains to women. Huh. Who would have thought? All right, let me go to some other people. We got Niara, we got April. I'm gonna get you, April. Uh, oh, hold on, Lady Indigo, you just came back on stage. Can you hear me?
Bro, I think that lady playing games, bro. I've seen that before.
What?
You gotta
I
turn
might
her
be
mic
wrong.
off. Turn your mic on, lady. Your mic is on. So you're talking when mic is on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Shalom. Most High Christ bless.
All right.
Family. I was trying to get off from mute. My
All
apologies.
right. All right.
All right,
Um,
what's your thoughts on the topic?
my thoughts are quite different from the young lady Tara who was speaking. I um I feel that it's the woman's fault. The woman has all the control. Um when I was a young girl, I was 15 years old when I got pregnant the first time. And I was just scared of my mom knowing that I was pregnant because I grew up having a mom that told me and my sister, if you all get pregnant, I'm going to beat the baby out of you. And that was the extent
Damn.
of what she taught us about birth control or just sex, period. So
So
once
he
I
was going
found,
he was going to give you a homemade abortion. Damn.
yeah, yeah. But, and so she found out I was pregnant because she took me to get birth control pills, and they had to do a pregnancy test before they can issue me out the pills. And when they did the test, they found out I was pregnant and told her. And of course, I was lying, like, nah, I'm not even having sex. It couldn't be right, but it was a blood test. So she instantly, like, she said, you're getting an abortion. And she stormed out the doctor's office, and I followed after her. And in my young mind, I didn't know what an abortion was, but I just felt a sense of relief because she wasn't beating me. That was my fear. And we got in a vehicle, and she dropped me off over my sister's house, and she left, and I was over there for the weekend. When I did return home, she took me to abortion clinic. And once I got in the back room with the woman who worked there, she was talking to me about the abortion, and I just was going along with it. I didn't know what the whole procedure was. And then I recall her telling me that I had to write on the sheet of paper that I am on my own will having this abortion. And I told her, well, the only reason I'm having it is because my mom said I have to have it. And she said, well, we can't give you the abortion if you don't write this statement out and sign it. And I told her, well, I'm not doing it because it's my will, my mom making me do it. So she went and got my mom. My mom came back there. She was telling me to write the statement and signed it. And I was being defiant and like, no, I'm not. This is what you wanted me to do. And she said, if you don't write the statement and sign it, I'm going to leave you right here and you can't come back home with me. And I chose not to do it. And she left. And the woman was looking at me and she was telling me that she would have to call the police because she don't know what to do in this situation. And I told her, let me call my boyfriend, which was the child's father. And at that time, he was on house arrest. And I told him that my mom had left me at the abortion clinic. And he told me, don't worry about it. He'll send a cab for me to pick me up. That's what he did. I went to his house, and the plan was to just live with him. And when I stayed with him maybe a couple weeks, I realized, like, yeah, I can't live with him. It was a lot going on in his house. His family were drug addicts, and he was a drug dealer, and it was prostitution. There was a lot going on in that house that
Damn.
I recognized when I was just living there every day, all day, because I stopped going to school. So eventually, I called my mom. She came and picked me up. She let me stay that night, and the next morning she woke me up and she told me again that if you don't have an abortion, you can't live with me. So I went along with her and I got the abortion. And I had told my boyfriend at the time that I had lost the baby because when I was living with him, he was very excited about becoming a father. And I was telling him that my mom was trying to have me have an abortion. He didn't know what it was either. He asked his aunties and they told him, and he was real upset about it. So we eventually got back together. So I lied to him and told him I lost the baby instead of letting him know that I went along with the abortion. And anyway, thereafter, I can honestly say that I used abortion as a form of birth control because after that happened, I was less scared or concerned about being pregnant because it seemed like it was just easy just to go to that clinic and get an abortion. And I got
Damn.
pregnant again. Um, he had went to jail, and I was like, I can't take care of baby by myself, and I had an abortion at that time. And yeah, when he got out, we got back together, and we had a child, and we eventually got married. But then shortly after that, I had an accident that put me in a hospital for a couple months. I was in a wheelchair when I got out. I was very depressed. I was suicidal. And I got pregnant again quickly after getting out of the hospital. And I was like, I can't have a baby. I got to get an abortion. And he asked me, like, are you sure? And I was like, yes, because at that time I didn't even want to live myself. So I definitely didn't want to bring a child into the world. So he went along with it because that's what I wanted to do. And after that, we had several other children, and we have a total of 6 daughters. And honestly speaking, after the third child of praying for a boy, because our first child was a daughter, and after that we always wanted a son thereafter. But I've always had daughters, and at a time I thought that I was cursed because of the abortions that I had before. And it started getting really sad for me after each pregnancy. People, even women in particular, when I tell them I got 4 daughters, I got 3 daughters, 5 daughters, they first respond from a woman, an ignorant Black woman, is that I feel sorry for you.
Yep. Yep.
And when you keep hearing that so long, and you got this regret also of the abortions you've had in the past, I really felt like God was cursing me and punishing he and I for making the choices to kill our babies that we had before. And with the last daughter that I have. At that time, me and him had a rocky marriage, and we was always off and on, off and on. For we was together maybe 27 years, and the last child we had, we were broken up prior to her conception for like 3 years, and that was the longest time we were broken up. And during that time, I had established myself where I had got into real estate and got some properties. And then I was headed towards law school, and I was about to, I had studied for my LSAT, and I was preparing to take it and to enter a accelerated summer law program. And we wind up getting back together. And I told him, I said, I don't want to have any more children. This is what I'm doing right now. And it's like I instantly got pregnant, and I got sick, and that was, I didn't even tell him that I was sick. I just made a doctor appointment, and when I went there, they told me I was pregnant. And I remember leaving out the doctor's office, and it was a public phone in the waiting area, and I went straight to it. But then I I had to put it down, and I thought about it, because ever since those abortions at 15 years old is one of the is the only regret I could say that I have in my life. I've never gotten over it. It's it, it still hurts me to this day. So I knew, I put the phone down, and then I said, I'm just gonna have to have the baby. And I let go of my dreams of going to law school, and I let them know I was pregnant, and we was hoping it was a boy again. It was a girl. And as I speak now, I know I'm in the truth. And this baby girl of mine, who I was considering murdering as I did my other children, she's the first child that came into the truth with me. And her older sisters was trying to get her away from me, because a few of them have turned their backs on me, and they was trying to get her, but never once did she leave my side. And from the first time I started going to Sabbath class, she's always been there with me. And I see what a blessing it was for me to be able to make that decision, because she has a close relationship with her sister that's over her. And now that daughter of mine is with both of us in the truth. And I just feel like it was such a blessing for me to be able to make the decision, to realize how important it was to save my children's lives and not be a murderer like my mom instilled within me. So I put all the blame on the woman, because it was a woman who planted that evil seed within me that had me start murdering my children.
Hey,
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, sis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Uh, you came up in a single parent home. Just your mom? It wasn't your dad that wasn't around?
No, my dad was there, but my mom
Hmm.
was the head of the household, and
Damn.
they did a lot of breaking up and getting back together again.
Yeah.
But my dad
So
was there
she.
physically and monetarily, but other than that,
but not decision wise, basically.
oh no, not
Right.
at all.
And that's what we saying. That's all we saying. Like and you confirmed it, and thank you for that, sis. And I know that was hard for you to do. I think many of us could hear the pain in your voice when you were explaining that. Um,
You're welcome, sir.
but you know, that confirms it. Like even the doctor couldn't force you to do it. Like your mother couldn't force you to do it. You had to make the decision. You know, so that kind of goes back to the point that the decision is on the woman who would have the abortion. And the fact that your mother couldn't even sign for it proves that. You know, now what she did ultimately was really bully you into making a decision that you didn't want to make, and ultimately that led to you becoming desensitized to that situation. Um, you know, watch this. Read Psalms 51. You know, because that's what's needed. Again, you know, that type of sincere sincerity for those things. And God wants that from his people for this to stop. Start at verse 10.
Yes, sir. The book of Psalms, chapter 51 and verse 10. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me.
Right, because we need for the Lord to create a clean heart in us and for a proper right spirit in us, because we don't know what the hell we're doing. We were raised by evil black women and a lot of evil black men, and a lot of the things that we did coming up were not right in the sight of the Lord. So we need God to create a right spirit in us. Keep reading.
Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me.
Come on.
Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation,
Read.
and uphold me with thy free spirit.
Read.
Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee.
So once we repent and get our spirit right, then we can be an example to other people. This is I would want to say the second or third sister that expressed or what she went through as far as abortion, and made it plain, and made herself vulnerable for other sisters so that they can teach other sisters that may have gone through that, or sisters that may be thinking these things, to not go through with it, because that's a burden you're going to carry the rest of your life. That's something you're going to carry till Christ comes, right? Keep reading.
Deliver me from blood guiltiness,
Right,
O God.
because a lot of us got blood on our hands. That's what we asking the Lord, to deliver us from blood guiltiness. We guilty of blood. We guilty of murder. We guilty of death and destruction in our own community, to our own people. Read.
Thou God of my salvation,
Come on.
and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness.
Read.
O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise.
Come on.
For thou desirest not sacrifice,
Read.
else would I give it.
Come on.
Thou delightest not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit,
The
a
sacrifice
broken.
the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. The fact that you genuinely feel terrible for the deeds you've done that were contrary to what God said you should do. That's what God's looking for in his people. He's not looking for the sister or the brother that's going to justify their evil. He's not looking for the person that's going to make excuses for why they did something, or blame people for choices that they themselves made. The Lord is looking for the person that is going to be responsible and accountable for their actions. That's why it says the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, someone who is genuinely sorry for the evil that they have done. Read.
A broken and a contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise.
God doesn't despise that thing. Those are the type of people that God will forgive and wipe their slates clean. So I commend the sister, for again being vulnerable like that. And
Hey, Young.
breaking.
Hey, it's crazy what you said earlier. You was joking about, you was being like, you was making a joke about the men dragging the women to the abortion clinics and this, you know. But it's crazy for a woman to drive another woman, literally. That what you was making a joke, but actually women are doing it. Was actually doing it. That's crazy. Hearing this, and
Yeah.
and and, and no one. And listen, everybody knows this is going on, but the only ones who's bringing it to the attention is the prophets, God, the Israelites. The Christian church ain't doing this. The Christian church ain't trying to heal the community. All they asking is for money, 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 money. And this is why
Sweeping it
we're in the
under the rug.
conditions that we're in. This is why we're in the conditions that we're in. You know, hey sis, your mother, is she a Christian?
Yes, yes,
Wow. Wow. You can't make this stuff up, King.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Hey, so so that's two of the three in the topic. The damn church and the black woman. And they complicit, they together in it. Killing bruh. Go ahead, King, bro. That just took it a whole nother level,
That
bro.
was just crazy what you said earlier, and then to hear that her mama literally dragged her to the abortion clinic. I was just thinking about that. That's all. That's just crazy. And also, it was proven that we were telling the truth earlier. How she said she lied to the brother. The brother didn't even know that the baby was aborted.
And he wanted the baby.
Yeah. So this proved the other sister our point. You understand? Like this is happening all over, and it got to stop. It got to stop. You women got to take accountability. Stop lying with these horrible men. You know, the drug dealers. You know, these simps. You know, stop laying with these men. You know, you're one who's being left with the decisions. He's gone. You know, I mean, with my
Yeah, and we're not saying that it's not some men that take their woman and have an abortion. We not simple. We know that, but the
yeah,
over
they was raised by the woman. The
right,
one who do that was raised by the woman, so it's
the,
still a woman fault.
but the over but the overwhelming majority of women that are having abortions are making these decisions on their own, and to deny that is to simply deny accountability. Our sisters want all of the responsibility. They want all of the power and the choice without the burden of responsibility. And that's it's a quote. I can't remember who said it. That today women want the power of a man, the accountability of a child, and the privilege of a woman, all wrapped into one. You know what I'm saying? So you want the privileges of chivalry and provision and protection that a woman gets, but you want the power of making the choices that men have, but you want the accountability of children because no one's blaming children for why things are messed up and why things are going wrong and things. And that's crazy. That's crazy. That doesn't even make sense. But when you say these things out loud and you put it under a microscope, that's what a lot of modern women want. That's why they can with a straight face say, "Oh yeah, nah, we decide to open our legs to the men, and yeah, it's our choice to go and kill the baby, but it's not our fault." That's dumb as hell. That's dumb as hell. When you say
It's
that out
everybody's
loud,
fault.
right? It's everybody's fault.
What the hell is this?
Excuse me, sir. Can I say one more thing before I get
Oh
my
yeah.
plane?
Yes, yes, go ahead. And then we're gonna move on to I think it's Sade. I think I said that right.
I just like to mention that when I brought my daughters up, I always spoke with them about the children that I aborted, and they heard my story and they wiped away my tears. And I always told them that I didn't want them to go through the same pain that I've been going through throughout my life. And I have a grandson, and when my second daughter got pregnant with him, she told me that she had initially, she probably, I think she was maybe 7 months pregnant, but when she told me, and I was questioning her why it took her so long, and she told me that initially when she got pregnant, she had thought about aborting the baby, and she said the only reason why she didn't is because of the stories that I told her and her watching me endure the pain of what I went through. So I
hey
feel
sis,
so blessed that I
Wow.
shared that with my daughters because I finally got the boy that I always wanted.
hey sis,
So
that's what I be telling. Like a lot of women don't do that. A lot of women don't say like what they really was doing, what they really was, and don't be like I was. Be better than I was. I don't know if they, I don't know, if they want to say face to the kids. I don't know why they don't do it, but they need to tell their kids, look, this is what I did, it was wrong. You know, it was the worst decision I ever made, and I did these things, and it caused me to live this type of life. I could have a better lifestyle, could have been better, you know, whatever the case may be. If it was wrong, we need to, you know, let our kids know, like, look, don't go down that road. I've been on that road, you know, and this is the things that it can cause, you know. But a lot of women don't do that. A lot of women do not tell their kids the truth, you know, because they the only ones who be in the house with their kids, you know. So that's
Yeah.
it's a sad thing, you know. But you know we can turn this thing around, you know, with God's laws, you know that's all we saying. That's all we saying here. We you know we're not against you know our people. I know our sisters don't want to hear it. I know it suck what we're saying, but it's the truth. It's the truth. You know, it's a hard pill to swallow, but you need to go ahead and swallow it. You know, and take it. Take the medicine and change.
Hey,
Hey, King.
Oh,
go
praise.
ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, when you think about it, a lot of our parents, that's the reason why we go through a lot of turmoil as young adolescents, youth, teenagers, young adults. We go through a lot because when you really look, everybody on the stage, when you really look at your parents, you really don't know your parents. You don't know the whore that your mother really was. You don't know the whoremonger that your daddy really was. You don't know whether they was raped or molested. They keep all of those stories, all of that stuff compact, and they deal with those traumas, and then you go grow up in life, and then they try to shelter you from it by, oh well, I'm not gonna let you stay the night. Well, why I can't stay the night over nobody house? It's because they was molested and they trying to protect you from it, but they ain't speaking out on it so that you could order your steps accordingly, and they ain't funneling their lifestyle through the Bible. So a lot of our regrets comes from our parents and their parents and their parents, so on and so forth, of what they experience and that lifestyle that they trying to hide and shelter their kids from. And we end up making the same damn mistakes over and over again each generation because we want to save face. So that goes back to the point you said. I read my mic.
Hey, Judge, I just want to get one scripture, just on what y'all was saying. Get that Titus 2 real quick. Titus 2 and I believe it's verse 4. To
Yes,
the
sir.
sister's point, a lot of people, a lot of women are not teaching their daughters how to love their husbands and how to love their children. You understand? Reason being is because how do you love your children? You bring them forth in this world. You nurture them. You're not like the ostrich who kill their eggs or neglect their eggs, whatever the case may be. Even a beast, as I believe it was King brought out earlier, knows how to draw out the breast and give suck. So that needs to be brought back to the community. How to love your children. All right, go ahead and read that.
Book of Titus, chapter 2 and verse 4.
And to the person that
That
says
they,
abortion, Shaddai, you should come up on stage. Well, you're all already up on
Oh,
stage. We're gonna address that. Abortion not always a bad thing. Sometimes we're gonna address that. Read that.
that they may teach the young women to be sober,
hmm
to love their husbands,
hmm
to love their children.
How that's what's lacking in the black woman right now. Their mothers are not showing them how to love their own children when they have it. They're not. That's why it's so easy for them to have no morality, to kill their children, to even put that statement right there, sis, should I or should they. That statement alone is showing how our mothers, have not shown us how to love our children when we do have them. And then how to respect and reverence husbands when they do get that. That's why I believe it was a saying. I could be misquoting it. Somebody can help me out. It says men are taught from their youth what to expect from a woman, but not how to treat a woman or something like
yeah,
that.
it's men are taught from their youth how to treat a woman, but
But
not what
not.
to expect from a woman.
Yes,
Women are
there you
taught
go.
how, women are taught from their youth what to expect from a man, but not how to treat a man.
That's what we need to change right there. And it's not just with the husband and what to expect from a husband and what to expect from a wife, but also how to raise children and how to love children. That needs to be brought back into the morale of the black woman. You understand? To where the child's life is not put on a balance and weighed lacking. A child's life is an adult life in the future. You understand? How can you be taken care of if you're not investing into that next generation? That's lacking from the black community. Read that scripture one more time, bro.
That they may teach the young women to be sober,
Start at verse
to
3.
love.
Start at verse 3. I wasn't looking at it at the time. Read that.
I understood. Verse 3. The aged woman likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness.
Holiness encompasses and how to treat your husband and how to love your children. Being sober. That's holiness encompasses all of that. Read.
Not false accusers,
Not lying, saying who to pushing the blame on anybody else outside of themselves. Taking accountability. It's the man's fault. No, it's your fault in regards to why you killed those children. Not false accusers. Come on.
not given to much wine,
Go ahead.
teachers of good
And
things.
I know. Ob said he came from a public school, but most of us came from public schools. Most of us don't know what the semicolon is. Everything after that semicolon is going to give further clarence on what he means by teachers of good things. What should we be teachers, the women be teachers of? Read on.
That they may teach the young women to be sober.
They should be teaching younger women how to be sober. The sister says she has like 6 daughters. The Lord gave you 6 daughters to be able to teach them what not to do, how to be sober, have a clear mind. Go ahead.
To love their husbands.
Now you could teach those 6 daughters. Well, you said there's some that stray that didn't come into the faith, but to those who have followed you on the faith, now you're teaching them how to love their own husbands. Now that you have a husband in the gospel, you understand? Go ahead.
To love their children.
Now you can teach them how to love their children. Why? Because previously, at least you're honest about it, but other sisters, they would have took that. Excuse me, I was about to say something. They would have took that stuff to the grave that they killed their children. They wouldn't have told nobody, like Judgment said. They wouldn't have told their children. They would have been almighty, invulnerable. They would have had no issues. Everything's peachy. They would have had no hard decisions in their life. You understand? Being able to raise a child when you're not financially able because you made bad decisions is a hard decision. Albeit the same way you made that decision to open your legs is the same way you should have that decision to keep your children alive. You understand? But our children don't know that. So that's something that you can now teach your children, the value of human life when you decide to have sex. Go ahead.
Verse 5. To be discreet, chaste, keepers at home,
Uh-huh.
good, obedient to their own husbands,
Go ahead.
that the word of God be not blasphemed.
The aged women these days ain't teaching them. They trying to be friends with their children. They trying to be friends with the younger women. They damn near in the club with them, sitting next to them, popping drinks, trying to get the same aged men that the younger women are getting, trying to attract the same level of men that the younger women are getting. They're not teaching these children that. So all praise to the Father that we have a new generation of men and women that are waking up to the gospel and saying, you know what, I need to be that example to my children that my parents weren't to me. Especially, they couldn't be a parent to me if I damn near aborted them, or my parents would have aborted me. You understand? That's the oxymoron that people don't understand. All right, that's all I got. I mute my mic.
All right. We gonna move on to, I want to say Sade, or is it Shaddai? How you say your name, sis? Sister Tori, come up on stage, sis, because you just said something just now.
It's Sade.
Hey, what's going on, sis? So, what's your thoughts on the topic? Whose fault? The men,
Huh?
women, abortion. Whose fault? The men, the women, or the church?
I think like when it comes down to like laying down with each other, I think that's a mutual thing. But as for like the abortion, I think that's our choice. Because even with rape, they still like ask us like if we want to keep the baby or kill it. Most people will kill it, but again, they still give us that choice. And also, the reason why I say abortion is not always a bad thing is because, like I said, some women die from childbirth and they need that abortion to stay alive. And I know somebody in the comments said it don't happen all the time like that. And that's because like women have abortions, so you don't really probably see like women dying from having childbirth because they they get that medical procedure. But that's all I'm saying. I think it's our choice to get that because it's our body. But that's it.
The abortion when it comes to the child endangering the mother's life is usually the choice. The mother chooses either herself or the father chooses the mother or the child. That's very rare case and a very extreme case. So I mean, that's true. It does, of course, does alleviate that, but that's in the very extreme and rare cases that the choice is made between the mother or the child. But that choice in terms of the mother of the child, if the father's around, then that child that option falls on him, the husband, primarily as well. So there's a lot of times that situation happens, and women are first time mothers. They get this thing called preeclampsia. My wife had that preeclampsia where really high blood pressure, and her life was endangered. If it wasn't caught immediately, then it would have been that choice for me. If it wasn't caught right away. But most mothers or most parents, they usually choose the child's life because there always is an expression: the parent shouldn't bury the child's supposed to bury the parent. So a lot of times, what I've understood is that they'll choose the. Sometimes it varies, but that situation, that case itself is based upon life or death choice. In terms of that situation with abortion, that's life or death. That's not really like a league. Because the abortion nowadays is based upon irresponsibility. That situation there is a dire, it's a choice, life or death. That's a different situation. The rape is like less than 1%. Is what 0.4. Incest is even less than that. I think it's 0.2. So, yeah, that's a very rare case, and that's a life or death situation, regardless of whether the parent lives or the child lives. So that's not really an abortion per se. Abortion is when you pretty much stop a child from coming into the world. That won't really fall into the line of abortion. Also, what was I gonna say? Oh, women tend to die from abortions because oftentimes when the doctor goes in there, if the doctor's not really well at what they do, and they take that child out the woman's body piece by piece, sometimes they'll leave pieces of the baby in the mother, and then those pieces within the baby of the mother, they become infectious, and the woman dies from the abortion after because they did not remove all the pieces of the baby that they killed. So a leg or a hand or an arm is left inside of her body, and it begins. I guess it doesn't belong in there. It's a corpse basically in her womb, and so she gets sick and infectious, and she dies. That's what it. So most of the time, abortions don't really help women. A lot of times, if they're done wrongfully, it kills them. So that's another example that people don't consider as well. But in terms of the situation, again, with a life or death situation where the mother or the child dies, that's not necessarily an abortion. That's just pretty much choosing one life over the other in terms of, life or death situation. That's totally different. So, well, in there.
Hey, real quick on that. 3%. What you was talking about. 3% of the woman's life being in danger. So in that scenario, it's only 3%. I mean, my
Point
mic.
three. Point three.
23.
Yeah,
I'm looking at
point
it right
three.
now too.
Yeah, possibly even less than 1%. Yeah, that's a very extreme case. And again, and I'm not faulting Sade at all, but a lot of times through TV and media, the most minor and minute cases, less than 1% cases, are pushed in the forefront. That was the whole premise of Kamala Harris's campaign. The rape thing, the incest, all the rape. Oh, women get raped. Oh, the rape. and she's going to all the black colleges. Apparently, only black women get raped. So she went to all the black HBC, all the HBCUs, talking about rape and incest and rape and child care and rape. She didn't go to Harvard talking about rape. She didn't go to Duke or Cambridge or Yale or any of those white colleges. She went all to the black ones because apparently only black women get raped. So I don't know. Maybe it's some. I don't know. I don't know what you got facts from. I don't know. But again, these are all very very small cases. You know, and what I find the most ironic about this whole thing is that if you notice something that evil is very repetitive. And what I mean is this: when you examine the argument behind getting an abortion, they always take the most minor cases and make it bigger than what it is, right? Listen to me carefully. They'll take rape, incest, the mother, um, being in danger if she gives birth to the child. These are like rarities. These are like very, very rare and extreme situations, right? That are like less than 1%, if even less than 1%, half a percent, right? Then when you flip it to the other side of the spectrum, you'll have people who like homosexuals or like who will say, "Oh well, what if the person is born a woman is born with a penis, or a man is born with a vagina. See, there's more than one. There's more than two genders." And it's like, yeah, but that's an abnormality. That's a very, very rare case where a person is born with an extra extremity, and you can determine which extremity belongs because when they look in the inside of the child and they see ovaries or a uterus, or they see testes and a prostate, then you know what the child's gender is because no one has ever been born with a prostate and a uterus. No one has ever been born with testes and ovaries. You don't get both. You only get one pair, one set of each. So the determining factor is the reproductive organs. So one obviously doesn't belong. It's an abnormality. It's like a person being born with one arm, or a person being born with 11 toes or 11 fingers. I know a girl that had 11 fingers. That's an abnormality. I know some people are born with 11 fingers, 11 toes, or 9 toes, 9 fingers. These are rare abnormalities, hormonal or abnormalities. So these things are pushed to the forefront to make it seem as if like there's more than one gender to push an evil agenda. And so that's why I noticed that when it comes to evil, they'll take the most minor things and make it bigger, like broaden it to make it bigger than what it really is. When it really isn't that serious. That's what they do. All right,
Right. They'll sensationalize the exception and make it the rule. When in reality, the rule is people.
exactly.
Right. So we're not saying that, and I'm gonna read the statistics again. I'm gonna read them again because those was valid points. As far as abortions, 0.04% are rape and incest. So less than a point there. Risk to women's life or a major bodily function, 0.0%. So again, that's less than rape. 2.2% other physical health concerns, 1.2% abnormalities in the unborn baby, 95.9 elective and unspecific reasons, meaning whoredom. So we're not saying to Sister Sade, I think you said even though it's the minor, it still happens. Yeah, we agree. It does still happen, but it would be like me. Um, I don't know. That's just it happens, but you can't use the what's the word I'm looking for?
Exception.
The exception to justify uh, the rule. The rule is the rule. The reality is most abortions are just murder because I don't want to be responsible. That's it. So
Right.
to you got to acknowledge that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to try to respond to what I'm hearing in the comments. I won't say the name of the person that's making the comments, but the comment was made: sex isn't the issue. The lack of sex education is. I want to make it very clear that when I was younger, my mother gave me that education as well. Um, and just to be very, very honest, that education is not education at all. Well, the only education in regards to sex that should be had with a child and a parent is when is when the mother teaches the daughter how to be a wife, and what takes place in the midst of how to please a husband. That's when sex education matters. Sex education is a fancy word for teaching children how to have sex how to have sex safely yet irresponsibly. It's basically safe, irresponsible sex. That's what sex education really pretty much translates to. That's the school term that's given. But basically, having irresponsible sex, but having it safely is okay. That's what sex education translates to. And there's no such thing as safe sex at all, because condoms break. Um, Diseases can spread without, especially, I mean, regardless. One, but the safest thing to do, honestly, is to not have sex at all until you are in a relationship with a person that you plan on being with the rest of your life. Sex education simply promotes promiscuity amongst both men and women. It didn't teach me a thing at all. It only encouraged me to go out there and get more hoes and do it safely. That's all it does. It just it encourages you to get more penises and do it safely. Get ran through and do it safely. That's what sex education really translates to. Sex is definitely the issue if it's being done outside of marriage. Every When you examine dating, dating itself is a very, very new thing. Dating itself started in the early 19th century by Europeans, um, and we adopted it, and it has not benefited us in the slightest. When you examine slavery, when our people, there's a book written by a man named Lerone Bennett Jr. It's called Before the Mayflower. And when black people were in the fields and we were considered animals and were not allowed to read or write, promiscuity was at an all-time low. You rarely saw black men making babies everywhere, because there were plenty of women in the plantation, plenty of them. But black men had enough sense, and women had enough sense to know the men they sleep with, even when they couldn't read or write and were treated like cattle, they had enough sense to know this man I have sex with is my husband, and vice versa. So common sense was a lot stronger with us when we was in chains and on the field than it is with education and degrees and freedom and integration. So when I hear the term sex education is the education on how to have sex safely and irresponsible safe sex. That's basically what it translates to, and that has to be stopped. What the only education that should be had is charm school. It should bring back charm school. They should bring back home ec. When I was in school, we had home ec. We had like cooking classes. We had business classes on how to use a credit card. But I was a nigga, so I was cutting school. I was doing dumb nigga shit. But when I was supposed to be in school, I was cutting class. But when I was in school, they had like home ec. They had business classes. Um, and they used to have, before I was born, they had like charm school. Women how to balance a spoon, how to walk, how to set a table, how to dress, how to greet a man. That should be enforced, not sex education. That
How to
doesn't help
sit
anything.
down and bend
How to
over.
sit down, how to speak, what spoon to use, what fork to use. These are things that should be pushed. We ourselves have programs where we have like ladies in waiting. We have our own charm school. We also have men of valor. So pretty much like a way on how to build up men as well. That's the education that we require in the black and brown community. Passing out condoms, and it doesn't help anything. It just reinforces bad habits. Doesn't fix anything. It never has. It didn't work for me. I was out there doing nigga shit with condoms. So I mean, if a man has sex with a woman and he going crazy in it, and the condom pop and he shoot up the club, you know, accidentally, that's what leads to the very same thing we're having this woman is talking about. Abortion. I don't want a baby right now. The condom pop. I didn't know. And birth control pills as well don't always work. Sometimes women, I know plenty of sisters who've gotten birth control pills and still got pregnant. I've heard stories of women who got their tubes tied and still got pregnant. I've heard stories of women who got their tubes tied and burned and still got pregnant, but the child died. So that safe sex stuff is a myth. You gotta stop saying these things. This goes back to the feminist agenda that destroyed the fabric of the black community. Education and feminism did what slavery could not do. It destroyed black people. I got it, y'all.
Hey,
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 when somebody was about to say something.
nah,
I just
I
have a
was about,
question.
hold
I
on,
just
sis. Hold on, sis. Hey, because in college, I was a sex educator instructor, and we went around giving
Damn.
out condoms. Yeah, we went around giving out condoms and talking about safe sex. But meanwhile, I was taking all of the good condoms, the good magnums, and I had a box of them, and I was using them and turning all the sisters into whores. So that's a myth. We need to be educated. Yeah, sex education is not the way.
A
I'm
dude,
reading my mic.
a guy said that. I guarantee you, boy. Listen, uh, when I was in school, shoot, I wasn't going to buy no damn condoms. I just go to the school and get the condoms. They was giving it to us free. It's like just go, I remember them conversations. Hey man, just go to what you call them. They'll give it to you. That I mean, and they know what we was doing. Like it's crazy.
Hey, hey, yeah. Sis Sade, you said, isn't choosing to have sex after you're married the same as abortion? How so? I want to, maybe you can clarify how that's the same. Sade, you there? Hello. Hello. There you go.
Yeah.
Right. You said, and I'm not getting on you, sis. I just want you to clarify. You said that isn't sex after marriage or in marriage the same as abortion? What you mean by that?
I said sex before marriage.
Oh, sex before marriage. Okay, my fault, my fault. Well, you're not supposed to have sex before marriage.
I thought a sin was a sin. One don't outshine the other.
Nah,
Yes.
sex before marriage is not abortion. Sex before marriage usually leads to abortions. I wouldn't
I
say it
thought a
is
sin was a
abortion.
sin. One don't outshine the other. So
No, well, I'll put it this way. Sex before marriage. Um, how do I put it? It depends. And what I mean by it is this: when you examine the scriptures, marriages were arranged. Marriages were arranged by the both parents. Marriage was established not through sex, but more so by the authority of the father and mother of both the groom and the bride. That's what established a marriage. And then the sex itself, the active sex itself between the two, the bride and the groom, affirmed the agreement between both hers and her spouse's parents and affirmed the agreement. So now, if in instances where there were instances where if that man and that woman who are already promised to be married have sex before the marriage ceremony, then that's sex before marriage in a way. So if that's not sinful per se, if they're already arranged to be married. But if you have sex before marriage with a man that you're not planning on marrying at all, or a woman you're not planning on marrying, then it's a problem, especially if it's not arranged. One of the things I mentioned before, I almost forgot my point. I mentioned before with dating. Dating started in the early 1900s. That's a new thing. Someone said in the comments that we strayed so far from arranged marriages that we're out of whack. That's true, but a lot of things that go out of whack, if people make the necessary changes, you can reverse that damage. It's not impossible. It's all a matter of working back towards it. We got to stop saying, "Oh well, things have changed," and that's just what it is. Because if that be the case, then we should all just be homos, because that's pushing up too. We should all be pedophiles. That's becoming a norm also. So covertly. So when it comes to um sex before marriage, it is sinful if there's no marriage behind it. Um and so give me real quick, give me Hebrews 13:4, and then give me Sirach 7:24 just to confirm it. This is what we have to work towards. That's why I mentioned earlier when I was in school, they had like home ec, they had ceramics class, teach you how to be creative. I love that class. Ceramics, you take like, you mold like a clay and you put it in the oven and you can make things. It expands the mind. When you create things, it helps to expand the mind and expand the intellect. These are things that help you to make better decisions and become better decision makers. Business class, teach you how to write checks, how to open an account. These things, I'm not sure if they're still in school, but they were when I was in them. And I don't think I'm not sure if they're pushed as much anymore as they were when I was in school in like the 90s or whatever. But read that real quick. He was 13 and 4.
Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
So the Bible says that marriage is honorable and all, and the bed undefiled. The bed, how is the bed undefiled? Because you're married. So if the marriage is honorable and the bed is undefiled when you're married, then that means that when you're not married, the bed is what? It's defiled. It's wrong. It's illicit. It's an illicit relationship. And he says whoremongers, meaning whoremakers or lovers, and adulteresses, adulterers, God will judge. Meaning they're going to get judged with what? Unwanted pregnancies, unwanted diseases, unwanted responsibilities called children, and things of that nature put themselves in that situation. So that's what the Bible says, marriage is honorable and all. I get Sirach 7:24 or 23, you know I was.
The book of Sirach, chapter 7 and verse 24. Hast thou daughters? Have care of their body.
So one of the things that is most important as well, there's a main factor in abortion revolving around this conversation is the woman and her body, because that's who gets pregnant. Men don't get pregnant. We can sleep around a bunch of women and we don't reap the main consequence of the actions of getting them pregnant. Unless of course we get dragged to court and pay child support. Then we reap the consequences. But in terms of carrying a child in our womb and going through the bodily changes, the weight gain, the hormonal changes, the labor. We don't have to go through that. So the Bible says the man or the mother, father, mother, have to have a care for the child's body, especially the daughter's body, because at the end of the day, she bears that burden. Read on.
And show not thyself cheerful toward them.
One of the things also is the Bible says not to show yourself cheerful, meaning don't play around with your daughter. And when it says don't show yourself cheerful, that goes into watch what she wears, watch who she's talking to, know who her friends are, know where she's going. Her social media, that shouldn't even be a thing at all. I don't know my daughters don't have that. What she wears, where she goes, how she dresses. You have to have a care for her body. All these things. The doors won't stay closed in my house. The doors are always open. If I want to go in your walk, I'll knock, of course, because you're not undressed. But outside of that, doors stay cracked in the house. So I don't play games with my daughters at all. I don't play that shit whatsoever. Read on. Where we at?
Verse 25. Marry thy daughter.
The Bible
And
says what?
so marry thy daughter.
Marry your daughter. Marry her. That's sex education. Marry your daughter. Go ahead.
And so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
A weighty matter, meaning that because now when you give your daughter over to a particular brother or whatever, it's the parent's job to interrogate, and I mean interrogate. I don't mean converse. I mean interrogate. You all in his business. What do you do? What are your parents? You grew up in a two-parent household, one-parent household. Is your father a crackhead? Is your mama? I want to know all these things, because all these things play a factor in the man that she's with. You want to know, meet her parents. Her parents want to meet you. Her parents should want to meet you. I want to meet them. I want to know if you have any type of diseases, get tested, any kind of hereditary thing going on, anything like that. I have to know everything. And then on top of that, that man must become my best friend, because I'm giving over the responsibility that fell on me. I'm passing it on to him. So I have to know everything about that dude before he even decide to give her over. I gotta love him first. Before she love him, I gotta love him. No Diddy. Before she love him, I gotta love him first. He has to be my son before I even allow him to come near her in that way. Okay, read on. That's just that's sanctification. Read on.
Yes, sir.
but give her to a man of understanding.
But give her to a man of understanding. And to know that means you must have a conversation with him. Meaning, so that's why I said dating is dumb. Dating is not effective. Dating is one of the worst things that have happened. And the sister mentioned earlier I mentioned slavery earlier about during that time, if a man did get the woman pregnant during slavery, the men in that community, in that plantation, they made that nigga marry her. There was shotgun wedding. Now you gonna marry her, bro. That was it. If it did happen that way. So these are things that we're lacking. So when we say things like, oh, well, things are so bad, we can't go back to that. Sure, we can. Sure, we can. We can just say we can maintain a resistance of raising our children to like the opposite gender, which is what mankind's purpose is for. Then we can and not allow them to push that on our kids and fight against it. We can resist against the dating. We can. There's no That's no excuse. Our people, one of the biggest problems of black and brown people is that we are highly adaptive. We adapt to everything. We don't put up no resistance. I mean, it depends. It varies. The hormone thing, for the most part, black folks, we ain't with all of that. We don't like it. We don't like it. White folks try to make us like it. We don't like it. We're like, nah, nigga, that's gay. Everything with us is gay. If it's bad, it's gay. We ain't with all of that. The world tries to make us accept it because most Europeans by nature are homoerotic. They like that gay stuff. And black folks that love them and fall behind them love it too. But for the most part, as a race, whether in Africa or on this side of the world, we ain't with all that gay stuff. Brother be like, why are you gay? You know what I'm saying? Even in Africa, we be like, why are you gay? We don't like that shit. So in terms of that situation is different. But in terms of relationships or whatever, we can make it stand. It's not hard. Give me one more. Give me Psalm 78. I think it's verse 5 or 3. We ain't with all of that. Psalm 78 and verse. Let me look at it. Let me sure that's what I want. I don't have you read a whole bunch of stuff. I want people to talk after I'm done. I'm not gonna hold y'all up because I'm long-winded. Psalm 78. Read verse 3, and we're gonna stop at verse 8. 5 verses. That's it. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The book of Psalms, chapter 78 and verse 3, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children,
The them is the commandments. We will not hide them, the commandments, from our children. Go ahead, read on.
showing to the generation to come the praises of the Lord.
It says showing to the generation to come, meaning what? Because we all say, oh man, the world is so bad, we can't change it. Yes, you can. You start with you. Because if you have children, if those who understand what evil is and learn what evil is and what wickedness is, and learn how to change and go the opposite direction of what the influence of what social media says to do, if you and your wife have a bunch of children and so forth, and you raise all those kids to the best of your ability to go against the social norms that are detrimental to the black and brown community of our people or race of our people, then you are a change. You are that first step towards the change that you feel is impossible. So the Bible says that we must teach the commandments to our children that come after us. Read on.
And his strength and his wonderful works that he hath done.
Yeah.
Verse 5, for he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel,
That.
which he commanded our fathers that they should make them known to their children.
So our forefathers were commanded to make the commandments of God known to their children. Why? Because when they're dead and gone, those children will be like them. Because as we know, understand that this whole homosexual thing, the abortion thing, the transgender thing, this is not really an attack on us who were born in the 80s, in the 90s, and the 70s. That's not targeting you because they know y'all know better. It's talking about the generations to come, the 2000 babies, the 2000 late 2000s babies, they're the ones that's going to be destroyed and brainwashed. Once we grow old and die off, and this place even lasts that long, when we grow old and die off, the common sense dies along with us. That's why it's important for us to learn how, now while we're still young, whether you're in your 30s or your 40s or your late 20s. If you're hearing this, it's your job to do better, make better decisions, get married, have children. Then your children will grow up and say, okay, mom had me, she's married, there's dad over there, that's mom right there. Okay, I'm growing up seeing this, that's what I'm going to do. And then that generation grows up seeing the same thing, seeing the mom and dad dynamic and so forth. And then you, I mean, let's say you have 5 kids, and 3 of them say, "Man, hell with that stuff. I'm gonna go and do what the world says to do." At least you left behind 2 with some sense. You're adding some kind of positive. You're adding some. You're contributing something to the world to keep some kind of sanity going. So the 3 of your kids fall out and 2 remain. That's good. If you have 5 and 4 become damn turn into a bunch of demons, you got at least one. You contributed something behind you before you die. Because oftentimes we try to celebrate our birthdays. Oh, my birthday. Some niggas born in this world, they ain't worth a damn. It's not what your birth don't mean shit. The most important thing is your death, because what you did when you were living is the most important, not your birth. You could be born in this world to be a waste of time, a waste of nuts. So the most important thing, biblically speaking, is not your birthday, it's your death day. Because all the things you did leading up to your death matters the most. So one of those things you do leading up to your death is get married and have kids and raise them. So by the time you go old and you see how they turn out, you can go, okay, I did a good job. I can leave the world knowing I left behind something worth a damn. And you could die and rest easy. That's the point. But read on, continue.
Verse 6, that the generation to come might know them,
Yeah.
even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children.
See what's happening? So what you're doing is behind you creating children, you're now leaving behind a generation or a legacy. Now you're changing things because now your children teach their children what their grandfather taught them. Lord's will, if it be the Lord's will, if it works out that way. Go ahead.
Verse 7, that they might set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments.
Watch verse 8.
Verse 8, and might not be as their fathers,
Because
a
a lot of times, because we all grew up. I grew up in a household. My mom wasn't keeping no commandments. My father was out in the streets doing dumb nigga stuff, and he died when I was very young doing street shit. He left me when I was young. My mom was up to raise me on her own because he loved the streets more. So me, now that I've learned according to the scriptures that that's not the right thing to do. My mom did what she could do. I give her props. She did her best. She did what she knew. You know, she tried her best, and she did okay. But the Bible has made me better. I made mistakes along the way, in the truth, out the truth. But I've learned for the most part how to be better than what my father was. That's the Bible's for. So if your mom was out here making babies like I was made outside of marriage or whatever, that's fine. Because now I know, okay, what the Bible says that's not right. My mom didn't know, my father didn't know, but now I know. So my kids will now grow up and know that your forefathers or your grandparents went about the wrong way, but your dad and mom, they did it the right way. And then you teach them that. So that way they're not gonna grow up like how your parents grew up or how they raised you. Go ahead, read on.
a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit
Right.
was not steadfast with God.
Right. I mean, you change the generation to come after you and not be as your forefathers were before you. Give me one more. Give me Isaiah 57 and read verse 3. I'm going to land right here. Verse 3. Just to show that I wasn't raised up in some righteous household with 2 parents. I wasn't me. That wasn't most of us. Most of us was born and raised in a household where the father was out. If he was there, he was physically there or been biblically absent or not there at all. Okay, but read on. 57 verse 3. Watch this.
Isaiah chapter 57, verse 3. But draw near hither, ye sons of the sorceress.
Stop there. So he says, draw near me. He says, draw near to him means go to the Bible, return to God. Because some of y'all say y'all highly favored and all this stuff. That's Christianity. That's nonsense. It says, draw near hither, ye sons of the sorceress. Sorceress goes into a witch or sorcery, witchcraft. Go ahead, watch this.
The son of the seed of the adulterer.
Stop. So he says the seed of the adulterer goes into a man that's out here making kids recklessly. He's got this chick pregnant, her here. He's just slinging and banging, slinging chicks over, making babies all over the place. That's the adulterer. It says, draw near to me, God says, those who are born. Some of y'all who are some of y'all Dominican, your parents is heavily involved in brujeria or that Santa Shango, whatever. Some of y'all Haitian, your parents is involved in some kind of witchcraft. So you gotta forget that stuff. He's saying, draw near to me, ye children of the sorcerer or the wizards. Go ahead. Then he says, draw near to me, seed of the adulterer, meaning a man, your father was out here making a bunch of kids and he ain't married, he wasn't married. That's the adulterer. Go ahead, watch.
And the whore.
He says, draw near to me, ye children of the adulterer, and you children of whores. Many of us on the stage, and many of us on the audience, are children of adulterers and children of whores. They just this. That's why Psalm 78 says that you do not be as your fathers were, rebellious and wicked as hell. You gotta change so you gotta change. So you gotta set forth a better example than what your father and mother set for you. Because our parents may have did the best they could with what they knew, but your job is to do and be better based upon what the Bible says. You cannot come with these excuses. Other cultures don't come with bullshit excuses. They do. They don't see legal. They'll mess around and they'll copy and dress like the Negroes and dance like us, whatever. But then after that fun is over, they go right back to their culture and do what they're supposed to do and take care of their responsibilities and do what they have to do and raise the right way. They don't have the same problems we have because they have a culture and they don't adapt like that. They stick to their culture and do what they're supposed to do. Black folks follow everybody else. That's our problem. So the Bible says, draw near to me, ye adulterer, children of adulterers, which many of us are, the single mother households, single father households, children of the adulterer, in most cases, not all, most, and children of whores. Not in most cases. Okay? So I'll land right there.
Hey man, where sound with the bombs, man? Dang, man, he got his head on the pillow, man. Hey,
He was in here snoring earlier. Y'all ain't hear him?
yeah, man. Brothers be having their head on the pillow on the smoke, man. Get your head off the pillow, man. All right, man. Hey, Jude, you there, man? You ready, man? No, bro.
Let's go.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and plug the room, bro. All right, so y'all already know what time it is, man. It's biblical smoke. All right, make sure to hashtag biblical smoke on all social media platforms while you sharing the room. Share the room, share the room. We at 275. Let's go ahead and make it 300 before what time is it? It's almost 2. Let's go ahead and get 300 before 2:30. All right, y'all already know what to do, man. While y'all doing that, make sure y'all follow the moderators here on the stage. All right, we got some mighty ones. Like I said, we got the mighty A1, we got the mighty E, we got Gabriel, we got Jude, Joseph, Barnabas on the stage. We got TJ, Judgment, King. Y'all know he petty. We got Harry God, and we got myself. All right. So make sure y'all follow the moderators here on the stage. Also reach out to us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Get the study packet, find a local school near you, ask some questions, and submit topics you want to see us cover here on the platform. Tonight's topic: abortion. Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Is it the black man's fault? Is it the black woman's fault? Or is it the Christian church's fault? All right. Next in the queue, I want to say, well, let me ask this. Sade, do you understand why we take that stance that we do? Sister Sade, you there? You understand why we take the stance that we take, sis? Or are you still confused? Or are you still in the comments with the thumbs?
So Mike is on
I
mute.
understand.
Okay. All right. All praise. All praise. All right. So we're gonna go to I think Miss Stellar was on first, and then we got Alicia. We still got I don't know the sister name. It's Maheal, something like that. You know, she ain't came off the mic yet. We got April on the stage as well. We got Zahara. We got quite a few sisters on the stage. All right, we're gonna go to you, Miss Stella. Jude, you got it.
Miss Stella, you there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay,
Can
okay.
you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. How you doing,
Uh,
sis?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Good, 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 good. What you got on tonight's topic? Abortion. Whose fault is it? Black man, the black woman, or the church?
Um, I think that's a very interesting question. Um, that you can't really put blame on any one person, because if you need an abortion, I mean, it's you can't really say it's your fault, right? There are different circumstances as to why you would need that abortion, so I can't really say like whose fault is it. Um, but yeah, that's a very interesting question. In what
So
sense are you talking about?
so
Yeah.
somebody going into the abortion clinic and having a procedure happen, the person that's doing it, like they have some onus in that, don't they?
I mean, it would depend on the reason for the abortion, wouldn't it?
Ain't it the woman's choice? My body, my choice.
I mean, yeah, it's
Can a
her
man?
choice, but like to
Okay,
say
can a man stop it? Can a man stop it? If two
it would
people
depend
have,
on.
hold on, two people having sex, they have a baby. The guy wants the baby. The woman don't. She goes have the baby.
Oh, are you done?
That nigga going on
Yeah,
child support.
Okay, so it would depend on the reason why. Like,
I
what is
just
the
gave you
reason
a
why?
reason. I just gave you a reason.
Well, let me help too, because the
Hold on.
statistics.
I don't want to. Hold on, Drew. I want to get away from that. I gave you a reason. I gave you a reason. Can you answer that? Two people having sex, and the guy wants the child. The woman don't. She goes in the clinic to have the child aborted.
And again, like, there's so many different factors that goes into an abortion. Like,
I
you can't really
I
say
gave
that.
you one. I gave you one. Just answer that one. Who
Yeah,
fault
but
that
here's the
is?
He
thing.
kind of narrowed it down.
Here's the thing, right? A woman doesn't just. There is so many different factors. That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be her health. It could be her mental health.
I
It's so
gave
many
you
different
the
factors.
fact. I gave you the factor. She don't want
Yeah,
the
I hear you,
baby.
King.
Hey
I
King,
hear you.
why
Let's just
why they
hold
don't
on.
hold on, hold on.
Hold
Why,
on.
why,
Hold on. Let's.
why
Okay. 100%, 90% of the time, whenever, regardless of what factor you give, regardless, the decision is solely based on the woman. The man, no one can intervene. If a young girl living in her parents' house, and she's 15, she's 16, 14, gets pregnant, she can literally go to a clinic unbeknownst to her parents and get it done. And the father can't say nothing. No one can say nothing. The sole responsibility of her getting that done, regardless of what reason it may be, is in her hands and in her hands alone. That's the bottom line. Regardless of what you pull, most likely I'm gonna hear stuff like rape, which is less than 1%. I'm gonna hear incest. We're gonna hear all the rarities pushing the forefront as extremes because the propaganda again is heavily pushed into the minds of the black woman in America, where they use all the most smallest rarities in the forefront when that's not the case. But if you use, let's just play the game and say that those things are the case, regardless of which situation it is, whether it's rape or incest or a health issue, whatever. The sole responsibility of walking into that lab and getting it done is her choice and her choice alone, and no one can stop it. That's the point. Go ahead, y'all. So, if I could just talk.
well, real quick
Yeah,
before you get
what I
that,
was
is
saying
hold
is
on, hold
that.
on, real quick before you get this is
Okay,
I
y'all got it. Y'all got it.
I just want to address this point because you said a lot of things that she may be considering. Why are none of these things in consideration? Her health, her mental health, whether she has money. Why aren't those things considered on the front end before she lays down and does something that the sole purpose of it is to procreate? That's why I just can't let that just slide. Like if those are issues to think about once she gets pregnant, they were issues to think about before she got pregnant.
All right. So, can I talk now? You good? You got the floor. I got this. Go ahead. All right. So, first of all, let me just sound bites. You got a hot mic.
That's
Yes. You got it. Go ahead.
the whole reason behind his name. But go ahead, sis.
So,
You
all
got
right,
the floor.
all right, all all
Go
right,
ahead.
late. Damn, bro. Come on, man. Go ahead. I'm all sorry. right. I got this. So let me just start off by saying I don't know where y'all at, but I'm in New York. It's almost 2. Like I'm not trying to go back and forth. I'm just here for conversation. So I notice a lot of y'all got a lot of energy. I don't have the energy to argue back and forth. So I'll just say my point. Like when I say that there's so many different factors that go into why a woman might want to get an abortion, like a lot of times, like it's so many things that goes through her head, right? So I'm not gonna sit. The reason why I'm not gonna put the sole blame on a man or on a woman is because again, there's so many different factors. Maybe the boyfriend or whoever they had sex with, the husband, whatever, maybe they just aren't ready to have a child. Maybe the woman doesn't feel ready to have the child with him. Maybe it's just not their time, the time in the marriage, right? There's so many different factors. And I feel like to put the blame or the onus on one person, that's a little unfair because it's not, she didn't just lay down by herself. She didn't have
I
sex
think to
with
kill a
herself. She didn't
baby who
procreate with
I
herself.
think to
So
take
to
a
put the
life.
onus on one person, I'm sorry, your mic is like a little distorted, but to put the onus on one person, it's unfair, is what I'm saying. There's a partnership for a reason, right? And I'm
But
not talking about the unwed
hold
people. I'm
on,
not
hold on.
talking about them. I'm talking about
But
people that
but
actually decided. I'm I'm talking about people that actually decided to lay down, or excuse me, that actually decided to be married, that actually decided to have a partnership, to actually have a partnership with God, because this is a biblical room, right? A partnership with God and everything. And if they decide, maybe this is not the right time for them, then they have that right to make that decision. That's what I'm talking about, right? So I feel like, a lot of times when I go into these rooms, and not just, and I'm talking about in Clubhouse in general, a lot of people, and men included, they only focus on the women that are out here, having sex or whatever, the men that are out here having sex with multiple women, that's pressuring women to have the abortions, or just simply, that's the factors of like women that go through the abuse and everything like that. But they don't talk about the people that's in marriages that are having the abortions. And so, like I said again, like you can't put the onus on one person. Like the woman had sex with a man. That's how she got the baby. So you can't put the onus on one person. Like you can't.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So if the woman wants to have the baby and the guy don't want to have the baby, and do he have to take care of the baby?
I mean, he doesn't want the baby, right? So he's not going to take care of it. Morally, like
No,
I
that's not
would
what I
hope,
asked you. I'm
if I
asking
could
you,
finish,
and
that'd be great.
you didn't answer what
Morally,
I asked though.
if I could finish, right? Morally, yeah, like he should be taking care of that baby. But like no one's like putting a gun to his head. I mean, most of y'all said in the room that y'all didn't have fathers in the home. So I mean, look, like I would hope that a man that laid down with a woman and had a baby would actually step up and take care of that baby. But we already know, as because most of y'all like didn't have fathers in the home, like they're not gonna do that. So Yeah, yeah, I would, that's not what he asked though. he said That's the that question he do they asked have you. to actually take care of it? I mean, Yes, the if question is, does the man have to take care of the child that he doesn't want? Is it the same way a woman can give it, the same way a woman can choose to not have a child that she doesn't want? Can a man make the same choice and say, well, you want to have it and I don't, so I got to take care of it? Do you feel that that's okay? You don't want to take care of it? I Because do you're feel, I saying, think, because you said that he won't, but that's not true because a man can be forced to take care of that child whether he wants to or not. Y'all can't be forced to keep a child if you don't want it or not. oh, you You talking about can't be by law? forced. Well, yeah, by Yeah, law, yeah, yeah, exactly. So regardless, so what I'm by saying is law. that regardless of right, but regardless is that he's still forced to do something that he
Yeah,
doesn't
I
want to
can't hear
have.
you. Your mic is like
That,
distorted.
hold on.
You have to mute your mic while his is unmuted, so it doesn't sound so distorted.
Oh, he has a bad mic. All right. Yeah, I was saying a man. I said a man doesn't have the choice to not to say, well, I don't want it. A man is forced to take care of a child he don't want. Women are not forced to take care of children that they don't want. There's a bias, and I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm making a point that goes back to King's point. He asked you if a man and woman have a child, or she gets pregnant, not have a child, she gets pregnant. And he says, "Listen, I want you to have the child. I'll take care of you." She's like, "Nah, I'm good. I don't want it or whatever." And she kills it. He can't stop her. If you flip it, where she says to him, "Listen, I want this child," he's like, "I don't." And she's like, "Well, listen, I'm gonna keep it, and you're gonna take care of this baby." He has to take care of it. one way or the other. There's a so at the end of the day, the choice is still hers. The man has no choice in that situation. That's
So
what I said earlier. There's no choice in the matter. There's no both sides. You mentioned earlier before you go, you mentioned earlier about married couples. There are factors where married couples choose to abort a child, which is again a rarity, and especially in the Black and brown community, it's a rarity in terms of abortions where that's being done. The reason why it's not spoken of is because it's an exception to the rule, but the exception doesn't change the rule. Just like rape is pushing the forefront, just like incest is pushing the forefront. Married couples having abortions is also pushed, but that's not the general why abortions are done. Abortions are done based upon reckless and irresponsible sex. That's the bottom line. And so I understand that you're presenting these factors, and you mentioned that it's the biblical room. Married couples, in a biblical sense, who have biblical knowledge, understand that there's no such thing as having a child at a wrong time. If a woman gets pregnant, that's God's time. God's time is never the wrong time. And there's plenty of women who've went and gotten abortions who said, "Oh, it was a bad time," and they went and got abortions, and oftentimes they have to go and see a psychiatrist because they felt like, I shouldn't have done that. They regret it afterwards. A lot of women, I've heard situations where you have women who have literally, when they got pregnant, try to rip their baby out of them with a wire hanger, and then the child grew up to be a very, very positive figure later on. So a lot of times women tend to lead with their feelings, and feelings is not logical. Women are led by their emotions, and so we can't rely on those things. We gotta rely on the reality of it. The reality is that if a married man and woman are together, and they feel that that's not a right time, then that's not a biblical couple. A biblical couple is going to say, "Listen, we got a child. You're pregnant. That's how God has it. We're going to keep it. It's what it is." Any couple that sits there and says they're God fearing and goes and removes what God placed there, it's not a God fearing couple. So I just want to make that clear. That those things you mentioned, I understand the scenarios you're presenting, but are you saying that you can't blame one person in terms of this conversation or the context of this conversation? You can, because one particular person has all the power and more of the responsibility because you have to carry it. So because if you hold more of the responsibility, then you hold more of the fault. It's just that clear. If you are the one that can say, "I want this child," or "don't want this child," the decision undoubtedly is yours. So there is a fault. If you're having children, if you're out here having sex recklessly and you're getting knocked up by different random dudes or whatever, or by one random dude that you're not married to, or you have no plan on being in a relationship with, and it was a mistake, and you go out to that clinic and get an abortion, that's entirely your decision because you opened your legs to that man, and you could have easily avoided a situation by not getting pregnant, by not sleeping with him at all. Now you could say, "Oh, what about the man?" Well, the man can't get pregnant. When y'all lay with a man, y'all know exactly what you're doing, and you know the cost. If you jump off a cliff that's 10,000 feet high, you know you're gonna fall and die. It's just what it is. You can't sit there and say, "I'm gonna hop out of a plane and then I'll go get the parachute later." That's not how life works. And that's what America has done. America has given our women, the ability to jump out of a plane without a parachute and go, "Oh yeah, you know what? Now I want a parachute," and go back and get one. That's not how it's supposed to go. And so this is one of the things that we have to. This is why we're having this topic. So again, when it comes to responsibility or sole responsibility, we're not saying anyone's right or wrong. But what we're saying is that the accountability primarily falls on the woman because she holds all the cards. In any scenario you present in this conversation, she holds every card. If the man wants the child, she holds the cards. If the man doesn't want the child, she holds the cards. If she's a married woman and they're man and wife, by your example, and the husband says, "You know what, this isn't a good time, you should have this child," and she says, "Well, I feel it is," he can't say nothing because it's her body. If it's vice versa, she still has no choice. You understand? So either way, y'all hold on the cards. Okay, y'all.
Wow.
I'm from New York also. I know it's late, but I'm tired too. But I'm good. So I didn't know that.
Um, yeah, that was very long-winded. Look, y'all clearly have your own opinion. I have mine,
Wow.
but I will say this, right? In terms of like, because you mentioned, sorry, you said a lot of points. If we're talking like by law, right? If let's just say, right, for the sake of argument, if a woman didn't want to have
didn't want to raise this child, right? But the father did. If the woman decided to carry the baby full to term, but end up giving up her parental rights, um, and the father was fully taking care of that child as a single father, um, later down the line, if the father wanted to take her to court, uh, and get some type of child support, he can do that. That's well within his right. So when we present those arguments like, does the father have to take care of a child? And if we're talking strictly about law, um, I mean, if we're talking about law in some states, I mean, yeah, yeah, that's the case, right? But so That's does a bringing the mother. child to term, sis. But
But
that's Oh, a I'm different sorry. conversation. So No, can I just? I'm just responding to your point. That's bringing the child to term. That's a whole different conversation. That's bringing the child to term. We're talking about if That's what we're if she talking gets about. pregnant and doesn't want the child. I'm saying with the point you're making doesn't make any sense in the context of the conversation because if the woman gets pregnant and the man doesn't want the child, regardless, he had to take care of it. Regardless, there's no that's this. It's a different situation. If she brings the child to term and she don't want to take care of it and he take her to court, the child is already in the world. We're talking about before the child gets into the world. It's a different So conversation. yeah, but we were talking about a point. King brought up a situation. That's what I was referring to. So that's what I was talking about. The same way, if you had a mother that decided not to take the father to court, then he doesn't have to pay the child support. That's what I was saying, and vice versa. That's what I was pointing out. But I personally do not think that you can put fault on either person. Obviously, the mother is carrying the child. So, I mean, yeah, I can't put fault on a particular person. And I would never do that.
Do you think abortion is murder?
Is murder?
Yes. Do you think abortion is murder?
No,
Okay, that's the
You
problem.
can't make it up. No.
it's not a problem. I mean, are we No, talking the no, definition of murder? you don't think it's No, murder. absolutely not. So a child being ripped, a child that can feel the pain when they rip it out the womb. There's a heartbeat, and they go in there and rip it out and kill it. That's not murder. No, murder is the unlawful killing of a person. Abortion is lawful. So no, it's not murder. Oh shit.
Wow. Are you
How
kidding me?
could it not be murder? How could it not be murder? I'm about to get
And
pissed.
this is why 20 million black babies.
Hey, if that be the case, then I mean, all these young boys have been killed by the police. That was by law too. I guess that was okay to kill them too. And if that's the case, this is legal. How are you gonna go by that No, logic? no. That's crazy. Two separate things. Two separate things.
Hey, the sister on cocaine, man, for real. I can't believe she really opened her mouth and say that just now.
No, no,
Woman,
no, I no, did. no. Listen, bro, I Barnabas. No, did. I rather her say that and be honest, because what she's saying is what most sisters believe, and
Right.
that's cool. It's murder. It's just lawful murder. Let's go this route then. Let's go this route. But if a woman decides, uh, you know what? I'm not even gonna go that far because just talking to deaf ears. She gets her mind made up. But the point of the matter is that just because it's legal to do doesn't mean it's right. For example, they have it where a child can go to a doctor and have their genitals mutilated to change themselves into girls, and that's lawful too. But is it right? Is it right though? It's like that's legal also to go on and have your genitals cut off and mutilated and changed into something, and then the effects of it hurt the child later on in life, and that's legal. So I mean, if they're gonna say that's right because it's legal, then I mean that kind of logic is flawed to me. It's a very No, flawed logic to think that way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not what the question asked. The question No, was, is abortion I know murder? what the question Not was. like whether I heard or the not it was question. right. No, yeah, I heard the question, but you're saying that it's not. It's not. You said that abortion is a legal procedure, but cutting someone's genitalia off legally is also a procedure, a medical procedure that's done, and it's not right. Just because it's legally So allowed doesn't mean it's okay to do. right. So Going here's back the to your thing. point, Are you finished? I mean, yeah, you can go ahead. Okay. So yeah, that wasn't what who I don't know who asked that question, but that wasn't what the question asked, right? It was it. Do I think abortion is murder? Not if
that's what
I
I
thought
asked.
abortion was right. That wasn't the question. So abortion, in my opinion, is not murder. I never said whether or not it was right or wrong, and I would never equate to the murder of black and brown
So
people.
is it wrong?
I'm sorry, can I finish? I would never equate the killing, the unjust killing of black and brown people by police to abortion. But abortion kills more of us than that does. Abortion has killed
Ooh.
more black and brown It's not men the before they're same. born than the police. That's the But it's number not one the killer of same. black people. It's not the same. No, it's No. not the same because it's worse. Because before the child receives the light of day, they're killed, and it's done more than the police. So it's worse. It's not the same. I agree, but it's worse. Heart disease, high cholesterol, diabetes, AIDS. None of that stuff compares to abortions. Black people have died more at the hands of the abortion clinics than anything else that kills black people. So yeah, it's not the same, but it's definitely worse. Mm. I don't Eh, have the statistics on that, but yeah, it's definitely not the and same. just type in what kills black people more. Abortions. Just look at the statistics. It's gonna say abortions. That's a I known would I fact would based upon CDC. You I got would think government that it was websites you can heart go disease. to. No, it's not. I It's would abortions. definitely say it was heart disease or maybe No, it's diabetes. not. It's not. It's not. Um, It's abortions. It's not.
Wrong.
okay. You're
Wrong.
wrong. It's abortions. I'm just
All
telling
right.
you. I'm not. Like you said. Like Like let you me said. look to see. Like you I'll said. So Google you're that from New now. York. You don't want to argue. It's late. I get it. But I'm just telling you. Just fact check yourself. I'm telling you. Abortions is the number one killer about people, man. Sis. They're not our disease. That's what all of I'll us Google thought it now. the first time until the stats are presented. Abortions I'll is the number Google it one now. killer of our people. Huh? I'll Google it now. I'll Google it now. Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. Maybe you didn't know. Again, like I said before, Yeah, he I asked understand. you. So Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go I ahead. understand. I got Go you. ahead. So the three leading causes of death for African Americans males are heart disease, cancer, HIV, and AIDS. The conditions are the same for African females, except stroke replaces HIV infection.
What are you reading?
Sister, en masse. So The number one killer of black en masse. En masse. The number one so killer of black people is yeah. abortion, sis. So I'll finish. Let me just. You got two questions. So this is from the National Institute of Health.gov. I'll finish. I'll actually read the whole blurb. Um. So here it is. It's an abstract, right? It says here the three leading causes of death in African Americans, barriers to reducing excess disparity to improving health behaviors. So it says the three leading causes of death for African American males are heart disease, cancer, and HIV infection slash AIDS. Excuse me, AIDS. The conditions are the same for African American females, except stroke replaces HIV infections. Three health outcomes measures are discussed: life expectancy, excess death rates, and years of potential life loss. A widening of the gap between the races was found for diseases of the heart and HIV infections for males, and for cancer for females. Um, yeah, I don't know where you guys got that abortions was a leading cause of death
All right. Here we
for
go. Uh,
black
The
people.
Washington
I got like
Post.
five here. I got five here. Who got New York Times? You got Congress.gov. Who want to pull it? There's too many. Um, Y'all let's want look at Y'all got it. Y'all Congress.gov. got it. No, let's read Congress.gov. I like to hear that. All right, Congress.gov. The effects of abortion in the black community. Let me load it up. Okay. One second. The policy report. The abortion consumer. Planned Parenthood targets monthly neighborhoods. 75%. Let me see. It's a PDF here. The abortion consumer. It's a PDF. One second. No, take your time. Take your time. The policy report effects of abortion in the black community. Hold on. One second. Get to the point. There's too many. This is the prevalence on. Here we go. The prevalence of abortion facilities within minority communities serves as a major contributor to the rate in which black women obtain abortions. Accordingly, black women are 5 times more likely to have an abortion than white women. A recent study released by Protecting Black Life, and Outreach of Life Issues Institute concluded that 39% of Planned Parenthood surgical abortion facilities are strategically located within walking distance of African and or Hispanic communities. This study coincides with historical revelations that eugenicists, you know what that is, sis? Eugenicists?
Oh yes, I do.
Okay, eugenicists during the mid 1900s argued that the most effective way they could advance their agenda would be to concentrate population control facilities within targeted communities. Historically, blacks have been the unwitting victims of a hidden racist agenda of those behind abortion and birth control organizations because they believed they were receiving a new civil right choice, like you were saying. In fact,
Come close to the mic.
In fact, pro-abortion forces have created messaging that reinforces the notion of abortion as a civil right, as seen in 2012 meeting of the Congressional Black Caucus and Pro-Choice Caucus on Capitol Hill. These advocates urged their constituents to challenge the pro-life position by accusing them of making the alleged disparity in healthcare for black women worse. So what they did was they lie and say black women's healthcare is worse when it's not to push their agenda. Perhaps unknowingly, these black legislators continually damage their political agenda because abortion is destroying their future constituency. Should I continue?
No, because
Well, I
it
like to
didn't
chime in.
say that. It didn't say that it was the leading cause of death in the black community.
All right. Well, the brother does have a point. Now,
He
one,
does.
Hey,
We know
Queen.
how Planned Parenthood started. I'm not debating you on that. It's just not the leading cause of
well,
death
could
in the
I
black
just
community.
elaborate why he's correct? Is that okay?
No,
From my
no,
point of
Oh,
view.
no, sir.
oh,
Hold
go ahead.
tight,
Go
hold
ahead.
tight, hold tight, hold tight. You're not in the queue. We have a queue. Stay in order. Go ahead, E.
Oh my bad.
No,
But yeah,
okay.
that
Wait, hold on a second. Whoever has to go up, if he wants to rebuttal with the fact or a statistic, it's fine.
Well, okay, yeah, I do want to. All right, so the original name of abortion clinics was actually the Nigger Program. AIDS was started in the 1980s. It had a big head start compared to AIDS now. Like she's talking about relevant news now and not the last 100 years of how abortion clinics have been strategically used to weaken the black population. It has not caught up nowhere near in the numbers that the abortion clinics have done throughout the last 100 years compared to the last 40 years. There's a big difference when it comes to that. Now, will it potentially catch up to it? Yes, it potentially can. It has grown at a rapid rate to the point where it is potentially one day going to compete, even though the abortion clinics had about a 60-year head start. But the original name of abortion clinics under Margaret Sanger was the Nigger Program, specifically designed to destroy black lives before it even had a chance to get a fresh breath of air and, be considered a living vessel.
So thank you so much, Queen. I really do appreciate that. I 1000% agree with you and E, but that wasn't the argument. There was an argument that stated that abortions was the leading cause of Black death, and none of the evidence presented that. It only presented that that Planned Parenthood started because it had the plan of, excuse me, it had the plan of purposely exterminating Black people, but it is not the leading cause of death in Black people. It is heart disease.
So sis, if a
Mm.
system implemented something under the guise of health, when in reality, what they were actually doing and what's been proven was they were having you kill your own children. And the statistic is since 1973, 20 million black babies have been killed in Planned Parenthood. How does that not prove that the leading cause of death in the black community is not abortion? I don't understand.
Because the stats don't represent that. The leading cause of death is heart disease, cancer, and HIV/AIDS. That is a leading cause. I'm not debating that that was the reason why Planned Parenthood started,
Well,
because we know that, right? One
you
second,
just
can I just finish?
hold on.
Can I
I
just
just want
finish
to
my
make sure
statement?
you just agreed
Yeah, I understand. I
that
hear you. I hear
no,
you.
you just agreed that what they brought out was true. That they were doing that to exterminate black people. Yes or no?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So,
But was that the
how do
argument
you
though?
define exterminating black people?
But here's the thing, right? Let's stay on the argument, right? Because I
How do
understand
you
what y'all are
define
saying. But hold
exterminating
on,
black
Nikki,
people?
hold on. What was the argument?
How
What was
do
the
you
argument?
define
Oh, you see, I see
Exterminated.
what y'all are doing.
I just want to
I see what y'all are
I just want
doing.
to make sure you
So,
I
one
want to make
second,
sure
if someone
I
could
want to make sure
present
we're
to
on the
me,
same page. How
mhm,
did
go ahead.
go
There's
ahead.
two people talking. I'm sorry. The listed is because it's done covertly. It's not intended to be expressed publicly, but based upon the Oh, okay. stats and the numbers, stats and numbers show that of all the cases of black deaths, that's the highest. That's why it's not going to have that listed there because it's a covert operation. That's why our brother mentioned earlier, Queen mentioned earlier, it was called the nigger program. That was not something that's open. Hey, we want to kill niggers. Let's announce it to the world. It's a covert operation. And when you examine the number of deaths versus the heart, you mentioned earlier, heart disease and so forth, abortion supersedes all of them. Therefore, that's why it's known as the leading cause because it started with that first and foremost, and it's still going on today, even higher. The stats are higher now than they were in the 70s. That's why it's not counted as a leading cause, even though the numbers show, based upon the numbers, it's a leading cause. So how can be listed as Okay, that, but just covertly? so here's where the danger lies in that kind of thinking. Like I listened to you Holy guys for shoot. about 30 minutes. So one second, can I talk? I listened to you guys for about 30 minutes and you guys presented facts for everything that you guys presented, except for the stats and where and how many babies were being aborted. And that's 20 one, right? million, And sis, two, since the 73. We said it. 20 million since 73. You want it's in the article I read earlier. but It says it. no, but you 20 didn't read that. million. You Okay, didn't read 20. that. Okay, I'll read it for you. I'll read it for So you. okay, 20 million since but 73. I'll let's read see, it. let's see. I'll read it. I'm going to read it now. Hold on. Today, it is estimated that the abortion has claimed the lives of 21 million black Americans. Washington Times. Frankly, late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg acknowledged that this fact openly saying 2009, frankly, I had thought that the time Roe was decided, there was concern about population growth, and particularly growth of populations that we don't want to have too many of. Today, it is estimated that the abortion has claimed the lives of 21 million black Americans. That's not including Hispanics. So, okay, Since 73. and how many people have died, how many black people, excuse me, have died because of heart disease, cancer, and HIV? Nowhere near the amount of 20 million, sis. So it's more. Absolutely. Abortions kill.
Less.
It's less. It's less.
It's more. It's more.
Way less.
Let's see, let's see.
What's the numbers?
Because
Let,
we're
Let's
let,
playing
hear the
let, let
facts
me
numbers.
here.
pull the
Let
stats.
me Google it. Let me Google it.
Since the same year he pulled.
She can go back further.
Oh, y'all could talk while I'm Googling. It's gonna take a little minute.
You crazy.
Sister,
Oh
sister,
man.
sister, you
And
can
look,
Crazy.
it's all in good fun. Like, look, I don't have no hard feelings towards y'all. I'm like, okay, so let's take a breather while I look
Hey,
these stats
hey,
up.
hold
Hey,
on.
yeah,
Hey,
definitely.
hey,
Hey, can I
Rita,
ask a
look
question
up.
while we take a breather real quick?
Hey, hold on,
Judging.
bro. Hold on. Hey, look up the definition of murder, real quick, Rita.
Hey, all praises. I got the definition right now. I was looking it up. I was waiting. I got actually I got serial killer. I want if y'all want I can read that too.
Yeah,
Just get the
read both
murder.
of them.
Just get the murder first.
Yes, sir. The definition of murder. Number one, the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being by another.
Read the second definition.
Second definition, a very difficult or unpleasant task or experience.
So that's the definition of murder. And that's the same experience that the baby go through while the baby is being ripped from the womb of the mothers. So just because they made it lawful, don't exclude it from being an act of murder. You
Hey,
still are considered a murderer.
judgment.
Hey,
You know what's
Yes,
crazy?
sir.
People
I
who
don't know
came
about
from
that.
the same. Hold on a second. You know what's crazy? People who came from the same place where the baby was being murdered got the gall to say it's it's something like how can you say this? This is where you came from yourself. You could have been that. You could have been that baby that's been ripped out. You could have been that. I just don't understand the thought. Like,
It
how
was.
can you not see this?
Hey, go ahead,
Hey,
TJ.
hey, another word I was thinking of was terminate. Didn't they say it's terminating the pregnancy? What did the Terminator do in the movie?
He killed people. Terminates
Damn
me
it! What,
in
what did
something.
it mean when he said you're terminated? It means you're dead. That's like you don't have to Google that.
Hey,
You
TJ.
terminate the pregnancy. You end the
Even
life of an infant.
even the word abort means to end something. So if you're aborting something, what are you doing? You're ending something, which is a life.
Abort mission. Abort
Right.
mission. Stop.
Stop. End. Right. So even the term abortion tells you what you're doing. You're ending or stopping the life of something that is really trusting you to take care of it. That's what you're doing. I'm still waiting for the sister to pull up the stats that prove that all of those things she said lead to more death than
She ain't gonna find
21 million. I
she
know.
ain't gonna find it.
Go back to 1837 to now.
So I'm looking. So here's the thing, right? So I'm looking, right? You said 1970. What was it?
1973
1970s, right?
since 1973.
1973.
Right.
So it is hard to find that information. So that's why I'm curious as to how y'all got to like 20 million. But
Well, I just
for
read it
heart disease,
of Washington Times. It's not hard to find. 21 million babies have been aborted. That's common knowledge. That's not a mystery.
it is it. Okay,
Hey,
well,
Yeah, I read it.
hey, E,
I quoted the source, not the source.
hey,
Yeah.
E, she supposed to be finding
so
the numbers of all of the stats that she said or more. Find those, like the heart disease and the
No, she
HIV.
said the heart. She said the heart disease. That's what she was
Right.
looking for. Heart disease.
Those. She said those were more than the abortion. So that we're waiting on that. Find the statistics that say heart disease and cancer and HIV.
look, look,
Or
look.
that.
Y'all gotta be easy. Relax. Be easy.
And
It's
okay, when you find
10:30. Calm down. All right.
what she
Chill,
finds,
chill out. Chill out.
when she finds it, I'll read
Have
this.
have a fun
It
fun
says,
space.
on,
You know, read your
I'm gonna read,
poem.
I'm gonna read something else
This is a
while you
godly.
find it,
This is a
sis.
godly room, right?
Hold on,
Let's
sis.
chill out.
I'm gonna read this from where you find it. It says, this is an Austin American statesman. It says, the Institute's Rebecca Wind, responding to our query about Isaac's claims that the higher abortion rates among black women reflect higher rates of unintended pregnancy. We circled back to Isaac about our findings. He replied by email, you're correct that the CDC identifies heart disease as the number one cause of death for black Americans. However, were abortion considered as a cause of death, it would be the number one cause by far. That's why I said earlier, they don't count abortions as murder, but it is based upon what was set up for the eugenics. That's why I said it's covertly. It's not going to say it's the leading cause because it's not meant to be made public. It's known covertly. It kills us covertly. That's why it's listed. Heart disease is put in the forefront, but abortion is the number one. I'll let my plane,
Hey,
Okay,
man.
hey,
so I
E. She
found.
said it. She hold on. She said it earlier. She don't consider that as murder. It's legal. So of
Right,
course they're not gonna say it. Of
but the
course.
people that the eugenicists themselves that established that whole thing, they consider they know it's to keep us killed and destroyed. They know it's murder, and they make it legal so that we don't look at it as murder, even though they know it is. That's why they don't count it as murder and put that disease first. But if you count the scholars say if you count abortions, it supersedes heart disease. I let my plane.
Okay, so I couldn't find it from 1970. That I think I would need to have access to like some type of medical file in order to see that. And for the sake of time, I'm not gonna do that. But I did find an article. It's pretty interesting. This is from the BMJ.com. This is a medical research site. This was published May 2023. So the title says Black Americans have seen 1.63 million excess deaths in the past 2 decades, study finds. As I read further into the article, it says the burden of excess deaths amounted to more than 80 million years of lives lost. Many of them lost due to premature deaths from heart disease and by comparatively high infant mortality. A Black infant born in the US is 2 to 3 times as likely to die in their first year than a white infant. I don't have access to the full site because I'm not paying for it, but just in that text alone, right? it talks about how the burden of excess, it said 80 million years, excuse me, 80 million years of lives lost, many of them due to premature heart disease and comparatively high infant mortality. An infant, we all know, that's not abortions. Okay. Now, if someone were to kill an infant, that's murder. But I think that this alone proves what I was
So
saying.
so killing the
And look,
infant,
and look,
killing the infant in the womb is different from killing the infant outside the womb.
I'll get to that point, but I just want to finish what I was saying. I understand what y'all was saying. Like, look, I know the whole history behind Planned Parenthood and what the goal was with Margaret Sanger and her ties to the KKK,
But the
right?
goal
I
is,
know this. We all know this, right? Um, but to say that it is the leading cause of death for Black people in America, like I look, you can't like really say that. And now to say,
yeah,
answer
I
your
Hey,
can.
second
I
question,
can because I just read it. The reason I read it because it said
all right,
earlier that it's a covert operation. They're not going to announce publicly before the world that the leading cause of Black people's deaths is an operation to destroy niggas based upon Margaret Sanger's plan, sis. I think you sound intelligent. You understand that doesn't make any sense, right?
I'm very
They're
intelligent. I
all right.
understand.
You sound like it, so that makes sense. They're not going to announce that the leading cause of Black deaths is the very same clinics that was set up from Margaret Sanger to regulate and to destroy Black life and keep undesirable race of people minimum in terms of growth in the race population. They're not going to
All right,
announce
you
that
got it.
publicly.
But
You know
to
what I mean?
answer your
That doesn't make
second
no sense.
question, E,
Yeah.
Also,
all right, you got it. To
also,
answer your second question, so I don't consider.
sorry,
So no,
E, E,
I'm sorry. Who's
E,
talking?
E.
Who's
Yes,
talking?
yes,
Hey,
yes.
what's up?
I'm
Hey, what's up,
talking.
hey?
Yes,
Hey,
just
what's
let
up,
me
A1?
talk. Also, just like you said about them not announcing the real intent is the same way they're not going to announce that the United States of America brought down the Twin Towers. Okay? They staged that before the whole entire world and blame Arabs to go and bomb and invade another country, and all the fingers point to the United States government setting the whole thing up. I mute my mic.
All right. Yeah.
Can I
The
comment?
reason
I
why
found
I
some
don't think.
statistics on what she was saying.
I'm sorry, hold on, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stella, go ahead. You were saying you were talking to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. I was answering your question, your last question. Yeah, the reason why I don't think abortion is murder is because it abortion is legal in the United States, and I know y'all don't want to hear that, but by law, it is not murder. It's not.
So why they
That's all.
charged up
it's
Okay,
with
that's
crazy
fine.
homicide when
that
they
you
Sis,
killed
say
sis,
a
that.
sis, that's
pregnant
It's
I'm
woman?
I
I
crazy
mean,
mean,
what
that you
is
say
it?
that.
What is
sis.
it if you create a child that it is murder?
It's not.
It
I'm
is
sorry.
not the child's
Oh, so,
Yeah,
so,
responsibility
so, wait,
to live the
go
she's
ahead,
mother's
looking
A1,
through the
A1,
baby.
she's
go
looking
ahead,
through the white man's eyes. Okay, same thing they just did with the pandemic. There's still people like her that believe that it naturally occurred after all the evidence proves that it was created in the lab and then moved to Wuhan, China. You always got those people that they're gonna go with whatever the media puts out and not the truth. Okay, so you ain't gonna
No.
convince her of shit. Whatever the white man say it is, that's what she's gonna go with. She already made it clear. Okay, she don't want to hear. It's whatever the white man says it is. That's what she believes.
Okay. So Alessa, I'm going by the legal definition of murder. Um, it's not illegal. That's why.
I got a question, if I may. So if they made
Hey,
it,
hold up. Eve, you asked her a question. You asked her, what's the difference between the death in the womb versus out the womb with the baby? She never answered that, Eve.
Yes, she
Oh,
did.
yeah, I can answer it.
She answered it with it's legal to kill a baby in the womb, but it's not legal to kill outside the womb. So if it was legal to kill a child outside the womb, would be okay. That logic doesn't make sense to
That's
me.
not.
If it's
No, you
no,
see,
I'm
that's
not
not
saying. No, I'm
what I'm
saying no.
saying.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying that's how it sounds. If you're saying it's
It
not
doesn't.
wrong to kill
Okay,
a
so I'll elaborate.
hear me out. Hear me out. It's
I
not
hear you.
wrong to kill. It's not wrong to kill a child in the womb that has a heartbeat, a body, feelings, nerves, everything. They have that. That's not wrong because the white man says you can do it legally. But if the child comes out the body with the same exact organs, just bigger, and you kill it, that's wrong, and that makes sense. Okay. I mean, that's your opinion, sis. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. It's a room for public people to come on stage, express their opinion. If you feel that makes sense, hey, killing a child that's in the belly
So
is not wrong, but killing a child
so
outside
here's
the
the thing,
belly
right?
is wrong.
You
All
hear me out.
right.
Hear
Okay.
me out, right?
On its own.
So here's the thing, right? So I never talked about my personal beliefs on abortion. I simply said that I don't think that abortion is murder. Now, would I have an abortion? No. But
Why?
I cannot simply say that a
Why won't you do
woman
it?
that can I finish? I
Yeah.
cannot simply say that a woman that goes to an abortion clinic to have an abortion, have her medical procedure done, is a murderer because legally it is not a murder.
Okay.
I never said I never said
Okay.
that I thought it was right or wrong.
Okay, but that
I
goes back
never
to my
said that.
okay, but that goes back to my point, and you kind of glossed over it. So the times in which our brothers and sisters have been murdered, right, legal by police, right, they were deemed not murder. They got acquitted. They got acquitted for the murders. So the cops that got off because they killed our brothers and sisters legally because they're law enforcement were they murderers or not murderers since it's legal to do it? Since it was legal to do
So
it.
we can actually, okay, so since we're bringing up that point, so
No,
we can
no,
talk
that's
about
your
Breonna
point.
Taylor.
That's your point. That's not my. That's your
So
point.
can
You
I
said
can
that.
I
You
can
said,
I talk? E?
hold on,
Oh my
hold
God.
on, hold on. Wait.
Can
Hold
I
on. You
talk?
said, wait. I didn't finish. You said that it's legal. Also, on this later foundation, you can go ahead. I'll finish. You said that you feel it's not a murder because it's legal. So I had taken the same premise that you're
I
using and
heard
saying,
you.
okay,
I heard
fine,
you.
fine. All
All
right,
right,
cool.
so
So
let's.
good.
So I'm talking about a real case, right? I'm talking about Breonna Taylor. Okay, so
Me too.
in that case, right, Breonna Taylor, she was unjustifiably murdered by the police. Now, that murder was not right. That was not legal. That was not a legal, justifiable murder.
So wait. So I
That was
understand. So
wrong.
all right, cool. So an
Right.
unjustifiable murder. So an unjustifiable murder is not good. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So what is the justification for 90% of the abortions that are had?
You would have to ask 90% of the women that's having it.
9% of the abortions is based upon irresponsibility, sis.
Is it?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
You know that for a fact?
I know it's not based upon rape and incest, based
I
upon
never
It
said
incest,
is.
anything about
It
yes.
that.
is.
See,
It
here's the
is.
thing. I never said anything about that. See,
All right.
we're not talking
All
about.
right. So
Let's
so
throw
what I'm
rape and incest out the window, right? Since
no, no,
it's a
that's
small
fine.
percentage.
Okay, fine.
Let's throw
That's
that
cool.
out
But
the
what,
window.
that's fine, cool. But you're saying that you said earlier that you wouldn't do it. Why wouldn't you do it?
I wouldn't do it because I don't think I could actually go through with an abortion.
Why?
But because I simply couldn't do it.
Why?
Because I wouldn't want to do it.
Why would you don't want to do it if it's legal?
Because I wouldn't want to do it. It's my
Why?
choice, right?
Why is that your choice?
Because I choose not to go through with it.
Why not?
Then why would a woman choose to go through it and then it not be murder? If you lay down
No,
with
let me
a
say,
man,
on second.
So here's
Why
the
not?
thing, right?
Why not? No,
I
just
understand
answer the question.
what
Why
you're
not?
saying. So
Okay,
I
go ahead.
would not so I could not go through with an abortion simply
Mm-hmm.
because I simply don't think that I could handle the effects of it, right? So the same way
Effects
I
of
don't think
what?
I could have a child because I don't think I could handle the effects of what comes after, right?
Like
So
what?
let me finish my statement. Oh my God.
You said the
So
effects of it.
can I
Like
finish
what?
my statement, E? Oh my God.
You
So
you said I'm long
so
winded.
we
You're very
cannot
long winded. I'm
we
just trying to get to the point. You said the effects of what?
you're one to talk, E. So
Oh,
we
I
cannot
think we're both the
simply
ones to
talk
talk.
about so we cannot simply talk about my personal reasonings for the whole 90% of women having abortions. So what is the reason 90% of women are having abortions? Let's pull up that statistic.
But before we do it, let's do it why you won't do it. Let's do it that first. You said the effects of what? Let's
So
not
okay,
stray from
we can talk
that.
about that.
No choice. It's a choice.
So we could talk about when you have just like when you have a child, right? I'm sure you guys have heard of um the effects that women have right after they have the baby. They go through some women go through
Postpartum.
depression. So yes, thank you, postpartum. Some women go through depression. Some women go through BPD, bipolar disorder. Some people have uh, uh,
You talking
a
about
lot of like
after they have
racist
a baby,
thoughts.
right? You talking about after they have the baby, right?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So just
Okay,
like
okay.
how some women have those effects, when after some women have the abortions, they go through similar things. So that's what I'm talking
Why?
about.
Why they go through
So
similar things?
oh my God, y'all are jumping down my throat. So the reason why, right? I said that I would choose not to have a child and I would choose not to have abortions if, the if if I was actually pregnant, right? Um, if it was like a surprise child. If that would happen to me, like I don't
You
think I
just
could
gonna let
actually
you just
handle.
gonna let her just say that and just let it slip by a surprise child? How you fell on a penis or something?
So
How
because
you have a
So
surprise
because
child?
I'm not, just like I said, I'm not planning to have a child. But if I were to lay down with someone and it happens, I'm not going to have an abortion. That's what I'm saying. So
But the same
that's
effects.
why, that's my reasonings, right? There's a postpartum, just like when you have a baby, there's also a post abortion. It's a similar effects on the brain, on the body, and it is extremely harmful long term. That's the
But
reason why
but
I
those
would not.
same effects apply to you if you do have the child. So I'm trying to understand. The same effects apply if you don't. The same effects apply if you do. So I'm asking. That's your
So
reason
here's
why
the
you
thing, right?
wouldn't. I don't
So here's the
understand the
thing,
point.
E. So here's the thing, E. Respectfully, what happens to a man after after they have a child?
I'm sorry. Is that a rhetorical question?
No, I'm asking. I know you guys can't physically have a child, but when you have a child with a woman, right? You guys have a new child. What happens to a man?
When a child is born, what happens to a man when a child
Hmm.
is born?
When they
Uh,
have their child, yeah,
when the child when the woman brings forth their child to them, what happens to the
yeah,
man?
yeah. Like
I have a number.
what
I
do
have a
they go
bunch of
through?
kids. I don't know. I mean, you have children?
No, I'm asking you. Oh wait, do you have kids?
I have plenty of kids, but I'm asking,
Yeah,
what,
so
you know
that's
something I
so
don't
yeah,
know?
I'm asking you.
Okay, what
So
happens? What happens?
what do men go through?
We go through happiness. I'm happy when I have my kids. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking
Exactly. So
about?
you guys don't understand the effects that having a baby has
Oh
on some
no.
women.
No, sis.
This is what I'm saying. Like,
I no, no. That's you're wrong. I do understand. That's why I oppose it. That's why I oppose the abortion. I'd rather the child come into the world and have a
you just
chance
said,
to
right?
live.
But
What?
you just said, right? So the same effects that the woman, same effects that happens after a child, I mean, sorry, a woman has a child postpartum happens to a woman after they have an abortion. For some women, those effects, the effects on the brain, that lasts for years.
Sister,
Postpartum lasts for years. Post abortion can last
I've
for
dealt with
years. And
postpartum multiple
hear me
times.
out.
Okay,
And this is
okay.
the reason why. This is the reason why I personally choose not to have a baby, and I would choose. This is the reason why I just choose not to go through with it.
That's fine, and
Is that
that's fine. I'm not. No one's.
right? So,
That's good.
okay,
That's
that
great.
was
So
my
what you?
personal reasoning.
Oh, oh, that's your
So now
position.
I was
Okay.
asking you,
Mm-hmm.
can we
Mm-hmm.
present the reason as to why 90% of women are having abortion?
because they whores.
Statistics says right. Well, the statistics said it's elective, so that means that they elect to kill the baby
Yeah,
after
but I'm
they
asking why.
made a
What's the
decision
reason?
to lay down and have sex and
because
get
they don't
pregnant.
want to handle the responsibility. Period.
So
I don't
basically, we
know
don't
the
know the
reason.
reason, right? Okay, so it's not due to irresponsibility. It's not due to
It
just
is due
boredom.
to.
So we
It
can't
is due.
actually say that
It is due.
if we're
Look,
not
wait,
presenting an
hold it up.
actual reason.
If a man and a woman are out, because I feel it's a woman. If a
I'm sorry,
man
what did
and a
you say?
woman are out calling themselves playing house, and I'm saying this for a reason, playing for a house, whether they use protection or not, and the woman gets pregnant. Okay, I'm pregnant. I don't want to have the baby. But that's it is your choice. But then you got to take care of the responsibility of the stupid mistake you made trying to be grown out there having sex. And I'm saying that because I was that one. Out there, first boyfriend trying to be grown on senior night, ended up pregnant.
You said senior night?
I
High school in high
I
school.
said senior
Oh,
night
sorry.
when I
Sorry.
graduated from high school. I was the geek. Braces, glasses, braids. Got caught the first time slipping up. had already graduated in the Navy with a date to leave, ready to go. But there was two things. They kept figuring and kept sending me back and forth to the doctor because they heard an irregular heartbeat. And I couldn't know because I was going to go for the Naviator thing where you stand out with the stick. They say her heart is beating too fast. Unbeknownst, it was my daughter. My friends were like, "What are you going to do? You going to go? You can't go in the Navy with the kid." I asked for them to sign me out because I was not going to have an abortion because it was my responsibility for out there laying around trying to be cute, being grown. My grandparents were behind me, and so was my mom. They told me, "You went out there and get it. You be responsible and take care of it. It is a woman's choice. Are you thinking selfish for yourself? No. Why
Um,
take a child's
uh,
life for two grown people?"
hey, Miss Stella,
Yes,
you been in this room before?
Amadi,
She has.
soundbite. Come on, that recording. If you're gonna record, at least get a better mic.
You been in this
What'd you
room
say?
before, Miss Stella?
I have.
Okay, you believe in God?
I do.
So
But you
do
trying
you,
to convert me to Israelite or whatever? I'm
this
okay.
Israelite is a nationality. It's not a conversion process. And the white man already converted you to his ways, so I don't think that's possible at this point.
Nah,
But
I'm very black. My skin is
um,
black. My culture is black. I don't know about that,
Psalms
but
94 verse
go ahead.
20. Read that for Miss Stella, because she kept going by what the white man defines their law by, and it's what God says. Because you said you believe in God. Psalms 94 verse 20.
Psalm chapter 94 and verse 20. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee?
A throne
Which
is a ruling principality. The throne right now is the white man's legislation that you use to answer what is considered killing. We define what God says what murder is. You said no. According to the legal terminology, it's not. So God asked the question. Read it again.
shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law?
So they put laws in place to define right or wrong, and they say that that supersedes what God says. Okay, so God is the ultimate authority on what a loss of life is, not the white man's law. That's why it says that they frame mischief by law. So we don't go by what they say according to their legal terminology. Loss of life is decided as murder. We go by what God says. So that's
They
why
want
that's
next.
the only
They
reason
want
why.
next verse. Next verse. They want next. Read the next verse.
Read the next verse.
Verse 21. They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous
Okay, which is the Israelites are the souls of the righteous. Read on.
and condemn the innocent blood.
And
Baby.
condemn innocent blood. So they could wash their hands of saying, we don't feel that what we're doing to you niggers is bad in our eyes. So we're going to make it law where we define what a death is, and God does not have the ultimate authority. And that's how you spoke in this room. That you went to what the white man's decision is to justify what a death is and what a death is not. So that's why you're getting the heat that you're getting in the room. Okay, and
Oh, I don't feel the
that's
heat.
fine. I know you don't feel the heat. You feel you're looking at things through the white man's eyes
I'm
and
very
not
cozy.
looking at things through whether God says it's a lie, and that's fine. You know, there's a lot of people like you. That's fine.
All right, so I guess y'all bring. Oh, are you done? Are you done? I don't know if y'all done reading,
Yeah, I'm
I
done.
but yeah,
I
I
just
guess
want to
y'all.
say this. I just want to say this. You say you had black culture. What is black culture?
Oh, we're not about to
I,
do that. We're
you
not
wait,
about to do
wait
that.
you. What is
Hey,
black culture?
listen. Black
We're not
culture
about to
is
do that.
exactly what the white man told her. Every February was
Oh
Black
no!
History Month. That's what she calls black culture. What
Look,
the
look,
white man told
look,
you.
look. Respectfully, like. I understand that you said, the Israelite is your nationality. I get that. That's fine. But when it comes to black culture, like, we're not about to play dumb. We're not about to play stupid. I'm pretty sure most of the
Okay,
room
okay,
in
watch
here
this.
is
We're not
black.
gonna
No,
play
no,
stupid.
Like, let's
I'm
just
familiar.
stop
No,
that.
King, it's okay. I'm familiar with black culture. Pretty much condones pretty much what you just said. It pretty much is turns a blind eye to the facts that are presented to them, and they ignore it. Like we said earlier, you're going along with the fact that heart disease, the leading cause, even though we already established with congressional documents and news articles that the leading killer of our people is in fact abortions, which was set up by Margaret Sanger, who was a blatant racist, and her grandson today literally runs Planned Parenthood. Even to this very day, he runs it. He's behind it. And because they don't openly say, hey, let's put up a clinic in the black neighborhood, in the Hispanic neighborhood, and kill these dumb niggas. And because they don't put that open for the world to see and put it in statistics and numbers, we just go along with it. Even though when COVID hit and everything was closed down, but them clinics, that was just coincidence. And they're all in black neighborhoods. That's just coincidence. We're just talking out of our ass pretty much, according to y'all. But that's black culture. Black culture tends to like they tend to hear what the white man says. They accept it, even though facts will be presented to them. They'll disregard it and they'll ignore it, and that's why the white man can continue putting things in our community, like clinics, and we just ignore it and move on and just live our lives and
All
do what
right.
we want to do. So
So,
that's black culture. So I agree with you. You
so
definitely
let's.
accept
All
black
right.
culture.
So
That's true.
let's actually expound upon that. So I just want to ask the room, or I guess the moderators, are none of y'all black?
No, hell no. We ain't no damn
We are
color in a
Well,
crayon.
Israelites.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
again.
That's a.
sorry.
I'm
I
asking
said
seriously.
I
Hey,
said
let me
black. I
answer
said
her
black.
again.
I said black.
We
I was being kind. I meant niggas. That's the same. It's the same thing. Nigga culture
that's
and
right.
black culture.
Okay.
That's the same thing. That's what I'm referring to. And I'm not
All right.
referring
So
to
y'all
I'm
not gonna
not
trigger
referring
me
to.
because
Well, I'm
y'all
not.
not
No,
triggering me because I'm
well,
very
I'm not.
settled in who I
Well,
am. But I just
I'm
want
not
to know.
subtle. I'm not very subtle. Hold on, hold on. I'm not very subtle. I'm very, very blatant. So
I
when you say
understand.
black,
I hear you.
when you say black culture, black folks don't really have a culture per se anymore. They kind of just like go with whatever they're told how to dress or what to wear. They kind of just go with the flow. Like the blonding of the hair, the bleaching of the skin, the tightness of the pants. That's all European. The tattoos, that's European. That's not mini skirts is European. Black folks don't really have a culture. We haven't had a culture since we got dragged over here. We have remnants and bits and pieces of what we remember from what we learned on TV or our grandparents taught our parents, but as a whole, we're a fractured race of people. We don't really have a community, nor are we have a culture. It's laughable to even hear the word culture coming to black folks' mouths unless you consider rap, hip hop, hip hop before was a culture to an extent. That's destroyed. So that's really gone. I mean, I'm just trying to understand what this culture is referring to, other than what white folks say is or isn't. That black folks tend to accept without, even though facts are presented to them. I don't know. We got A1, you got it.
Yeah, it's what Chameleon Harris said it was when she wanted a campaign and she magically made herself black and paid Megan the Stallion to come out and twerk on stage and Little John to come out and scream, yeah, and then tell us she went to a HBCU and as she cooks her collard greens, she
In the
boils them in her
bathtub.
bathtub. That's what she's talking about when she says black culture. Notice when it was time to run, she brought no policies for people of color. And she openly said, now, wait a minute, I ain't just gonna do things for black people, y'all. Because she knows she could talk like that because of people like you. What they define culture is what the white man tells us it is. That's why they put entertainers, rappers, ball players up front because they say we don't want to hear nothing about what defines a people and we don't want to hear about no policies. You couldn't do that with the Chinese, the Japanese, any other needs that there is out there that they could come out and bring entertainers as before policies and get away with it. So when you say black culture, it's the same bullshit that they do in February 20, the shortest month of the year. Okay, and then tell us that what they say Black History is, like they give Black History Month, that's what we're supposed to swallow down. Same
A
reason
one,
why they said,
A1, A1.
uh,
Don't forget that she went to all the black colleges, talk about reproductive health and abortions, but didn't visit one white college with the same policies. She went to all the
exactly.
black. Then when she lost, she stood up the whole college. Didn't even show up. She said, "That was you niggas. I lost. I ain't talking to y'all no more. What about business?" That's black culture. Yeah, yeah.
And she was also out here in New Birth. I have a sister-in-law that goes to New Birth. They walked her down a red carpet at New Birth where Jamal Bryant is.
Also, your culture is
May
putting
endure for a
put.
night.
Oh, hold on. Also, her culture is putting mustard, collard greens in a tub. That's
Yeah,
black
I don't, I don't,
culture.
I don't, I don't know any black people in my life that ever cooked collard greens in the bathtub. That's probably some Indian stuff.
Yes, we see them nasty Indian people cooking all type of stuff on the street in their shoes with their toenails, with rats
Scoop,
crawling all around it. That's what we do see.
goop scoop.
So I'm curious,
I
what's
I just
the
can't
Israelite
believe.
culture?
I
Because
can't
I've
believe
never
this.
Yes,
heard of
yes,
that
I
as
yes.
can't
an
believe this
Now,
stuff.
activity.
now you're asking. Now you're
That's a good
asking.
question.
Now you're asking good questions. The Israelite culture is the chosen people in the Bible. Because you said you read the Bible, right? You read the Bible,
Oh, you're
Miss
asking me?
Stella.
Yes, I do.
Okay. In the Bible, God made a covenant with the Israelites that they keep His laws as standards and depart from the ways of man. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Honor thy mother and thy father. Love thy neighbor as you love yourself. God gave them those laws that were supposed to govern the entire planet. When Caucasians came up and took control of the earth, they tossed those laws out the window and they framed mischief by law, as we just read in the book of Psalms. So to be an Israelite means what's right is in God's sight, not man. That's what it means to be an Israelite, meaning what God say is the way. In the Bible, it was a theocracy. A theocracy means whatever God says to do, we do it. The democracy and the Republican is by white people who you said that what they define as a murder is or killing is the standard for mankind. As an Israelite, we don't go by what the leading principality says. Okay? So to return to God as an Israelite, you go by his standard of how life is supposed to be governed, not what man says. Get that? Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 5.
Y'all don't got no fun stuff. Like it's like
So you're saying,
y'all
so
don't
you're
got no
saying,
like
just
other
let me be
cultures.
clear. You're saying
What
that to
about y'all
listen to
foods and
God,
shit?
you're saying that following God is not fun, it's depressing to follow God?
I'm not saying that. I'm talking
You,
about like what about y'all foods? What about y'all dress? Like I know I see the Israelites out on 125th and y'all got like, that Power Ranger like outfit. Like it
Oh
looks kind of
God.
well,
cool in the
well,
sun. So
well,
like I
understand.
wonder like what's y'all other culture?
I'm
Like
going to
how do
answer
y'all
you. I'm going to
celebrate?
answer
What's
you.
y'all holidays?
I'm going to answer you. The same way the Pope dress up with a fish hat and you don't make fun of him. And y'all go into the Catholic Church, they got on long robes with no drawers under it, and they're fondling little boys, and y'all don't make fun of them. Y'all don't make fun of the clothes that the Pope wear. Y'all don't make
How you know
fun
not making
of
fun of him too?
y'all don't make fun of the clothes. You don't never call the Pope no Power Ranger. You don't say that.
All right.
Okay?
Calm
You
down.
don't say
It
that.
was just a joke. It was a
You
joke.
don't.
My bad.
Listen.
Like I'm sorry I triggered you. Like
You
it was just a
well,
joke.
No, but
well, well.
your IG can't look like that, and you're trying to come on here and clown the brothers talking about Power Ranger suits. Your IG can't look like that,
Right.
and you come
All
talking.
she's doing, hey, listen, who said that? She's the white man's mouthpiece. White people say that. Whenever they attack the Israelite community, they say the same thing. The Jewish people with Barbie
Why
doll,
is it
the
always
Jewish people been wearing Barbie doll curls coming down the side of their head, all black, dusty looking. Nobody, they don't ever, she'll bow down when she see them dirty Jewish people.
Don't forget the
Okay?
condom on their
but
head,
Uh,
A1.
uh,
They be
y'all was
Don't
trying to
forget the
trick me
condom.
and it's not gonna work, sweetheart. Like how you know I'm not
Yeah,
making
it
fun
was,
of them too?
yeah, it
How
was.
you
Just
know
get
I'm not making
explain
fun
it.
of them?
She had a
How
question.
you
You
know
gotta
I'm
answer
not
it.
like joking on them? Like damn, I'm
No,
sorry. It was just a joke. My
that's a
God.
joke. Sis.
they
That's
be
fine. It's a
humping
joke.
the
Yeah,
wall.
A1. You gotta do what they want. You gotta
No,
Oh
do
my
we're
what they
very
want.
God.
protective of our
No, no,
brothers
no,
But
no,
in
no,
I
no,
was
here,
no,
just
so
no,
you're
no,
not
no.
asking
gonna
Let's
come
stop.
in
because
here and be
it's kind of
disrespectful
crazy
and sit down
that
and be
y'all
disrespectful
like
to them,
Let's see how far this
and be
sorry
goes.
just sit
y'all
down and
wait
listen to
That
you and be
it's a lot of people
disrespectful.
No,
talking.
Okay,
hold
You
one.
are
on.
Everybody
Yo,
mute up. Everybody
hold
mute
you're
on,
up.
hold on.
very rude.
She
Everybody
is
mute
rude.
up.
Okay,
Hey,
I'll
A1,
be
let's see
rude.
how far this
Hey,
goes.
everybody
A1, let's see
mute
how
up
far this goes. Let's
except
see
for the
how far.
moderator.
A1, you go. Let's see how it goes.
Hey,
Continue. Let's see
hey,
how
I'm
far this
sorry,
goes.
I'm sorry. Let's just get back control of the room.
Let's see how far
Let's
this
just.
goes. Yeah,
She asked
A1.
a
She
question,
has a
and
question.
I want to stay with this. Do you think, Miss Stella? Okay,
Yeah.
you're right. I can't assume those things, but I'm just saying. There's a lot of other religious cultures that dress strange for years, and nobody never said nothing. For some reason, the Israelites' way of dress that they used to go out and minister in the street, all of a sudden they're Power Rangers. But the question that I'm asking you is this: do you feel like the instructions given by God uh, allows you, stops you from enjoying your life?
No, not at all.
Okay, because I hear that also a lot. People be like, "Yo, what do you guys do for fun?" We do have a lot of fun. We got music. We still party. We have our wives. We have our children. We have a community. And every person that comes to participate, they say how much they like it. From the children
Right.
to the grown-ups, everybody
That's
likes
what I
it.
was asking. Okay. I'll be serious. I'll be serious. That's what I was asking, right? When I said like, what's the Israelite culture? I'm asking about the, like you said, the music. I'm asking about the food. Like, what do y'all do for y'all holidays? That's what I'm
Yes.
asking about.
Yeah.
Cause
Okay. Like for
y'all was
instance,
talking about the black. Yes, one second. Y'all was talking about, how black people don't have culture. Now look, I wasn't going off in here, right? When y'all said that, I'm black and I do not deny my blackness. So I didn't go off on y'all, right? So I'm sorry. I made a joke. I made it a little funny. My bad. Okay. I'm trying to lighten the mood. But
gotcha,
look,
gotcha.
that's what I was asking about. Like, what about
Gotcha.
the
And
music?
and
Tell
you
me
should
about
be
that.
able to do that without being attacked. But black culture to me, I live in New York City where the niggas are
Too.
made.
Me
Black
too. Born and
culture is
raised.
they're walking around
Where
with
you
their
from?
pants hanging off their ass. They're in the
Oh, okay.
street.
Good.
They're ready to fight you just for eye contact. Okay, you look at them the wrong way. They think it's cool to be ready to fight you. Yeah, everything is gun talk. Okay, in the black culture, they sing songs about gun. They sing songs about killing people, and they now label it drill music, and that's what sells. The black woman is twerking. She got long eyelashes. She got her booty showing.
They
She got her breast
won.
showing, and
Come on, bro. I'm asking you about Israelite music, and you just going off on like
yes,
I'm
because
very
there's a
interested.
difference. This what you define as black culture is against God's laws in the
But look,
Bible.
look.
The
Okay,
woman, the woman
I hear what
cannot
you're
have
saying.
booty shorts on and blonde hair in her head and twerking her
Look,
ass and popping
look.
her
A one.
coochie.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm asking you about Israelite music. What is that? I've
We
never heard of that.
Israelite music. We have a website called Original Royalty. I got a video on there with almost 1 million views that I did, and we do music all the time. Okay, we do
Okay.
music all the
Where's it
time.
called? Where's it called?
We have our own holidays. We have our own holidays, our own feast days.
Hey,
What do
hey,
y'all celebrate?
moderator. I'm sorry, reader. Pull up my music video, Kings in the Building. Okay, that was one of the first videos ever on our label. And before they YouTube took it down 2 times, it's still at a 500,000 views on one site and 250,000 views on another site. And it's now you got the churches now trying to mimic what we're doing with the music. So we was doing it first. My video went up in 2012, 2013. Okay, so we're not new to this. We've been doing this a long time. And we got a lot of views on almost all the music that we're doing. And there's even people copying it all over the world. So we do make music. We do party. Like, for instance, while y'all doing Christmas, y'all believing in a fat white man in a red costume climbing down your chimney where fire comes out of. The Bible says we're supposed to be doing the Feast of Dedication. That's a day to remember when the Greeks came in, the white Caucasian Greeks came in and desecrated our temple, and the Maccabees family fought successfully and brought it back and rededicated it to the Lord. That's what the Feast of Dedication is. That's what we will be doing this December while y'all dealing with Black Friday to go out and get deals from the white man to celebrate a fictitious holiday of a fat white man that mysteriously, the same letters as Santa, Santa, are the same letters as Satan, Satan. Okay, that's what black people call culture. To bow down under a Christmas tree with silver and gold on it, that we know is an ancient Babylonian custom that the Bible says not to do. To follow a day called December 25th, which when you look it up, is called the winter solstice. It was a day of sun worship. So if you compare what we do to what black people do in called culture, They are evil. So we look at things through God's eyes, not the white man's lies. Everything that black people do, they call you goyim, which means sheep. You're like cattle to them. They move you in any direction they want you to, and you believe what they say is law over what God says is law. That's why the Bible says that there's going to be a judgment day where you're going to pay for picking the wrong side to be on. So here we do what God says. That's what it means to be an Israelite, to look at the world through God's eyes and not the white man's lies. The white man defines what black culture is. That's why there's a P. Diddy. That's why there's a T.D. Jakes teaching the Bible, but he's at freak off parties with getting baby oil rubbed on him and being called a power bottom. So there's a big difference between black culture and what the Israelites define as culture, because we give our definition through God's eyes and not man's lies. You understand, Miss Stella?
No. But y'all, do y'all ever play your music in here?
Play it.
Yeah,
Did you find it, reader?
we play it
We
before
can
we
play.
start.
We can play some music.
Yes,
We
sir.
always
Yes,
play
sir.
Play
music.
it.
Play,
Play my
we
video.
play it before we start.
Yes, sir.
The,
Hey, play that Kings in the Building. You can. Hey, soundbite.
Yeah.
Cause whoever soundbite, you got it.
Hey, just post the link to the top of the room.
How many times must we check Oh, these that's UA1? fools, dissect these fools? They still running their mouth. That's why nobody don't respect these fools. Just let these fools know that we don't play. Understand? We can do this every day. You think you intelligent? You not even relevant. Understand? You are in the room with an elephant. Step on all your heresies and make the people say, why you didn't listen when we said move out the way? You keep testing us, stressing us. Why you second guessing us? Even though you cursing us, God is steady blessing us. We hate to hear when you talk, cause he's a damn liar. So when you say we fell off, we come with more fire. I am not the one to play with these scripts. I will slay with my lips. Anyone trying to twist God's words up, he live in God by these laws. So ain't nobody stopping us because there's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play.
Okay, you can cut it. You can cut it.
yo, and also
Okay.
just
I
to
see
add,
you.
you got music for different generations. You got music for just in case people like the different styles of music and so forth. We got jazz, rock music,
Country.
country
We
music,
just did country album, a
uh,
country genre. We got sisters who sing opera. We got certified opera singers that are with us. We got all different. We got music in Spanish. Okay, so there's a whole catalog. Just because y'all don't know
and
about it, it's because YouTube puts what black people want to see, and black people don't care about following God. They don't care about uh, Christ said, wide is the gate that lead to destruction, and there be many that be that go there at. Enter through the straight gate. Straight is the people that decide to live in this world and do what God says to do. And most people don't like that because it restricts your free will. It stops the woman from committing abortion. It stops the men from trying to have sex with every single woman that they see, because we tell our congregants you cannot have sex with a woman if you're not married to her. So that's what people say is not fun. The black man says, I'm not going to be an Israelite. They want me to marry her. And if she gets pregnant, I can't send her to the abortion clinic. And I have to stay with her and treat her like the Bible says in First Peter chapter 3, verse 7. Read that, please. First Peter 3, verse 7. This is what it means for a black man to identify as an Israelite. Read it.
This is the book of First Peter, chapter 3, verse 7. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they may
We're in
also.
First Peter 3, verse 7.
Yes, sir. This is the book of
That's
First Peter.
1.
Oh, yes, sir. Verse 7.
Pay
Likewise, ye
attention, reader.
wives. Likewise, ye husbands. Dwell with them according to
So
knowledge.
she's not gonna pick up Daquan and Ray Ray and Baby and them that don't have no education, that don't have no knowledge of God. Because what does God say? Repeat it again.
Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to
We
knowledge.
don't like our women to be with niggas that push nigger stuff.
According to
We
knowledge,
want them to have the knowledge of God to do what? Read on.
giving honor unto the wife
So we want black men that honor their wives, not destroy their lives. Read on.
as unto the weaker vessel,
Because God made us masculine and made them feminine. So God said to give honor to her in her femininity. Read on.
and as being heirs together of the grace of life.
So you're supposed to grow old with her to inherit the grace of life. This is what it means to be an Israelite. You cannot be with no woman and run game on her and put shame on her.
And one of the reasons why we were so against abortion is because the Bible pushes a traditional household. That's why I was surprised when I heard you, Stella, say that you yourself wouldn't do it. I respect that you say you wouldn't do it, but the Bible tells us that you're supposed to marry the woman you lay with. You lay with her, you stay with her, you die, you lie with her, you die with her. That's what the Bible tells you to do.
Yes.
So in that instance, that's why we're against it, because the Bible tells the men and women, to be married. In our congregation, we have situations where a man and a woman will go out there and sleep around, whatever. We'll say, listen, bro, you can't come back until you marry that sister, and they'll get married and they'll whatever, and they'll be fine. So that's why we're staunchly against. I'm sorry. We heavily support, or we're avid supporters of marriage. And so when it comes to marriage, there's no reason for abortion whatsoever because you're married. Now, like I said before, if couples decided to get an abortion or whatever, they're not following God, because but biblically speaking, whenever couples in the Bible had a child, it was like a blessing, because especially if you had a man child, because the male child is pretty much the progenitor of the race. Like he's the man is a necessity. He's not an alternative. And so when you apply those laws and the commandments to a black family, or a black man and woman, it creates a certain level of integrity and pride and honor to be able to bring forth children together, and not fall behind the influence of the world and the policies of the world. That's why we're so against abortion entirely, because God's against it. Okay.
Matthew chapter 19, verse 4. Read that for her, please.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 19 and verse 4.
This is what it means to be an Israelite in Israelite culture.
And he answered and said unto them, Have ye not read he that which he made them have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? And said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and
No,
they
make her
twain
baby moms.
they shall and shall cleave to his wife,
Make her a side piece.
and shall cleave to his wife,
Make her a one night stand.
and shall cleave to his wife.
Those are the things they do in black culture. And it's cool to be a player. It's cool to sing a song. I got hoes. I got hoes in different area codes. That's what y'all call black culture. That's what y'all call black culture.
Can I ask you a question?
You can't make this shit up. Go ahead, Miss Stella.
Um, so first off, you got skills. Like, that song was dope. But I am curious, very curious. Um, and y'all not gonna like this question, but you say black people don't have culture, but I am curious to know why you chose rap as your song choice. Like, why not choose gospel?
Oh God.
Why choose rap?
Well, just so you know, every genre of music, even to rock music, it was
Uh huh. Came from who?
when you hear Little Richard say they stole it from us. It's true, they stole it from us. The white
Oh,
man
from
stole
who?
everything
From
from
us?
us.
But you're
Every
not black though.
Say that again. No,
You said you're not black.
I'm just going for
Man,
layman's terms.
got you there, A1. You black. Come
I'm
on.
Jeremiah
Just say you
Jeremiah ten
black. It's
sixteen.
alright. Say
Jeremiah
you
I'm
10:16.
I'm going by layman's terms. I don't identify myself as a
black.
black man.
Alright,
I
alright,
identify
A1.
myself as an Israelite.
Alright,
Okay?
A1. Look,
I
look. You
identify
running for a
the
clubhouse. I get it. I
the
get it. Okay.
terminal. Just follow me, sis. The
Alright.
terminology of being labeled black and white came from the colorism started with the white man. They were the first one that were born out of sync of what God defined as to be human. Okay, I don't know if you know that. The very first time that color is to define a human being was with them. That's who Esau is. The Bible says that he came out red all over like a hairy garment. Okay, and that's when the first Caucasian was you is documented in the Bible. And being that they have no pigmentation, they have no color, they're clean albino, they was the one that had a problem with the color of our skin. So they made everything that was white right, and everything that was black, they pushed it back. Okay, this is historical. I can show you that in history, and I can show it to in the Bible. I can
And
show you where when they took our records from us, they put their white faces inside our writings. Do you know that, Miss Stella?
That white people have colonized and
They
the
when they
world.
colonize
Absolutely.
us,
Yeah.
when they
Yeah.
attacked
You're not
us.
telling me.
Okay, it's just like perfect case in point. In the 14th century, during the Renaissance, people, there was a period, there was a time called iconoclasm, where they destroyed all the artifacts or anything that depicted the people of God as black, and they created a new image of Jesus, and they made them white.
Yeah.
That's historic, Miss Stella.
But here's the thing, right? I just asked you why you chose rap. That's it.
Right. Well, all music that is popular, it's all from our people, from my people, the
Right,
Israelites.
right.
From classical to gospel to
Wait,
rap to jazz to everything. Caucasians were in caves before they
A
made us
A1,
slaves. Okay.
A1, look, A1. You
Also,
just said,
like there were
look,
jobs.
you just said that look, we all know, or okay, I'll say I know as a black woman that the basis of music, blues, rock and roll, and gospel all came from black people.
No, see, again, like I said, it did not
They
come from.
did. Come
If
on, A1, come on.
yo,
you're
yo,
Come
you're
yo,
on.
yo,
Why?
I got, I,
What?
I
Why
it,
mentioned,
you?
it,
Why we
it,
I
can't be
mentioned
called
it.
black
Miss
people?
Stella, it
I
came
mentioned
from
What's
it.
wrong with being
Israelites.
black?
A1. I mentioned it earlier. I said it
What's
earlier.
wrong with being black?
When I mentioned it, I was in that conversation. I told them when it turned to black culture. I said before. I said hip. I mentioned hip hop. I said hip hop was our culture when it was good and got corrupted and so forth. I mentioned that before. So that was part of our culture. But black culture to now, I said now is gone. How old are you, sis? If you don't mind me
I'm
asking.
31. I'm
31.
31.
Okay. So you know that the black culture, so-called black culture now, as opposed to the 90s and earlier on, was a lot different than now in terms of your generation or younger. You know that.
It's
Now,
different, but we still have
it,
culture. Like,
it,
come on.
okay, the culture the culture you're referring to, right? The culture you're referring to, does it go back to the same that you're referencing in terms of the country or the R&B back then? Does it go back to that? That's being pushed in the forefront now? Is that really a culture?
No, because we have
That's
in the
okay.
music
Exactly.
industry that's not
That
being pushed. Yeah,
that's
we know.
right.
I follow you.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. When we say black folks have no culture, that goes into identity,
Oh,
heritage, who they are, where they're from. If you ask 10 black people their nationality, you'll get 10 different answers. That's what I mean
but
when I
here,
say no culture. Or
but
when it comes to right, go ahead. You gonna say something good?
no, I was just gonna say, like, you can't say black people have no culture because we do, right? I understand that you guys don't recognize yourselves as being black, and you guys recognize yourself as being Israelites, and you guys have a culture, right? The same way that you guys have a culture, the same way that black people have a culture. You guys might not agree with it, but we cannot simply erase the culture.
The
What do
culture,
y'all eat?
the
What do
hold on,
y'all eat?
I got it. The culture that y'all call culture today is not culture at all. If you're gonna go by we had culture, I can agree with that. I'll yield to that. We had culture, But do we have it now? No, we do not. Because all of the stuff we have now is all geared towards your ops. That's the twerking, all that. That's not a culture. That's depravity and degeneracy. That's not a culture. Megan Thee Stallion is not a culture. Sexy Red is not a culture. Ice Spice is not a culture. That's niggerdom. That's what I was saying earlier. So
But is that
when it comes to rap and hip hop from before, like Cool in the Gang and Cold Crush, and that back then, that was culture. That's true. They were rapping about their condition, about being in the hood, the ghetto, the white man oppressing them. That's different. This is not culture now. This is all depravity, degeneracy, and ignorance, and niggas that mumble. That's not culture. That's nonsense. That's different.
but here's the thing,
Different.
right? Here's the thing, right? Like just because you're talking about mainstream rap and hip hop, right? And I understand what you are saying and where you're coming from, but just because that's being pushed in the mainstream, that doesn't mean that one, black people don't have culture, and two, that doesn't mean that the lyrical rap isn't still happening. It is.
Who?
No,
It
Name
just needs
name an
no,
artist.
support.
no, no.
Name
I'm
an
not saying.
artist.
I'm not saying that,
Taylor
sis.
Rock.
I'm not saying. I mentioned it. I said it before. Listen carefully. Listen to understand. I'm
Okay.
talking about the mumbling, the twerking. Not talking about Lupe. I'm not talking about the lyricists like the Kendrick Lamar's or the Lupe Fiascos. I'm not talking about underground rappers. Well, not Kendrick, but I'm not talking about them. That they still retain to an extent the same culture that I'm referring to before it got corrupted. I'm not talking about them. The mainstream stuff you're talking about, you mentioned earlier, is what's pushed as culture. I don't consider that or count that as culture. It should not be counted as culture. It's depravity and degeneracy. Do black people have a culture? If they do have a culture, they don't understand it or they don't remember it because of this nonsense going on now. We had a culture, but it's like I said before, we don't have a culture per se. We have certain things that apply to us in terms of the R&B and the hip hop and so on and so forth. But the stuff that's being pushed now, I don't consider that culture. It's not a culture at all. It's madness. It's depravity. It's degeneracy. It's ignorance. I'm not gonna call culture ignorance culture and call it, those words are synonymous. They don't go together. When
Yes.
it, so that's the point. So you asked a question about why do we use rap and so forth because that's what we had before. Rap originally, the original hip hop culture, which you're referring to, was not this today. I don't consider this culture. I'm an '80s baby. My mom played all kind of old school music and stuff and old rap songs. That was a culture I grew up listening to. That's what hip hop was. Hip hop now isn't hip hop at all. It's a bunch of mumbling idiots from the South talking stupid shit. That's not culture. That's a bunch of nonsense.
Yes. To
So I'm
talk about
But is
selling
hip so
drugs and killing people, you're
all
saying
right,
that's a
A1.
culture where they
A1,
brag
come on.
about how much people they killed and they brag about their Glock and their nine
and their
and
ops.
and their ops and they talk about the police and the feds and how much bricks they move and
I slept with your woman.
right. That's culture? How is that culture?
I ain't got no time for
So
no slut. I'm gonna put my
so
finger in her
A1.
butt. That's not no damn hip hop, bro.
You
So
That's not
cannot
hip
A1.
hop,
stop.
man. Now stop
Let
this.
me ask you a question, A1. So you're saying that the sum of all of black culture is selling drugs?
What's popular is the drug dealers. What's popular is the men that brag about how much women they have sex with. What's popular is to be a killer, to glorify guns. You go into the Chinese community, that's not what's being pushed. That's depravity. You go into the East Indian community, the Indian community, that's not what's being pushed. Okay, everything that's being pushed, you got to be a drug dealer, you got to be arrested, you got to be able to kill people, and nobody don't mess with me, and I'm dangerous, and I'll shoot the block up, and I'll kill my ops. That's not culture.
You said it yourself.
Look,
You
so
said mainstream. You said yourself. That's mainstream. That's not the whole thing. We don't
right.
consider that. We don't
So
consider
hear
that
me
to be
out.
culture. Go ahead.
So hear me out, right? So I'm talking about A1. He said that black people have no culture, right? And y'all are talking about, like I said, the mainstream, what's being pushed. Now, look, I don't agree with, the drug dealing and everything like that, but I'm not going to sit here and say that black people have no culture.
When I say that, sis, I say that because what's being pushed to us and what's being popular should not be considered as culture. Do they have a culture per se? Yes. But that's not what's being presented to us. That's not what's being glorified and exemplified. What's being is the killers, the murderers, the twerking, the bust it wide open, okay? The pop that coochie, all that stuff. That's not culture. That's depravity. So that's what I mean when I'm saying that. Originally, the music because I'm in my 50s, I'm 25 years older than you, and when I first was hearing hip hop, it was Sugar Hill Gang. It was stay in school, don't do drugs. Your family. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Melly Mel and the Furious Five, and
Fight
I
the
watched
power.
it transition to gangster rap and shooting and killing and chain snatching and murdering and shoot the club up. I watched the transition. Okay, I'll be a little bit lenient with you because you say you're only 30. So you didn't watch. I was there when it started to what it is now. When rappers were not getting killed. There's no other musical genre where the artists are getting killed at the rate of gospel or R&B or whatever it is. Why is it normal now for rappers to get killed and be in and out of prison and doing a bid and writing their album? That's not culture. And that's what the record execs are pushing. They openly say they can't make money off anything else but that. That's not culture. That's a marketing strategy and a business plan that's put together to take advantage of a broken, depressed, disenfranchised uh, people who are looking for help and they're not getting help. They're being used. So
Hey, AI, AI. This is Malachi Z.
go ahead.
What you see, the black coaches is talking about. Let me show you something, right? Miss Stella is the perfect example why, when you look at what just happened a couple of weeks ago with the election, what is why people do? They Kamala Harris know that people like Sister Stella, when it comes to so-called black culture, everything. First of all, I don't believe in black culture because when you look at us as a people, everything we have, they give it to us. That's the bottom line. Even your music you listen to, what music, they allow you to listen to that. They're the one who finance it. Whatever they give us in the black community, that's from them. That's not really from us. Even when when you open the television. Okay, let's go back to the election. What did they do? Kamala Harris raised $1.5 billion. Do you know what we can do in the black community with $1.5 billion? What did she do? She go pick up you so-called black culture, Beyonce. She give Beyonce $10 million. She said, go in the black community, tell the stupid black people to vote for so-called black women. That's how disrespectful they are. Oprah, all of them, Steve Harvey, all of them get paid to push that trash so-called black culture in the black community. Go, your Negroes, go vote for the so-called black woman because we stupid, we don't know anything. You guys follow us. This is why Malcolm X said, the so-called entertainers, they're not no leaders, but those are the people our people follow. Those people is a bunch of jokes. The so-called black culture she's talking about, the so-called black culture costs the black community 20 million black babies. The so-called black culture is still killing our young men, our young black men in the street today. Our young black women getting murders in the street today, in the street of Chicago, New York. That's the culture she's talking about. Listen, Miss Stella, I hate to tell you that. You what I call the smart, dumb black woman. You smart,
Oh,
but you stupid at
Malachi.
the same time. No, I'm sorry, but that's what you are. You smart, but you dumb at the same time. Because I've been listening to you talking for the past, 45 minutes? Everything that's coming out of your mouth is stupidity. But at the same time, I can tell you're a smart woman. You are what I call a dumb, smart woman. I was my I just mute my mic.
So we can have a
No, we
discussion
all
on
see
that.
it.
So please explain. Please dumb it down for me, since I'm an idiot. please
Yes,
explain to
I'm
me.
gonna
Who's a
tell Miss
Miss
man?
Stella.
Explain.
Miss
Can I
Stella,
talk?
you seriously, Miss Stella. I hate to say it. You probably have brought a couple of babies already. This is the only reason you was going to vote for Kamala Harris. This is the only reason the black woman mad at the black man for not putting that stupid woman in an office because all you guys worry about is killing your own babies. You guys cannot see the white population is trying to wipe us out. You guys about to put a woman, she said out of her own mouth, I'm not gonna do nothing for black people. But what did your guys do? Your guys got mad, your guys crying. Oh, why don't you vote for? Listen, the black Israelite men, the black Israelite woman. We tired of the foolishness. We tired of the lies. We tired of people like you. Because
Like
of people like
me.
you, the black community
Oh,
is what it is today. We're gonna fix it
oh, is
with
it?
you or without you. You either come on our side or most likely gonna kill you. Listen, I see the blood is sugarcoated for you. I'm not sugarcoating nothing. You are what I call a wicked ass woman. You come here try to push you garbage on us. We ain't falling for you trash no more. We are the new breed of black people in the earth, the Israelite. That's us. You that deal with us, almost like I'm going to put you to death. That's it. You that repent or drop dead. That's the gospel for you.
Okay, Malachi, who did you vote for?
I do not vote. The scripture said, "Do
Oh,
not vote
okay.
for the
So I
heathen."
think
We
if
don't.
you're not
We the
voting,
Israelite. We don't vote.
kindly,
We don't vote because you
if
know
you're not
why? You know
voting,
why? It's Stella. How long black people been voting? Tell me one thing that's in the black community. Go ahead. Tell me one thing in the black community that's since you've been voting. Go ahead. Tell me. I'm
I'm sorry,
listening.
what you say?
I'm
You
listening.
gotta say it again. Repeat.
Tell me one thing in the black community that's different since you dumb black people been voting.
Honey,
Tell me.
honey,
I'm
please
listening. Go
mute
ahead.
your
Tell me.
microphone. We're getting
They can
feedback,
kill their
please.
babies.
Because for the past 50 years, the only thing the Democrat Party been pushing is abortion. Republican pushing abortion. All of them is pushing the same thing to kill black people. Tell me one thing
Look,
that's changing the black community since you've been voting. Go ahead. Go
look.
ahead. I'm listening.
Respectfully, and I'm saying that kindly because you are not respecting me at all. I never came in this room expecting to change anybody's mind at all. So I don't know why you coming at me hot. I said clearly we just having a conversation. Like I'm good. You're trying to trigger me. That's very clear. I don't care. Quite frankly, I really don't care who you vote for. I'm independent. I don't care. And honestly, right? Just hearing what you guys are talking about. Well, I'll speak for you, Malachi. Right? You said you didn't vote. So, quite frankly, I don't care what you have to say about voting in general. If you're not participating, you shouldn't have anything to say about voting at all. And secondly, if you're not voting for, uh, you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, cool. If you're not voting for Cornel West, then I don't want to hear what you got to say, like at all.
You not answer my
Quite
question, Stella.
frankly, honestly, I don't care about who you're voting for.
You
I
not answer
don't.
my
I
question.
truly don't. I don't care to answer your question. You're very disrespectful.
She gotta
No.
go.
You wasn't disrespectful when you
She
was
gotta
running
go.
your mouth earlier. You wasn't disrespectful.
We was having a conversation, were
No,
we
we was
not? A
not. You've
one,
been very
me
disrespectful in this room for a long time.
I was not
Dems was
disrespectful.
jokes. You was disrespectful, but you said Dems was jokes. Ha ha!
Yeah, you
You
be
laughing.
kikiing all night. You've been
The only
thinking
person
everything
who's
is a
laughing
joke.
was
You
you.
act like a
Oh, I'm
child.
sorry. I thought we was having a conversation.
You've
Like
been
I wasn't
condescending. You've been very condescending, ma'am.
Yeah,
okay.
and when
I
I
mean, like,
chimed
look,
in, you said that, oh well, I'm just gonna be rude. You said that. We're in here.
you
We can
said
hear
that I was
you.
being rude, but I was respecting you. I was having a conversation back and forth. To call me an
You're
idiot, to
No,
call
respectfully
me
no,
being
stupid, come
rude.
on.
no, no, no,
I
Okay.
could have
no,
easily
no.
gave it back to
You
Olia,
had
but I didn't. We was having a
Hey, listen,
conversation.
listen.
Like, come on, let's be
Miss Stella,
easy.
can you
Let's
hear me? Miss
relax a little
Stella,
bit. Yeah, I can
Miss
hear
Stella,
you.
can you hear me? So this what E helped you, A1 helped you, but I never heard you explain black culture. They the ones who helped you. They the ones who brought up the stuff. They the ones who pretty define like, but in the past, what do y'all? Which do like
Oh my
black culture?
God,
What do
what
y'all
is
eat?
wrong?
What holidays do y'all
Okay.
have? Let me, can you
Yeah,
explain that to me?
yeah. I actually, yeah, you're right. I never actually explained what is Black culture. So Black culture, I mean, it's a culmination of just like traditions, uh, I guess, beliefs, things like that by Black people in America, right? So when you talk about like foods and things like that, We have Southern food. I say that that is a staple of Black
So what?
culture.
Okay, let's stop right
So
there.
okay,
What what's
I didn't
food? What
finish,
type of
but
food?
okay. Okay, so
I just
food.
okay. Yeah, what type?
Okay, so foods I would say is mostly like Southern cuisine, right? So we could talk about cornbread, we could talk about fried chicken, collard greens, we could talk about peach cobbler, which is my personal favorite. We could talk about uh, shrimp and grits. Like it's a lot. We could also talk about. I would personally bring in their Caribbean culture. I know a lot of people have an issue with that, but we could talk about stewed chicken. We could talk about jerk chicken. We could talk about um,
So
uh,
y'all don't eat
salt,
pork? A lot of pork,
saltfish.
shrimp,
Yes. Oh
lobster.
yes, absolutely. Barbecue. If y'all, I know some of y'all probably live in the South. Sorry, I live in New York, so I don't know too much about barbecue and stuff like that. But yeah, we can talk about ribs. Um, you got fried pork. You got chitlins, which is disgusting.
Do you know? Do
uh,
you know black? But you know black people didn't used to eat like that. We
so if
was
you're talking
forced to eat
about
those.
the,
Wait,
so if you're talking about
yeah, we was
enslaved
forced to eat.
Africans, then yes, go
And
ahead.
then yeah, we the children. Yeah, we the children of those people. Yes, I know it hurts, but yes, we those people. Yes,
Wait, so
Hey,
that's
wait,
hey,
King,
that's
King.
King. Oh,
Hey,
that's
King.
interesting. You said you those
Hey,
people.
hey, King. Real quick. To your point that we used to didn't eat like that. A lot of this quote unquote Southern cooking and black food leads to the very things that earlier she was talking about lead to black
exactly.
death.
That's why I wanted to
The
stop there.
leading killer, right?
That's why I wanted to stop there because that was but that is one of the because the way we eat and how we eat, how much we eat. We didn't used to the way we eat today and how much we eat and the type of foods we eat. We was not like that. We was programmed the way we are today. We programmed, and that's what they was trying to tell you earlier. That we was not like this, sis.
Yeah, a lot
But
We was
but
made.
like
y'all were
the
saying
fried chicken stuff we that came from we were enslaved as well. That those these type of staples you mentioned staple foods. A lot of that stuff came from when we was already being in the fields and so forth. You know, we made do. You know, that wasn't part of our culture initially eating that stuff. Now, in terms of like, if we go like to Africa, so forth, like the mofongo and or like different kinds of foods over there, you know, it's different. I could get it, but over
you're
here,
Dominican.
huh?
You're Dominican.
No, no, I'm African American, so-called African American. No, no, but I'm talking about
Oh, so you
mofongo.
black.
I'm sorry, mofongo. I'm sorry, mofongo is
Oh, look.
Dominican, but I mean something. What do they call it in Africa? They call it
You black.
hold on, something it was called. It's called oh man, I forgot the word. It's a Nigerian food. I forgot what it's called. But
Jollof, fufu.
Jollof rice. Thank you. Jollof rice, things like that. That's something that we were eating back then and so forth, or whatever. You'll find bits of our culture over there. Over here, the black culture here is manufactured culture. It's not really our culture per se. And whatever was given to us, we just adapted to it and made it our own, and so on and so forth. Even like you mentioned before, the hip hop and so forth. That was our expression, but it was, however, given to us or maintained by the same, by those managers and producers and so on and so forth. Because we're going to argue in a vicious circle here. The point of the matter is that we have a culture unbeknownst to us that pretty much goes against everything that we think we know regarding who we are in terms of the names we are given, in terms of the food that we eat, in terms of how much we eat, which goes back to the point brothers made earlier about the leading cause of death, the heart disease and the gout and all that, diabetes. That goes back to the staple diet you were referring to earlier that we ended up learning to apply to ourselves based, after we got freedom or emancipated or whatever. That's not particularly, that's a culture that was pretty much I guess you could say, we acquired after being destroyed. That wasn't a culture we had prior to being brought in the ships. We didn't have all that terrible diet back then. We all even ate 3 times a day. 3 times a day is a European diet. We ate once or twice, if that. So so these things, this culture that we think we have in particular, is a manufactured one. That's why we say, well, I'll say culture. We say culture for lack of a better word because that's the word that most people tend to use or understand when it comes to like hip hop or when it comes to like even opera
or R&B or classical, most people don't really know that classical music is our music. That's like a esoteric. That's something that very few people know, that came from us. Classical music, opera, that came from us. Rock and roll, again, something that most black folks don't really know came from us. That came from us too. But that's when we had that music came from us when we had the right frame of mind. We was somewhat in our right mind. Whereas now, the music now, it's not the same. It's not the same. And again, this goes back to us being, colonized. Get First Kings 8:47. It goes back to this. I'm just gonna read it real quick. First Kings 8:47.
Yes.
We don't we it is read that. Read that.
Yes. This is the book of First Kings, chapter 8, verse 47. Yet if they shall bethink themselves.
So that word bethink is not a really common word that's used anymore. It means to call to mind or to remember yourself. This is King Solomon talking now. And the reason why King Solomon is writing this is because he knew he was a prophet as well as a king, a black king. And he knew that at some point in time, because his kingdom was going to be, eventually divided and split and scattered all over the world and would become what we know today as the Ma'afa, or the diaspora. That's what he's talking about. So he says within those lands, those areas of land, you'll be scattered abroad through the trade and the boats and ships and so forth. Because you're going to remember yourselves. Go ahead.
In the land whither they were carried
So
captives.
he says in the land where you were carried captives, that means that goes into here. So there will come a time when we were dropped off in those lands and were given a culture, or I could say given an adaptive culture that we have now. He says in that time, you're going to begin to remember and recall who you are according to the Bible, because our identity is in the Bible. Whether you call yourself a Dominican, or whether you call yourself a Puerto Rican, or you call yourself a Haitian or Afro-Latino, or whatever the case, or African American, those people are in the Bible. They don't go by those names. Those names were imposed upon us, either were given to us or were self-given or forced upon us during colonization. And so God says that over time, you're going to realize that those names you're given to you are false and wrong, and you're going to remember yourselves. Go ahead.
And repent.
And he says, and once you've done that, you'll repent. Now, to repent means that everything that you learned or know, that you were raised to believe or understand, including myself, I put me first. For Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, Halloween, the food, the pork, the shrimp, the catfish, the hot link, the chitlins. That's part of our culture, because of what we learned after, while being under our master. We learned how to eat that stuff or whatever. And so he says that you're gonna have to repent of these things, because those things, according to your God, were wrong. And when we are under our God, we knew that it was wrong to eat those things. But once we got brought over here in slavery and got brainwashed and reprogrammed, whatever they said was our food is our food. Read on.
And make supplication unto thee in the land of them that carried them
Go ahead.
captives, saying, We have sinned.
So it's one of the things that comes along with bethinking yourself or remembering who you are, is it says we have sinned. And oftentimes, if you ask people who are Christian or whatever, what is a sin? They don't know what it is. Sin is when you break God's law. Sin is transgression of God's law. When you break his law or go against his commandments, that's what sin is. But you don't understand that if you don't know your culture. The Bible talks about heritage. Heritage and culture tend to be synonymous terms. We have a heritage, we have a culture, but and we can call, for lack of a better word, or just for conversational purposes, that black culture is hip hop and, chicken, hot fried chicken and mac and cheese and yams. I get it, collard greens. We all grew up in a black household. We've seen it, we've eaten it, we've enjoyed our family. I understand it. But when you go back, further back, before the slavery, before the European colonization, the Europeanizing of our brain, the slave ships and all of that, before all of that, we had a culture, we had a heritage that was completely adverse to this one we know of now. That's why we say we're not black, or we're not Negro, or we don't accept this black culture, because we understand that we have a culture that transcends and goes way beyond what you think. Read on, continue.
and have done perversely.
Yeah,
We have committed wickedness, and so return unto thee with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their enemies, which led them away captive, and pray unto thee toward their land,
that's Jerusalem. Go ahead.
which thou gavest unto their fathers, the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built for thy name.
Go ahead.
Then hear thou their prayer
Then he said,
and their
then he
supplication.
says, then he'll listen to us. So that's the point. So I don't want to argue back and forth about culture and so forth. The point of the matter is that we know there are people, and we've always been a musical people. We had drums back then. We had guitars back then. We had
Hey,
pianos.
E.
We had, yeah. Who's talking?
Yeah, this is Malachi Z.
Yeah.
Now, the sister asked me earlier, do I vote? Now I asked her what has voting done for black folks, and the answer is nothing. I'm going to answer the question for you, Mr. Stella. Miss Stella is nothing. Now, this is what I find so interested. She said she don't vote Democrat Republican. She vote for whatever his name is. Now, we all know 95% of this of so-called black people in America, they are the so-called Democrat. Now, what I find so amazing is there is over 1,000 churches, black church, black Christian church, who was pushing black people to vote for Kamala Harris. What I find interesting about that is these Christians is reading the same Bible we're reading. The Bible is 100% totally against abortion. 100%. But I find it amazing how this same church, who's reading the same Bible we're reading, is pushing black people to vote for Kamala Harris. When Kamala Harris plainly telling you she's gonna push for the black woman to continue killing the black babies. Continue killing. 20 million is not enough. She wants another 20 million. Those are the same church. That's showing you how Christianity is a joke. Christianity, listen, the black church is the biggest joke. Because of the black church basically destroyed the black community. Let me show you something.
Not all black churches
Well,
have done that
hey,
because
this is what I say.
some black
Sis,
churches are educated, and my church
sis,
did not push that.
show me, sis,
We did not
name
push that
me,
agenda.
name me a couple of black church that's educated the black community. Because the black church pushing the same thing. Every single black church pushing the same thing. Celebrating Christmas, eating pork chop, celebrating Thanksgiving, and none of these things in the Bible. That's what they're pushing. They're pushing. They listen. Even the black church, even homosexuality. Some of the black church start accepting it, and it's a matter of time before all of them accepting it, which is the will eventually. That's what. Listen, the white men use the black church to destroy the black community for years. The black men use politics to destroy the black community for years. This is what I told you. Listen, we are the new breed of black people. Those are the new breed. We ain't gonna fall for the okie dokie no more. In Upper Sumosai, this election showing some of the black men starting not to follow the black woman no more. Because it's about time the black men stand up and said, black woman, be quiet. You do what I say, you follow me, I'm not following you. And this election, Upper Sumosai, proved that. Some of them start waking up. And it's all thanks to Mosiah. It's all, guess why? Because the Israelite is teaching the black men, be a man, be a father, be a husband. Stand up. Because we the one who got to stand up. The black woman will never stand up. We the men who got to stand up. We are the backbone of the black community. That's us. God called us to lead the nation. We're gonna lead the nation. Those other coons, Wallen Martin, Steve Harvey. Listen, these Negroes, they're gonna die here. Because what they're doing, they're pushing the same white supremacy on our people. That's what they're doing. Now, give me Lamentation chapter 4.
Yes,
Verse, I
sir.
think it's verse 17.
This is the book of Lamentations, chapter 4 and verse 17.
This is what the scripture I'm about to read for you, Miss Stella. This is what you're about to, this is what you don't understand yet, what's going on. This is deeper than you think. Read that. Read what God tell us as a people.
As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us.
This is why I ask you, what has voting done for black people? God said we're watching for people that's gonna save us. What you don't understand, Mr. Stella, the whole system was built to destroy our people. The whole system is built against us. There is nothing in the system that's for us. That's what you don't understand. Black it's 2024. Black people still have not has not get it yet. There is nothing in this white supremacy system was built for us because think about it. When the system was built, Mr. Stella, where were you? We was in slavery. You actually think the same white man who put us in slavery, he's going to build a system to help us? He's going to build a system for our people? No. Everything in the system is against us. Don't think about it. The Democrat Party, you got those murder that's going on in the street of Chicago and all that major city in America. You know that they can stop it in a heartbeat if they want to. They're not going to stop it. You want to know why? Because they want us to continue to kill each other. Those what music, those music who's pushing murder, who's pushing adultery, who's pushing all those filthiness in our community, they can stop it anytime. They're not going to stop it. Why? Because it's destroying us. It's destroying us. They want us to destroy. They want to destroy us. They've been trying to destroy us for years. And now you come in here talking about black culture. Those same black, well, listen, we tired of the same black culture is the same black culture they use to destroy us. Look at what the Democratic Party do. They took Megan Stallion, Megan Stallion, I'm going to pay you $2 million. Go shake your ass to black people. That's how stupid they are to vote for me. How come they didn't pick a doctor to come talk to us? How come they didn't pick a lawyer to come talk to us? They didn't pick an engineer to come to us. Why? They don't want our children to follow those people. They want our children to follow rap music, stupid niggas, Beyonce, Jay-Z. Those are the same Oprah. Those are the same people who've been destroying the black community for years. Those are the people that pick to come talk to dumb black people. Because listen, I hate to say it, some of us are stupid. Not all of us, but a lot of us are stupid. Listen, those Israelites you see in this room, we ain't falling for the okie dokie no more. It's over. It's over. We ain't falling for it no more. It's done. I mean, my mic.
Our Christians aren't falling for it either. Unlike others, I am very educated, and my church did
What
push
Christian church you
for
go
us
to?
not to vote.
What
And we
church you
do
go
read
to?
out of the same Bible that you read from.
Are you supposed to be wearing pants?
No,
Hey, let's give her an easier
Do
one.
you do you
What does your Christian church teach you about Caucasian people?
um, well, for one, I was educated not only by my church but by my father. Um, Everyone is derived from black people. The original Jews, they're black. The Moors, they were black. I know all of that.
Do you
I'm
believe
not.
that God loves everybody, all races on this earth?
No, I don't.
So who do you believe that he does not love as a race of people on the earth?
Caucasians, people that are from the mountains of Caucasus, because that is not how, even in the Bible, it tells you that Jesus is described as being copper with woolly hair. Who do you see has skin of copper with woolly hair? That's black people. You'll never see a white person that looks like that. I don't care how much they tan their skin. That is not how God designed it to be.
So do you think it's fair that they changed the biblical depiction of Jesus Christ as a man so dark it looked like he was burned in a furnace with hair of wool to a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes?
No, it's not fair. That's why I don't know that Jesus. I know the Jesus that I see in my church that has skin of copper.
Okay, you understand that Jesus in the Bible is coming to destroy this place called America that you're saying to vote for.
No, I don't vote
Okay, good, good. Now,
because
just so
God
you
is the only one
understand,
that has the final say
the
so.
reason why Malachi said we don't vote is because our vote for this place is for it to be burned to the ground. That's what the Bible says. That's why the last book of the Bible speaks of a place abundant in riches that sitteth upon many waters being burned by fire. Does your church teach that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to vote for a place that God wants destroyed. That's in opposition of what God wants according to the prophecy. The Bible says to prophesy against this place and prophesy for the fall, for the destruction of this place. So I want you to understand, as Israelites, we align our mind with what God says is fine. We don't go by the majority. We don't go by public opinion. We don't care about what the church. That's why people look at us and they say something is wrong with these people. Okay, Luke chapter 16, verse 1. Watch this.
Yes, sir.
John
I
chapter 16, verse 1. I'm sorry, John 16, 1.
Yes, sir. This is the book of John, chapter 16, and verse 1. These things have I spoken unto you, that ye should not be offended.
Because there are people offended at us professing ourselves to be Israelites. So Christ said, look, I'm telling you this stuff so you don't get offended in the future. Read on.
They shall put you out of the
They
synagogues.
want to stop our ministry. So that's why I said before, I don't mind. You said it, people say it as a joke. You guys look like Power Rangers. They don't see that align with the ministry, with the mainstream of what the church is, with a three-piece suit and some gaiters on and a tie. Okay, that's Caucasian dress wear. So when
Um,
they see us, go ahead.
unlike other people, well, unlike other Christians or other
Look,
unlike
when
other
I said Power
Christian churches
Rangers,
that I
I
go
truly
to,
did
I
not
do
mean it to
know,
be
Yes,
like I
yes,
disrespectful.
said,
yes,
Like,
yes. I don't
look,
even
I'm
mind.
chilling.
You
I'm
don't have to
chilling.
defend it.
Y'all are good in my book. Oh my gosh.
You don't.
I'm
You don't.
chilling, I swear.
You don't have to defend it, Stella. We hear it
I'm
all the
not,
time.
look, it
no,
seems like
I'm
y'all was
not
very triggered
defending it.
by
I
that.
am
Like,
not an Israelite. I
respectfully,
am a
I did
Christian.
not mean it
But
by,
if you do
I
read the
truly did
Bible,
not mean it. Like,
if you do,
sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
Yes, like I was saying, the biblical attire is where we get our depiction from. They wore long garments and they had belt around it. They had studs on there. When you look biblically, we could give you book, chapter, and verse. Even for our organization, we put the color purple and gold. I could show you scripture that told you that the priests, that's how their garments were. So we're not, although it looks strange to what the world sees, everything we're doing is from the Bible. Okay, and the Bible explains that the fashion of this world is going to pass away. This place is about to be destroyed. In the beginning of the Bible, God drowned everybody on the earth who went against God. So he says the next time it won't be water, it'll be by fire. So when you read in the Bible, the last book speaks of the earth being on fire. It's called Armageddon, the great day of judgment. And it says that the kings of the earth are going to fight against one principality to destroy it and burn it. Everybody's turning on America. Okay, Russia is at war with the Ukraine because of America underhandedly trying to pull the Ukraine into their coalition. That's why Russia declared war on them. Okay, Russia's blaming America for their intervention, America and Britain. You got war going on right now in the Gaza Strip where the Israelis, the inhabitants of the land of Israel, are bombing the Arab people in the Gaza Strip. And eventually, the other Arab factions are going to come together. And this is where you're going to get the nuclear war that the Bible speaks of. We can take you in books that the church refused to look, like when you read Revelation chapter 18, and you start with verse 1, reader. I want to show you something, Stella, because I don't want you to leave the room thinking that we're just a bunch of religious fanatics. We believe in prophecy and history. And the history of America was it was the blood, sweat, and tears of black people built the United States of America. The stock exchange, where I live in you said you live in New York. Just go down to Wall Street. There's a slave monument. The first stock commodity to be traded was black lives. Okay, that's why today we're trying to say our black lives matter. Not in their eyes. They are the ones that reduced us to nothing. But what made the stock
Absolutely.
market what it is
Right.
black slave ships docking in Wall
Mm-hmm.
Street.
You're right.
Okay, they used us for hundreds of years of free labor.
Mm-hmm.
And then they released us and then put laws in place so we can't catch up to them. So the only way to fix the problems, because they're not going to give us reparations, they don't care about our nation, is to burn this bitch down. Read it, Revelation chapter 18. I'm going to show you that we're not making things up. So when you leave this room and you hear the term Israelite, you understand why the Israelite is right in God's sight. Read it.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 1. And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory.
So I want you to understand when you read the very beginning of Revelations, this was John the Revelator. He was banished to the Isles of Patmos for teaching the same things we were teaching. He was put on assault mines to die. So Christ came to him in a vision to tell him to write these things that's going to happen in the future. Let's get that real quick. Go to the very beginning of Revelations. Revelation chapter 1, verse 1 for
Yes,
Stella.
sir. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to shew unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass.
Because from the time Christ died to now is why we get the year 2024. Time revolves around him. That's why you measure time before him as BC, before the Christian era, BCE. After him, AD, the year of our Lord. So when it says things that will shortly come to pass, it's from the time that he died to now. It's just been a short span of history. Read on.
And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John, who bear record of the
So
word
what,
of
what
God
John
and
is
of the
telling us here is from the word of God. He just didn't make it up. He's bearing record with these writings. Read on.
testimony
This
of
is
Jesus
testimony
Christ,
from Christ that everybody says that they follow. Read on.
and of all things that he saw. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words
And
of
they're
this
not talking
prophecy,
about this
and
prophecy, and they're not reading this in church. That's why it says, blessed is he that read it. He wrote down what he saw. The major prophets in the Bible, angels came and visited them and showed them visions of the future, and they were told to write. Read on.
keep those things which are written therein.
So as Israelites, we keep these things written therein, not what was beaten into us. Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, Protestant, Lutheran, Christianity was beaten into us. When they took us as slaves, they trained us how to behave. How do we know that, Stella? They stopped us from reading the Bible. If you were caught in slavery reading, you were punished violently. So we didn't know how to read. They made us illiterate and turned us
Wait,
into an idiot.
wait, was this for me? Because I know, like, what you're telling me, I know this already.
You know why I can't agree with you? Because you wanted us to explain what it means to be an Israelite. And the only way we can explain it is
Wait,
historically and through biblical prophecy.
hey, yo, come on, hey, yo, look, come on. I, I,
Why don't you okay, follow me
calm
since you know
down.
this.
Look, hey,
Follow me,
yo,
Stella.
look,
Since you
look.
know this already, why do you not identify as an Israelite?
Hey, yo, wait, okay, I'll answer your question. I swear. Hey, yo, do we have beef? Like,
No, no,
come
no,
on.
we
You
don't,
from New
but
York? You
we
from New
don't,
York?
but
I'm from New York.
listen, hear
Like,
me. A
come
lot of people in the
on.
room were offended listening to you. So that's why I
All
came
right,
in.
all right, all right,
So
all right. Respectfully,
I just want to clear that up. You know it. You've been
all
reading the
right.
chats. You pissed a lot of people off.
Nah, I just
I'm
started
trying
reading
to
the
bring you
chat.
back.
I know. The only reason why I know that I was pissing some people off because people was
Yes.
calling me rude and stuff. Look, I swear I did not mean anything by the Power Ranger comment. Like
Yes,
I
yes,
was trying
sir.
to lighten
Listen,
up
I
the
don't mind.
mood.
I don't mind. I don't
Look,
mind because guess what? Guess what?
but what?
Guess you see, as far as the Power Rangers, we are Power Rangers. We're Power Rangers for
Exactly,
God.
Power Rangers for the Lord.
Okay,
Yes.
so don't worry. I'm not mad about that. I just want
All
to
right,
bring the room back and put
all right,
everything
all right.
back on track.
But look to you asked the question. What you ask?
Yes, why don't you identify yourself as an Israelite? Since you say you
I
know
don't
this already.
I don't identify myself as an Israelite because I don't follow the teachings. Like it's that simple. Like the same way y'all don't consider yourselves to be black or Christian because y'all don't agree with the culture. Y'all don't agree with black culture.
Why do
Y'all
we
don't agree with the
disagree? Tell
teachings.
us, if you've been listening to us,
I
why do we say we disagree?
well, because y'all, I don't agree with what y'all are saying at all.
As far as
But
what?
you
What is it
guys,
that you disagree with? Be specific.
okay. So when
What
y'all
do you
talk about
disagree with what we say, what we ascribe as Israelites? What you disagree with?
All right. So when y'all talk about black culture, right? Y'all talk about black culture as if the sum of black culture is degeneracy. And I personally do not agree with that.
Okay, what's
Um,
good? I'm only gonna
come
ask you
on,
based on your
well,
answers.
come
What
on.
is good about black culture now?
You know, okay, so we had a whole, and the only reason why I'm entertaining this, because normally I would not entertain that question, because that's crazy. The only reason I'm entertaining this is because we're having a good conversation, right? So, what's good about black culture? Come on, we are the only people on this earth that have been through generations, 400 plus years of slavery, and we after that we have came out of that, and we have built one, a nation, two, we have built lives for ourselves and for our children. Well, not mine because I don't have kids, but we have built lives for our children. We are the
Okay,
only
let's stay there,
people.
Stella.
That's the good
What
part,
did
our
we build?
resilience.
What did we build? That do we have a hospital? Do we have a car manufacturing company? Do we have any self-sustaining entity that we could call our own?
No, but why
Okay,
is that?
so
Hey yo, why is that?
this is why, because of white supremacy. It needs to be
Exactly.
destroyed, Stella. It needs to be, we cannot,
Exactly.
just follow me. This is why we don't vote.
Hmm.
We're not going to vote and
But
change things, the wheels of white supremacy that's been in place since before we were born. We're not going to vote. It's mythical to think that we could put someone in office that's going to fix the things that white America created. And I'm going to be honest with you. If I was white America, I would be saying the same thing that they say. Fuck you niggas. I'm not giving you niggas shit. I am not mad. Just listen to me. I gotta be candid and frank. If I'm a white man in power, I'm not giving you niggas shit. You better take it. I'm not putting policy in place to fix your hood. I'm not putting policy in place to fix your school system. I don't give a fuck about how many black babies are being killed because once we even the playing field, you're gonna come after me. So we got to think logically here. The white people in place are not going to relinquish power because they know that they've did things to us that once the playing field has been leveled, or at least moved in a place where we get the upper hand, they will not stand. It's not
Hey, what?
logical. Go
They
ahead.
don't do it for each other. They don't do that for each other. That's why Russia have bombs pointed towards America now for power.
Exactly. Even amongst them, there's a hierarchy. They don't give a fuck about Russia. They don't care about the other places. The people that form a coalition with them is because of money. The Bible tells you that they're feeding all these other kings, they're feeding all these other nations. America's allegiance is by financial ties, it's not by no loyalty. And that's why Russia keeps speaking about they want to go back to when they were great. And for them to go back to when they were great is to destroy the United States of America. So I'm going to keep it 100% real with you. I don't expect anything from America. And if I was in the position that America and the political leaders were in, my response to you black people is fuck you. Okay? And number one, and I'm going to tell you why also, we don't care about ourselves. It's like in this room, they're like, why you said nigger? Why you said the N-word? You're only mad when white people say it. But you be like, yo, what up, nigga? Yo, what up, bitch? That makes no sense to me. You don't care. We're killing each other every single day from Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens. Every day you pick up the paper, somebody got shot. As soon as one white cop kills a black person in the line of duty, it's marching and protesting, no justice, no peace. Black lives don't matter. It should matter every time a drug dealer sells dope. Every time a sister goes to an abortion clinic, every time a gangbanger pulls a gun out and kills on your block, it should be, we're not going to have this. Why? Because this don't happen in other communities. It's only normal in our community. So I'm not going to invest in people who think that way. I'm not going to invest in athletes, ball players, musicians, comedians, unless the same thing with ancient Rome. They only put money in that because it was entertainment. It's not sustainment, it's entertainment. There's
hey,
no, you look at the rap community, there's white handlers. You look at the comedians, there's white handlers. You Kanye West, when he tried to break out into the fashion industry in that famous video, you ain't got to answer, Sway. You ain't got. He lost all his money because there was a system of white supremacy in place where they're like, nigga, we don't care what you design. We will take from you, but we ain't making you. So, in every single aspect of business, of politics, there's always a ceiling that they're not going to let us pass. They want to keep us on our ass. So, as Israelites, God says He's going to destroy this place. That's the only way that we're going to rise. So that's the difference between us as Israelites and you as a Christian. A Christian has been trained to just deal with the world the way it is and leave it alone and not to bring forth change. As an Israelite, we're ready to die for God to implement the kingdom where we rule again. So I wanted to make that clear to you. That's what it means to be an Israelite. The revolutionaries in the Bible, they put their lives on the line for their people to get things back to where God said it would be. God don't want equality. This is what God wants. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1.
Yes, sir. This
Oh,
is
I
the book
can't
of
ask the question.
Yes, yes, I am. I just want you to read. I don't want you to leave this room. You've been very patient in listening, and I like that. You
And
gave a lot of
can you
heat and you took a lot of heat. So
wait, Ayo,
I
can you
just want you to hear something.
this is the
Deuteronomy
wait,
28,
Ayo,
verse 1.
A1, can you say for the room that I have not been rude? Because I haven't. I've been having
you
discourse with
The
y'all.
lies you tell.
I've been having polite discourse.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Y'all have been
I've
digging me
never
raw.
had
I
so
haven't
many.
yelled.
Just hear me. Just
I've
hear me.
been
I've never
go
had
ahead.
so many women. Usually the women are quiet. They was ready to come
Hmm.
for you.
I know.
Okay.
Like,
So I've never seen
look,
that response since I've been
and
in this
and
room.
I didn't yell at all. Usually I be yelling. Okay, I didn't yell at all.
But you also
Hey,
said you weren't going to come on
I've
here and
been
go
very
back and forth
demure.
either, and that's
Okay,
hey,
exactly
I've
what
been
you
what?
did.
very demure.
Hey, I give,
Go ahead
I
with
give
the
her this.
Deuteronomy.
It's all right. Get the
Hold
scripture. Get the
I
scripture. Get the
give her
scripture.
this.
This is. Go ahead.
this is the
Du-
book of
This is what
Deut-
God wanted, Stella. Deuteronomy 28, verse 1. Read it.
this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
That's what God wanted. We are supposed to be above all nations of the earth. He never wanted equality. As a Christian, you're fine with being equal. As an Israelite, I only care about my people. So I am not mad at the white man for thinking that way. And I know that he is against what God wants because if God it implements what he wants for his people, they go back to where they came from, the caves, and become slaves. That's their destiny. Stella. Okay, they know the Bible. We don't know the Bible. They know that when God implements what he wants, they're going back in the caves and they're going to be slaves. That's what the Bible says. And I'm going to show it to you. One more scripture, then you can say whatever you want. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1.
Yes,
This is
sir.
why they don't want you niggas uh, identifying as Israelites. You could be anything but an Israelite. That's their greatest threat because as an Israelite, it brings forth unity that the world has never seen, which is this Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1. Read it, please.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob
Because nobody else had mercy on us. So there's a God that's going to have mercy on us. Read on.
and will yet choose Israel.
Because it looks like we're not chosen. But the God of the Bible that every religion uses said God is going to choose Israel. Read on.
And set them in their own land.
It's not America. America's going to be burned so we can get our turn. This place, there will be no more United States of America. America's Babylon, in the last book of the Bible, and God says that it's going to be burned to the ground. It will be uninhabitable. He's going to give us back our own land. Read on.
And the strangers shall be joined with them,
Watch this.
and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
Jacob is the father of the 12 tribes. So when we get back in our rightful ownership and position of power, everybody's going to cleave to us. Read on.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place.
We're going to put them back in their proper places. Read on.
And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids.
That's what we were not made to be servants and handmaids. You were made to be royalty, Stella. We were made to be royalty. We're not to serve nobody. We're not living, we're surviving. So God said they are going to be our servants and handmaids. Read on.
And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were,
Watch this.
and they shall rule over their oppressors.
This is what God says. This is what TD Jakes ain't reading. Creflo Dollar ain't reading. Jamal Bryant ain't reading. They staying out these books. They keeping you in the book of Psalms singing songs. And we're not doing that as Israelites. Let's get in the New Testament. Luke chapter 1, verse 68. This is what Christ says. Watch this.
This is the book of Luke, chapter 1, verse 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel.
Of who?
Of Israel.
That's why I asked you, Stella. You seem very intelligent. Why are you not on God's side as an Israelite? Read on.
For he hath visited and redeemed his people.
We get redemption through Christ dying on a cross for us. He laid down his life so we don't have to deal with the strife. Read on.
And hath raised up an horn of salvation.
That's what salvation is. He's going to raise us up. Read on.
For us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets.
All the prophets spoke about the destroyed, decayed estate of Israel and the rise again. All of them. No, they never spoke on behalf of any other nation. Read on.
Which have been since the world began.
This is since the world began. This been God's plan to rise up the Israelites and put them above. Read on.
That we should be saved from our enemies.
That's how an Israelite thinks. We got enemies. We know who they are. And we're going to be saved from our enemies. Read on.
And from the hand of all that hate us.
They hate us because they ain't us. That's why in God we trust. Read on.
To perform the mercy promised to our fathers.
We just read that in Isaiah chapter 14. I'm showing you how the New Testament and the Old Testament go hand. Mercy was promised to us. Read on.
And to remember his holy covenant.
What's the covenant? That we will be above all nations of the earth. I don't want to be equal to nobody. I want them right where God ordained them to be, serving me. Read on.
The oath which he sware to our father Abraham, that he would grant unto us, that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear.
We have to be in fear to serve our God. Look what we arguing about now. Killing babies? This is crazy. We have to be afraid. Even voting, the president can't has to say where he stands on killing babies. The president has to say where he stands on God. He has to make it. He has to appeal to all different races. We're not appealing to nobody. You either get down or lay down when Christ come in town. We're not working on no peaceful resolutions. We don't want to be friends with nobody. Read on.
In holiness and righteousness
That's what we
before him
care about. We care about holiness and righteousness. Read on.
in all the days of our life. And thou, child, shall be called the prophet of the Most High, or
That's
the
what the
prophet of the
Messiah
highest.
is. That's what the Messiah is. And that's why everybody's afraid of his return. That's why Caucasian people stole his identity. Think about white supremacy. Think about when they became great in the Renaissance period, the 14th century. They got Pope Alexander the Sixth of Rome to allow his son Cesare Borgia to pose for an image of Jesus Christ as a white man. And once they amassed armies and money in the 14th century, they went to all the areas of people that were melanated and they forced that white image on them. And that's why they're in power. After they forced that image and their religious beliefs on us, they stopped us from reading and writing and used us for hundreds of years of free labors and made trillions of dollars. They didn't pay us a dime for our time. And that's why they're on top. So to even the playing field, God says, I'm going to raise up the Israelites and they're going to fight according to his might. So the next time you see an Israelite and you see us speaking,
We're doing what the Bible says to do. We're doing what the Bible says to do and not what the white man wants from you. So Stella, I'm gonna give you the floor back. You've been patient. I'll let you get the last word before we move on to somebody else.
Oh, is somebody talking? Oh, it's soundbite. You always want to catch my sound bites. All right, look, I I swear I'm not trying to come at y'all. I don't hate y'all. Like I don't know y'all. Like I have nothing to hate on. Okay, I just want to start up there. All right. Um, I I I was a little disheartened to hear y'all say um that y'all are not black. I respect y'all choices. I was never coming in here to change y'all minds or anything. I came here to talk about abortion, right? Um, and we was just talking, you know. So look, I respect y'all decisions. I respect y'all choices, and y'all can respect mine. That's it, right?
Hey, do
I'm
you
not
know
gonna
now
lie.
why we say we're not
A1.
black? Do you know now why we
I
say we're
know.
not black?
Yeah, I hear what. I look,
Tell me why.
look. Y'all don't agree with black culture. That's
No,
okay.
no, forget about the
Okay.
culture part. Why do we say we are not black?
Give me a refresher, because
Because
a
the
lot was
Bible
said.
says that we're Israelites. Black is a color. Even in the you had two enslavers. You had Spanish speaking white people and you had English speaking white people. They called us negro, the Spanish ones, for black, and the English called us uh, negro for black also. That's a Latin word. They labeled us a color, sister. It's just like Malcolm X. When he stopped running the street and he became woke, why did he put his last name X? Because he saw that his last name was given to him by his enslaver. When he woke up to the reality of how the world works, that's why he labeled himself Malcolm X. We all have slave names and a slave mentality. If we calling ourselves Jackson, Robinson, Michael's son, the last word behind it is son. They look at us as we are their children, sis. So to call us a color, and the Bible says there's nowhere in the Bible where a nation is identified as a color. We're the only ones. And it's a system of white supremacy put in place so that they could push hate. The blacks, the Negroes, the coloreds, the Africans. Okay? And you got to look, you got to change that mindset. What they define as black is whack. There's no power in being black. What they're afraid of is us calling ourselves the Israelites. That's biblical. Psalms chapter 83, verse 1 tells you. Remember the scripture. Read it, reader.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 83, verse 1. Keep not thy silence, O God.
This is King David saying, God, speak up, talk, read on,
Hold not thy peace, and be
do
not
action, do some action, don't be quiet, read on.
still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
There are people that lifted up their head against God and changed the biblical depiction of his son to another race, to another identity. Watch this, read on.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
What's the crafty council? Let them identify as blacks, African, American. America's after Spanish explorer Amerigo Vespucci. The word Africa is not in the Bible. It's by a white Roman general, Leo Scipius Africanus. When they enslaved you, they claimed you and renamed you. That's what this is saying in the book of Psalms. Read it again.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden
What
ones.
did they do? Read on.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a
The
nation,
whole system is to stop us from being a godly nation. Read on.
that the name of Israel may be no more in
So they
remembrance.
replaced Israel with black, Stella. That's why you don't remember it. That's why you don't glorify it or exemplify it. You believe that it's an honor to be called a color. Your mind has been destroyed. Your intelligence is according to their relevance. They define how you're intelligent. The Bible said what? What did they do? Read it again.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
If you calling yourself an African, that's something they made up. If you calling yourself American, that's a Spanish explorer, Amerigo Vespucci. If you're calling yourself black, they called you that as slaves. If you're calling yourself negro, they called you that. The conquistadors called you that. Your whole thought, your whole mindset is based on them. They cut you off from being a nation. So strange to identify as an Israelite. Read on.
That the name of Israel may be no more in
And it
remembrance.
worked because you don't even understand what makes you a value is identifying as Israel. Read on.
They have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
All the other nations formed a confederacy against us. That's why they shipped us to all four corners of the earth to make other nations rich. America's allegiance is based on how much money they can make. Read on.
The tabernacles of Edom
That's the white man.
and the Ishmaelites
The Arabs,
of Moab,
the Chinese.
then the Hagarenes,
That's another branch of the Hamite nations that's against us. They changed these names. You got to look them up. These are other nations that don't identify as black. Read on.
Gebal, and Ammon, and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre.
So it's a coalition of nations that came together to say, stop these people from calling themselves the Israelites. That's how we break them and reduce them to nothing. Read on.
Assur also is joined with them. They have holpen the children of Lot, Salah. Do unto them as the Midianites,
The Midianites were destroyed by God. So David is saying in the Psalms, get these nations back. Read on.
as to Sisera, as to Jabin,
So he's
as to,
giving you historical account of God defending us when we knew he was the Israelites. Read on.
at the brook of Kison, which is perished at Endor. They became as dung for the earth.
That's doo-doo. God said, David in the Psalm says, reduce the nations on that are against us to shit. They use dung in the Bible. Shit is an American acronym. S-H-I-T is ship, height, in transit. But the Bible says reduce the other nations to dung. So I want to make it clear to you. We don't give a shit about voting. We don't care about this place. We know what the Bible says. America must burn so we can get our turn. So
All right.
Hey,
I'm gonna
why?
mute right there,
Can
Stella.
I
Hey, why?
can I just
Go
put
ahead.
in?
Go
Oh,
ahead. Go
Before
ahead, Malachi.
Stella, before you respond, I find it. You know what I find so crazy? I find it so crazy how Mosai God has to use somebody like Donald Trump to force the black woman to close their legs until she get married. You can because remember the topic of the womb is abortion. Donald Trump is gonna force the black woman to close her legs until she got married. Because the reason the black women having so many abortions is because they're not married. Marriage. That's what the Bible says. No boyfriend and girlfriend is marriage. It took a white man. This is how destroyed we are as the people. It took a white man to force these hoes to close their legs. Estelle, I'm not calling you a hoe. I'm just saying it took a white man to force the black woman to close her legs until she got married. Unbelievable. And now we're talking about culture. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good about your culture. You can keep your black culture. I'm good.
okay. I'll just say this. So first off, I mean, can we give Josiah a round of applause because he be reading those scriptures, man. Like let me
Miss
just give
Stella,
him his
get
praise.
on point, please,
And
Miss Stella.
I'll leave the room after this. I swear on everything I love. Like I was just here for conversation. Like I don't feel no ways about y'all. I'm not trying to change your opinion. I respect y'all race. I respect y'all religion. Like I was just talking, okay. And Malachi, look, you think I'm dumb? Okay, fine. Y'all have your religion, fine. But I just want to ask the stage. So none of y'all really consider yourselves to be black? Like none of y'all, not King, not TJ, not
Did
A1,
you
not
hear?
Judgment,
Did
not
you hear
Joseph, not
anything
Ron Hurst.
A1 just tell you? Did you
Nobody
hear
considers
anything that
themselves to be
Hey,
A1
black.
just said?
Estella, I don't think you dumb. I
Can
think
we
you
hear?
Estella, I don't
Can
think you
we?
dumb. I think you uninformed.
Okay, thank you, Malachi. So I just want to hear. So does anybody on the stage think they're black other than myself?
Nope.
A1 just went through a whole. Did you even hear him the second time?
I understood. C. Thank you. But okay, so none of y'all are black. All right, that's noted. All right, I'm gonna head out. It's almost 5, and
You
over here
not
in Europe.
black either.
Good to
Oh,
know.
I'm very
Right.
black. I'm very black. I'm very
You're
dark.
not black.
Don't don't
Uh,
don't let this picture fool you. I have very deep, dark, chocolatey skin, and I love it. Every little
Wonderful.
nuance
Let
of
me
it.
let, let me
Okay,
let me
I'm
just say let me
proud
just
of
say
my
let me
skin and
just
my
say this one
culture.
last thing, Miss Stella. Let
Okay.
me just say this one thing to you,
And see,
because
you got as dark as me. I know you're
I
not
don't
saying
I
that
don't
you're not
think
black.
you.
That's it.
I'm gonna just give you one more thing. Our
Go ahead.
true Black history is in the oldest, most circulated book in the entire world. That is the Bible. So it's not the month of February. It's not Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman. They did things to move the culture forward. But our true Black history that talks about our origins, history, slavery, it's all in the Bible. So I think you just need to do yourself a
I
service
respect it. I
and read.
respect
But wait, don't cut me off though.
I respect
You
your
need to
culture.
read. You
I
need to
do.
read the King James version, 1611, because all of our
Okay.
true history is in there. So even if you looked at what happened to Kyrie Irving, Nick Cannon, Kanye West, they all mentioned Israelites and they got canceled overnight. Kanye West lost billions overnight because he mentioned that black people are the true Hebrews. So just like A1 said, they don't want us to know this truth. They're fine with us being in our ignorance and shooting each other and rapping up, like fighting against each other. But as soon as we mention, oh, we're the true Israelites, oh, all these banks, billion-dollar companies, they ring the walls of
hey,
hell. They rain the
see,
walls of hells
see,
down on us.
see. If we was insignificant and we were just some slaves, why they going so hard to destroy us?
Hey,
Why you
King.
gotta pay? Why you gotta pay athletes $10 million? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
King, I'm glad that Stella thinks she's black. Well, Stella, before you go, we in this room, we don't listen to black women. Bye.
Thank you, Malachi. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your sound opinion. Like, thank you.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Malachi, do you have a family? What family do you lead?
You talking to me?
What family do you lead, Malachi? No, Malachi.
Oh.
I'm Levi, and we Levi, we don't listen to black women either.
Oh, got you. Okay, go ahead. Who else is talking?
Sis, the only people you call yourself black, okay, let's go with that. The only people who are protecting so-called black people is the Israelites. Black people ain't protecting black people. So you ought to be happy that we are here. Do you understand this? You don't. I don't think you understand what's going on. Give me.
Are you
Can I get?
are you asking
Can I
me?
get? Wait, hold on. Watch this. Can I get Sirach 12 and 10? 10,
Yes,
10 and
sir.
12?
Wait. Sorry. No offense, Josiah. Um, how is it that Israelites is respecting me as a black woman when
I say
y'all have been?
protecting. I say
But
protecting.
but
Protecting. I'm gonna show you.
how?
Why? I'm gonna show you. Give me that
No.
Sirach.
Please,
I'm showing you.
please,
I'm
just
about
tell me.
read it.
This is the book of Sirach, and you said 10, 12,
12. Yeah. 10.
12 and 10. Yes, sir.
Yes.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 12 and verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, for
The,
like as
the
iron.
Israelites. Hold on. The Israelites is telling the people through the Bible, never trust your enemy. Our people trust the enemy. These the people. Let's see who the enemy was. Get Deuteronomy 28 and 48.
Yes. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28
Cause
and
I'm
verse
not your
48.
enemy, sister. I'm not your
Yeah,
enemy.
you
The Crips, Crips,
exactly. We not
Crips,
enemies.
the Crips and
We not
Bloods.
enemies at
They
all.
they they killing each other, but they not enemies. They don't even know who their enemy is. Read that.
The enemy is what? White supremacy. So look, I understand what y'all are
Hold on.
saying.
Wait, hold
I
on. Read that.
do.
Read it. Read it. Read it.
This is the book of
Oh, or
Deuteronomy, chapter
attention.
28, verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies.
We serving our enemies, but because we broke God's commandments. We have a real God. We have a
With
real God. They took no other nation has the power that we have when we come together. That's why they're so scared of us.
So let me ask you a question,
Read,
King.
read. Wait, hold on. I'm still
So
reading. Read on.
oh,
which the Lord shall send against thee
The Lord sent them against us. Read.
in hunger
In
and
hunger.
in
Wait,
thirst.
hold on. When you talk about your food that you said we have, the culture we have, what do we get the peach cobbler and the fried chicken grease and the fried chicken flour and the chicken? Where we get that stuff from, sis?
we get that from livestock in the earth.
Oh God, we get that from our enemies. We go to Walmart.
That's
We
not
go to
right. Come
Walmart.
on.
We go to Walmart.
That's
We go to
insane.
Kroger's. We go to the grocery
What do you,
store that we
and where
don't
does that
own.
food come from? Come on.
But
Like,
we don't own it. We don't own it. That's what I'm saying. All right, you laughing. If they don't put it in the stores, guess what? If they don't put it in the stores, we don't have no food.
look, I understand what you're saying. I do. I live in the Bronx, right? And there is
Hold
a
on.
food desert,
Wait.
right?
All right, I'm not
Oh,
finished.
y'all still
Let me
reading?
just finish
Oh,
this off. Let me just finish it off. Read on.
And in thirst.
And thirst. Where you get your water from? Your enemies. You don't. We don't have no reservoirs. We don't own Aquafina. Read.
And in nakedness.
And nakedness. Look at the back of your clothes. Do you say made from black? Made from Negro? No, Taiwan, USA, America, your enemies. Read.
I mean,
And
it don't
in
say
want
Israelite
of
either.
all things.
In a want of all things. What power do black have? Do I get permission from black to leave the country? Do I get permission from black to drive a car? Do I get permission from black to get married? Do I get permission to black to do anything? No. We don't get permission for black for nothing. All black people do is consumers. They're consumers. So I don't want to be a part of that.
That's fine. And look. Oh, wait, are you done?
Uh, that's it on that.
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck.
You
Unto,
see that? Who put yokes of iron on our necks? Who had yokes of iron
Dutch,
on their necks?
the French, the British,
You talking about the black
the
folks, right?
Americans. I'm talking
The
about the
black
Dutch.
folks. No, the black folks. You
Okay,
can't.
I
You,
understand what you're saying. Along with a select African nation, or select African nation, excuse me, it was also the Dutch, the French, the British, and some Americans.
okay, drop down to 68. Drop down to 68.
yes,
Oh,
sir.
wait. Come on. I'm trying to leave. Let me just say this real quick.
Hold on. Drop down to
Can I just
68.
tell
Read
you?
that.
Verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again
He gonna bring you into bondage again, slavery again. Read.
with ships
What people went on slave ships with iron on their neck? No white people did that. No Dutch. Black people that's in Dutch. The Dutch, yeah. You got black folks that's over there. Yeah,
Oh,
I agree to that.
come on. The transatlantic
Yeah.
slave trade was primarily it was primarily started by the Dutch. It was carried out by the Dutch. It was started by the Dutch. The Dutch were selling, they made commodities of black people on the slave markets. That's
Okay.
who was
Okay.
taking.
We agree.
Come
Okay.
on.
We agree to that.
Come on.
All right. So read on.
by the way whereof I spake unto thee.
This is a
That
prophecy that happened to us. No other book in the world is like this. This prophecy was 2 to 3,000 years old, and it happened to us. Read.
thou shalt see it no more again.
We'll never see our homeland no more. Guess where we at? Read.
And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for
Did you know that was in the
bondmen
Bible? Hold on.
and
Did you know that was in the Bible? It said we was gonna be sold to our enemies. That God said never
Sorry, Watson.
trust. Never trust your enemies. So that's why we don't vote. That's why we don't get into their system. Because it's all, how can you want me to, wait, listen to yourself, sis. How do you want me to sit at a table to play your game when it's already fixed? How can I play the cards? You already fixed the cards. You already fixed the deck. How can I win? That's stupid.
So, are
It's a
you asking
fixed
me, or
deck. And you're not listening?
I am listening, but I don't know if you asking me or you just, is it rhetorical or?
Yeah, it was rhetorical. Go ahead, sis. I'll be with Mike.
All right. So look, I understand, and I promise you, I'm just a jokey joke kind of person. So maybe the way I come across, like it don't seem. Look, y'all don't like it, right? That's fine.
Hey, sis, you
But
can't hurt our feelings.
no,
We
I
be,
look,
you see these men, wait,
and y'all
hold on. Let
can't
me
hurt.
just say
Come
this.
on, wait,
Hold on.
King,
Let me
you
just
just
say this.
interrupted me again.
Wait. Let me just say this. We
Yes,
be in the street in the face of thugs. We didn't stop
I
people from killing
know.
them. Wait, hold
I
on.
see y'all on
We didn't
25th.
stop people. Listen, we didn't stop people from killing each other. Us. We have done this in the street. So they called us names. They didn't say things. So Purple Rangers,
Hey, King,
Look,
whatever.
you laughing
King,
at it too. Come on, you know what's
Stella,
funny? Purple
Stella,
Power Rangers for the Lord. Come
Stella.
on,
Just so you
Power
know,
Rangers for
you
the
say you're
Lord.
gonna leave the room. All Israelite groups are not the same. The one that you
I
see
know, I
on
know.
125th Street, they have nothing to do with us.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, so
But look, look.
there's a different factions of Israelites, and some of them niggas
I
is
respect it.
crazy.
I know, I
Okay,
know. But look,
so we don't rock with them.
all
Right.
I'm saying is, right? All I'm saying is I understand in the same way you say, like, y'all not gonna be triggered or y'all not gonna be upset, is that's how I feel too. I've had so many things spewed at me by my own people, by other people, so especially as a dark skinned Black woman. So look, it doesn't phase me clearly. But all I'm saying is the same way y'all say, y'all don't want to vote, y'all don't want to do this, cool. That's fine. I'm not even gonna try and convince y'all because I could, but I'm tired right now. Y'all don't want to do that, that's fine. Personally, I agree with leaving people where they at. I'm gonna do my thing, and I'm gonna try and actually to
But you're
rebuild
gonna
something for my
die.
own
You're
legacy.
gonna
But look, look,
die
look, look,
doing
look.
your thing.
I
You're
promise you,
gonna
King,
die.
I'm gonna
You're
head
gonna
out and you're gonna
die.
have the stage. Let me just say this, right? I promise you that I respect what y'all doing, and I respect that what y'all doing for y'all people. I respect it. I do. I really do. But I'm not trying to change your opinion, and I don't think y'all trying to change mine. But I don't know. I don't know. Y'all could do what y'all want to do. I believe in leaving people where they at. I'm gonna just say it like that. I'm not gonna try and convince nobody if they don't want to believe in actually fighting for their own community. If they don't want to believe in actually going out and being in a change and not just voting for the presidential elections, but actually voting inside the the local elections. Actually going to your community board meetings. If y'all don't believe in that, okay, that's fine. When y'all build your sovereign nation, I'm gonna be cheering y'all on. I truly
Sis,
do mean it.
listen.
Okay?
This is what the
But
Bible
I'm
say.
gonna leave y'all where y'all at. That's fine.
First
I'm gonna head out.
Corinthians.
This has been fun. Good night.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good night.
I am
Uh, get that
free.
First Corinthians 14, and I think it's 33. This is what the Bible say.
Yes, sir. This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 14, and verse 33. For God is not the author of
Wait, no. I think it's 14. Oh, it might be 50. I'm talking about the last verse, the last two verses. Let me hear it.
Oh, yes, sir. This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 14, and verse 39. Wherefore, brethren, covet to
No,
prosper.
that's not it. It's let whoever unjust stay under. I can't quote.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about? It might be 15. Thought it was
15,
14. Y'all know what I'm
14.
talking about? First Corinthians 14.
Hold on, sir.
Nah, don't worry about it. All right, cowboy, what's going on, bro?
I said, what's going on with you, G?
I used to. Oh man.
This town ain't big enough for two of us.
Oh, that
What is
woman was
going on,
wild,
man?
man. she was wild, bro.
Yeah, sound like a headache.
Abortion, abortion ain't murder.
Oh God. Hey man, our sister's gonna learn one day.
She
They're
was
gonna learn one day,
Stacy's.
man.
She was Stacy's replacement for tonight.
Damn. Yeah, I don't understand why it's so hard for sisters to understand you killing the baby. I don't understand. Like, what don't you get about that? People crazy, man.
I am free. Praise the Lord, I'm free. No longer bound. No more chains holding me. My soul is resting. It's
You got
just
the whole damn song. I'm done, bruh.
praise the Lord. Hallelujah. I am free.
We appreciate you, soundbite. Oh
I
man,
just wanted
5 minutes
to say,
later, bruh.
I just wanted to say
Go ahead, brother
the
Marcus. What's up,
pictures on
bro?
the pictures I saw the pictures on the internet of the fundraiser 3 days later. They look amazing, man.
Hey, we turning it up, bro.
Man, y'all doing great. That's all. I just wanted to
All
say
right.
that. Hey,
We
why?
Hey,
What's up,
appreciate you,
man?
man.
First Corinthians 14:38.
Yes, sir.
It just came to my head.
Yes, sir.
38.
This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 14.
Talking
And
about what she said. The Bible said.
but if any man be ignorant, let him be ignorant.
So, hey, that's what you want. You gonna die. Any one of y'all don't want to listen to the Bible? I think Malachi Z said it. You gonna die. That's it. That's it. You're not gonna do anything to us. You're not gonna remove us. You can't, cause one of us you remove, 10 more gonna come in our spot. You remove 10, 100 more. So it's over. We up now. It's a wrap. So you're on the wrong side if you think you're black, Mexican, uh, Haitian, Jamaican, Puerto Rican. You're on the wrong side. You're on the side of your enemy, because that's the ones who told you that. But you the ones who say you believe in God, what do God called you? What did God say you was? Where's that in the Bible? What you claiming? Where's black in the Bible? Where's this stuff? So if you want to be ignorant, go ahead. Go ahead and do what you do. But you can't say when you stand before the Lord, you can't say he reached his hand out to you. We fought for that. He reached his hand out to that woman. She been on here since what? I don't know.
For
10
5
o'clock?
hours.
Yeah, 10 o'clock? I don't know. It's crazy. But she ain't gonna have an excuse. She's marked. Talking about marked. I mean my mic.
Yes, indeed. Nobody gonna have no excuse when it comes to the end, man. It is what it is. You either gonna die or you gonna fry. We just gonna say goodbye.
Yep. Are you finished? Or you done?
You either is you finish or is you done. Hey, let me see who we got next. Alicia, you go. Let's go with Queen. Queen, welcome to the stage. What you got on the topic? Unmute your mic.
I think he fell
Uh,
asleep. I think he fell asleep. Because he
okay.
talked he talked earlier.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's go with Tara now. Tara Davis.
Yeah, she talked too. I don't think we talked to April.
April. What's going on, April? Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Trying to stay awake here. I got to get up for work in a few hours. Whew,
You
I just
came to the
want
right
to
place.
apologize for. I unmuted my mic. I had to say something to her, but I know I was out of line. So I just want to apologize to everybody. Um,
You
so
all right?
on the topic, Is abortion murder? Yes. Um, who's responsible? The woman. And my circumstance is a little different. I had an abortion maybe 28 years ago. And at that time, I was married. My husband was in the service. He was part of the 82nd. He was a paratrooper for the Army, 82nd Airborne. He just got back from the Desert Storm. He was over there doing 2 wars. And when he came back, we were married. We were trying to have a baby. We finally conceived. And like the next day after we found out that we were expecting, he receives a certified letter in the mail from the United States Army stating that children that were in his, I guess, platoon or wherever he was stationed were being born with severe disabilities and deformalities because of the inoculations that they received. So we were given like the option to have genetic testing before we conceive, and they would pay for it. But at that time, we're like, well, we're already going to have a baby. So now what do we do? So we went and talked to the OB, and the OB was like, well, we can terminate this pregnancy and then have genetic testing for future children. So it was something that we thought about, and it wasn't an easy decision. It really wasn't an easy decision. So, I mean, I felt horrible about it. He felt horrible about it. Um, but I did write something about how it made me feel. This poem is called My Child. It says, I still weep over my child I did not keep. Over 10 years ago, yet the pain is still so deep. I still weep over my child I did not keep. Alone, lying on the examining table, unable to breathe, I'm gasping for air. Inside, my heart was racing, wishing your father would have been there. My mind began to ponder, my hands began to tremble and shake. I knew at that time I was making a horrible mistake. Although I did consent to the procedure, it didn't make the matters any easier. The stirrups, I'm sorry. Those uncompassionate assistant assassins just yelled for me to shut up and be quiet. But how could I lie there and be quiet when inside my child was slowly dying? The stirrups, the suction tubes, and curettes, these materials of mass destruction, these tools I will never forget. Although I battle in my mind thinking, how could I be so deaf, dumb, and blind, not realizing what it would do to me? I was miseducated on what was being done. But all I ever wanted at that time was his unconditional love. I still weep over the child I did not keep. So the nurses at Planned Parenthood, I I called them assistant assassins because throughout the whole time we went for consultation, they were like, "Oh yeah, this is the right thing to do. You know, we don't need your husband's consent. He already has the paperwork showing that
Wow.
this is the possibility of what's going to be done." And he signed a non-disclosure. I didn't sign a non-disclosure from the United States Army. They
Hmm.
paid for it. They paid for it to get done.
Wow.
It
So
was
you could, so you can do it without his permission.
yeah, I could do it without his permission. But even
Mm.
though we went in together for the consultation and, you know, we talked about the genetic counseling afterwards with our OB and with the genetic counselor, um, after I was in the room and they gave me some injection, I told them to stop. I didn't want to go through with it. And they told me at this point it was already too late. The medication was going to eventually abort the fetus anyway. So I had to go through with what's called the dilation and curette, where they actually suck the baby out of you. And that was the most painful. I think that was worse than childbirth. And I have 4 children. It was emotionally draining, it was physically draining, and
Mm,
it was mentally draining.
wow. So
And
was I guess when they said that the chemicals that so what they were saying is that your husband being in the military, they were exposed to certain chemicals or vaccines that he had to take being over there. that
Correct.
were causing deformities in the children that were being born from the other soldiers that were in the same platoon, right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Now, was this fact or was this just assumptions?
Um, it's been almost over 25 years, and I can't remember to
Hmm.
like exactly what was in the letter,
Right.
but I was led to believe that it was factual because you
Hmm.
know
So,
they were going to pay for the genetic testing. They actually even paid for the procedure.
hey
Hmm.
sis. So did you? So I'm trying to think here. So the kids that they said, so they killed the other kids
I'm assuming that other soldiers that
because they
were
saying that
having,
these kids had deformities, right?
yeah, they
Did
said
you
that
see
they.
it in these? Did you see it in these kids?
No,
Did
I
you
did
see?
not. They wouldn't
They
disclose
just
who. They didn't disclose like who had deformities or who
yeah.
had, and they didn't disclose any of that because
So they want you to just go with their word.
they wanted us to go with their word,
So that's all
and
they had was their word.
that's all they had. And
Oh man.
that letter, and like
That's
I said,
crazy.
after it was already too late, I was like, I was being convicted there at the table. I was like,
Yeah.
Lord, what am I doing? What have I done? And then I think
Hmm.
he was feeling the same way too because like after I came home, when we came home, it's like we couldn't even look at each other. We couldn't even like speak to one another. He was just all he kept saying was, "I'm sorry."
Hmm.
Like if we
Dang.
would have just waited and
Yeah.
seen for ourselves, because I was like, wow, you know what?
Well, what I'm thinking about, I'm like, this is it's crazy because I know that this is I think 1% of the abortions that take place is situations like this. Even though you didn't really want it to be done. And I can sense the remorse, in your spirit because it is a very spiritually demoralizing event that a lot of sisters try to dumb down like it's not that big a deal. And even the doctors there, they just like, oh no, this is everybody does it. It's just so easy. Don't worry about it. And then you can be free and do whatever you want to do after the fact, like
It's
you
just a
not just
blood
killing
clot.
somebody.
It's a blood
Yeah,
clot.
yeah, yeah. It's a clump of
Yeah,
cells. That's all it is. But this all what I'm hearing, it goes back to their design to try to depopulate, the earth. But primarily, they've always tried to depopulate our race. And it started from Genesis on up. They've always tried to have plots to destroy the boys and just the rising of the messiahs. So they target the boys and this our kids in general. Because obviously the biggest threat to America is Negro unity. So whatever they can do to keep us down, that's all a part of that damn plot. So even when they saying, they had assumptions that, oh, the baby gonna be deformed because of this and that, but there was no proof. It was just their word. I'm like, that's got to be a little part of it. But I've heard soldiers being, contaminated, like with Agent Orange and all that kind of stuff. So, I understand that. But to not have no proof, that's crazy.
yeah, and it just was like our our marriage probably lasted 5 years after that. Like we did have two healthy sons after that. My son that was born a year and a half afterwards, um, the pregnancy was just it was rough. Like it was a rough pregnancy. I ended up having to have an emergency C-section. The umbilical cord was wrapped around his throat and it was strangling him. He was a blue baby, like his whole face was blue. He didn't have oxygen. Um, but he made it. We named him Emmanuel because God was definitely with us. I felt like I was being punished for what I did, and he didn't pass his hearing test until he was a year old. So I was like, okay, so this is this is what my punishment is. I'm going to have a deaf baby. I'm going to have a baby that's going to have special needs that I'm going to have to take care of anyway. I just kept thinking about all of the things, all these things, all these things. And I said, I remember going to Emmanuel's his final hearing test. And they did the auditory brainstem response where they hook the electrodes on when they're sleeping to see what their waves are and everything like that. And I remember them hooking him up, and he never responded to sound. Like if somebody slammed the door or walked into the room, he wouldn't even turn his head to look. He was just looking. So I just remember them getting ready to do the test, and they took him from me, and I was just looking at him, and I just asked God for. I repented again. I asked God for forgiveness, and I said, I'm leaving it in your hands, and let your will be done. If my son is going to be deaf, give me the strength, give me the knowledge and the courage to make his life the best life he can have. And when they told me that he could hear, that he passed his test, I said, I thank you, Lord. But I know it still hurts because I felt like I should have given it. I should have at least listened to God and not listened to man because he has the final say.
That is absolutely true. Get that in Jeremiah 17 and 5, 6.
Yes, sir.
Um, but I mean, obviously things happen for a reason. The Lord puts us through certain trials, that's created for you. These trials were created for you, specifically for you to be able to tell your story, and be able to give this kind of account so others may learn from it. So
Mhm.
um, all praises that you're here to tell this story today and for us to be able to hear it. Go ahead, read that.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 5.
Hmm.
Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man.
And this is the problem that we have as a nation of people. I'm telling you, we don't go to God for wisdom, for understanding, for answers. We don't lean on Him. This is a lot of the mistakes that happen in our lives transpire because we reject God. And this is why He says, "I'm going to turn my back on you until you acknowledge your offense." And then in your affliction, while you're going through whatever you may be going through, then you gonna seek me then. But I gotta put you through stuff so that you can turn back to me. Read it again.
Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man,
Hmm.
and maketh flesh his arm.
Right. And it says, "Cursed be the man that trusteth a man and maketh flesh his arm." Because every time we do this, we lose. It ain't no other way. Every time we do it, we always lose. Every time we trust in man. I mean, you see what we just went through with this damn election, trusting in man, woman, for this damn presidency that has done nothing for the black community since we got out of slavery. Talking about we free now, so we can vote. It has done nothing for the black community, and our people still try to fight like it's going to make a difference, and it hasn't. There's no proof. No proof. The system is against us. It's always been against us. And until we recognize that, we will still stay in this deadest state until Christ come back and burn this thing up. Was that it?
And whose heart departed from the Lord.
Then this is the problem because we depart from the Lord. The only other option is for us to trust in man. Okay, trust in Esau's science, right? And then for you, are you in the truth, sis? Do you understand who you are
I'm
and all that?
I'm I'm new to the truth.
Gotcha. How long you been learning?
Um, August.
August. Wow. Okay. And when did that transpire? You said was that how many years ago was that?
This incident, like my oldest son's 27, 26, so 27, 20 years ago.
28
28
years ago.
years. Yeah,
Wow.
28 years ago.
Okay. And then the one that you lost, was that a little before that?
I just had the one abortion. But I didn't lose my son.
Right. Right. No, the abortion. When was that?
That was like 28, 29 years ago.
29. Okay. Give me Hosea
Cowboy.
5. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So they told you that so why did you abort the first kid? They said that your husband had issues within him.
Because he was in the service. He was 82nd Airborne. He came back. He was over in Desert Storm, and then he went over to Saudi for another. He was served in two wars back to back, And he got back. He was back for a couple months, and we were trying to conceive. We finally conceived, and it was like we found out we were pregnant, and then a couple of days later, he gets his certified like letter in the mail where he had us like sign for it. And when he was reading it, it was from them telling him that um, before you, if you're planning on having children, we recommend that you go for genetic or go for I think it was genetic. I can't remember. It was like some type of
Well,
some
well,
type of testing to make sure
right.
that whatever they were giving him wasn't going to affect.
So, so this what I'm asking. Like, so this what I got that part. So this what I'm
Mhm.
asking. It was just gonna be for that kid or all his kids?
All of his kids. So we didn't
So they
even,
lied. So they
yeah, so we,
lied.
yeah, they did lie because and to be 100% like after I had that done and he was like, so we do want to have kids, so what do you want to do? I said, I'm not doing any tests. I'm not I'm not going through anything extra. You can go get tested because you're the one that was given the inoculations or whatever. But I'm going to trust in God. Whatever
You
child
had
we're
more
given,
kids.
we're blessed with is just gonna be what it is.
Y'all had kids.
Yes,
So they lied. I just wanted to say that, cowboy. I was just like, wow.
they lied and
According to them, your child was supposed to come out with a foot on their head. You know what I'm saying?
something.
Like according to them.
They said severe what was it, severe deformalities and some type of genetic something. I don't know. I just can't remember, but I just remember like, okay, so what do we do? Because we didn't even announce to the family that we were gonna have this big dinner and announce that we are having a baby. And then I'm like, I can't even do it. We had so much planned. I was like, I can't even tell your mom. I can't even tell. I didn't tell my parents. He didn't tell his mom or his dad. He didn't tell his parents either. But I know they knew something was wrong or not right by the way we both were acting and carrying ourselves afterwards because it was just different. It got real dark. So I know he didn't open up to how it made him feel right away, but it affected him as well too because he wanted more than anything to have children. So we just had two boys. He wanted a boy and a girl and to be done with it, but he got two boys. So I said, that's
Um,
it.
Hmm. Wow. And what the sister said in the chat, I wonder how many others, other, sisters got that call, or brothers in the military that got that same call for not only being in the military. Shoot, I'm sure it's for other reasons they make those excuses, like, hey, I'm seeing this and that, and and it's like we not no doctors, so we don't know. We just trusting the doctors to tell us
there
what's
you
going
go.
on.
There you go. We
So
just trust. Yep.
we trust in them, and then we get these abortions thinking that the doctor is in our best interest, and they saying, oh, we sense a disformity, so you may not want to, it may have complications, a long life of complications if they do, or they if they do become born. So it may be best, I'm not going to tell you to do it, but it may be a good idea if you consider it.
Yeah, they
Not
were
saying you should do it, like that. That's how they do. They tricky with it.
they were making
But
me
go
feel
ahead.
like, well,
But
are
go ahead and
you
do it
are
if you
you
make you
going to
feel good.
be up to taking care of a child that can have a severe
Mm,
disability?
yeah.
Or that comes with the lifelong commitment that
Mm.
I'm like,
Yeah. They guilt
Use
you. They try to
fear.
guilt
they
you.
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Use
Fear.
fear. Hmm.
They did, and I
Mm.
bought right into it, and I should know better because I've been in the medical field for now over 30 years, and one thing I did do, I went and got a job at Planned Parenthood. Like 5 years after this, I worked part time in Planned Parenthood at Ohio State University campus, and they have a campus right there. They have a Planned Parenthood right in there. They didn't do abortions at this clinic, but they did do
Is a
the
black? Is that a black neighborhood? A black
Ohio State
college?
University. Yes, Yes, they had the Planned Parenthood right there on campus, but they did like the conception. They did like the Pap smears. They also did like the birth control. But anytime a girl would come in there and ask me questions about birth control or this and that, I would this poem I had this poem. I have a folder, and I was like, I have something I want to give you. I have. I was like, let me talk to you about abstinence. Let's talk about saving yourself. Let's talk about doing it the right. Let's talk about these STDs. I know you're in college. I know you're trying to have fun, but you can die. You can get something you can't get rid of besides a baby. Let's talk about that. So um, I really got wrote up so many times, and then I said that's okay because if one person changed their mind, then I did my job.
Damn right. All praises. Hey, get the give me that in the Exodus, man. That's the spirit
Sister,
of our
that's what I'm about to
foremothers, man.
say. That's what I'm about to say. She said what she said was one of the
She
prophets.
up
She
there,
gave them.
start flipping
Let.
shit over. I'm gonna turn this motherfucker up.
You stupid. You stupid cowboy.
Hey, hey, she went through that job interview. You know, like, yeah, I'm trying to, yeah, I'm trying to do this. And then she went up there and turned that. Shoot, they got another thing coming. Shoot.
Shoot, they
Uh,
heard about her way in New York. We got to do something about this. Way in
right.
Washington D.C. Get rid of her.
Oh man, she was undercover. Came with a plan.
See, and that
Oh
was that
man.
was my second job. My first job, I worked at the hospital. I
Hmm.
purposely got a job there part time because I said, people I'm not reaching at the hospital, these people are already coming here. They're coming here for other issues.
Hmm.
I I need to go back to where the root of the problem was because I don't like how those nurses talk to me. I don't like how they they treated me like I was nothing. They really did tell me to shut up and be quiet. It was too late. That's what they told me. It's too late. You just need to shut up and be quiet and just face it. It'll be over within a minute. Is what they told me.
That's
I
crazy.
was, so I was like, so not to get graphic, but women, you're laying there and you're having in the stirrups, and they have this little vacuum, and they vacuum all the products of conception, is what they call it, out of you. I looked over to my left, and they had like this sheet over this glass vial, and it was nothing but everything that they was sucking out of me and probably everybody else around
Hell
but me.
no.
And I said, "Oh my God, what have I done?"
Oh,
Absolutely not.
shit. Oh, my
Nope.
God.
Nope.
So, and I told these young girls, I said, "You want me to tell you what it's like? You want to go see? I'll show you."
Hell no. I'm staying my ass home. Absolutely not.
But sometimes some people, they have to see that. They have to see
Mm-mm.
what death looks like. They have to see
That's true.
what the outcome is because they think they paint this picture. Oh, it's not that bad. It only hurt for a minute. It'll feel just like a little cramping. Uh,
Mm.
no, that's not all. Like some people may have a different pain tolerance, but I think my pain came from knowing that it was the wrong thing to do.
Right.
Hey, sis, they don't even think women have the same pain as a regular woman. When they say regular woman, meaning a white woman, so they think y'all pain tolerance is just like y'all don't have it like that. I can't stand the enemy, man. I can't stand
Mm-mm.
Esau at all, brother. They the liars.
Mm.
Like I have two daughters, and I told them they both have children, and I told them, I said, one thing we're not going to do is make the same mistake I did. I said, I went through that pain, I had that experience, and I'm telling you what happened so you don't have to go through that.
Right.
I said, if you don't want the baby, I'll take it.
Mm.
And then I said, well, you know what? I'm not raising nobody else's kids. We're going to go put the baby up for adoption.
He said, you know what? Actually, yeah, I'm not doing. Hey, get that in Exodus 1 real quick. No, because this is the spirit that our sisters have forgotten, the preservation of our seed and the next generation. When you think about the statistics of, was it 20 million aborted babies since
Mhm.
1973? It's probably more than that.
21. 21.
21 million, and that's just the black community. We not, I don't know if we counting Hispanics and
Nah, it's just the
um,
blacks. It's
just
just
the
the
black
blacks.
community,
Mhm.
which really tells you how many really was aborted. It got to be probably 50 mil, something like that. Um, and on a weekly basis, how many, are aborted? It's crazy. So having a spirit like you to be able to educate our sisters to think twice and to save life, especially of our children, because they are the next generation. Go ahead, read that.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 1, verse 15.
Hmm.
And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives,
Hmm.
of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
Right. So, and this was a plot to destroy our nation. Why? Because they were fearful that we would become too powerful because we were conceiving children, we were having babies in affliction and slavery. We stressed the hell out. We just multiplying and multiplying. And so to mitigate that, not only restricting the rising of the messiahs, they had put an edict out to kill all of the boys, okay, all of the male children. Keep the girls because they'll be able to serve, and they'll be easily manipulated, so they'll be able to do whatever we want them to do. Just like in today's society, which is why they play on the emotions of our women, all the way back to the Women's Suffrage Rights Act and all that kind of stuff, welfare, all of that, getting the man out the house. That's all where it all started. But read that.
Yes, sir. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
Hmm. Kill the son, save the daughter. Go ahead.
But the midwives feared God,
Hmm.
and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them.
Right. So they wasn't listening to that mess. They feared God. They ain't fear no man. So just like you went in there with that spirit to save these children and save the sisters from not only killing the kid but also saving them from the mental trauma that comes from that. Because a lot of our sisters don't really understand that there is a spirit that they're killing within them, and they're not going to feel that maybe initially, but it will happen. Well, it's going to come to pass where you're going to feel that in your spirit that you really took a life. It may not happen at that moment, but it's going to happen, and you're going to feel something. But a lot of our sisters are so numb to it. It's like they just doing it like it's shoot. They just like they popping pills. It's just normal. It's like a regular Monday. Just my normal routine. Damn. Go ahead, read it.
But save the men alive.
Mm,
And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive?
mm-hmm.
And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women,
Damn
for
right.
they are lively, and are
Mm,
delivered ere the midwives are come in unto them.
right. Is that it?
Therefore God dealt with the mid therefore God dealt well with the midwives,
Mm,
and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty.
right. There you go. And this is what they're afraid of. Not only is the Lord did He bless those midwives? He'll obviously bless our sisters on this side that don't condone the killing of the next generation. And then from that, read that last part.
Right, right. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and
Hmm.
the people multiplied and waxed very mighty.
This is what they're afraid of, from us waxing mighty, from us multiplying and waxing mighty. This is why they have Planned Parenthood in every one of our communities. They got more Planned Parenthoods in our communities than in the white communities. In our
Mm-hmm.
communities, there's Planned Parenthood. In white communities, there's clinics. Um, how you call it?
Fertility,
Fertility clinics, right?
fertility
Yep.
clinic. Yep.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
why is it in our community, but all the other nations' community, they got fertility clinics to help them have children. But in our communities, it's to kill the kids. Don't nobody see nothing wrong with that? It is a plot. It is a plot, but it ain't gonna work. You know. But we got work to do. But go ahead, sis.
So yeah, the Planned Parenthood, if you go to their website and stuff, I don't know if it's still on there, but they have like where you can donate money to be pro-choice or whatever. I was like, wow, they're just asking for help to help kill these kids, to kill the babies. What? Um, but I've also worked, like you said, in fertility clinics as well, because I've been in the medical field for over 30 years, and it's It's like those women that are trying so hard to have babies. Why don't they link up with Planned Parenthood and say, "Hey, if you don't want this baby, let me be the mom. You be our surrogate, and I'm spending tens of thousands of dollars to have somebody's have somebody's egg with my embryo implanted in me to have a baby that I might not be able to have because who knows, I can't conceive anyway." Like, why don't they just do that? Come together and let these kids live and give them to people who really want them. That will never happen because that's too much like right.
Hmm. Yep. Yeah. That's I mean, that's what used to happen. Before this abortion crap got popular, is they would just give the child up for adoption.
Hmm.
Um, but even that is a trap. Get that in Deuteronomy 28:32. Um, it's a trap set for our people because it's much easier to adopt a black child versus a white child. It is about 2,000, maybe $5,000 to adopt a black child. But a white child is like $30,000. So they make it easier for, different other nations and in general to adopt the black children. And then what ends up happening is they adopt the kids, then these kids get bugged the hell out, where they start touching these kids. They dress them, they cross dress the kids. They got the little
Hey,
boys in skirts and things like that. Go
hey,
ahead, King.
cowboy,
Yeah.
cowboy. And then you know who be adopting them? Homosexuals.
Yep.
It's always a
Mm,
homosexual couple adopting them, bruh.
yeah.
Look that up, bruh. It's always some two white men. You
Hmm.
understand? And then then you ever seen these celebrities, these white people, these rich white people, they dress them in dresses and they just have them all weird, like you say, they bug them out, man.
Yep.
Damn, bro.
Yep. Yeah, that's all a part of the damn plot to, destroy our seed, especially, um, when it's $2,000 to adopt a black child and 30,000 for a white child. Of course they're gonna go for the black child. And all manner of evil is going down with that.
Yeah.
So, and we've have a lot of us have had dealt with that because a lot of us that may have been adopted, we grow up thinking we don't know our fathers, we don't know who we are, we think that we white, we think that we're just confused. We grow up confused. Get that what I called? I forgot what I called, but
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 32.
hmm
Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people.
right. So not only
Mm,
are they given to another people in you know. What is it called? Adoption. But there's still slavery going on. Still slavery going on over here. Not only here, but over there and was it Liberia, Libya, somewhere over there. They still Arabs taking our men, taking our girls, and selling them into slavery. These things are still going on. I can't remember where, but it's going on over there still. So a lot of people think slavery is abolished, but this slavery still going on today. So and that's one of the main ways they do it is by adoption. So yeah.
These poor kids don't stand a chance.
Mm-mm. We got a big job, sis.
Yep, and little time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
all
You
I
got
wanted. That's all I wanted
okay.
to speak on today. Just my experience, because I know I commend the other people who were brave enough to come out and share their story as well, because it's not easy to do. You
Mm-hmm.
know, you carry the guilt, you carry the shame,
Right.
you carry the hurt. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this is something that I haven't talked about in a long time, but I
Mm-hmm.
um I do spoken word, and whenever I do go to these events, I used to live in Atlanta, so I used to always go
Yeah.
down to different open mics there, and
Mm-hmm.
my poetry was a little bit different than they get up there. It was no snaps and taps for me. They would be looking at me like, "What?
Like,
What?"
blowing a spot up. The hell
I
is this?
did, and then I would leave after I was
Right.
done.
You go in there, do your bit, and then leave. Oh, I'm done.
I'm done.
Blow the spot up and then leave. Oh my God, you a character. All praises. Well, definitely appreciate you sharing your experience. And yes, sis, like, hey, remember we got a new life in Christ, so don't forget to forgive yourself as well, because Christ forgave you already.
Thank you. I'm gonna get me some sleep before I gotta get up and go to work.
All praise. Get some sleep for the both of us, sis.
You guys have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right, let's go with Neutrino. Neutrino, welcome to the stage. Y'all raise your hand, come to the stage if I got something on the topic.
Hi, shalom. Most in
Hey,
Christ bless everybody.
shalom, sis. Most on Christ bless. What you got on the topic?
Um, just something really brief. Abortion, whose fault is it? I think it's both, but mainly on the woman's side, since she has to deal with like the burden, carrying the having to get pregnant and then going through excuse me, the procedure of getting rid of the baby, then left with the psychological problems that come with that. Um, so yeah, just to keep it short, it's I would say it's the woman.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we all got to make choices, so, what the sister was just talking about, they give you all the power to make the decision without the man as well. So, though it takes two to tango, in this specific subject, sometimes there is no choice on the man's side regarding the keeping the child or aborting the child. Obviously,
Right,
y'all made the decision
right.
to have the damn sex in the first place, which was the first mistake. But that ultimate decision to bring forth the life into the world, was left on the women. So. And that's why they made it like that. There's no coincidence why they gave the woman the power in that specific setting. Um, because they know that y'all are emotional and they're gonna play on that. So they give y'all the power in that. You don't need him to make a decision. You make decision on your own, sis. So that's another trap. Damn.
Yeah, and
Yep.
that's
Yep.
unfortunate. As Queen was saying, mentioning something earlier regarding her being urged to, if I heard you correctly, sis, did you say that you were urged to get rid of your child because of some perceived complications down the line?
Hmm.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
April.
Um,
That wasn't Queen.
Yeah, that was April. But yeah, it was.
oh,
They had assumed that because her husband was in the military and had been exposed to certain chemical, and they were saying that
Did
the
they
kids that were
assume?
they
Did
they
they assume?
no, well, they had the plan, but the it appeared to be an assumption that if you were to have these kids, they would have birth defects and They would live a horrible life and all this nonsense, but there was no proof of it, so there was no proof of it. So she ended up aborting
And
the
they had
child.
2 kids after that.
Right,
And they were,
or
and
one
they are
child.
perfectly fine children, right? No
Hmm.
defects, no issues.
No,
So I
no.
think it's just they just wanted to have just make her do an abortion and maybe just like experiment on the baby after the abortion to see if
Hmm.
there were any complications from whatever chemicals her husband may have been um open to or exposed to. So I think that they just wanted to get her child or their child and experiment on it. Um, and it's not though it's not the first time I'm hearing this thing where it's being suggested or posed to the parents to terminate their child because of some issue that may occur down the line after birth. It's not the first time I'm hearing it, and I'm not certain if it's back in Jamaica, or was talking to my sister or something that I was hearing. Like it's starting to become like a popular thing, where they're suggesting that people get rid of their kid because of something may happen to them down the line, or they may be born with some defect or something, and try to guilt trip you into
Hmm.
taking care of it now, so called, instead of having the burden. So they're playing on people's selfishness in life, one of these aspects, so that it can aid them with making the decision to getting rid of the child, and then they get the fetus to do whatever they want, to experiment, to sell off for parts, for different serums that they're making, putting these things, the babies um is it growth cells or growth hormones in like products, facial products and so on. So I think it's a whole thing. It's big business for them. So of course they're gonna try to capitalize on us and our promiscuity. It's a vicious cycle. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Appreciate you, sis. Okay, let's go with Adira. Have you spoken yet? And Lady Indigo. Lady Indigo, you are up. Unmute your mic. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. I'll plug the room until they unmute. I think we got one more. But yep, this is Biblical Smoke. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all come to the stage. Bring your strong reason, any answers y'all got, any of your experiences. The topic is abortion. Whose fault is it? Is it the man, the woman, or the church? Whose fault is it? That is the topic. Raise your hand, come to the stage, and let us hear what you got. Go ahead, Jerubala. All right, let's go with Shay. Welcome to the stage, Shay.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. Um, so I was just commenting, I had wrote it in the chat, but I definitely
Mhm.
can relate to her. I had a story that about what 7 years ago I was in the clinic and the doctors had came and told me and my kid's father we was sitting. You can keep straight. Me and my kid's father go around these cones and keep straight. Sorry, y'all. And then let me up. Go
Where am I
straight.
going?
Straight.
Straight that
Straight.
way?
No, this way.
You better take her straight now.
Yeah, let me out right there by the cones. Keep going. Thank you. Out of the way. Sorry, sorry. Okay, okay. Yep, all the way up to the blue thing. Yep, perfect. Thanks for being available. Have a great morning. Okay. Um, yeah, I remember sitting in the doctor's office and they came back and they told me they had ran these tests and they had said that well, we see this dot on your key. They was like, we see this dot on your ultrasound. I'm like, okay, what's the dot mean? And they was like, well, when we typically see those dots, that means that it means that it's Down syndrome. So I'm like, what's the chance of it? You know, I'm like, what's the likelihood or whatever? And I'm just like, cause no, like I want this baby. You know what I'm saying? Like this was my baby. I was going through so much, and I'm finally having my baby, and y'all gonna tell me this? No. So they was telling me it's a small percentage. Okay, that's cool. That's all I need is a small percentage. So I remember my kid's father, he was so discouraged. He was like, no, I'm not about to have no damn syndrome baby. You know, I don't want a retarded baby. And I'm just kind of talking to him. I'm like, first of all, it's gonna be okay. Like it's other kids in the world that has the same symptom, and they, you know what I'm saying, they get through it just fine. I said, and we gonna be okay. But he was like so discouraged, and I just had to leave him because I'm like, I don't need that energy. You know, I'm like, I don't need that energy. So I left. Well, I had left him, and we had talked about it, and I was just like, I'm not gonna get discouraged. So, you know, I'm going to my mama. We start praying, honey, because I'm like, no, it's just not it. Like, God, you got the final say. If my baby's meant to have Down syndrome, then that's just what it is. And we gonna have a Down syndrome baby, and that's just what it's going to be. But I thank God that I did not choose to kill my baby because my daughter, she she loves God. You know, we on our spiritual journey. I just came into you guys. My friend had invited me. He's been following
Oh
y'all for
snap!
a little. He's been following y'all for a minute. And it's crazy because like me and him kind of like met up at a weird moment. I was actually in a car wreck when it happened, and like I see him, he just came out of nowhere. I was just like, you know, so I am a Christian, but I am a Christian. However, I do not like. I'm also in school right now, and I'm taking up this religious studies course. And the first thing that I realized taking the course, we had to write an essay. And the first thing I said was, I realized I'm not religion at all. I
Right.
realized that I'm not religion. So I just kind of find that interesting that she shared that. And then just to hear y'all, it's kind of amazing a little bit.
Good, good. And I did want to ask you about well, you said your daughter, right?
Yes.
Did she end up having Down syndrome?
No, she did not have Down syndrome. She
You
is
see the
perfectly.
bullshit? Oh my God. They be
She's
lying.
perfect. She's perfectly healthy, honey. She'll talk your ear off.
See that? And that's why we just have to put our trust in God,
Yes.
then and not put it in man because they will tell you anything. They will tell you anything to keep your nation down. This is why Margaret Sanger set up damn Planned Parenthood in the first place. That's the whole point, you know. So, I'm thank the Lord that you didn't abort your child, because
Thank you. Thank you.
wow. And so, what have you learned so far? I know you said you're newly to the faith, or maybe been introduced to it. What do you know so far?
Uh, I'm one of the. I don't want to. I'm not comfortable speaking on that topic just yet. I mean, because I'm still kind of, just listening. I do
Hmm.
agree. One thing I will say is I agree with you guys a lot. With me, like I said, I am Christian. I want to make that clear. But I have learned listening to you guys, especially today. I'm like, I don't even identify as black. I never have. My nana, rest her soul, she filled out this application one day, and I was like, Nana, why did you write other on there? And she
Right.
was like, she said, because I'm not black. I'm like, well, yeah, we are black. And she said,
Hmm.
no, that's what they call you, but you ain't black. I'm like, well, what am I? And she just
Right.
looked at me. She never answered.
Damn.
She's very, she never answered me. She said, I'm going to tell you what you ain't. You ain't black. I said, okay.
Right.
So I've always led with that. And
Mhm.
I remember my cousin, this was just recently, about 3 years ago. She's into IT, I'm not. But it was this program they was doing, free course. I'm like, cool, let me do it. IT's taking over the world. Let me see what I can do. So she got all the credentials to do this kind of, her resume is it's designed for this. My resume is plain, it's not, whatever. So I remember filling out the application. Me and her filled it out. She recommended it to me. And I had got approved and she didn't. And she was like, I'm like, I didn't even tell her because I didn't want her to be discouraged. And I'm just like, dang, but I knew what I had did differently. So the only thing that I had put on her, I remember what my nana said. I had put African American, but I also put the word other. And that is the only difference that I put on my
Jack
application
them up.
than her. And
Hey,
look,
sis.
so when I finally told her, I said, "Man, I got to put on the little accent because
Right.
they thinking they got a." So I got I had got the position. Didn't even want the position. I'm just doing it now. I'm like, dang, I want my cousin to have this because she deserves it. And I'm just like, I tell everybody, put other. I'm telling you, when you walk up in these people's
Hey, look.
office,
Right.
they gonna be fired up. They gonna be like, you're black, baby. No, I'm not. I don't
Right.
know. I don't know my
Sis.
identity, but the one thing I do know is I know I'm a child of God. I know
Hey,
Right.
that.
sis.
Go ahead,
Get
King.
get Isaiah 1 and 3. Let me tell you, uh our people be fulfilling prophecy and don't even know it.
I can agree with that.
Watch this. Isaiah 1 and 3.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 3. The ox knoweth his owner,
So an ox is an animal. He knows who owns him, right? Read.
and the ass his master's crib.
And the ass know where his land is. He know where his property is. Right? Read.
But Israel doth not know.
But God's people, they don't know um, who their God is, and they don't know what their land is, where they belong. They don't know. Read.
My people doth not consider.
And they don't even consider because you ask your, I think you say grandma or nanny or
Yes.
you asked her and she just looked at you. She don't
Yeah.
know. Read that again.
My people doth not consider.
They no, they don't know.
Oh, the ox
And
knoweth his owner,
uh-huh.
and the ass his master's crib.
Read.
But Israel doth not know.
My people do not know. Israel is God's people, and they don't know who they are. Read.
My people doth not consider.
They don't even consider it. They just like, huh? This we other, we, we African American, and we keep on it. We keep it pushing, but we
Yeah.
really don't consider that thing because we got so much stuff going on. We don't even consider we the greatest people that ever walked the earth. That's in on that scripture.
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that, sis?
I do understand that, and that's why I'm kind of like curious because I'm like, dang, I do so much. You know what I'm saying? And my faith, I know the things that I've been through in my life where my faith ain't shaking. I know who God is. I know the God that I serve because of the things that's happened in my life. But I mean, it does make sense because I'm like, well, Nana, who are we? You know what I'm saying? And she couldn't answer, but I know now, I'm like, I may not know where I came from because I know we was stolen. I know we came over here on slave ships. I may not know exactly what part, I don't know if I'm from East, I don't know where, but one thing I do know is I know I'm related to God and He will guide my steps. You know what I'm saying? Um, I don't know. So it's just pretty interesting. Thank you for sharing that scripture, and it does make sense. I just kind of wanted to share my little testimony with you guys this morning about the abortion topics because I do not believe in abortions. But I don't judge people for abortions. I mean, because that's your decision. But at the end of the day, I don't support it at all.
Yeah, people say that, but they don't understand. Their decision affects us all. We all the same. We all brothers and sisters. You understand?
Right.
Um, uh, I read that Isaiah 1 and 3 to show you that you fit that prophecy that you are God's chosen people, and this is what He says about you, right? Uh, get that in Deuteronomy 6 and 7,
Yes, sir.
or 7 and 6. I'll be saying it
Yeah.
backwards.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6.
Uh
For
huh.
thou art an holy people unto the
Uh huh.
Lord thy God.
You see that? We are holy people unto God. Read.
The Lord thy God hath chosen thee
He
to
said, "The
be
Lord your God has chosen you." Read.
to be a special people unto himself.
You see that, sis? To be a special people unto Himself. Read.
above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
So we're the greatest people that ever walked the earth. We're above all people. And you might say, damn, well, it don't look that way. It's because he punished us. We ain't punishment because we broke his commandments. But get that in uh what that is, Deuteronomy 12 and 10.
12. About what he requires.
Yes.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 10, verse 12. And now, Israel, what does the Lord thy God require of thee?
Uh-huh.
But to fear the Lord thy God.
You see that? It says God requires something of the Israelites. All right. So do I'm pretty sure you believe in the Bible, God's words. You believe in God. You professed that just now,
I do.
right, sis?
I do.
So God dealt with the Israelites. He didn't deal with everybody. He punished the Israelites. You are an Israelite. You
Right.
understand?
Right. And
So
like I
look.
said, like I said, I'm new to the Israelite. I'm new to this.
Uh
So
huh.
don't come for me. Don't come down my throat. I ain't looking in the chat because I know y'all got some chat warriors.
No, they better nah.
Look,
They
don't
better
come
not
for
mess with
me.
you.
Don't come for me.
Hey,
Look.
hey, I got your back, sis. They better not mess with
Period.
you. You know.
Yeah, but I do, I do listen because I'm like, dang, I'm just like, a lot of my life kind of, it sounds similar, and I do go back to the Bible for everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm just so different from even my family. Right now, like it's just a lot. So this is what's up.
Hey, finish that off. Listen to this, sis.
And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee?
Uh
But
huh.
to fear the Lord thy God.
You got to
To
fear God, and this is how you fear God. Because we say we fear God, we say we love God, but loving God is fearing Him, and this is how you love Him. Read, fear Him. Read.
to walk in all his ways,
Uh huh.
and to love him, and
Uh
to
huh.
serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good.
You see that? For your good. For your good. So that's why this room is open, and that's we trying to wake our people up because in slavery it was beat out of us. We was told that we was niggas. We was told we was told we Johnsons and the Jacksons and whatever son. But we're not those people. You know, we're the Israelites. So you got to come back to your God and keeping His commandments. You understand?
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Hey, sis, before you go, hey, shalom, moderators, Most High Christ, bless King, A1, Cowboy,
Shalom,
Barnabas.
shalom.
Hey, shalom, sir. I just wanted to say one thing before you go. I know you said you don't agree with abortions, but you don't judge anyone. And the sister's still on, right? Sister Shay.
Yeah, I'm still
So,
here. I'm still here.
yeah, I just want to make you aware. Go to Leviticus 5 and 1, and then I want to go to Ezekiel 16. Our people, we have like a culture, a false culture that we learned, adopted in America in the last decades to where we, I'm gonna do me, and I see what you're doing over there. As long as it don't affect me, you do what you do. Everybody got their own, decisions to make and live their own life. But we have a duty as far as being brothers and sisters and members of the same nation. Read what you got right there.
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 5, verse 1. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
All right, go to Ezekiel 16 and 20. So the reason I read that is because we got to hold each other accountable. Now, the thing is, if I'm your brother, and you're about to make a mistake, and you believe that what you're about to do is fine, but I have the understanding that, yo, no, that's actually a very, very wrong decision. It's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt the people around you, or whatever the case may be. Out of love, I need to make you aware of that. I shouldn't spare your feelings because you think you're right. I need to make you aware, like, listen, no, don't make that decision. This is what it really is that you're doing. Because as we understand, us being the Israelites, the chosen nation of God, other nations are not here for our benefit. They're not these doctors that we go to, when we go to these hospitals, when we go to these courtrooms, when we go to these institutions that's set up in this country, we have to remember that these people are not literally getting into this field to help black people. That's not what that quote unquote black people. They're not here like, "Oh, I want to help and save these people." No, they're going to do whatever to get their check, and whatever's the rules or whatever's the protocol, they're going to pass that down. That's why you heard the sister earlier. She went into Planned Parenthood, and the protocol was to go along with whatever the operations are. But she was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna let you know what it really is. We don't got these people. They not in there doing that. You don't go to the doctors and they like, yo, you don't got to take this medication. You can actually drink this and take these herbs and do this. This is a bad side effect. They're not gonna do that. Read what you got, Ezekiel 16.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 16, verse 20. Moreover, thou hast taken thy sons and thy daughters, whom thou hast borne unto me, and these,
So this is from God. God is saying to our race, we take our sons and our daughters that were born unto. Read it again. Listen how God communicates how He feels about abortion. All right. He said, "These are my children. I put those children in your womb, from the man to the woman's womb." Read.
moreover, thou hast taken thy sons and thy daughters, whom thou hast borne unto me,
Come on.
and these hast thou sacrificed unto them to be
So
devoured.
so so when people do abortions now, they like, oh, I'm not. What the hell? Sacrifice my child to another god? Well, when you commit abortion, especially for the reasons our people are doing it in these mass numbers willingly, they're not being tricked. Well, a lot of our people are being tricked to think that, oh, it's just clump of cells or a blood clot. But regardless, it's for you make yourself an idol because you putting yourself first over God, whether it's willingly or unknowingly or knowingly. You're putting your own lust, your own the way you want your life to be, and how I seen it, and I'd rather have been married, or I wanted to have this amount of money, or I wanted to be this age. You putting yourself as a God over God, because He said, "You born these children unto me." I'm behind this operation. Read.
Is this of thy whoredoms a small matter, that
He said,
thou
"Is this of your whoredom a small matter?" Because most of the time, when people have abortion, it's because they're not married. Most of the time, it's because it wasn't planned. You didn't get you. It wasn't agreed upon. It was something that's happened through whoredom. Most of the time. Come on,
that thou hast slain my children and delivered
whose
them,
children? Whose
my
children?
children.
So God take it personal. That's what I want you to be aware of when you hear your peers or maybe like your relatives or friends or associates, when like if it's somebody you care about and they value your opinion, you need to say something about that. Because that's the reason why there's over 19 million black babies that's been aborted. Because you think everybody's being cursed out whenever they speak about abortion? No,
21
everybody's
million.
like, yeah, 21 million. Because people is like, oh, yo, oh, word. There'll be people who have a thought, but they don't understand that God says, yo, you killed my children. You wanna know why this murder spirit is going so crazy in our community? Because it starts from there. If you these spirits is being these spirits is circulating. Babies is being killed. You telling the wife, you telling a woman to go kill the baby, you gonna go. What's gonna stop you from killing the next man? What's stopping a woman from being with another killer?
Right.
You understand?
And
That's
I
what.
don't.
Okay.
Right, and I gotta go. Like I gotta go work. I got 5 minutes of time. And just to
That's
clear the
that.
floor, uh, I agree with what you're saying 100%. And just to clarify some things, when I say that I don't judge, that means that I am saying something, right? Like I'm telling you my opinion. But at the end of the day, you're gonna make your own decision. I can only say so much. So after that, I'm gonna pray for you and let you do what you do. Because if you're not listening to me, baby, I can't talk you out of anything. You're gonna do what you wanna do. So that's
Right.
what I mean by
That,
not judging. It's not like, fallacy because no, I'm gonna speak up. And I got when I do speak up about certain things now, they be like, oh, y'all know she's holier than thou now. And I'm like, no, I'm just saying like, y'all gotta understand that it is consequences behind everything we do. Whether you get it now or
right.
later, it is consequences. You know what I'm saying? But
That's
the,
it.
the no judgment part comes in. Okay, I'm still gonna love you even though you doing what you doing, and I'm gonna just pray for you, and I'm gonna have to leave it at that.
Right, yeah. Long as you speak on it, that's what. Cause when I say judging, it's going into using the judgment that you have based on what God's word is. So it's not like saying you're gonna put them in jail or you're gonna chop somebody's head off. We're not talking about condemning somebody, but when you saying you judging, our community usually they identify that term as whenever somebody's telling them something right that they don't want to hear, they say, "Oh, you judging me." But we got to eliminate and eradicate that terminology and that culture in our community because it's actually adding fuel to the fire. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying, sis. In all praises, you're learning, and you're gonna say something, and you're not, that's good. So all praise. I just want, and it's not just for you. It may be somebody that's listening that's in the chat that might think this a certain way like that. Make sure you say if you know, make sure you let the people know around you. Don't do that. This is wrong. God looks at it. This God is not with that. This is against God, and you did your job. But all praises. I'll let you go. I know you got to
Thank
go.
you. And I just want to drop a gem before I leave. I know earlier in the conversation that you guys was having, you guys said something profound that really stuck out to me. You had said, it wasn't I don't know who was speaking, but he had said that all Israelites are not the same. And I think that's kind of what sparked my interest because I be hearing some people and I'm like, y'all really, I can't deal with that. Like, y'all making me want to, buckle up against you. I can't hear, even though I am a Christian and I'm hearing what you're saying, it's like my friend, I'm listening to him. He's an Israelite. He's like, I'm like, we have the same Bible, but we have two different perspectives. You telling me I'm blind, I'm thinking you blind. I'm not seeing your point of view, you're not seeing my point of view. And like when I listen to other Israelites, I'm like, see, y'all tripping, y'all crazy, y'all talking all of this whoop whoop watch. So when he said that, that all Israelites are not the same, and some we not with them. Them folks over there, they crazy. So I guess that's kind of what made me gravitate and kind of like open up. Like, you know what? They do be speaking some truth. But thank you guys. I'ma still listen. I'm just not gonna say nothing. Okay.
Hey, we appreciate you, sis. Boys, will we talk to you soon?
Oh, she gone?
Yeah, yeah, she gotta go to work.
Okay.
She's still listening though.
Well, sis, listen to this scripture real quick. Get Galatians 1. I think it is. I think it's Galatians 1.
Yes, sir.
Because she said we got the same Bible, right?
Oh, Galatians 1 and
Start at
6.
verse 6.
Yes. This is the book of Galatians, chapter 1, verse 6. I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ unto
Mm-hmm.
another gospel, which is not another, but
So they use the same Bible, which is the gospel, but they got another doctrine. They teach different doctrines. So that's why you got to study. You got to study yourself. You got to read. You got to keep God's commandments so you won't get tricked. Read that part again.
I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ unto another gospel, which is not another.
Right.
But there be some that trouble you
You see that?
and would pervert the gospel of
You,
Christ.
because they use the scriptures to be deceitful, liars. All right. So that's what you're seeing. All right. I mean, my mic.
Hey, Shalom.
Hey, shalom,
Hey,
everyone.
Shalom. The sister was you said something earlier, Ao, and the sister was responding to that. So
Yes, I want to make it clear. There are Israelites groups that they will hold you women out. All they want to do is make you one of their wives, and they push polygamy, and that's not beneficial to the healing of our nation, and that always turns out bad. So us as Israelites, we believe in marriage, and we believe in one wife. We don't push that multiple wives stuff that the other groups push. Our teachings is not, some of them all you hear is how much they hate white people. Okay, we will point out what white people did, but we don't teach to hate white people in this room. Yes, they have to pay for the crimes that they committed, but our gathering together as a people is not based on our hatred for any other race, creed, or gender. Okay, we care about building our nation up. Let God deal with the anger and the judgment to the other nations. Um, there are Israelite groups that don't believe on Christ. Okay, so that's three right there. We don't believe in no whole bunch of women. We're not in this for women. We believe that we need Christ. He died for us. And our ministry is not based on hatred for white people. And then there's a group in New York that teach that you can rape women and have sex with little children. Okay, so some of these people calling themselves Israelites, they crazier than any other religious denominations. So don't just because somebody tell you they are Israelite, you just go up under them and start listening to what they got to teach. Some of them you need to run the hell away from them. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1, Christ, God warns us that there's some people with Bibles that they crazy as hell. Read it.
The book of Second Timothy, chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come.
It's going to get dangerous. That's what perilous means. Read on.
For men shall be lovers of their own selves.
They're meaning they're not teaching anything to better you as a person. It's only for their personal gain. So if you join in a group because they hate white people, you stupid. If you join in a group because they telling you you could be one of their wives, you stupid as hell. If you join in a group because they're teaching you unlawful things like raping women and having sex with children, not only you stupid, you crazy. Okay, so every Israelite group is not the same. We, us that wear purple and gold, we have no affiliation with them other groups. I mute my mic.
There you go. Hey, Jerubala, I know you said you had issues with your mic earlier, but I will hand it to you again.
Shalom, leadership. Most time, Christ bless.
Shalom, sis. What you got on the topic?
Yes, yeah, I believe it's the woman, totally the woman, 100%. Because if you keep your legs closed now, you won't have to open them later for the person performing the abortion. And I wanted to say quickly that I remember our daughter, she was in high school. This was about, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago. And she came home and told me every Friday they performed abortions at the school without the parents' permission. I called the school to
What in the
find out.
hell?
Yes, yes. I
Eh,
called the
I'm
school.
sorry,
I,
Jerubala. Real quick, I'm gonna give you back the floor.
okay,
Cowboy, send Mohit an invite. He said black women should take abortion. So
Yes, sir.
we want to hear different views and why he feels black women should take abortion. If you
He
look
probably
at
left
the
the
chat,
chat
that's what
already.
he wrote. All right, so just send. He was here, I think, yesterday dealing with Barnabas,
Mm.
if I'm not mistaken, yesterday morning. So bring him up. Let's hear why he's an advocate for black women to take abortion. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
he might have left.
Jeruvalo.
Okay. No, I was saying that our daughter, she came home and told us that every Friday they perform abortions at the school. I called the school to find out was it true. They told me their responsibility was to the child, not the parents. And they could do that. So every Friday they had a doctor come in, perform the abortion, send the child home sick. That way the child can have all weekend to rest up, and on Monday she's back in school. And that was like clockwork.
That's crazy as hell.
Yes,
What?
yes,
You
yes.
wait, what grade was this?
She was in the 10th grade at the time.
Damn.
Yes, it was a Department of Defense school. We were in Germany at the time,
Hmm.
but it was an American school. It was an American school, and
Wow.
they told me their responsibility was to the child, not the parents.
Jesus.
Oh, and they did not have to inform the parents that they did it.
Yeah, I did hear about that becoming a thing. Probably like about a year or two ago, that you don't need the parents' consent. Um, well, actually, that was about damn sex change crap. But I don't put that past them for anything like that either. So, but
Yes.
that's the first time I'm hearing that. That's wild.
Hmm. It
Wow.
was wild. Yes. Yes, that was it. Yeah, and that's the reason we homeschool.
Mm,
She's 30 years old now, and we have a 10-year-old.
mm-hmm.
But now we homeschool our 10-year-old 100% because when she was, right after the COVID happened, when they switched everybody to virtual, she had a teacher who she I don't know. I stood up one day and she saw my fringes. And she said, well, what are the tassels that you wear? I said, numbers 1538 commands us to wear
Mm-hmm.
them. So I wear them. And so she was like, oh, okay. So I knew from there, she went and she did some research because it was like during their Christmas time. I said, hey, look, we don't celebrate any of your holidays. So I said, if you want to do what you do with the class, let me know. And I can have my daughter come in 5 to 7 minutes later.
Mm,
So she said, okay, that's fine. So 10 minutes passed. I told her, okay, Josie, you can go ahead and you could go to class. So they were still on the subject about Elf on the Shelf. So one boy says, oh, I went to sleep last night. The elf was this place. Woke up, the elf was that place. So my daughter said, elves are not real, right? And so the teacher, she was like, I need to talk to you. Da, da, da. I said, okay, I'll let you talk to my husband. She talked to him, and they got into this thing, and so she was like, well, somebody say that you're in a cult. He said, okay, well, I can tell you what we believe in. Tell me what you believe in. She was, oh, I'm not going there with you and this and that. So he said, okay, well, somebody say you're in a cult, because I can tell you what we believe in, but you can't tell me what you believe in. So she says, if we were in brick and mortar, I would have pulled your daughter to the side and I would have said this and said that to her and everything else. And we were like, yep, from then on, homeschool. And that's where she is now, homeschool.
wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, all praises for homeschool. That's crazy as hell.
Yes, all
Dang.
praises. I just wanted to
Mm-mm.
share that though.
I appreciate you bringing that up because I've never heard that before. That's the first.
Yes, that's it. All
Mm.
right, I'm you my mic.
Thank you, sis.
Hey,
Wow.
Cowboy.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Cowboy. Yeah, no, I just want to say this because it's a lot of people that might be listening for the first time. But yeah, it never was our custom or in our culture where we allowed the people that hated us to teach our. I know, we coming into this understanding now. But when you think about it, it's not their responsibility to teach our children. Yes, they do
Right.
have these institutions open, but we do know that it's like you're gambling, and the more that as time go on, they're gonna now that they like we got these niggas children in our possession, we could destroy them from here. That's how they looking at it. So let's this just to bring awareness. When we have children, it's not. another race's responsibility to teach your children anything. They don't have to teach your children anything. That's not their responsibility. I'm mute my mic.
Yep, absolutely correct. I mean, shit, we got a big job to do. It's our responsibility. It's supposed to be our responsibility, but we gotta take it more seriously, apparently, because that's a mess I ain't never heard. You got abortion clinic in the damn school, y'all. The damn high school. She is in the 10th grade, and they handed out free abortions. Man, oh God, he gotta burn it. The Lord gotta burn it, man. Cortina, welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage. What you got on the topic, Cortina?
Good morning. I'm at work, so I can't stay on here long. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Take your time. Do what you do.
Yeah, I agree with the woman. It'll be the woman's fault. I'm just now starting to get into the IUIC, and I'm starting to enjoy it a lot more. But I don't really agree on abortions.
You said you don't agree with abortions.
Yeah, not at all.
Got you. Why not?
Well, how's that all about? Okay, I had to come out for a second.
Hmm.
It's murder. If you decide to lay down and have a child, why you can't take care of that child?
That's true.
So
That
far
is
as the
very true.
abortion go, I have 4 boys, and I was in a bad car accident not too long, like 17. I was 17, and I had a doctor tell me that I wouldn't be able to have kids, and saying that my pelvis was cracked. But I had successfully had 4 boys. They said it would have been complications with me or either complications with my child. So I ended up going to a Indian doctor, and I
But
had
you
all
said
four
you
of my
went to a
boys
what?
naturally.
An Indian
He
what?
was an Indian doctor.
Oh,
Well, his
doctor.
wife.
Okay, I thought you
Yeah.
said
hmm
brothel. Okay.
No. So I had all 4 of them naturally. No complications, no epidural, none of that. So far as the abortions, I had some people in my family that went through it. Now they having complications to have a child now. And I'm like, well, hand in hand, wouldn't you think that when you had that abortion at a young age, going out here sleeping with every man that you slept with, that's that's gonna cause you to have complications as you have another child.
Damn. So having the abortions restricted them from, or gave them more issues in the future.
Yep, a lot more
Wow.
issues. Endometriosis, their lining, everything. They had more issues.
Wow. Mm. Yeah, that's a part of the sterilization too, and I kind of I think about that because when they go up in there, I mean, you really don't know what's going on. So when they put that vacuum in there and they flushing things out, they sterilize. They could be sterilizing you as well. So they've done that before, you know.
Yeah.
So I won't put it
I'm
past
still
them.
listening. I'm sorry. I'm still listening. I have to mute my mic since I'm at work.
Yeah, yeah, do your
I
thing.
appreciate y'all a lot. I'm gonna stay tuned. I just got into the word like the beginning of this year. Somebody introduced me to y'all.
All
At first I
praises.
couldn't take the harsh talking, but now I get it all now. Because I
Hey,
wasn't big in Christian churches. I didn't take to churches. Period. I was
right.
not the type that I always thought they were hypocrites. So I'm listening and I'm trying to get into the school and I'm gonna keep listening to y'all because it helps me a lot.
All praises. That's all reasonable services. You take it easy on the job site.
You too.
All right. Hey, Kafir, did you go already?
No, not yet.
Go for it, man. Welcome to the
All right,
stage.
all right. Thank you. Shalom, shalom, brothers and sisters. Um, regarding the topic, um, I blame both the church and in this kingdom, which we know that is the devil's kingdom. You know, um, um, I want to speak in behalf of my ex-wife because she went through something similar. Um, about 8 years ago, she was pregnant and she started seeing her doctor, um, and they started telling her that something's wrong with the baby. Uh, the baby, if it's born, it's gonna be on a wheelchair. Um, won't be able to do anything for life. You're gonna be taking care of her. I mean, him or her. Well, the baby. So that she need to abort the baby. And they told her, do not tell your husband. They tell her not to tell me. Okay? So first thing she did when she came back home, she told me, this is what they said. And they said not to tell you. And I told her, look, we're gonna keep this baby no matter what. I want this baby because no matter what. So every time she goes for the appointment, they would be telling her something different, something crazy, way out of line, to scare her and to get rid of the baby. And they keep telling her, don't tell your husband, okay? She was 6 months old. They still want to get rid of the baby. At 6 months, she was 6 months pregnant. They still want to get rid of the baby. And at times they would say to her, you know you're not pregnant, but you need to get rid of the baby. I'm like, what? What do they mean that you're not pregnant? Mind you, my ex-wife, she's a nurse, okay? They telling her she's not pregnant. At the same time, she need to get rid of the baby. At times they said, well, it's in your head, you're not pregnant. There's nothing inside of you. So I keep telling her, do not listen to those people. I want this baby. So when the delivery, in the delivery room, about what, 9 months later, okay, she was having a C-section, okay? So there was like 4 doctors in the room. The only doctor I could see his face was the black doctor, the one that was doing the C-section. He's a Nigerian doctor. And the rest of them, they covered their faces. You know, I couldn't see nothing. I couldn't see their hand, face, nothing. So once my baby was out, you know, very healthy, handsome boy, and one of the doctor that has his head or her head covered fell backward and hit her head on the metal table. I think something happened there. I was recording, right? So I turned my phone and record what just happened. The doctor fell backward, hit her head. It had to be a woman from the shape. Hit her head on the metal table. Boom! You can hear the loud thump. Boom! And she fell. I'm like, oh, that's what you get for wanting to get rid of my baby. You know? And my son came out healthy, handsome. He's about to be 7 now. Smart, very smart. Everybody love him. He have a calm spirit. He love everybody, you know? So I think that's what they doing. They did that to my sister. They did that to my sister-in-law. Tell them something is wrong with the baby. There's a hole in their head, in the baby's head. My sister-in-law was 6 months old when they have her get rid of her baby. They keep telling her the baby have a hole in her head. So so at 6 months she had an abortion, and they told my own sister something similar. She said, "No, I might have my baby." Now my niece, she's 13 years old. You see? That's what they keep telling our women. Something is wrong with the baby to get rid of it. You know. So that's the story, man. You know, because my son about to be 7, and they wanted to get rid of him.
That's crazy, man. We
Yeah,
keep
that's
hearing
just
this.
crazy.
We keep hearing different stories and about people like being told one thing and it's really another. It's like they lying to our people about their kids. And we really gotta be careful with these doctors, man. Especially when it pertains to pregnancy and bringing forth our children in this world, man. It's crazy. It's unfortunate, but this is the life that we were given. So
Yeah, all praises.
appreciate your input, Kafir. Damn, man. There's a one after another. The doctor said one thing and they lied. It's like, come on, man. Y'all see what's going on. Hey, what's going on, Rib? Rib of Raziel.
Hello, Musa in Christ bless you all.
Shalom, my sister. Most High Christ bless.
Um, I just have an incident because I'm from Trinidad and I listen often, always on Biblical Smoke, and I share experiences based on what the topic is about. Because I have been through or always know of someone who have been through something very similar. So y'all always hit the topic right on the head all the time. Um, and this is not just in America, it's worldwide. So, my daughter, we have been in this truth going on 7 years, I think. Yes, I'm going on 7 years. Next Passover will be 7 years, my husband and his home. And 4 years ago, I got pregnant with my daughter. And after we came out of the labor room, um, baby was born healthy and everything. Some doctors came in and asked if I wanted to have more children. But my husband wasn't there, I was alone. And I said, that's not a decision for me to make. I have a husband. But before the truth, I would have said yes because I was a black independent woman. Nobody can make decisions for me. I do my own thing. And then I understood the truth. Took me some time, but I understood it. And she was asking, do you want to have more children? I said that's not a decision for me to make. I have to discuss that with my husband. She said, but we're offering medication, um, an injection that I wouldn't be able to get pregnant again. One injection. And I said, no, I'm not interested. I have to talk to my husband about that. She said, no, not your husband. You. What do you want? And I found that so strange. Why would you ask me what I want when I have a husband? So I voiced that opinion. And she said, no, this is not about your husband. This is about you. What do you want? And I told her, I said, I cannot make that decision on my own. I have a husband and we will make that decision. And if we want that, we will get it done on our own. But no, not interested. There was an East Indian woman right next to me. This is my third child. She was on her sixth child. They passed her straight. They never asked her. And beyond her, there was another young girl that was on her first child. She was about 19 or so. They offered it to her. It was about 7 of us in the room. They offered it to every black person that was in the room, but not the other races. Only the black sisters that were having babies, even if they were very young and it was their only child. So they would offer it to them, but not the other races. So on her note, she wrote, patient refused. I said, lady, don't write patient refused. Write patient said she would speak to her husband about it. I didn't refuse anything, so it would make it look like I rebelled against something or to treat me a certain way while in the hospital or something like that. So I had to now fight to tell her, no, I didn't refuse it. I told you I have a husband. So when I speak to my husband, he will make the decision. That is not a decision I can make on my own. She just walked away.
Damn.
So now they
Wow.
are not, now they are not, um, now they are not like they realize like people keeping their babies, so they're not giving you the option to abort. They're giving you medication to not get pregnant at all. So we having too much children here, too much black babies. But the other races, it's okay. We can have more of those, not the black races, not those.
Mm.
So I just wanted to share that. Shalom.
Wow. 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 Appreciate you, sis. Yeah. So she, what it sound like they threw a damn temper tantrum because you couldn't make the decision on your own. She was upset that you had to consult with your husband, that you wanted to consult with your husband first before making the decision. It was a huge problem. That's how you know they got an agenda set up against us. Because if it was that big a deal, why are you so mad about me wanting to speak to my husband? Because we make decisions together, and I don't make no decisions without him. Like I don't understand what's so hard for them to understand that. Like that's for them to get mad at that is shoot. That's a tell sign of exactly what's going on. So, damn. Let's go with Hey Zeph, are you reading? Did you go? I can't.
Yeah, I'm reading, sir.
Oh, okay, I'll praise it. All right, let's go with Grace. My sister Grace. What is going on, my sister?
Shalom, leadership. Shalom, sister. Most High Christ bless.
Sis.
Yeah, this topic today is really a great topic because, yesterday I was in Biblical Smoke and you called me and I was like, I'm in an appointment. Let me be true with my appointment. I will come back. And I have every day yesterday. It was so strong day. So the topic of today, I think as the brother said, the church and the abortion is not a good idea. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. But I just want to make a comment on what is going on right now about these people, the way they want to kill our children. That is really true all over the world. It's not like in America alone. You understand? Like my son is with me right now, and you can hear you can hear Moses. So, like 6 months, 7 months ago, I think 8 months ago, I was pregnant with my son, and it was 6 months pregnancy. So I went to I was like feeling a little pain, so I went to emergency. So the doctor, they said, okay, I should hold on, that and they will do all the tests and see what is going on. So they kept me for like 5 hours. So they said, everything is fine. I can go home. That is just maybe a normal pain. When you are pregnant, sometimes you have some cramp and all this stuff. So I can go back home. I said, okay. But I have to see my doctor the next day. They said I have to see my doctor for the clinic where I used to go, like the hospital I normally go, that I have to go and see them because they are the one that holds my file. You understand? So I can be doing more checkup. I said, okay. So the next day, I said, okay, let me go to see my doctor. Let me go to that hospital to complain what happened, and but everything is fine. So when I went there, they said I should hold on. I said, okay. So I was there for hours, and suddenly they said I have to stay. I have to stay till the next day. I said, for what reason? You understand? Why am I staying here till the next day? Everything is fine. I just came here to explain what happened, and that's all. They said no, no, no. I have to hold on, that they saw something. The baby is not breathing very well. I said, my baby is not breathing very well. Yesterday I was in emergency and they did all tests. In my mind, that was what I was saying. I said, yesterday they told me everything is fine in that order. Thank God. Oh, God is good. Thank God I went to that first hospital that told me that everything is fine. Do you understand? So before I went to this my normal hospital, I normally go. So it was like, no, actually, hold on. Then later, someone just came in that I have to take these drugs, that this injection, something like that, that it will help me. And they don't explain very well. So I was like, help me for what? I want to know what is it doing. You understand? What is that injection going to do? Then that one left. He said, okay, we bring the superior. Then that one, another one came and said, it will help me so I can have the baby quickly because the baby is not breathing very well. I said, me, in my family, we don't have premature. It's not like it's a bad news because I have a lot of people that have it. I don't want to say it's a bad thing if it's for to save the child, why not? But I'm saying me, I've not heard that one. My mother have 11 children. I've not heard those stories. So please, I'm not having any child like that. 6 months, the child is not yet formed very well. So and there is no problem. I don't have any issue. I went to other hospital and they told me everything is okay. They said, no, I have to do that because the baby is not breathing well. It's to save the child. It's to save the child. I said, I don't know. Give me some time. Let me think. So I have to call our leadership here in France. I have to call the leadership, the wife. And I spoke to she was like, I have to pray over it. You know, these things, sometimes these people are funny and sometimes it's true. So we have to pray. You understand that I have to use my mind. I have to pray and ask the Lord because the Lord will show me things to do, all those things. So I said, okay. So the leadership was with me. I was, you understand, calling back to back. We were talking and I was answering, what is this name of this ejection? I was sending, they will give me the feedback and we were doing like that. So after some while, I said, okay, the doctor, another one came again. Too much of doctor coming to convince me. So I know it's not good news. It's not a good thing that they
Damn.
want to do something bad. Too much different doctor, like four doctor for one situation is not a
They
good word.
sent 4 doctors in for one
Yeah,
situation.
different
God.
one. A lady, a female, I don't know, young, old, everything is coming. I was like, no, I have to pray. So the leadership told me I should look for the east of the hospital and focus and pray. So that was what I did. You understand? I told them, okay, they should give me some time. Let me think. So I focused and I started praying. And I remember Jane Meyer that was saying before it was formed in the womb, something like that, that I know thee. So that was what I started using to pray. I was like, before this child was formed in my belly, God know who he is already. Even in my sin, I sure he want this child to come. So I was praying on that. So they do not come again. Nobody come till the next day. I was still there. So suddenly they take me to a ward. So when I was in that ward, because when they came, I said I'm not doing anything. I want to go back home. I want to go home. There is no problem. I'm not sick. The child is okay. He's breathing. I'm not, you understand? So then I came and do another test. Then I said, he's breathing well today. Oh. I said, he's breathing well today now. You people are very funny. You understand? You people are very, very funny people. You want to kill my child. There's like, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. The child was, nah. Okay, no problem. So later, there's a nurse that came in, a white nurse that came in to the ward. I think she did not understand. She just came for duty and she did not understand what is going on. So she was just saying, I don't know, maybe she knows. She brought a word, a mistake. I don't think if it's a mistake, it's God that sent him to come and say that word. That I take that injection of yesterday. She wanted to say the child will have died or I will have the baby or something like that. She just said a word like that. And I said, what did you say? She said, no, nothing. She just saying that, the drug is to help me. I said, it's not what I heard now, now. You understand? So I told them I want to go back home. You understand? So this child, I kept it to the 9 months and I have this child and he's an handsome man, he's strong in everything. They were
All
telling me he
praises.
have a no, God is with us. These people really they want to kill our children. You understand? So that is how I have this
Hey,
child.
did they tell you what was in the damn shot? Like what was the drug? What was it? Like what was the
I don't even
poison?
know. They were calling names, one kind of funny names and like that. So I don't know. I was calling the leadership to help me to Google the name.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
understand to check because what kind of dejection is that? Because I don't want. I don't even know because in our family I think it's kind of generational something with my ancestors. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
my grandmother It was difficult to have children. You understand? It
Mm,
was difficult even when they were virgin. Those time is no, there's no whore like that. Like now that we all become
right.
whore. Those time in our grandmother, grandfather time, there was really virgin. You marry virgin, everything. So my great grandmother was really. They told me he have a tough time to have a child. You understand? Before she now have two children, she prayed, Lord. They said he was begging the Lord, begging the Lord. They said that my grandmother, they can give me the story of that my great grandmother. And my grandmother, the same thing she went through to have my mother and his two brother. That was the way she prayed. They said, my grandfather wanted to marry other person because the family was putting pressure because she was not having the child quickly the way they want it. My grandfather have to have another wife to have other kids and all this stuff before she got now bless her with my mother and his two brothers. You understand? And so I feel like it went to my generation or something because me and my other sister in the family, both of us, we are the people that still have all these kind of similar things. Then God not bless me, you want to not, no, my head was, that day was too rough, I'm telling you. So to leave this one now to that yesterday when you were telling me it's my turn to come and speak yesterday, and I told you I have appointment because I went to the appointment that I went to is government appointment. I don't know how much they are helping someone with. They are telling me I have to keep my child in the mother care or creche. I said no. I'm a mother. My child is 6 months old. I should go and drop it for what? He will be sleeping with you people there or he'll be doing what? Let him sleep with me at home. I'll take care of my child. It's my child. And they say, it's like this. I say, madam, this is what I'm doing. I'm taking care of my child. I'm not dropping my child in any baby care for anybody to help. I'm a woman. God created me to have a child. He gave me the strength also to be the mother to take care of the child. So that was what we were arguing yesterday. And she was telling me, okay, so if you don't want to work, I said, I'm not working. Who am I looking for the money for? Who am I giving the money? Since all my life that I've been working, is family members. What have I done for myself apart for having a building for myself in Africa? But what is the thing that I'm looking for? What am I doing with the money? The building is there. I'm not living inside. People is the one living inside. So what am I? What am I leaving my child that no, I beg. So that was what I went through yesterday. Very tough. I like the way they are pressuring. My son is too handsome to go and drop in this kind of rubbish kind of place.
Yeah.
Somebody to go and touch my child because I can kiss someone for my child head. I'm telling
You
you, that is
said
the spirit I have.
this was
That is the spirit
yesterday?
I have. Yeah?
You said this happened
Yeah,
yesterday?
yes,
Oh,
yeah. That's why you
snap.
do not see. I did not come back to the class. I was like, I can in my mind, I was like, I can kiss someone for my child. So I'm just preventing myself. No
Wow.
crash, no keeping in a baby care, nothing. I'm the baby care mother. Bring your own children, say, let me keep it for you. But my child is not going to any things. If it's like that, I pack myself, I'm going back home to my Nigeria. You
Right, right.
understand?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
messed with
I
the
don't
wrong
have
one.
time for nigga nigga. They will do that one with people that don't have sense. And because
Exactly.
my leadership also they are very good because the wife I have been talking and she's the one giving me also good advice and some video that we watch. The way they take care of our children, the way they beat children, the way they the other day they pour hot water in one child of 2 years old. You
Mm,
understand? And they didn't tell the parents. And because it's a black person, nobody say anything in Montreal, Canada. So a lot of things is going on with our in their own children. Self, they are treating them bad. Talk about our own. They will just throw it. I don't want any trouble. So right now,
mm.
that is what I'm going through. Yesterday, I was in the class in the other class yesterday. The
Yeah,
topic
yeah.
was very nice, but I do not have. I was having strong heart. My chest. I'm feeling pain of the anger that I was having
Yeah, yeah,
yesterday.
yeah.
I was having a serious anger towards these people. Like you want to force someone to go and drop a child. Do you have a motive? And they'll be telling me this your son is very handsome, is very handsome. Okay, thank you very
Mm-hmm.
much.
Right.
It's very handsome for you to do what? Yes.
Wow.
It's very handsome. It's not very handsome for you people. If people have plan, eh? So that is one. Yesterday, after then, I went to supermarket to do shopping. Hey, this truth is true. Anybody that said this truth is not real, let that person go and let her go and stay with the devil. Let her go and stay with Caesar
Right,
Borgia, Caesar Borgia. Do anything you want to
right.
do. This truth is the truth. You understand? I don't care to know because yesterday I was listening to a lot of people coming out to say word yesterday about the truth, and that little girl that came up and said, why did that sister came to ask advice from AY
Mm.
and the leadership? You understand?
Yep.
She needs to ask advice from the leadership. The leadership will give you a good advice. You understand? And we need all this good advice that we have lacked from our generation. All this why
Yep.
we need a good advice. You understand from our leadership because they will give you good advice. You
Right.
understand? That advice saved my child. And also, it's not only that one. Yesterday, when I went to supermarket, I bought load. I forgot to change the pusset. So the baby carrier. So I carried the one that I cannot use for taxi to come back home. And I went to buy things from the supermarket. There is a brother, our people also, we have funny people in our nation. And his daughter, they was like, we can drop you. We can drop you. Holy Ghost fire. I was looking at your face. These are kidnapper. You want to drop me and my child. God. I said, don't worry, don't worry. We'll take our boss. Don't worry, we are fine. This truth
Hell
opened my
no.
eyes. If it's before, if it's not this truth, if it's those time of Christianity, I will have made the mistake of God love the whole everybody to go and enter a wrong car to say, they
Yep.
just want to help me. Yes, I will think it that way. I will say, no, they just want to help me. Let me just go. His brother is a brother. No, if you just as I saw the face, I can see kidnapper in their face. The
Right.
daughter and he and his daughter. The face you can see wicked, like they are looking at my child, looking at me like I can help you people, we can drop you. I say, don't
Mm-mm.
worry, ma. I
Mm-mm.
can help myself. It's just like Holy Ghost just showed me these are criminals. They can this one, you will not come back and your child. You will not come back. They will sell you 2 seconds, two
Right.
euro.
Yeah, you
So
gotta be
I
careful.
like
You
this
gotta be
truth.
careful.
When I get home, I was praying and I was thanking the Lord for mercy. I was just thanking the Lord for giving me grace to come to this truth, to know this IUIC, this truth. No, please, I just want to say God will bless you people. I've talked a lot because a lot of things that happened to me. This period, this one that happened, I've not explained to my leadership, but I just want to say this truth is real. Like God is real.
Damn
And
right.
our black Messiah is real. It's not a joking thing. It's real. I don't understand people that don't want to change their ways. They don't want to see the truth. But as for me, and I'm still keeping saying, I don't know how many times I've come to the truth. Yeah, I keep saying it is real. You understand? And it's true. This leadership, they are real people. They are the truth leadership that we need in our nation to change. You
You
understand me? So
damn right.
because this truth have changed a lot of things for me and it has blessed me. No matter what my tribulation was, I have a tribulation when I came in for the beginning, but I'm still working on myself every day. I'm proving myself. I'm trying to prove myself where I'm doing wrong. You understand? So I can
Yeah.
change. I'll call my leadership. This thing is it bad? If it's bad, I'm not going to do it again. You understand? So
All praises.
a lot of things, really. So
Yeah,
that
man.
was my this whole topic for
Yeah,
today.
I
You
appreciate your
understand?
input, sis.
And
you
these
said
people just want to kill us.
you
That
in
we have to
Canada
be
now, you
careful.
said?
Sorry?
I know you're from Nigeria, but you said you in Canada now?
No, I'm in France. I'm in France.
Oh, France, okay.
Yes, in France.
All right, all praises,
But
sis.
we watch the video together. Sometimes they show the video of Canada because they speak French also.
Yeah. Get a time
Yeah,
difference.
so,
Too.
yeah. So some of the class are French. So
All praises, all
uh,
praises. We working
yes.
on it.
Yes, sir. And also, please, I wanted to comment for the sister yesterday that that was trying to talk with Captain I forgot the name.
Hey, Grace,
Yes, sir.
they do kidnapping in France?
It's everywhere they kidnap. It's not only France. It's everywhere. Yeah.
No,
The,
I thought it would be
yes,
different there.
yes, he exists. Yes, he exists. Yes, he exists. He exists.
Wow.
And yes, and also this raping of children, he exists here in France too. Because the other day, there's this family of I know it's our people, but they want to be Muslim. So they went to drop their children, drop the baby of a baby of 6 months. You go and rape a baby of 6 months or 1 year old. Are you okay? Are you okay? Ah. So the father of the baby and the mother, they came to the school premises. They said they will not get shy because, people don't talk about it. People don't talk about it. But this family came up. They were screaming in front of the school, the crèche, the baby facility. They were screaming. Look at what they did to their child, a baby of 6 months or 1 year, something like that. So since that time, I have the trauma in my head that if I have a child, because me, I was just talking for their behalf, like I can kill someone. I'm not going to, please. These people are really sick. You understand? A lot of things going on. Like my head, since yesterday, I'm not being okay because I'm seeing what is going on. It's only God. So I'm praying, I'll be praying, and I still want you both to also keep me in prayer. Everyone to keep me in the prayer because right now my head is very full and really, it's very full. And I just want to make one little comment for yesterday because I supposed to talk yesterday, but I do not say anything. But I just want to say something quickly that when the Bible said, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," this is the proof of love thy neighbor because they think the neighbor is Esau. No, this is the proof for us to love each other, to help each other up, to keep each other. The Bible is a true book that we need to understand the word. Love thy neighbor as I said. If you people do not love us, you people will not be here helping us and talking about this old truth for us to change, to repent, and keep to the commandment and do right, to do right. You understand? And look at the way the loving of our neighbor, people love us so much that have saved us. What you people have been doing since have saved me. Me, I'm talking about my own self right now, but we don't talk only for ourselves. We don't talk for our own nation together. So I would say for me, as it saved me, saved a lot of things, a lot of people. You understand what I mean? This truth has saved me. Only yesterday, this truth, what you have, is not only yesterday, but I want to talk only yesterday. One is shocked to my eyes that God can have mercy, no, God can have mercy, but you have to change. But God will have you mercy because I change and I'm fighting for the anything else, my murmuring or anything in my spirit. That is what I'm working on. But the things of this world, I try to change everything. So I'm telling you that God have mercy on me because something He showed me yesterday. If I did it, I made mistake. I went to look for God so loved the world people. I have gone with my son yesterday. I'm telling you because that face that I saw with those people are not. I went to do God so loved the world and followed them inside that their car. I've already loved the world in hellfire, maybe. So that is what I wanted to put on it. And please, sister, we have to stay back and leave the leadership to continue with their work, the whole word that they are saying and their work with the new sister that is coming, the new brother that is coming up, that they don't know the truth. They have to convince and try to talk to them to change. So we sister that is here, that is older, as they said, the older ones have to teach the younger one. We need to step back and just keep quiet. When they need us, we make comments. When they need us, we will come up and talk. Then they will be the one to call us because sometimes AY call us to say, sisters, you people are not, we will come. But when we are here, we just keep learning. Let us be learning also because we are not perfect also. Let us be learning, keep quiet and learn and learn. When they need us, we come up and we talk. Because you people will be staying in chat, we'll be chatting. Yeah? You people are smart in chat, but you people are not going to smart to go and fight Esau. Esau is there. Because I learned something yesterday. You know, when I'm in the office yesterday, I was keeping my mouth shut the whole time. You understand what I mean? But if it's our people that was in that office, we will not keep mouth shut. We will be doing small noise. Talk. You understand? So there are many things like when I hear that, now I understand when AY was saying, uh,
I don't think what
um,
kind you got this. You got
give
the
me
white tip on it.
give me respect the way you give the white man respect. You understand? So now I understand that word now. You understand? So I'm very happy and I will stay here. I'll be staying on the class. I will not come doing chatting. So we people should learn how to back up and lead the leadership to do their work, what God called them for, and let them do it perfect the way they are doing it. So I'm in my mic and I want to say thank you for the brothers. Thank you for the leadership. Thank you, Eho. Thank you, every of the leadership here. I'm listening every day for the class. I'm listening. I'm listening. I know some of the class is tough, but we have to still stay in it and be chastised by God, and we keep to the commandments. And that is all that I have this morning. And I think it's morning to afternoon now. So I want to say thank you, leadership.
We
Franchement,
appreciate you,
merci
sis.
beaucoup. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all, no matter what is coming, no matter what we are going to go through, because more devil they are coming up. So we have to really pray and help each other as love thy neighbor as thyself. You understand?
That's
So
right.
that's what I have. That's what I have this morning. Thank
De
you all for
rien.
giving me this chance to speak. Please, thank you.
You're welcome, sis. De
I'm
rien.
in my mind.
That's
Mostly,
that's my French for the night.
thank you. Merci beaucoup.
De rien, de rien.
D'accord, d'accord. Allez, je vous laisse. Allez. I'm Nigeria, but I speak French. The French people, they are shocked because they want to play me forward nine. So when they see that I speak French, they don't like when you speak the language. They want you to be
Yeah.
like idiot. They want you to be doing English. They say, but you are Nigeria. In Nigeria, they speak English. They dit, mais oui, en France, moi je suis là depuis longtemps. Hein, quand même, il faut que je parle en français. Hein. Voilà quoi. And,
Right.
they don't want to see you. They don't want to see you speak the language. They want us to be stupid, stupid. They come to be happy. Help me write, help me read, help me this, so
Right.
that they will be using the opportunity of that. That's why they do not like me in that hospital. They do not like me. Till I went out from that place. They were looking at me. They thought I was those kind of people that they can just come and be giving a injection, giving this, giving that. You
Right.
understand? So bon, Dieu merci, tout va bien. Tout s'est bien passé. Bon, mes frères et sœurs, so ça, shalom, most like Christ bless.
Shalom. 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 That's funny. That's funny. Hey, people outside the US, they got all the damn languages. We don't know now one over here. They be knowing four languages, man. Man, I should have stayed in French class. Hell is this? Hey, welcome to the stage, Wisdom. What you got on the topic, Wisdom?
Shalom, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Good morning, sis. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Um, I just goodness. Okay, my thoughts on the topic, abortion, who's at fault? Who fault is it? The black man, woman? To me, I would say it's all of them fault. Everybody's in a way. So, and the reason I say that is because again, the church um really didn't recognize marriage. They don't talk about marriage. They don't make the men realize that they have to be men. Prior to the truth, the women, we have no knowledge, no training, no understanding of self. You know, we try to be decent women, but at the end of the day, when circumstances hit, I guess a lot of them feel like they have no other choice but to have them. Well, I ain't gonna say that because that's a lie. That
Yep.
that's a
Know
lie
about that.
because I'm sorry. I just I was finna say they feel like they have no other choice when they're in certain situations to have abortions, but then we always have a choice. I've just never been in that situation, but I believe it's everybody's fault.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I think the choice is to take responsibility or absolve yourself from the responsibility. That's really the choice. That's why they end up making the choice of aborting because they want to live their life and go and do it again without the repercussions of they sin, and raising a child, and now you can't go out on and be in the streets no more. You can't. So yeah,
I've seen that, and I don't want to speak ill, but I'm only speaking truth. I did have a sister. I think this girl had over seven that I know of abortions. And so I don't know. I don't know what their mindset said when it comes to aborting
Mm.
babies, because we know at a certain time frame that these babies actually turn from sperm to a real fetus. We hear the heartbeats, and we still, like you said, want to be in the streets. Want to, just because this man said he don't want children, you sacrifice. You sacrifice that just to live your life. Your life is over when you bring forth. So I don't know. So I would say it's all of them.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. Everybody play their part. Everybody do play their part. You ain't wrong at all. Um, but when it comes to the ultimate decision, we know it's the woman primarily. Um, I think there was another study that showed the abortions of unaccompanied single mothers or women. I
Cowboy.
can't remember that statistic.
Hey,
Yeah,
Cowboy.
yeah.
Listen, um, I hear what you're saying, sis, but there's no one excuse for killing the. It's the person who, the one who walked through that door. She's the murder all by herself. She's killing the baby. She's making the decision by herself. It's no one else's fault but her.
In
She's
a way,
deciding. She's deciding to walk through that door. She's
now with
deciding.
that, King, I totally agree with that part. She is the ultimate decision maker, because it is her decision to abort or keep her baby.
Yeah.
But
I just
again,
don't
I
want.
say,
I get it. I just want to make it clear. A lot of and that's not what we're not saying. And when we say things like that, that be the problem. We have to make that point clear. Because you're saying it's everybody's fault. Okay, but
well, to
everybody
me,
got to.
King, and I'm
Mm-hmm,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. To me, and I'm
mm-hmm,
50 years old. So
mm-hmm.
therefore, like I said, I've never been in that situation where I had to abort a baby. And yes, if I do have 5 children. So ultimately, if I did not want to keep my child, it is my decision. But again, I still feel like it's the fault of everyone, because again, I grew up in a fatherless home. I grew up with other situations within my home. And so the church never told me, hey, you whoring yourself out by sleeping here, doing this or whatever. I never had a man figure to say, daughter, when you meet a man, you're supposed to keep this man and y'all supposed to raise a family together. I've never had in my
Hey,
mindset.
sis,
So,
this. So I hear you. We saying it now though. That's what I'm
mm,
saying. We're saying you got men saying it right now.
oh, I
You
know.
got men saying it's wrong, don't do it. So what you're saying is right, but now you got men standing up and saying what you was supposed to get when you was little, when you was young. So these men is here telling you, women don't do it. It's murder, and it's you doing it. You gonna get punished for it, brother. Do not lay down with the woman until you marry her. Sister, don't open your legs up to that woman. Sister, don't open your legs up to that man. You understand? So you got men right here reading the Bible, telling you it's wrong.
Yeah, and I do agree with that, because we are in the truth now, and the knowledge is coming out. And like again, like you said, we got strong men. And before we never had that. It's a lot of us never had strong men in our life to help dictate our life. So therefore, now that we're coming into the truth, yes, the repentant women, we know not to call the accept the abortion anymore, turn away from that. But the women that's still weak minded, or still just haven't got to the point where they have heard a man tell them, sis, get yourself together, do right, make better decisions. It's a lot of us still have not heard this truth as of yet. But not saying that they won't, because again, the Lord said everybody's gonna hear this truth. But I think in the future with what you guys are bringing out because you're everywhere. We're going to get the point. We're going to get build up. That's why I say I love the righteous correction. I love the knowledge that I'm getting from you guys. Um, you have really changed my life. I learned from each and every one of you because everyone teach differently. Everyone yeah, how you handle different situations or different conversations is different, each and every one of you. So we're gonna get it. It just y'all keep drilling it in, but at the same time, uh, be a little patient because a lot of us just now walking into this truth, and we had no knowledge. We thought abortion. Well, not me, but I can assume most women probably thought they wasn't doing anything wrong. Anything wrong. Some people may have thought they was even saving the baby because of the situation they was in. You know. So it's just different situations, but at the end of the day, I do agree 100%. The women is the ultimate decision maker when it comes to abortion. I don't.
Yeah, I heard that before. I heard, yeah, I rather, abort the baby, um, and not let the baby come in the world. This sinful world. That's the irony.
Mm.
This sinful world, but you killing the baby. Yeah, boy.
But I have a question for you guys. I don't know which one. I need a righteous man to answer this question for me because I want to keep my spirit right and I want to grow within this truth. And I know that the woman is supposed to again humble herself to her husband, and you know, but again, if you have a spouse and he's trying to learn, and I'm being patient because the last time I got on here, A1 told me to be patient with him. And I am most definitely trying to do that. But at the same time, I feel like sometimes my spirit is being pulled down. So I want to just make sure because I don't um he'll say if we're having a conversation that I'm trying to overtalk him or if because I study with y'all all the time when I'm trying not to work. And he feel like I know a little bit more than he, right? And so he compares that to what he does not know. And I never throw that in his face. But I'm just trying to see, am I supposed to correct his wrong? Well, I know that's common sense. But how do I correct
Sis,
his wrong?
First Peter's, First Peter's 3, start at verse 1. Um, Hold on one second. Shit. Uh, Damn. Sorry. Um, are you congregating yet?
I have I've been about a year.
And
This location that I was in at one point, I started off in Riverdale, but they came to Central Georgia where I am, but they canceled it and we had to go back. So I was toggling back and forth.
so
But
are you congregating consistently?
I'm trying to get that king. My so
So
I have been working on
that's a
that
so
much
so
more.
okay. So are you in contact with somebody at the school?
I haven't exchanged numbers as of yet, so no, I have not.
So that's important. That's gonna help you. So try to get in contact with the school and get try to get back connected. All right, because uh, you can get better guided that way. Because someone know you, they see you, and it's harder to do it this way.
Hmm.
But read that.
The book of First Peter, chapter 3 and verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands,
Hmm.
that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wise.
Mm.
While they
See that?
behold,
Read.
while they behold your chaste conversation,
So
coupled.
why they behold your chase conversation, meaning your actions, the way you move, the way you deal, with him, and but it's kind of hard to be that way because you're not congregating. You know what I'm saying? But
Well, I am congregating, King, but
oh, I thought you
um,
said you wasn't. I thought you said you
I
was.
am, I am.
Okay, okay, but all right. So by your actions, you know, the way you deal with your husband according to the Bible, you know, uh, just be patient in that. Do unless he ain't telling you to do no sin, you just do what you tell you, you obey what he tell you to do. If it ain't no sin, that's your husband. Just give him some time. Uh, so how long y'all been married?
Oh, we've been married probably 15 years, but we've been together 29 years.
Y'all got kids?
Yes, we do.
All right. So do he believe in God?
He do. He's trying his best. Um, he's trying his best to do all of the commandments that we're learning. The only thing, again, like I was telling A1 at one point, he's just having the congregation issue. So it's like he don't eat the pork. He know who Christ is. He'll wear his fringes. He do everything but the congregating. And it's like when I bring up congregating, it's like it sets off an alarm, and it's kind of like we go tit for tat for that. And I'll just try to tell him that's a commandment. This is not a want that the Lord is saying. He's commanding us to congregate. So I have to congregate without my husband right now, and I'm just being patient. I don't bring it up anymore. I just try to leave it alone. But I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing as far as him, because I want to see him grow, and I know it's probably gonna take time. And I keep trying to tell him he got to leave that old man behind. You can't move forward if you still harping on that old man. Mm,
Right. Right. Well, just keep on keeping the commandments. Says deal with them righteously. You know, scriptures like soft answer, turn away wrath. It's the way you deal with them. He gonna see a change in you, and hopefully, the change he's seeing in you is gonna, you know, appeal to him and he want to change. So sometimes it just takes time. You know.
yeah, I'm gonna be patient because I'm gonna be patient and just keep doing what I'm doing. I try to be the example. I try to walk in the light. Um, I'm not perfect. I'm still practicing. I'm still learning. But I try to be that example. But sometimes it just get a little bit hard when folks always see that, because people tell me all the time, you think you better than uh me. You you think you know more. You always talking about the Bible. I can't help that I'm studying. I can't help that I'm hungry for this word. But it just sometimes wears me down when everybody seem like they're attacking me about this truth. That's how I know it's real. Because the Lord said, if you think they afflicted, they are prosecuting you, they prosecuted me first. So I have to just deal with it. But I was just looking for that strength and that knowledge on how to interact with him concerning that a little
Well,
bit better.
well, as you grow in the spirit, as you grow, um, that patience is gonna come. You know, uh, you just gotta keep growing in the spirit, sis. Uh, it's like I know you like anxious right now.
You know, like let's go, let's get it going, let's get it popping. You know, but it just don't work that way. You know, so it's not on our time. We we want what we want at the time we want it, but shoot, the Most High hold all the calls. You know, is He gives the understanding. The understanding comes from Him. You know, so
And I do have one more question, King, and it's just because my 16-year-old daughter asked me. She asked me, why wasn't Joseph, Christ's father, mentioned but once or twice in the Bible? And I didn't have an answer for that. And I don't know if it's a reason, if it's something you could share that I could take back to her.
why Joseph was mentioned? What?
Christ's father. She was just saying she didn't read any information. She's not finding any information about his father. And so
This is
so I didn't.
I mean, I never thought of it. It just,
I mean, if it was necessary, the Lord would have put it there, right?
yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
I never,
yeah,
Mm,
I never,
yeah.
I, people, some of the
Yo,
questions I
King.
be getting, I just don't be like, how y'all come up with this?
well, she's only
Yo,
16 and
No,
she's
no,
trying to
not you,
learn.
sis.
So
It's not
okay,
that. It's not. It's you good. You good. I just be like, I be getting a lot of questions, and people be asking me questions. I be like, damn, I just never thought of that. Like, how many toes? How did Adam had a belly button? I'm like, bruh, like, why are you asking me this? Did the Bible
Mm,
mention it? No. Well, if it ain't in there, I don't know. Like it's a part of Christ's life that we don't know about.
yeah,
It's like it's just disappear. Like it's not on. It's not there. I
okay.
can't. I don't know.
Oh, that's the same thing I told. I just told her I wasn't sure, but again, like you said, and I was just trying to make sure I gave her the right answer. So again, thank you.
Yeah, like the scriptures say. As it is written. Like that's don't add, don't take away. So I'm just whatever's written. That's what I'm dealing with. That's what he gave us, and I think it's sufficient for us. He said, "Hold on to what we have." Can you get that real quick in Revelations?
Yes, sir.
Hold fast.
Revelations, the book of Revelations, chapter 2 and verse 25. But that which you have already, hold fast till I come.
You see that? So he gave us what we need, and I guess it wasn't needful for us to know about all the details about Joseph. We know that he had a father. They did mention him. It wasn't a lot of detail about him. Um, I can't give you the answer on that. But what I do have is um Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
And
Yeah, get the
you want Ecclesiastes or Sirach 3 and 21?
Ecclesiastes.
I'll keep the commandments. The book of
Yeah,
Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse
verse 13.
13.
Mm-hmm.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter.
Mm-hmm.
Fear God and keep his commandments,
Read.
for this is the whole duty of man.
That's it. That's it. Like, they got studies that you can get deep into the Bible, but at the end of the day, to get to the kingdom is keep his commandments. You know,
Mm.
if you want to get if you want to, I guess, go into the depths of the depths, be my guest. But keep his commandments. That's my suggestion to your daughter. That's what I would tell her, you know, because once you get into the the waters in the Bible, you can go real deep and she can get lost.
Okay. I just wanted to be able to answer that question for her, and you pretty much said the exact same thing I said, so I do appreciate that.
Okay.
All praise. Yeah, I don't know. It's not the first time I heard that. But I think the main point is he had a father. He
Hey,
lived, you know. And I'm
hey,
not getting on your daughter. I'm just saying in general. I've heard grown folks say this, like, it's
you
like,
know what I was thinking? Cowboy, like they say the Bible is, how they say it is, what they say is man, like it's about all
mm,
about man.
yeah.
Mon- How you say the word monogamous?
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
Shut up, man. You know what I'm
Bro
talking about.
said, he said monogamous. I don't know what the hell.
Oh, bro, see,
Misogynistic. Misogyny, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
yeah. Shut up, cowboy. You know what I was trying to do. You just know that.
Cowboy said, you know
You
what the
just,
hell you talking about.
yeah. He knew. But,
Oh,
but,
shit.
but, but they mentioned mama, and they stayed on the mama, and they, all kind of stuff about the mama. So they ain't say nothing about Christ Daddy. So I mean, I just the stuff that people be worrying about, and it's just not needful. It's just not needful. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
not. It's not needful. It's not going to help your salvation. You know. But being give me Ecclesiastes, Ephesians 6:1.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 6 and verse 1. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for
That's
this
what
is right.
that's what she need to that's what she need to do. That's what she need to be trying to figure out. Read that again.
Children, obey your parents in the Lord,
Hmm.
for this is right. Honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise.
You see that with promise. That's what she need to be trying to get that promise.
And
It's,
with all
it's,
due respect, King, she
uh,
is. It's just she's listening and learning from you guys too,
uh,
and because we know that the book in the heritage, of course, comes from the father's bloodline. She was just wondering why was he not
it's
mentioned,
fine. It's
and
fine. It's
so
fine.
that was it.
It's
It's
nothing
not
wrong
that
with it.
she's
It's nothing wrong with it. Asking, but when you ask, just be prepared for what's going like the answer you're gonna get, and this is the answer you getting. You know what I'm saying? So like I used to when I used to ask questions, uh, I'd be like, damn, why you answering that way? That's what I say in my head. But then I learned, once I got, you know, I'm glad they answered that way because I didn't I would have tricked myself off, you know. I'm telling you, look, watch this. I'm gonna show you this what the Bible said. What I'm saying is what the Bible said. What that's in what Sirach 3?
Yes,
Let
sir.
me get that real quick. Sirach 3. Start at I'm not looking at it, so you gotta help me out.
I
Watch
got you,
this.
sir. The
Cause
book
you
of
got
Ecclesiastes,
people be asking questions, um, and the Bible, you know, helps us with this. Read that.
the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 3 and verse 21. Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee.
You see that? The Bible said that. It wasn't just me. Just not just me. The Bible said it. So when you ask questions, even the Bible tell you, seek not out the things that's too hard for thee. You understand? So they had a brother got mad with me because I told him kind of slow down, and the brother just been mad with me ever since. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I'm coming for you, y'all. I'm coming for you, King. Like, he's been mad at me ever since, man. Every time told that brother just to slow down, he just want to know all the deep stuff, and I'm told he's going to hurt himself. And he didn't want to listen, you know. Read that again.
Seek not out for thee the things that are too hard. Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee, neither search the things that are above thy strength.
Read.
But what is commanded thee, think thereupon with reverence.
That's what I went to. That's why I went to Ephesians 6:1. What is commanded of you? Read that part again.
But what is commanded thee, think thereupon with reverence.
That's what you need to be thinking upon. That's all I was trying to do. Give her that scripture, have her think on it, put her mind back in focus. I understand. I hear you, but the Bible is going to put us back in focus. Because he gave us, what it is it Sirach? Is it, no, it's Second Ezra 7:21.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 7 and verse 21. For God hath given straight commandment to such as came,
Uh-huh.
what they should do to live, even as they came.
So he
And
gave strict commandments, straight commandments, straight commandments. Straight meaning strict, right? So you got to walk on that strict road, that tight line, and you can't deviate. You know, it's not. So it's something to. It ain't easy. So I mean, my mic.
Yes, indeed. Hey, I don't know if you're still in the chat. Let me see what's the name. Keonda. I'm gonna send you an invite real quick. You said so. If someone gets raped and they don't want the baby, do y'all still think it's wrong to abort it? So the
Uh,
question is, the real question is, why is it only 0.4% of those abortions from rape? Only
oh,
0.4%. Out of all of them, it's only 0.4% that is due to rape. Point 0.4. It's not even a full percent. Um, the other percentages, abnormal birth defects, all that other stuff that we was talking about earlier. But so that's the real question: is why all these abortions? Not that. It's only 0.4% of them that end up being a rape victim, right?
come on,
So
come on, black sheep. You always talking.
yeah. So that's the question. Um, but you may not come out. I invited you. But that's why that's not even in the conversation. Because we understand women always go to that, because they're trying to defend it, and try to make demonize us like, oh, so you just want us to get raped then. That's why they always go to the extreme. Like, ain't nobody said for you that we want you to get raped. Why you got to go there? Ain't got nothing to
Wait,
do with what we
wait,
talking
wait,
about.
wait, wait, wait. So if you don't abort your babies, you gonna get raped? What?
No, 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 no.
Say it
I'm
again.
saying the way that they view it is like what they're saying is like, well, so you just want us to just get raped and deal with it. That's their mindset.
Yeah,
That's their
yeah.
mindset.
Yep,
That's
yep,
how
yep.
that's why they even throw it out there, because that's not the reason why they got a damn abortion. They never
Right,
got raped in the first place. They just throw it
right.
out
He
there.
don't even he don't even know nobody who got raped.
Exactly.
People just be saying shit.
Yeah.
And if you did know, that's that one person out of the freaking. It just, it's just, I just, man.
He
It's
don't
like
have no answers. He don't have no
no,
answers.
it's like why even ask that question? You know what I mean? Like, what is your point? What's the point of that question? You know, like, oh, so you don't think someone gets raped, they can't have an abortion? Okay, what's your point of like what's your goal with that question? Are you trying to get us to like you trying to trap us or something? Like what's your end goal there? You know, like, I don't get it. Like the hell? Like it's not even in the conversation because it's such a it's 0.4%. It's not even in the conversation. We're not even talk about that. You know. So.
We know the answer. That's what we already looked it up. We know the answer.
Hmm.
So he's telling you it's 0.4%. You're not listening.
Yeah.
He gonna talk about look it up when you gave him the damn statistic.
Right. No, no,
The
no.
hell?
I was talking with Keonda. No, you good, sis. I'm just saying in general. That's something that a lot of people be throwing out there. It's just like no, it's really it's 0.4%. Of all abortions. It rarely happens. Um, Let me see if I can.
And then if you ask the question uh and if she do get raped, the Bible didn't say if she get raped you gotta kill her.
Right.
You
Yep.
can't kill the baby.
Yeah.
What did the baby have to do with anything? What if your mama was raped and you was the one that came from that rape, but you here?
Right.
Damn, bruh.
Yeah.
I just don't be understanding that selfish ass thought. Your ass is here and you telling them kill the baby, but your ass here.
Right.
It's just a
Yep.
hypocrisy, bruh. Whew. Y'all gonna get it, boy. Y'all gonna feel the fire extra hot.
Yeah, man. Yeah, where's Zion at, man? I'll be dipping out, bro. You dipping out before I hit the punchline, bro.
Zion, come on, bruh.
Bro, dipped out, bro. He ran from the heat, man. Obadiah, you there?
Oh man,
You know I'm at work, bruh.
Shit.
we all at work. I
Uh,
feel, yeah, we at work. Yeah, we understand. Old man. Hey,
right.
Sue, what you want, Sue?
Good morning, brothers and sisters and leaders. Good morning to you too, King, QB, Joseph, Barnabas. I'm sorry, and the last one is what's your name? The one with the porcelain. Good morning, leaders. So into the topic, I would say, I'm sorry, give me a second because I'm driving, but I would say that about the abortion is the mama's fault. No daddy's in the home. Then the daughters grow up to be like their moms, whores. Um, the church doesn't preach about abortion, doesn't talk about repentance. It's a lot of, it's bad out here. It's really bad out here. Our girls are being sexualized um, from the beginning, little girls, the boys. America just had turned our children into fatherless homes. I mean, my mic.
Hey, sis, you said that abortions have led us to fatherless homes.
Yes, because there's no guidance in the house.
Mm-hmm.
The mom is being rampage, doing whatever she wants to do, messing with a whole bunch of dudes. Then the daughters grow up looking at the mom. Then we blame the dude for the things that they do to
Mm.
us. All the guys want to do, they all gonna tell us lies just to get in between our legs.
Right.
So it's really not. So we are the gatekeepers. It's not really the boy's fault. And it's like if they grew up without no father, then they looking at us like pieces of meat, something to cover their pain. It's crazy out here. It's crazy out here. I'm a mother, so I'm doing the best that I can to raise up my daughters with the truth way before way before I knew about the Lord. I knew just to tell my daughters about the truth based on my experience. So I had my daughter at 15. So the only thing I could think about is go to the clinic and pick up all the brochures that they had in the clinic about chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, HIV. Talk to them about pregnancy. Talk to them about everything. You know. Now my daughters, one of them is 26, the other one is 21, and I went through that cycle of abortions. I didn't know about abortion. My mom took me. My mom was the first one to take me to the clinic, and then my older daughter, she started doing it because she started messing with boys. It's a lot. It's like a whole generational curse. It's a
Yeah.
lot, and
Yeah.
I'm grateful. Yeah, and I'm grateful that Deacon Malakaya he came with a video this past Saturday about generational curses. And it's like I said, the church don't speak about this type of situation. They just want to give us watered down gospel to feel good, for them to feel good about what they're talking about, which is gibberish, for them to collect our money. But when it comes to IUIC, this you fellas, you prophets, teachers, fathers, y'all really preaching the truth. Y'all cutting us with the sword. Y'all really do.
Yeah. Hey, all
Yeah,
praises.
and I'm loving it, because it's like, yes, cut me. I need the rebuke. I
Right.
need the truth, so I can heal, so I can feel better. So
Right.
I know the truth. I don't want to be living in a damn lie. That's all I gotta say.
All
Thank you,
praises.
and once again,
Appreciate your input.
shalom.
Shalom, my sister. Hey, get Ezekiel 16. Um, because I think it's 45, 44 startup wherever it's at. But that's an endless cycle. If you, as you can see, it's a generational curse because it started with the mother, then passed on to the daughter, and then to her daughter. That's a vicious cycle that we have to work to end and stop it. Because that's how far it can go. Go ahead, read that.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 16 and verse 44. Behold, everyone that useth proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is her daughter.
Right. So as is the mother, so is the daughter because she learns from her mother. So the actions and the attitudes and different characteristics that the mother has, the daughter learns from all of that. So whatever they see that goes on in that house, the daughter's going to take all those attributes with her in life. Read.
Thou art thy mother's daughter, that
Mm-hmm.
loatheth her husband and her
Damn.
children.
Wow. It says you are your mother's daughter who hates her husband and children, which is why you end up in a damn abortion clinic in the first place because you hate your husband and you hate your children. This is what it shows. Read.
Which loatheth her husbands and their children.
Hmm.
Your mother was a Hittite, and your father an Amorite.
Bam. So yeah, it's a vicious cycle. Like I said, we definitely gotta end it. But it takes awareness, man. It's one at a time because it's bad right now. We got a whole generation underground. From the amount of abortions our sisters did the last couple decades, man, since 1970s. 20 something million. Crazy. Mm. But anyway, let's go.
One more thing,
Yeah.
the cowboy. Okay, I was trying to figure out your name. Like, what
Oh
is your
yeah.
name? Well, I see the cowboy,
Yeah.
right? And once I realized the truth. Oh my goodness! I know the word of the Lord said, "Honor your father, your mother," but I was so mad. I was so mad at my
Hmm.
parents, and it was, I was so, oh my goodness, it was so bad. It was bad that I was so mad with them. I'm like, how you people know about God? Y'all here talking about God and Jesus Christ, but y'all here being wicked. You a witch. You a warlock. Don't talk to me. Y'all destroyed my life. Oh my goodness, I went so in on them, and then I had to be like, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me, but y'all need to understand where I'm coming from. I went into a whole rage because it's like I don't understand. Like I know y'all know about God. Like you had your mom and your mom, and I understood everything that you went through. But when I started having my kids, it was like it's just not right for you to whatever happened to you for you to pass it on to me and on to other your children, and then I'm doing the same thing to my children, and you know what we're going through. And instead of you telling us the truth about what you went through, speaking to us about your experience, it's like you want to cover your sin with your finger. Like you want to act like you perfect and you righteous and you not. Even to this day. Even to this day, my mom be like, I don't have no sin. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, what is wrong with you, lady? Like, how can you say that? You don't have no sin. And it's hard for me to have a relationship with her because it's like, I gotta, like, the scripture just starts popping in my head. Like, what does unbeliever has with, what does believer have with unbeliever? Like, it doesn't have nothing. But the word of the Lord says to honor your father and your mother. It becomes a battle between the flesh and the spirit with me because it's like I love people. I love my parents. I'm just a lovable person. And for me to deal with the shenanigans, I can't take it. I can't. I just wanted to say that. I mean my mic.
Yeah, I mean it is a shock at first, and it's like, and that's why it takes a certain level of forgiveness, to your parents. Once you find out, all of this, because you understand that, like, not everybody's supposed to know this anyway, because it seems so simple to us. When we first, he was like, "Oh wow, how the hell y'all not know that? Like, what the hell? You have been wasting my time all these years." But to them it's gibberish, but it's plain to us, because we are the pure. It says, unto the pure all things are pure, but unto the unfaithful and unbelieving nothing's pure. So this ain't meant for everybody. Not everybody's gonna get it as easy as you got it, and it's like you have to come to terms with that. And at times it's very frustrating, but that's the way the Lord made it work. It is what it is. So, but yeah, be patient. You got to be patient with our people. It is what it is. Forgive them so you can forgive yourself and move the hell on. Hey,
Oh yeah, I forgive them. I forgive them because I'm like I know it's a trauma. I know it's trauma,
hmm
and that's how the enemy feeds. The enemy he feeds into the trauma, the lies. I know it is, and it's always like like the Lord said, it's always gonna be one from the family that He's gonna come to, He's gonna speak to, He's gonna put the light on, because the Lord knows He know you since birth. So man, when I tell you that I went through so much, oh my goodness, I went through so much, and I'm still here, standing strong, shining my light, being beautiful. I'm just, carry on, because only the strong ones survive, and I'm just gonna carry on.
damn right. You're gonna be all right, sis. You're gonna be all right. Appreciate your input. Hey, C, you back? Got something you want to add? Y'all keep raising them hands, man. Y'all come up to this stage, add something. See if y'all got anything y'all want on this topic. Let me see. Oh man, we still dealing with the. Y'all still dealing with the philosopher, man. You gonna let him come up? Ain't shit else going on. Let me bring him up. Tamario, what's going on, bro?
up, brother?
What you got?
Oh, on the topic, let me see. Abortion, whose fault is it? Men, women, is that church or is that meant to be
Yep.
state?
Church. Yeah.
Well, I I blame men. Any issues is always it falls at the footstep of men. We number one, we should know how to control our spirits and not just be out here whoremongering and conditioning our women to be promiscuous, and so it's just bad leadership with amongst black men in our communities, and we have to be accountable for that. So that's my take on that.
Hey, you're definitely not wrong. Obviously we are the leaders of the nation, and it's up to us to set the standard. But I'm gonna kind of give you a flip side. How is it possible for it to be? Well, let's see. For, with that point that you're bringing, it's the man. It's on the man, right? But women outnumber men 4-1. So all of the fornication that's going on, that the women are doing, okay, but they outnumber the men 4-1. So who really has to take the effort to really switch some stuff up? Because if they make up 85% of the abortions, all abortions in every clinic in the U.S. are made from black women, 85%, and they make up 13% of the population of women, right? And they make up 85% of all abortions, which is crazy if you think about it. So, and they outnumber men 4-1. And trust me, I know it's on us, but how can we say that so freely when they outnumber the men? You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right, but I mean we can get that in First Corinthians. Can I mean the head of
Oh
uh,
yeah, yeah. I
yeah.
was just giving a little different perspective. You know what I mean? Because we say the same thing that you saying. Like we say it all the time, but it's just like, have we ever thought about it that way? Right? It's more them than there is us.
No, the
So
sisters have a lot of power. I agree. Like they shouldn't be comforting. I'll use that term, like certain men. But
yeah,
it, at the end of the day, I still blame like those type of men that do that. They influence other men, and they probably have friends that aren't necessarily allow that, but we just in general tolerate a lot of folly in our community. So it's just hard for me to just point fingers outside of at ourselves. That's just me personally, um, and that's just my. I can remember being younger. Brothers out here want to be pimps. Oh, yeah, I'm pimping. I got all this and that. And I never, when I was younger, I just didn't say, I didn't rebuke them brothers, and so I was a part of the problem. So I can be accountable for that, and that's just my stance. Like, well, I think we should just shake hands here on this, and cause I ain't, I'm not in the business of. I don't think it's the church's fault, and I don't want to just blame women. I mean, of course, some women just gonna do what they do, but at the end of the day, it's bad leadership amongst men that is the cause. So that's just. I don't think my mind is gonna change on that.
right. And what other questions you got?
Oh no, that's it. That's just my input. Man, cowboy, I don't dislike Israelites, man. I like philosophical discourse, man. I don't want no smoke, man. I'm just chilling, brother. I just offer
Okay.
my set.
Hey man, like I said, whatever questions you had, I was here for it, man. So if you got anything else, man, let me know. Go ahead, see. All right, let's go. Gwendolyn, welcome to the stage, Gwendolyn.
Shalom, Most High in Christ bless.
Come
Good
on.
morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to give an opinion on the topic. Abortion, whose fault is it? Hmm. You know, it's kind of hard to say because it takes two people to tango. Um, at the end of the day, I think it's a joint responsibility, um, because I think that a lot of times people need to, you know, not engage in that activity. Um, Simply because it does lead, it only takes one time to make a baby, and then the baby's being, slaughtered for no reason. And I think that that's a joint responsibility to make sure that people plan uh, through marriage for children, so that the woman's not put in a position to want to have to do an abortion, and the man is not out there just spreading his seed everywhere. Um, I worked in child support, so I dealt with this for 26 years. And it just creates such a cloud for the child of conflict between the parents, in cases where people keep the baby. And then you look at all of these children that are being uh, mutilated through abortion, which I can't even imagine what that would feel like emotionally, but it happens. And I just think people need to be more responsible, realizing that the laws concerning abortions have changed. And I think that if a person, can train their flesh and kill their flesh until marriage, and just abstain, this would really alleviate this problem and have children when you're married. And that's my opinion. I think it's a joint fault. Yes, man has the seed, but consent and people choosing that activity is going to produce that type of result, pregnancy. And so I think it's fault on both parties, if I'm being fair. And that's my thought. It's just I didn't know the numbers for when black women having abortions was that high. I mean, one is more, should never happen. But to think that that many souls and that many prophets and, you know, doctors and lawyers and judges and all of the things that will be needed in the New Jerusalem, um, that's kind of disheartening. And I don't think that the people that and it's the woman that chooses that the abortion. Um, I wonder if they realize, you know, if they realize what they're getting ready to end the life of a possible prophet, um, and everything else that we're going to need in the new kingdom. And that's my thought. I'll mute my mic.
Appreciate your input, sis. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a big fight, that we got because looking at just another statistic, it says out of 100 pregnant black women, 50 of them will abort the babies. Out of 100, 50 will abort the babies.
That's really disheartening. That's like
Yeah.
50, yeah, 50%, man.
Hmm.
I don't even know if the divorce rate is that high.
Yeah. Abortion has killed more blacks than AIDS, heart disease, gang violence. What it says, abortion just in the black community alone has killed. We've killed more babies than them men that were killed in the Vietnam War, which is absolutely insane.
I wonder
Um,
how many generations, you know, are included in that number.
there's got to be a couple, to be honest, because I would have to say that at the minimum, uh, well, we know that since 1973, it's probably been close to 30 million. And that's black and Hispanic. I'm throwing that in there. Um, it's got to be around that number. But with the um rate I was just talking about, it's like it's on a weekly basis. It's got to be probably like 200,000 abortions a week, something crazy like that. It's got to be around there, like on a weekly basis, which is also insane.
Well, you
But
know, the new abortion laws that they passed in each state, I would think that it's much harder now to get an abortion. I mean,
yeah,
I live in Texas and they have some pretty strict laws that they passed, even to the point where the doctors, uh, women can't get some of the medical needs that they need when they have a troubled pregnancy or a high
yeah,
risk pregnancy. And it's making them have to go to other states
mm,
just to save their own lives in some cases. So I would think that with those laws being in place, that those numbers should be coming down. But people, I guess they'll travel to other states, I guess, to get it done.
mm,
Those that can afford to do that,
right,
it's just really sad and so unnecessary. I just believe that abstinence, that's what I raised my daughter to stand for, and really just talk to her about saving herself for her husband and, you know, keeping her so busy that she didn't have time to think about, getting into devilment,
right,
and, valuing yourself enough to realize that honestly, men don't want a woman that's been ran through, to have be the mother of their children,
mm,
and the wear and tear on your body, and you're not even married. I just tried to emphasize to her not to be that person, because sometimes it's the things that you don't do in life, trying to keep up with the Joneses and all these
right.
young kids and things that they do, be different, because we are separate. We are a special people, and we need to remember who and whose we are, and, make better decisions. I'm going to yield my mic.
A great point, sis. Get that in 1 Corinthians 6:19. This is why Paul said this, because this spirit was going on in Corinth. The same spirit going on here, we had going on in Corinth. 1 Corinthians 7, or is it 8? Yep, 1 Corinthians 6 and 14. 13.
1 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 13.
Uh-huh.
Meats for the belly, and the belly for meats, but God shall destroy both it and them. Now the body is not for fornication, but for the Lord.
Right. So
Mm,
just like you said, sis, it's better to practice abstinence and to be abstinent, right? Because the body wasn't made for fornication, but this is what it seems like it's all made for based off of what's going on in our community. Is a bunch of fornication. But that's not what the body was made for. It was made to serve the Lord. Read.
And God hath, my bad. Now the body is not for fornication, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body.
Mm-hmm.
And God hath both raised up the Lord, and will also raise up us by his own power.
Mm-hmm.
Know ye not that your bodies are the members of Christ?
Mm-hmm.
Shall I then take the members of Christ and make them the members of an harlot?
Because there's a lot of mm, trauma and spiritual decay that comes with dealing with harlots and whoredom in general, sleeping around Well, whether you a man or woman, it's obviously worse on the woman's side because y'all are more emotional. But even on the man, a whoremonger, they take on certain traits of that that whore. You know. So it says, "Shall I then take the members of Christ and make them the members of an harlot? God forbid." Read.
What? Know ye not that he which is joined to an harlot is one body?
Right. You join to a harlot, you one body. You take on some of them mental issues, different trauma and things like that. You take on that too. It's just not at the same level as the women do with the man, but it still affects you. Read.
For two, saith he, shall be one flesh.
Hmm.
But he that is joined unto the Lord is one spirit.
Right. But if we're joined unto the Lord, we're one spirit. But remember, it was ordained, marriage was ordained, so that sacred how you say act of sex was for man and wife. It was for man and a wife. Wasn't meant for multiple partners. It was never meant to be that way. It was always supposed to be man, one wife, your first and your last, and that's it. You know.
That
Um,
scripture, that is a deep, that's a deep script right there, because
mhm.
I mean, it really just tells the truth of the matter, and the destruction that, like you said, comes to the soul
Yeah.
of a woman that's just, loosely giving herself um, from one person to the next,
Hmm.
the emotional, like you said, trauma.
Right.
And not only that, it's dangerous. So, yeah, that is a really deep, deep script right there. That's something I think all women need to read over and over and over, and read it to their daughters, because our spirit, in order for us to love our husbands when that time comes, it's going to be important that you don't have all this emotional baggage,
Hmm.
you
Yep.
know. So I'm going to mute my mic. I know there's other people that want to give comments. So you have a
Absolutely.
blessed day. Most high in Christ bless.
You too, sis. My son Christ bless.
You
And
know,
think about it. It's like all of that. It's being spewed out in the open that, oh, you got so much control of your body, your body, your choices. Do what you want. You can do bad all by yourself. Not realizing the consequences that come with that. You dealing with multiple partners and you being spiritually jacked up. Some of our sisters are so jacked up. They had so many partners. They are incapable of bonding with one man. They're just incapable of doing it, and they've become so numb to it. It doesn't even affect them anymore because they got so many demons in their spirit. It's like it's normal now, and it's like they're so dead inside. It's hard for them to feel anything, and that's how bad it can get. Tamario, you have something?
Yeah. I mean, it's an uphill climb, and I think it's more nuance here, just from my perspective. For
Hmm.
example, in the '70s, when and this is where I will point a finger at white people with the whole sex exploitation, super flies and pushing pimps and Foxy Brown, like this selling of sex. Um, Later on, that evolved to the Lukes of the world. He's considered a role model now. Like, he's exalted before like the culture, but this pop that. I remember back in, I think it was late '80s. It was some guy, some kids, my neighborhood. They were playing that across the street, and my my mom was like, "No, y'all can't listen to that shit." But we, behind their back, we still listen to it. But that put in the culture that it's okay to, pop that, pop that, y'all know what they said, and all of this fornication. Later on with the Snoops and Tupacs, they just all of this idolatry, glorifying like just all of this unintentional fornication to where it's commonplace at this point. So like our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. I think that's was that Hosea 4:6. But that's that's just again just something I wanted to offer because it's more than just like I know you're right on what's going on today, but it got there by how what I just said is how I think it how we got to that. So we really have to start calling out these type of individuals that destroyed our culture. But nobody wants to do that, and so it remains a problem because we don't, our culture, our people don't know that we're just being ignorant.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle, man. Especially when you analyze it on a spiritual sense. Finish what we was reading there. We think we at read
Well, verse
16 again.
18, 16 again. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What? Know ye not that he which is joined to an harlot is one body?
Right,
For
because spiritually you become one. Come on.
for two, saith he, shall be one flesh.
Mm-hmm.
But he that is joined unto the Lord is one spirit.
Read. You're supposed to
Flee,
be joined to the Lord. That's the point. Your body is meant for the Lord. Your spirit is meant for the Lord. Read.
flee fornication.
Stop
Ev-
sleeping around, having sex, having all these abortions. Read.
Every sin that a man do is without the body.
Right, because you do it on your own behind closed doors when nobody see you. Read.
But he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body.
Right, because you don't even know that you sinning against yourself. You destroying your own soul. You committing all this type of fornication. You're sinning against your own body. This vessel that we live in is just a vessel for the soul for the meantime until we get our eternal body. But you're sinning against that if you continue to sleep around and all this kind of stuff. You restricting your access to eternal life. Read.
What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which
Hmm.
is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own?
Okay.
For ye are bought with a price.
Mm,
Therefore, glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's.
right. It says you are bought with a price. That price was Christ's blood. He spilled his blood for us so that we can have life, everlasting. And then we take it for granted by going out and sleeping with God knows who. Read on.
Now, concerning to the things where ye, First Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 1. Now,
Mm-hmm.
concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me,
Mm-hmm.
it is good for a man not to touch a woman.
Right. So just like sister speaking about earlier, remaining abstinent, it's good for a man not to touch a woman. Read.
Nevertheless, to avoid fornication,
Because we know that urge was going to be there, and it's going to be a spiritual battle. Right. It says, but read again.
nevertheless, to avoid fornication,
Mm-hmm.
let every man have his own wife.
Right. So, in order to avoid fornication, okay, you have to first control yourself, but definitely get married. Get married, have your own wife, because you're not supposed to be out here sleeping with all manner of women. To get you one wife, and that's it. So that's how it was supposed to be. So, but I digress. I digress. Who we got, man? Let's see who we got. Who we got? Y'all come to the stage. If y'all got any questions, I'll open up the floor. For any questions at all, I'll open it up until we get some smoke. But yeah, welcome back to Biblical Smoke. Y'all know what time it is. Make sure y'all reach out to us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Reach out to us so we can get to a school near you so you can begin your steps to repentance. Topic tonight is on abortion. Abortion. Whose fault is it? Black man, black women, or the church? That is the question. So raise your hand, come to the stage, let's talk about it. Like I said, I'll also open up the floor for any other questions that y'all may have. Could be off topic as well, is what it is. Brother Marcus. Brother Marcus, you back. Zion Wagwan.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, bro. That's a good word, man.
Uh, about the topic, abortion. Whose fault is it? Man, uh, I think it's, I think it's both parties, the man and the woman, because they both agree on doing it, but not being educated and not knowing. Man, when you don't know the whole scope of what's going on, you're only participating in this world with half the information. So you can't function correctly. Like if you don't know who you are and where you came from and where you're going, you walking in circles, you don't have a clue. You're trying to join yourself to everybody. You know, it's a competition, man. It's like you got 18 competitors and you got to realize what team you on. If you don't know what team you on, you know what I'm saying? You clueless, and everybody else know what team they on except us. So we trying to get on everybody else's team and doing what they doing, and they murder. I don't know if they murdering babies, but they make it. Oh, it's okay to murder your babies. It's no big deal, you know. You know, so you can focus on your life and get yourself together, and then you do it later. You know, yeah, man. It's everybody been lying to us, man. We the ones been walking around with blindfolds on. Everybody know who they are except us. And they laugh at us when we try to join their team, knowing that it's a competition. And you can participate with us. Give us a give us your input. Help us build our stuff. You part of our team. It's cool. We walking around like retards. And that's what I feel about that. And uh, go off of a little topic. I I was looking on a couple of social medias. Yeah, they got a movie coming up, man, and it looked good, man. The posters 3 days late. What is it? 3 days later, man, it looked real good. It got a black man. They got a black Jesus and everything, man. That looked like fire.
Yeah,
I
man.
can't wait till it come out.
You said that like about 30 minutes ago, right?
Yeah, I know, but I'm stuck. Every time I'm looking on the social media, it's more pictures. They put up about 8 more pictures. So I'm like, that's why I came back. I said, it's some more pictures. Anyway, that's my little input, man. Man, but whose fault? Yeah, man, it's our fault, man. It's you can't. My question is, would we murder our kids if we know there was a competition and you know what I'm saying, and we got to build ourselves up? It's like us against the other teams, against the other nation. Will we really be like wanting to join other people's teams if we knew who we were? That's the question.
Say
Will
that
we be
again.
murdering our team? Will we be killing off our team? Because when you go, I got the right to choose. Women say, I got the right to choose. You said you got the right to
Right.
cut off your bloodline.
Yep. Yeah,
You
ultimately,
got the right
that's what
to
you're saying.
kill your bloodline.
Yep.
What is that? They don't even know that that's what they're doing.
Bro, it's a sickness, bro.
When
I'm
you
telling you.
when you kill your bloodline, you kill your seed. You stopping your bloodline. You can't even come back. If you kill all your offspring off, you can't come back. How retarded is that? Everybody else know them old crazy other nations. They know that they come back. That's why they be saving up stuff for their kids and great grandkids because they know they come back. They read our books. They know what's up, except us. We don't know. Anyway, man, I'm just talking.
You
I don't
know,
know if it makes sense or not.
it does, man. I mean, it's a huge problem in our community, man. That's why we gotta make moves because we gotta undo all this. You know.
You know what? I don't like to talk about my. Anyway, people make. I've heard of family members. I heard of family members in my family say, "Oh, you know, you slid through there. You know, like you wasn't even supposed to be. You lucky, cause your mama had a couple of abortions, but you somehow slid in there and then, had her tubes tied after that." I heard family members say that, and they thought it was funny. Boy, you slid in, you got in there, you almost didn't make it here. I'm going, wow, look, why would people say that to their kids? Not even knowing they damn retards.
Yeah, he
You
barely made
slid
it. It's
through.
crazy.
You made it. How like, man, how retarded is that?
And
Anyway,
on the topic of abortion, we always talking about the statistics regarding abortions through the clinic, but we never talk about the Plan Bs and all the other contraception that's used to kill the baby
how
the
long has
day
Plan
after.
B been out?
Shoot, probably over a decade now.
Man, listen, I think I was reading some statistics somewhere. Dude, it's like millions a year.
Mm-hmm.
Millions.
Yep.
Well over, I would say 2 million
Yeah.
minimum a year
Mm-hmm.
termination.
Yep. I would say that easily, just off the Plan B pill alone, because you ain't got to go to abortion clinic. You ain't got to do all that. You just pop the pill day after, and
Oh
you're good.
man.
I mean, imagine how many of are people doing that on a weekly basis.
Millions.
Yep. Yep. So.
That's like they pop them like Skittles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. So it's a sickness, man. You know.
Man.
Hey, hey Zion, what's good? What's the good word, bro?
Hey, Christ
Benji.
is black. Christ is black, my brother. Yeah, yeah, I'm here. I'm here. All
All right,
I
praises.
man.
seen I seen the
I gotta
poster.
tag
Yeah,
out.
he looked black to me too. I seen that poster. Bishop Nathaniel got posted on his thing. Yeah, he looked black to me. Yeah, buddy, that movie gonna be fire.
Hell yeah, that's a fact. Yes, sir. Yeah, all praises. Hey, we got Sue. We got Sue on stage. What's going on, Sue? Let me plug the room. We got abortion. Whose fault is it? The black man, the black woman, or the Christian church? Yeah, let's talk about it. Hey, what's going on, brother? What's going on? You just got on stage. Talk about it. Exauce Matadi.
Yes, hello everybody.
Hello, hello. Hi.
Okay, are you fine? So I'm new at that clip. I don't know how it works. Can you help me to tell me about that clip? I want to improve my knowledge in English. Now I'm at work. I would like being with you every time, every moment. So I need to know more about that clip. Possible?
Where you from? Where you at?
You said
Yeah, where are you?
I'm DRC at DRC.
You are where?
You said DRC.
I can't understand. Anybody could translate? Are you from Congo? You from the Congo?
Yes, Congo, from
Oh,
DRC.
oh, okay, okay. Okay, Congo. All right, cool. Yeah, we got schools in Ghana, Nigeria. You got to send an email to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Send an email and we could get to you. You know, that's what you wanted to
So,
know, right? You wanted to know how to get in touch with us.
so go easy with me. I'm not a native speaker. I'm learning.
Oh, you're learning.
Yes.
Right. Okay, my brother. Just keep listening. Uh, just keep listening and you know, just keep if you got any questions, let us know. But yeah, we here. We got schools near you. You could come join in Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, So this, you know,
Okay. Yes, I know.
you're an Israelite, right?
Yes, I know.
Ah, all right, that's good, man. That's good. All right, my brother.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
here for hearing you. I'm here.
Yes, 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 sir. All praise, all praise. Um, let's see who's here. DK, what's going on? DK,
Shalom,
yes,
what's
sir.
up,
What's
first
going
class?
on? Shalom, shalom. What's going on, baby?
Man, all is well, sir. All right, so abortion, 1 month. Abortion, whose fault is it? The black man, black woman, or the Christian church? Uh, well, what I would say is, I think it, the most high created man first. So it starts with the man. If it ain't no strong men, no strong leaders in the communities, then you wouldn't be able to unearthing it. You wouldn't be able to, sorry for noise in the background. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to have like people to stand up to actually stop those kind of things from happening, because man was trying to like everything else fall apart from there. Man's the head of the
Okay.
house. Man's supposed to be taking charge.
Okay. So you said it's the man's fault, right?
Sir.
Okay. Read Isaiah 3:12. Zeph, you there?
Yeah, you said read Isaiah what, sir?
3:12.
Oh, 3 and 12. Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. Oh, my
Who's ruling? Who's in charge? Who's in charge?
children are their oppressors, and women rule over them.
Hmm.
O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths.
So you hear that? You hear that, my brother? Now, before we get into it, I do understand what you're saying. Obviously, as men, the responsibility is by default on us. But when you look into the way society, the norm of society, from the fathers to the husband and whatever the case may be, they're not, when a woman is going to go get an abortion, she's not asking her father what you think. Now let me get this. Let me do say this. Let me do say this. Hello, you hear me? Hello.
Yes,
We
sir, I
still
can.
hear you.
Okay. Some parents do tell their daughters to go get abortions. Like I know mothers who took their daughters to abortion clinic. Now, in that specific instance, the father wasn't in the house. I don't know how many fathers would tell their daughters to go get an abortion, but at the same time, how many fathers is telling their daughters to have sex outside of marriage? So a lot of the times, these decisions that's being made that leads up to these things are decisions that's being made outside of a man's that's the father, right? Now when you go to the man that you having sex with, okay, the woman the woman decides who she has sex with, because if he's a no good nigga, he's a no good nigga from the beginning to the end. It ain't like he was a good man, he wanted to marry me, and you know all of a sudden he just turned out to be like this, that, and the third. Now you can there might be some situations, but by default, in general, the woman's decision to open herself up for sex belongs to her, and what comes with it does still fall on her. Now, men need to get they shit together. I do know that. That's why we got this room, you know. But at the same time, it is because think about it. Do black women is black women known for just listening to everything the black men tell them to do? Is that the situation?
No, sir.
Right. So that's the reason why, you know, that's why I read that scripture because right now we're not living in a society where our woman is just listening to us and not making no decisions without us. They doing their own thing most of the time. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going on. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Men do play a part, but in actuality, this could all stop when the woman, cause like boom, a man could tell a woman, yo, I don't want to have this baby. Like yo, I'm not ready, right? And the woman could say, nigga, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm having this baby. This is my body, it's my choice. Like Levert, like yeah, it's their body and their choice at the end of the day, from the beginning to the end. So, you know, ain't no man a man put a threat in your life. You better have this abortion, or I'm gonna kill you and your family. Then that's something else. But for you to just, you know, oh, I don't know, what can be the excuse to make a woman say he made me do it? Because then it's like, all right, do
I
you do
can't
everything he
I
said
can't
to
agree.
do? That's what I'm saying. Because then it goes into okay, so you one of those women who just do everything he tell you to do. And it's like most of the time that's not the case. So that's the reason why, you know, but everybody has a part to play. But the last decision belongs to the woman. You understand?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Yeah.
All praises.
Yeah. Yeah, but men do, you know, men do play a part, you know, but when you get down to the nitty gritty, that decision is still in their possession because she could just change her mind. Like, nah, she could do or don't. It's on her. You know, that's why we're trying to bring this awareness out. But like as you said, everybody does play a role. Uh, all praise, all praise. Um,
So I could also just add one more thing.
yeah. Go ahead.
Just as sir, just as you say that, because like women just be out here, they having children with all the wrong men. Like they just pick worst of the worst. And then like the stand up guys, the guys who actually trying to make sense, like they just look at them like, nah, yeah, nah.
Yeah, yeah.
They like,
I was actually having this conversation. I was having this conversation about, and you sisters, you could let me know. You know, asking like, yo, you know, women be picking the wrong men to have children with, or to even be with in general. You know, the dude go to school, he getting himself together. He come from family. He come from family, father and mother in the house, upright brother. But the sisters want the dude that never had an example of fatherhood. He don't live with his father. He ain't trying to. He don't show no signs of responsibility. He cutting class. He getting bad grades. His pants is under his ass. He's smoking drugs. And then this is the guy that you want to have sex with. And then when you pregnant, now all understanding and wisdom comes to your mind. Like, oh shit, like nah, this wouldn't be a good father or whatever the case. I ain't having his baby, but you. Like every time you have sex with this man, you are saying you want to have his baby. That's what sex is for. Like if you sex is to create babies. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand how you could have sex and then say, well, I do understand it, but it's not right. It doesn't make sense. And that's what our people need to understand. Um give me that in Genesis. Fruitful and multiply. That was the whole point. But what we do is we chase pleasure and we've run from responsibility. You know, does the church play a part in that? Yep. Does the man play a part? Yep. Does the woman play a part? Yep. Whose final decision is it? The woman. Read.
Genesis chapter 1 and verse 28. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth.
How do we do that? Through sex. That's how it was done since the beginning. That was the way. So, we gotta bring that awareness to our people. Like, yo, sex ain't just for, you know, busting nuts. It's to create babies. That's what it's for. Between married people. Give me Hebrews 13:4.
Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers
Mm-hmm.
God will
Hmm.
judge.
That's the judgment. Now, we're in the midst of operation tables and all of this nonsense, and then guess what? Things happen. Things happen. You got child support. You got the woman. Now you find yourself in an abortion clinic. You're getting pregnancy complications. You got child support. All of these things going on. When we could have did it the proper way. So all praises, DK. All praises.
Hey, Zion.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, Shalom. Most Saint Christ bless. AY, moderators, Most Saint Christ bless. Hey, real quick, read Isaiah 3 and 12 to a point that you made earlier because um, women don't rationalize through common sense, right? Like you mentioned, like with the father. Like you don't hear of a lot of cases where the father just knowing his daughter's getting smashed and he's all right with it. That's not, you don't really hear about that. That's mostly the women that's allowing that because they filter everything through their emotions. And you would think that mistakes that you made, that you would try and deter your daughter from making the same mistakes, but allowing her to move in the same mind frame, giving her condoms, you allowing the boy to come over, sleep over. You see a lot of that with women. A lot of that is with women. And who's the brother name? Ti. Remember the, the whole media, all of the media shamed Ti because he would take his daughter. I believe it was every year. He would take his daughter every year just to make sure that she was maintaining her abstinence. She wasn't having sex, and he was being shamed for that. Like, oh, she needs to be able to control her body. She needs to be able to do what she do, whatever she wants to do. And that was women that was saying that. And that's the issue. That's the importance of having the father in the household. Now, there are very few men, petite men, that think like that. But most men do not allow their daughters to move in that mind frame. As soon as you hear boyfriend, the man's like, oh, nah, that's over. That's a wrap. That's shut down, right? Read that, Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 12.
Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors,
Right, so the scripture says that children are our oppressors. And we see this every single day we turn on the news. Turn on your local morning news and you'll see exactly what the scripture's talking about. Children are our oppressors, right? But keep reading.
and women rule over them.
Who rules over them?
Women rule over them.
Women lead in the black and Hispanic community. No other nation of people do they have the women out front. But you come to the black and Hispanic household, the woman is leading the household. She is the figure, the lead figure in the household. That's out of order. God said, and women rule over them. Right? The woman cannot maintain or put that level of discipline or structure that's needed in the household. It's the black Israelite man, the Hispanic Israelite man that enforces that. The woman can't do that. So this mindset that sisters are moving in today, or I'm the mother and the father, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. And that's why we have a lot of the foolishness we have going on in our communities. A mother will take her daughter to the abortion clinic and have no type of remorse about it and allow her to still have sex after that. Read it again.
As for my people, children are their oppressors,
Read.
and women rule over them.
And women rule over them. This is why the law says do not prostitute your daughter to be a whore.
Mothers allowing they daughters at 3, 4, 5 years old to walk around in the house with heels on. Now it's a new trend now, which is crazy, where mothers are dressing. They do it with the sons, but you see it a lot with the daughters with spandex, like they putting them with like Versace and Louis Vuitton purses and like with the heels on. Like it's crazy. That's you prostituting your daughter to be a whore. Why? It's because the Bible says women rule over them. That's why the land is falling to whoredom. Right? Keep reading.
O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err.
Right. So the Lord just mentioned above who's leading us. The women. They which lead thee cause thee to err. Go off. Again, women cannot rationale through common sense. Common sense is not common. That's why the man has to be present within the household. Keep reading. That's it on that.
And destroy the way of thy past.
And destroy the way of thy past. Destroy the way of thy past. Right? So the black man is needed within a household to make sure that these things are being put in place. Right? The structure that's present in the household. His daughter's just not out doing splits all around town. That's what's needed. The black man in the household. Stop the promiscuity. All right. I mean, my mic.
Hey, that was a heavy point. That was a heavy point because you got to think about it. In the community, when you ask the question abortion, you got to. It goes back to sex. Who's okaying? Uh, who's who's known to okay the boyfriend, the my friend, uh, the unmarried relationships? Who's known to press the issue on marriage out of the parents? Is it the mother? Is it the father? Is the father usually okay with the boyfriend sleeping over? Were you sleeping over at your boyfriend's house? Hmm? Give me Ezekiel 16:44. You want to get the answer, it usually doesn't just start at the result, it starts at the root. Like Caleb was saying, I've personally witnessed mothers take daughters to go get abortions and still allow them to continue on with the boyfriend. Let the boyfriend over. Let the woman, let the girl, let the daughter stay over at the boyfriend's house. So, let's read.
Ezekiel chapter 16 and verse 44. Behold, everyone that useth proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is the daughter.
Hmm. Come on.
Thou, thou art thy mother's daughter, that loatheth her husband and her children,
That does what?
that loatheth her husband and her children.
There was a picture on the class that our bishop did, Bishop Yawasop. It was a Spanish Northern Kingdom woman with her daughter at a abortion rally, and the sign read along the lines of this: "Allow uh, abortions so my children could have the right that I didn't have." Meanwhile, the woman is in the picture right next to her daughter, smiling. Her daughter is so innocently smiling, happy to support mommy. Meanwhile, the sign is in so many words reading, "You little bee, I wish I could have killed you."
Damn.
So you might as well have the free choice of not staying abstinent till you get married, but come with mommy to this murder rally, and I'm gonna hold up the sign, and you're gonna take a picture with me smiling, where it reads, "Let us have abortion, so that my daughter that you are looking at, smiling so beautifully, can have the opportunity to murder her own wanted children because I didn't have the opportunity to kill her ass." That's basically what it's saying. And so you want to think was there a father in the picture? Was the father smiling with the mother? No, there wasn't no father in sight. So can you say the man made the woman do that? No, because she ain't even with the man today. So I'll mute my mic on that. Let's see who we got next. I just wanted to bring that point. That was a good point because that was crazy. Yeah, come on stage. Come on stage. Bro, anybody on stage got anything they want to bring out? Uh, it says, Sue says, because some fathers are perverted to their daughters and sons too, ungodly parents. My father had to meet my boyfriend's family before I could date. All right. Instead of, I remember my mom telling me she was the mother and father before and just started laughing. Hey, who we got on stage? A Dar S Salim. What's going on? Shalom.
Yes, sir. Shalom. Most time Christ bless, sir. You're right.
Shalom, shalom. Bring it out. What
Hey, not much. All I had to say about this is obviously that problem would start with the person who has the Bible, like you was bringing it out before one of the leadership. Um, if the Lord say you're gonna kill somebody and you don't give him warning, then he's gonna kill you and he's gonna kill them too. So the church, they have the Bible and they know God laws and they're not gonna teach those. So the blame will begin from there. Because the girl, before she grows up to have children, she must have learned from the parents, and the parents who were born, they should have learned from under the priest, because he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts, like the scriptures say. You see, but he didn't do none of that. So he is I believe he's the one to blame first. So the church destroyed us, you understand? But obviously, down the line, just like in that order, I remember he said once upon a time, no long ago actually, that feminism accomplished what slavery didn't do, because even the slavery, um after slavery we still had families. Like when you look at Black Wall Street, Rosewood, and many other communities we had in America, and um our people was together. Like the women had their businesses, but they were still under their man, and there was not talking about this boss bitch crap. You understand? The money, I don't know why it got to their head today, but back then, even the women had businesses, but you understand, they still was subjective to their man. And what he said, it goes. But when feminism come through now, it's like it completely just accelerated our destruction. You know, like I'm from Africa, Uganda precisely. I don't say I'm from there. I like to say I'm from the captivity of Africa, East Africa. So over there, you have young women that go there and abuse themselves. The abortion down there is so horrible. One day, the teacher told us the way they do it, they will get this stick and sharpen it up and shove it up there and just kill the baby and bleed it out. It was nasty sitting there listening to them. I'm like, what kind of woman can do that? So, meanwhile, what happened is they'll go abuse themselves in their youth, have these abortions. Then they meet the rich man, which every girl, every woman's dream is. The man come, he's happy, he gonna start a family, you understand? So it takes a long time. The man start to look at the woman like, yo, what the hell is wrong with you, man? You're just filling up my toilet, you're just eating my everything. Where is the children, man? I need I need hairs. You understand? You're not giving me no children. What's going on? Looking back now, she start to cry tears. She's running here and there for help because she abused herself. And now, if in Africa, if you're a woman and you're not bringing children, the man is gonna get rid of you, man. The older, big ass and everything else, it don't matter. If he's not gonna have children, he'll be looking in the house. He's like, you see that? I bought that clock a long time ago. I bought that vest a long time ago. It's still there. If I had children, it would have been broken. I buy another one. They start even talking like that. So then he started, look bleak for the sisters that been abusing themselves in their youth. I'm sure it still happens today. So before you know it, a younger woman come through and he just cast your things outside the house, like, leave this house, man. You're useless. You can't even give me children. So yeah, that's all I had to say about that. I mute my mic.
Hey, Jude, I said, hey, read Esther 1 and 15 real quick. I think it's verse 15 and 16. Esther 1, verse 15 and verse 16. Because that feminist agenda, that feminist wave that came about was particularly geared toward the black and Hispanic community to destroy our families. Because you look back during the time of the civil rights, or even further back during the time of slavery, there was a nucleus, a black nucleus with our families where the women understood their role and the men understood their role. But now you got role reversal, all the sex changes. Brothers want to be women, women want to be men. The feminist movement, where that whole process, which we had incorporated before, has been destroyed, right? But dealing with the feminist aspect, read that Esther 1, verse 15 and 16, because you, like I mentioned before, you don't see that amongst other nations where the woman is at the front leading the affairs of the family. You don't see that with other nations. But the black woman was deceived, got the masses of our sisters to go the black. Oh, that was the white woman to go against her white man. But even now, she's not against her white man. The Chinese woman is not against the Chinese man, Japanese, the Arab. You only see that amongst our people. Read that Esther 1, verse 15 and 16.
Esther chapter 1 and verse 15. What
Uh-huh.
shall we do unto the queen Vashti according to law? Because she hath not performed the commandment of the king
Right.
Ahasuerus.
So the king put an order out for Queen Vashti to come before him. She said, hell nah, I'm not coming before you. Right? But continue to read.
Vashti according to the law, because she had not performed the commandment of the king
Uh-huh.
Ahasuerus by the chamberlains. And Mamukin answered before the king and the princes, Vashti the queen hath not done wrong to the king only, but
So the man answered the king and said, Vashti didn't only do wrong to you. She didn't only do wrong to you. Keep reading.
also to all the princes and to all the people that are in the provinces of King Ahasuerus.
Right. So he said that she's done wrong to all the princes that be in thy providence also, not only to the king. Right? Continue to read.
For this deed of the queen shall come abroad unto all women,
Uh-huh.
so that they shall despise their husbands in their eyes.
They'll also despise their husband in their eyes. And that's what you see now. That's why a lot of these women entertainers that set up as figures within the black community, our sisters look up to going against the black man. A lot of sisters don't even know why they hate the black man. Oh no, I need to be free, hot girl summer. You're controlling me. But like, sis, where did that come out? I don't know why I'm thinking like this. But that's why they put these sisters. Oh, I don't cook, I don't clean. Cardi B. But behind the scenes, I forgot the brother name. Got her on camera. Well, I thought you don't cook and you don't clean, but she's sweeping and mopping the floor. But that's just to put that out to our sisters to rebel and go against the black man. A lot of our sisters don't even know why they hate the black man. You got sisters that have come up in two-parent households that still hate the black man, right? But this is the same concept. This history right here, where he says she hasn't only done wrong to the king, she's done wrong to all the princes of our providence also, because that deed is gonna come forth to all the women, right? And keep reading. Finish that.
For this deed of the queen shall come abroad unto all women, so that they shall despise their husbands in their eyes. When
Uh
it
huh.
shall be reported, the king Ahasuerus commanded Vashti the queen to be brought in before him, but she came not.
Right. So all the women were moving that same mindset. And as you read on, Vashti was removed, right? Because that spirit, as you see today, has spread like a wildfire, right? But again, this is why they set up these sisters in legislation. They set up these sisters in high position of authority. They set them up in the music industry, right? The women are pushed at the forefront, and this empowers our sisters. Like, yes, strong black women independency. We can do it all by ourselves. And it's spread through all the minds of our sisters. Last one, get 1 Timothy 5:14. 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 14. This is the role of you sisters. 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 14. And this is why we need the laws of God. God said that his laws are perfect converting the soul. So if your mind is not in the Word of God, you naturally are going to become assimilated in Eurocentric ways, Eurocentric ideology, because that's what that is. That's not of God. You don't read about Black or Hispanic Native American women independency. The strong Black, that's not in the Bible. That's not in the Bible. Read that.
First Timothy chapter 5 and verse 14.
Uh-huh.
I will, therefore, that the younger women
The younger women, what?
marry,
The younger women marry. Not enjoy a hot girl summer, not sow your royal oaths after your 50th body, then you get married. No. God said, I would that the younger women marry. You got sisters that openly put out throughout the media as if it's something to be glorified. Oh, I don't know how you get married when you young. I'm too young. I need to explore more. I need to make sure that this is the man I want. Read it again.
I will, therefore, that the younger women marry,
I will therefore that the younger women marry. This is
bear,
our heritage, right? Keep reading.
bear children.
Bear children, have children. I will therefore that the younger women marry and bear children. You have sisters that despise the thought of having children. But even like Zion brought out back in Genesis, God said, be fruitful and multiply. That's God's law. That is you sisters' responsibility to bear children, to teach the children. Read,
Guide the house.
guide the house. So what the husband puts in place, you ought to make sure that that's being adhered to. Make sure you're being taught that you're instilling in the children. You're instilling morality. You're instilling God's laws in the children. Read.
Give none occasion to the adversary to speak reproachfully.
Don't give any occasion for the adversary to speak reproachfully. What you see today, that's what the adversary does now is speak against our nation. Oh, all the sisters want to do is twerk. They want to put 7-inch lashes in their eyes, weave that's dragging the floor. That's what you see today. God said there's not supposed to be any occasion for the adversary to speak reproachfully. The sisters are to be in order as God has commanded in the law, in the Bible. That's what God's law says. Younger women marry, bear the children, and guide the house. But this is completely contrary what the white man has put out throughout the earth. This is why we need to come back to what the Bible says and not be conformed to what the world. All right?
All praises, all praises. We got Jazz on stage. What's going on, Jazz? Jasmine.
Good morning.
Shalom, sis. Good morning, good morning. Hey, how you feel about the topic? Abortion, whose fault is it? Black man, black woman, or the black church?
Abortion, whose fault is it? Um, uh, I don't know. I really don't have an opinion about it, but um, I mean, if someone's life is on the line, are y'all saying that they should choose the baby's life over theirs?
We're not. All right, so this is the thing. We're not advocating for nobody to put anybody to death. This is the thing. But if it's between the husband and the wife, now if the baby or the wife life is on the line because of a complication, and we don't know whether or not that's between the wife and her husband. But you got to understand the complications percentage of why women get abortion is like less than 1%. So you got over 21 million abortions being committed or have been committed on record in the black community. Only not even counting blacks and Hispanics and Native Americans, just the black community. And I believe the American black community. We're not even counting West Indies and Haiti. You understand? We got over 21 million going on, and less than 1% is done because of a medical complication that's like life or death. So if the obviously as a husband, I'm not going to sit there and be told your wife could die. We don't know what the situation is going to be with the baby, but we know that right now your wife is in danger. I'm going to choose my wife. You know, that's what I'm going to do. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, I know that I'm not going to sit there and to sign off on my wife's death. That's crazy. You know, but at the same time, who's that? At the same time, that's not a common thing that's going on. Less than 1% of abortions are done because of medical, life-threatening complications. You understand, sis?
Yes, I understand. Well, in that case, I don't feel like people should have them just to have them. Um, I feel like when the man and the woman lay down and have sex, they know what the outcome could be. So I don't think it's like a whose fault is it. I think it's both of theirs fault. Like if you laying down with somebody, both of y'all are grown, y'all know the outcome. So don't jeopardize the baby's life because you were irresponsible. But I mean, people have their own opinions about it.
All right. Okay. Now check this out. Read Ezekiel 16:20. And then I'm gonna try to reason with you. How old are you, sis?
I'm 26.
Okay. Okay. 26. All right. Listen to you believe in God. You believe in the Bible.
Yes.
All right. So listen to what God says. Read that.
Ezekiel chapter 16 and verse 20. Moreover, thou hast taken thy sons and thy daughters, whom thou hast borne unto me, and these hast thou sacrificed unto them to be devoured.
Now,
Is
now, the way the Lord takes, because remember, the Lord is the one who put the spirit in the mother's womb. Once that egg and that sperm connects in the womb is considered the matrix. The woman's womb, the black woman's womb, the Israelites, because the blacks and Hispanics and Native Americans are the Israelites. We God's chosen people. Our names were changed in slavery to black and Hispanics and Native American, but we are the actual, true, biblical, historical Israelites. God says that the womb of the woman is called the matrix. That is the portal where gods come through. You understand? The princesses of God and the sons of God come through that portal, which is the womb of the Israelite woman. Read what it said again. Read that again.
moreover, thou hast taken thy sons and thy daughters, whom thou hast borne unto me, and these hast thou sacrificed unto them to be devoured.
You see
Is
that? So he said, "You born them. You had these babies, but they these are mine. Before I put them in your womb, I trusted you to raise them up and according to my laws, because we got laws that God says you have to make them known to your children. So now you have sex, which sex is for married people to bring forth children. There shouldn't be no sex if there's no marriage papers, and children comes from that. But now God is saying, you took your sons and daughters that you born to me, and you sacrificed it to your idols. Now, somebody may say, "Oh, I don't worship idols. I don't bow down to statues." But your idol could be yourself. Your idol could be your career. You heard that before? Oh, I got to put my career first. Oh, I got to graduate school. I got to get this money. Oh, I got to do this. You just made yourself an idol because you obeyed your own lust instead of God's commandment. So you put yourself above God at that point. You understand, sis?
Yes, I understand.
Keep reading.
this of thy whoredoms a small matter?
Because usually when women have abortion, it's not because it's a conversation between a husband and father. I'm saying usually. Because most of the time there's sex being had and you don't even know the man and you pregnant. You like, who the hell baby is this? Or you with a no good Negro that you just having sex with. And then when real grown people stuff start to go down, you like, wait, this dude not, I don't feel he's fit to be a father or whatever. Or the man might feel like, oh, I don't want to be married to this woman, or I don't want her to have my babies. But y'all already having sex. Keep reading.
Is this of thy whoredoms a small matter, that thou hast slain my children and
Hmm.
delivered them to cause them to pass through the fire for them?
See that? So God takes that person. So we don't have no opinions. We don't have no. We are in no position to have an opinion on this matter. This is God said, you slaying my children. A lot of times our people are not aware of who they are to God and who God is to them and what level of relations we have with the Father. So that's why out of ignorance, these things are happening in our community. But question, based on what was said just now, right? Based on what was said just now, who out of the man or the woman usually has the last say so on whether or not the baby's going to be born or aborted?
Well, if you're saying based on what you just read in the verses, neither.
No, no, no,
God.
no, no. No, no, no. I mean, now God said He don't want that. He don't want you doing that because you're killing. When you do that, you're taking it upon yourself to kill His children. But what I'm saying is, because we are the Israelites, everybody that comes out of our bloodline is His children. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to on this earth, when man and woman have sex and there's a baby that's to be born, who out of the man and woman makes the is in the position to make the last decision?
Um, it probably went over my head, but I would say the man.
Okay, okay. Go to Isaiah 3:12.
Did I miss? Wait, did I miss that? Was it anything
Well,
I said?
well, well. The reason I say that, let's just keep it. Let's just go into it now. You say you're 26, right? So, do you have any friends or anybody that you know of that had an abortion before in real life?
Probably, so. Probably so.
Yeah, yeah. Because I know a lot of people who, since I've been in high school to now. Now, this is the thing. The men, most of the time, do black women listen to black men? Do black women do everything the black man tell them to do?
No,
That's my point. That's why I was going to read the scripture because black women don't listen to black men.
but
Only, oh, it's like, yeah.
a lot of black women don't listen to themselves. So how can we expect them to
Wait,
listen to
wait,
us?
wait, wait. Hold up. What, what just happened just now? You said black women don't listen to themselves. You got to
Like
break that down.
they would go against their better judgment based on things outside of themselves. So I'm not
So,
gonna.
okay, so all right, either or you still listening to yourself because you can have two thoughts in your mind. Like, for instance, R. Kelly said, "My mind is telling me no, but my body's saying yeah." If that's the case, the woman is still making her own decision. She might say, "Yo, this is wrong for me to do," but is there somebody forcing her that you better go do this now? Or no, the woman is making her own decision. That's why I was going to listen to this scripture right here. Read that. And this is no, give me. I'm gonna create a new thing in the earth. Find that scripture for me, and then
Yes.
read that. I want to show you.
Jeremiah
Hmm?
31 and 22. The book
Go
of
ahead.
Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 22. How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter? For the
Wait, wait,
Lord,
wait, 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 wait. What God is calling the black woman, the
how
Hispanic
long?
woman, the Latino woman?
How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter?
That's how God talks to His daughters. And they don't know that God is their father. A lot of people don't understand that you black and Hispanic women, children of the slave trade, you are specifically the children of God. God said, "How long will you go about in the way you're conducting yourself on this earth, thou backsliding daughter?" Meaning you rebellious. You dealing different. You're not going according to my ways. Come on,
For the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth.
come
A,
on.
wo- a woman shall compass a man.
You said He's going to make a what thing on the earth?
A new thing in the earth.
Come on.
A, a woman shall compass a man.
You know what that's talking about, sis?
No, can you break it down for me, please?
It's talking about feminism. Feminism. He's speaking on he just got on us about how we've been moving as a nation separate from him. So he said, you know what? I'm gonna create a new thing on the earth. A woman is gonna compass a man. Going into feminism, going into the government, setting up our woman. Because they don't do this with the Chinese woman. They don't do this with the Arab woman. Chinese woman is in America too, right? Right, sis? You got Chinese woman in America, Arab woman in America, East Indian woman in America. Why is it that the black woman is so targeted to be liberated and independent of their man? We got government assistance for you. And you don't need no man. And I got government assistance and child support and all this stuff going on with the black. It's all pushed in the face of the black woman because this scripture was written. It had to be fulfilled. Now you got black women walking around. I'm a boss bitch. I don't need no man. I'm fuck nigga free. Boom, boom, boom. That's the mindset now because of the scripture we just read that was written over 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. It was fulfilled. And now Isaiah 3 and 12. Listen to this.
Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 12.
This is the result of the
As,
black woman being in charge or liberated or a boss bee or she don't because she don't need her man. Read that.
as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths.
In the black community, most of the time in the household, it's a single parent household, and the mother is the one that's the single parent. The black man's opinion is not valued. Um, Black fathers being obedient to the black man is shunned. You're called a pick me. This is the culture of black people. This is the culture of God's chosen people at the moment because we separated from our God and we don't know who we are in these last days. And because of that, this is why you have so much sex outside of marriage because you have fathers that don't live in the house with their daughters. The mother don't want to be with them no more. And then when the father try to raise the daughter, the mother's like, "Don't listen, you don't gotta listen to your father." This is am I making this up, sis?
No, I think there are instances where what you're saying is true, but I do also think there are other considerations as well. So, but I'm not opposed to what you're saying as true to a certain extent.
Right. So what we do want to just bring out to the point is the final decision is in the hands of the woman because she could walk to the abortion clinic. Let's say her boyfriend said, we should do this. And she said, okay, that sounds right. And then if the thought comes to her mind, like, no, I don't want to do that, she could just say, no, I don't want to do that. For instance, the boyfriend or the baby father, whoever, the man, the husband could say, I want to have this baby. She has the in her hands to say, I don't want to have this baby and get an abortion without his consent. That's the way that America sets up this kingdom, this system to play on the emotions and the lust for to be disobedient, to be contrary, to be out of order that our black woman has. Now, I was thinking to myself, I don't know, you familiar with the feminist movement?
I am, but I'm not a feminist. I don't necessarily believe in it in general, so but I'm familiar with it.
Okay, that is another um issue or another device of a weapon that was created against our people as well. Marriage is the solution. Marriage, most of the time, like we read in the scripture, through whoredom, through the woman not being married to the man that they're laying with, is where 90 over 90% of the abortions happen because you're not in a planned parenthood. Marriage is planned parenthood because when you're married, you already plan to have children. But when you just having casual sex with random people, you like, I'm not trying to have this nigga baby. I don't know this nigga. That's what's going on. And based on that, we normalized and been desensitized to the actual mass genocide that's been going on in the womb of the black woman. And we wonder why our sisters are half crazy and got so much psychological issues right now. It's a study that was performed that's saying that um, psychological illness has risen in the I posted it not too long ago, but has risen in women, in black women. You understand? And it's because of give me that in Sirach 26 about abusing ourselves. We think our women think that I'm free, I can do what I want, I'm grown, I don't listen to no nigga, I don't listen to no man. But look what God said about this. You got what you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. The book of Sirach, chapter
Mhm.
26 and verse 10. If thy daughter
Mhm.
be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty.
That abuse goes into sex outside of marriage because your virginity is linked to your sanity. Your virginity is linked to your sanity. Sex is spiritual. Men have men have life in them. When they ejaculate in you, their sperm cells, which are part of them, is left in you. If that happens multiple times, you have multiple people inside of you. That's what happens. It disrupts your sanity because that's not the way you were created to be dealt with. That is abuse, willful self sexual abuse. Read, read it again.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 26 and verse 10. If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty. Watch over an impudent eye, and marvel not if she trespass against thee. She
Hmm.
will
So go ahead.
she will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler when he hath found a fountain, and drink of every water near her.
You see how the Lord got graphic? He said she's gonna open her mouth like a thirsty traveler, and she's gonna open her quiver for every arrow. You know what that's talking about. God is a black man. This is a black man. God is a black man. We his children. The book is about black people. That's what the Bible is about. This is what it's about, and we got to. And we're bringing our people back to this awareness in this room that we got to change our ways. Um, do you know what your nationality is?
No.
Okay, go to Isaiah 1 and 3.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 3. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doth not know. My
Who doesn't
people,
know?
but Israel doth not know.
Hmm.
My people doth not consider.
You see that? God says that the real Israelites, the real Jews, the people that the land of Israel belongs to, they won't know who they are and who their God is. They won't even consider it. They could live life for centuries and won't even consider, how the hell am I black? What the hell does that mean? What culture, history, what goes with that? What's the language of black? What was before black? We don't even, we say, oh, I'm black, I'm African and American. What tribe from Africa? I don't know. What happened? How did you get here? Slavery. What happened? I don't know. That's just how we are. Read it again.
Isaiah chapter 1 and verse 3. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doth not know. My people doth not consider.
What people don't consider?
My people doth not consider.
God is specifying. He said, I have a people that's my people. I made all people, but there's a people that I address as mines. Did you know that?
Yes. Uh,
Okay.
I'm aware. I think this is something that I looked into earlier in my life.
Okay.
Um, but I'm not as knowledgeable as you all are, obviously. So
No, that's just for a short time. You'll be knowledgeable if you stick around and, just, stay in this room. But look, this is what happens to God's people. Just to give you a, quick update. Give me that in Luke 21:24. Um, Christ, these is Christ's words. This is his last warning to God's people, to his people. Christ is of the nation of God's people, because there's one nation on earth that's God's people, not every nation. And it's not anybody from every nation who believe that's a lie. Read what you got. We're going to give you a key uh, sign or indicator on who God's people is. Read that.
Luke chapter 21 and verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations.
So
And
over 2,000 years ago, because we in the year 2024 AD, which means the 2024th year after the death of Christ. Christ is on the earth. He prophesied to his people that what was going to happen. Read that again.
and they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations.
And so how many nations?
Into all nations.
Hey sis, you know what nation of people was ruling the world during the time of Christ's time?
No.
The Romans. The Romans. You had Herod, the Herod family. Caesar was the emperor, or you could, yeah, something like that. You understand? The Romans. You know what race of people are Romans?
Well, by what they show, they appear to be white, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, Romans are Caucasians. Caucasian people were ruling over black people. Let's prove that. Jeremiah 14:2. Christ was a Jew. Christ was a Jew. His mother, his father, his brothers, his sisters, his uncles, his aunties, his distant cousins, his neighbors, his community, his nation were Jews, Israelites. Now let's get a description of the Jews according to the Bible. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 14 and verse 2. Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish. They are
Judah's
black.
mourning. Judah's mourning because they're not ruling. You have white people controlling, dictating, oppressing the people. They were mourning, just like we mourn now in America. Marching, no justice, no peace. You know, we got issues. We in poverty, right? He said that the gates thereof language, meaning our leaders sell us out for checks, sell us out for the what positioning in the government, whatever the case may be. Jesse Jackson, what's the other dude named Al Sharpton? They just want to check. They're not really putting their life on the line like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King tried. So our leaders is just covetous. They just puppets for money. And what's the description of the Jews? They are what?
Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground.
They are what?
They are black unto the ground.
Black unto the ground. Why does it say that? Because Adam was made from the dust of the ground as well. You understand? So black into the ground goes into the different shades of brown based on the melanin that we have. Give me the image of Christ. You know what color Christ is? Sis? What's the description of Christ?
Black,
Yeah, he's a
and
yeah,
then like wool hair.
right. Afro hair. A black man with an afro. That's basically what it is. Like that 4C. Y'all know about that. That 4C here.
Yes.
Yep. That's the description of the Son of God. And that's the description of all of his nation. Let's read it. Let's read it. So you got a black man warning his people that subscribe to be black into the ground that they will go into captivity into all nations of the earth. What race of black people in history went into slavery into all nations of the earth?
I'm sorry. Is that a question for me? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I was asking you because we trying to figure out who's the chosen people of God. Who's the nation of Christ? Who did he die for? Who is his Bible for? If Christ said his description of the Bible is black with woolly hair, and we read that he's a Jew, the scriptures say the Jews are black, and he gives them a warning before he dies that they will go into captivity into all nations. Who's he talking about? Who are those people today?
Black people.
Exactly. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. You understand? Read the description of Christ real quick and then go to Luke 178, I mean, 68. So
68.
yeah, that's what the group, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Revelation.
Revelations chapter 1 and verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto
His skin,
fine brass.
his skin. Because when you read the full description, he had a long garment that covered from the top of his from under his head to his feet. Only thing that he described as his feet because everything else was covered with a green garment. He had a golden belt on. But then he looking at his feet, which is what lets you know what skin complexion he was. Read.
And his feet, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace.
So he was
And his,
black. He was dark skinned, dark, heavenly melanated man, son of God, melanated man. Melanin is a God gene. We are the children of God. But now we are in captivity. So what's the solution, sis? How are we gonna get out of this? Let me do Deuteronomy 7 and 6 real quick. Because you might ask yourself, what's the point of this room? Like, all right, you're bringing out a lot of knowledge, but what's the point? Like, what is all this about? Is God about equality with all nations? Are we all supposed to equally like live on the earth and enjoy the earth equally? What do you say?
I don't think so.
What do you think?
Um, I mean, obviously, the black people are supposed to inherit the riches and good things in life. That's what God wants for us.
Okay. How you know that? How can you
How do I
prove that? How
how do
can
I
you
know
how can you justify yourself by saying that? Yeah. What makes you say that?
that? I haven't read it directly, but my mom, she teaches me things that she reads. Because when you go to church, obviously the pastor's not going to tell you. So I can't say I
Okay.
learned it from church, but
Okay.
just through listening to you all and some knowledge that I have
Oh,
from
you've
you.
been in this room before.
I
You've
have
been in
been,
this room
and
before?
then I have been, but also too, sometimes um I don't really know the official name of what you all are, but I know y'all be posted up in different places, and I stop and listen and engage.
mm,
Okay. Well, number one, we your brothers, right? And the name of what we are your brothers bringing the awareness back of who we are because we are not separate from you. We are the Israelites. Me, you, your mother, your father, your brothers. Uh, we are all Israelites, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. The issue is we forgot, and what we are doing, we are an organization that's bringing awareness to the people of God because He commanded us to do it. Go to Matthew 10 and 5. We are the servants of God. You know, we read that real quick.
you said Matthew 10 and 5, sir?
Yes, sir.
Matthew chapter 10 and verse 5. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city in the of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
You tell them what you reading.
And
There's more.
yes, sir, as ye go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
The what? That what's that hand?
The kingdom of heaven is at hand.
So that's what we're doing. We're doing what was commanded over 2,000 years ago. You understand? So again, we don't associate ourselves with any other group. When you see the brothers in purple and gold, you know what it is. Anything else, we can't speak for them. That's just what it is. So all right. So you've been listening. Um, that's what this room is about. Like you said, that's what is our inheritance, and we have to. What do we have to do to get that? Let me ask you that before I move on.
Follow the words of God and just walk in His light. Be a part
Okay.
of the
What? What?
kingdom.
Okay. But what is? Let me help you out. Let's Matthew 19,
Yes, sir.
and then I want Deuteronomy 28 and 1. and then we can move on. And then just keep listening, sis. You sound like you got your mind in the right place. Just keep listening, sending email. What state you in? You
Sorry,
hear
I'm
me?
eating. I'm in Georgia. I'm in Georgia.
All right, yeah, we got big schools over there. We got big schools over there. So if you can serious about learning and getting your mind right and finding yourself, yeah, and finding yourself, yeah, good looking, and finding yourself worthy, the Lord finding you worthy of what's to come. Get with the congregations, the sanctuaries in your area, because that is a commandment. It's commanded for us to gather every seventh day of the week. That is a holy gathering that we are commanded to be in attendance at. But read what you got right there.
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 16. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is
So the
none
question
good.
was, what do I got to do to gain immortality and to receive the kingdom, so I can be found worthy of the kingdom of heaven? Right? That's what we all want. So he's going to answer the question right now. What do we got to do, Christ? What's his
And,
answer?
and he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments.
If you want the kingdom of heaven, what you got to do?
Keep the commandments.
All right. So where you going to learn that? Where you going to learn to keep the commandments at? Zephaniah 2:1. Zephaniah 2:1. This is the commandment.
The book of Zephaniah, chapter 2 and verse 1. Gather yourselves together. Yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
You notice he said nation. He didn't say all nations of the earth. He said all nations, the nation that is least, that is not desired on this earth. We are that nation that is not desired. We are being attacked on every side, subtly and right in front of our face. Come on.
Before the decree bring forth, before the day pass as the chaff, before the fierce
Before nuclear fire ignites on this earth, because World War III is the day of doom. That is Armageddon. That is the day. That is when Christ will return to judge the earth. When World War III pop off, that is when Christ will return to put all nations in subjection, and to what, judge the wicked of His people, and to set up the obedient of His people in His government, in His kingdom. Come on.
before the decree bring forth, before the day passes as the chaff, before the
Mhm.
fierce anger of the Lord come upon you.
All right. So sis, send an email to Biblical Smoke, and just stay on the stage, keep learning. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right. All
Zion,
praises.
check your check text back channel.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What we got next on here? Okay. I just let B Judah up and Alicia G. I just brought you back. I brought you on stage. Uh, um. Okay. Um. All right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't. You mean check my Telegram?
You got it. You got it, sir. You did it. You good.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Who's next? Oh, we got. Who's this? Pretty Fresh. What's going on? Pretty Fresh. What's going on, sis? You gotta unmute your mic. You gotta unmute your mic. Y'all hear me?
Good afternoon.
Oh, okay, what's going on, sis? The topic is cool, cool. The topic is abortion. Whose fault is it? Black man, black woman, or the black church? What you think about that? Hello, you hear me? We hear you. Okay, pretty. So, okay, I guess you was on stage already. Is that what's going on? All right, y'all raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay. Anybody on stage that didn't speak or that got something they want to say? Who got questions? Anybody got questions? All right. Nobody got questions. What's going on, B Judah? B Judah.
Hey, shalom, sir. Most High in Christ bless. Most High in
It's
Christ
good. Talk
bless.
to me. Shalom.
You ready to read, man. But
Oh, okay. Okay.
yes, sir.
All right. Cool. All right. Yes, sir. All praise. What's
Okay.
going on, Samael? What's going on, sir? Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom, gentlemen. Most high in Christ bless. Hope the morning hasn't been too smoky. I just got on. I was literally reading Leviticus again, and something just popped up, and I was like, "Wait a minute, that I'm confused." So I just decided to jump on here. Hopefully, I came at a good time. But it's Leviticus 13 and verse 13. Reader, can you read that for me?
Yes, sir. Leviticus chapter 13, verse 13. Then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that have the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean.
That confused me because I thought that if the brother had leprosy, he was just deemed unclean. But when and I read this before, it just never it didn't hit me like it did just now. So I do apologize again. It just hit me. I was like, man, let me go ask a question and stuff like that, cause to get some clarity. So if the brother or sister has leprosy from top to bottom, they're considered clean. Is that right? From back then?
Hey, read it one more time.
Leviticus chapter 13, verse 13. Then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that hath the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean.
Yep, that's what it said.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Look. Start at one because it's going into. It's not saying. Um. Yeah, let's read that. I don't got my Bible. Read that real quick. Okay, there's
Verse
instances. There's instances where leprosy happens like in certain. It won't cover your entire body. Every
Right.
instance of leprosy is not where your entire body is covered. Read that.
verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, when a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or bright spot, and it be in the skin of his flesh like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought unto Aaron the priest, or unto one of his sons the priest. And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of the flesh. And when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy. And the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean.
So you see that? If even if it was just a spot,
Right.
if it was a spot, you consider it unclean. But now he's saying, but if the person is his whole body from top to bottom, usually that like that. Some people are born like that. Like they might say albino. Like he like
Right.
yo,
Right.
if he completely covered, like if it's like the hair, everything is just leprous from head to toe. Like yo, he clean. Don't stress that. But if it's a spot or a whole body part or whatever, then it's like something that ain't right. That's unclean. So that's what it's saying right there.
Okay. Okay. I understand now. And just to contribute to the topic, sir, abortion. who's at fault, the black man, black woman, or I just noticed the emoji for the black woman. Oh boy, or the church. I feel we all three has to take blame and has to take ownership and accountability for it. The reason why I say that is because the man, chooses to lay with the woman without marrying her. You know what I'm saying? And that's his fault right there on that aspect. Because we know now that we're in the truth, you know what I'm saying? We know that you can't be a whoremonger. You can't be all over the place and stuff laying with these sisters and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And end up with it because the end result is gonna eventually be a baby. And then for the woman has to prove the man first before she even lays with him and has to be married to that man before she even opens herself up to that man so that man can come into her. You know what I'm saying? Just using biblical term. So that's her fault right there. And if she chooses if she ends up getting pregnant, which is inevitable, just like with the man, that's her fault. That has nothing to do with the child. And then it's the church's fault because they don't teach any of this. They don't teach the law, statutes, and commandments. They don't teach nationality. They don't teach they don't teach the dietary laws. They don't teach nothing. They don't teach the civil nothing. They teach nothing. They're just well dressed weasels with a good motivational speech, and they're just what I'm saying, conning people out of their money. You know, which isn't even biblical either. So all three play a part in it. And with that, I land my plane and I mute my mic. Thank you again, brothers. I'm looking forward for the legalities that I got holding me up and stuff from getting into the school to be done. Because I literally was reading this and I was like, man, I need to ask this question ASAP before it leaves my mind. I thank you, brothers, for that, man. All praise to the Most High God for you, brothers. Most High Christ bless.
Most High Christ bless, brethren. Yes, sir. All praises. We got Brother Jared. What's going on, Brother Jared?
Shalom, shalom. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on,
All praises. Shalom, everybody. To speak on the topic, abortion, who's at fault, the black man, black woman, or the church? I think it's a combination of black man and a black woman because our family values are so skewed that we allow and depend on the government to raise and kill our children. Like I think about when I was in high school. I remember when they gave us a sex ed class. They purposely came and they let us know, like, hey, like they gave us condoms, they gave us all this stuff to have sex, and then they let us know at my school, hey, if you get someone pregnant, just come and we have Plan Bs. And I remember as a teenager using that, and now I think back and reflect on this truth, and I'm like, damn. I think about what my family taught me, and it's like my family knew I had a girlfriend, and it wasn't no, oh, Jared, you need to focus on school, this, that, and the third. It was, oh, okay, yeah, she's cute. Same thing with her parents. And so is that. I think it ultimately falls on the black man and the black woman, not following the Bible and not having the structure in the family to really teach us. And but again, it also I would say falls on the church because both of our families had the Bible, and so-called and they so-called believed in God, but they didn't tell us y'all need to get married, y'all shouldn't be seeing each other. It was just okay, like, yeah, boyfriend and girlfriend. And with that, I mute my mic.
Hey, but you see, yeah, I get you. All praises. But this is what I was saying earlier. I asked you this: was the woman that was your girlfriend? Did she have a father in her house?
Yes.
Okay, and the father was okay. Now, now in that instance, that's very it's kind of rare sometimes. And but in that instance, uh, give me what's that? What's that? Sirach 7:26.
Okay, yes, sir. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 26. Hast thou a wife after thy mind? Forsake her not.
I think I
But
want
here,
it up. I think I want to start up with the children.
okay, yes, sir. Verse 23. Hast thou
hmm
children? Instruct them, and
hmm
bow down their neck from their youth.
This goes on the fathers. In that instance, it does goes on the fathers because the fathers are present. You know, a lot of the times we come from single parent households. The baby mother or the girlfriend comes from single parent household, and most of the time it's the mother. But in this instance, this is what it wasn't applied. Read that again.
Hast thou children? Instruct them, and bow down their neck from their youth.
Make sure they're in subjection to you, laying down the laws of God in your house. You got children, it is your duty to instruct them and command them according to the laws of God. Come on.
Hast thou daughters? Have a care
As thou
of their
what?
body. Hast thou
As,
daughters?
as thou daughters. So it separated the children from, it separated the daughters from the rest of the children. Like, you got children, instruct them according to the Bible. But if you got daughters, what God said to do?
Have a care of their body.
Have a what?
Have a care of their body.
That means the father should have shut that shit down. He said, no, you ain't no such thing as a boyfriend. What the hell are you talking about? Get your ass in your room. Matter of fact, give me your phone. Matter of fact, I'm walking you from school back home, to school and back home from school. Sit your simple ass down. That's what needs to be going on. Because men, young men, is going to. That's what young men is going to do. Especially now. Let me ask you: did you grow up with your father in the house?
Yes.
Yes. Right. Now, again, we were disconnected from our culture, our heritage. Let's read that real quick. No. Finish reading what you got. Finish reading what you got, and then we'll go to Jeremiah 17:4.
Okay. Hast thou daughters? Have a care of their body, and
Uh-huh.
show not thyself cheerful toward them.
You don't give a. Don't try to be their friend, though. I don't want my little princess to be mad at me. F that. F that. We trying to save lives. We trying to. You know what I'm saying? This is real stuff going on out here. Now you let your daughter have a boyfriend, right? You want to be Mr. Nice Guy, Mr. Cool Dad. Yeah, cool daddy. Next thing you know, your daughter got AIDS. Who fault is that? Who fault is that? Who you gonna blame that on? You, as a father, allowing your daughter to have a boyfriend. Now she got AIDS. Now the boyfriend bug out and she don't want to be with him no more. He go crazy. He kill her. There's instances of that stuff happening. The boyfriend go crazy. Whose fault is that now? Because you want to be Mr. Cool Dad. Now she bringing in a baby in your house, and she don't know who the father is actually. Whose fault is that? That's why we got to stand on it. That's what the Lord give me that. That's why the scripture says that. That's what the father's supposed to do. And not to say that the son is not supposed to get instructed either, because the discipline of a father is supposed to be instructing the son as well. But read now, why isn't that the case right now? Give me that Jeremiah 17:4.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4. And thou,
Mm-hmm.
even thyself, shalt, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I
Mm-hmm.
will and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not.
So look, he said, I'm gonna make you go into slavery, and you're gonna forget your culture. You're gonna forget your way of life. You're gonna be discontinued to be continued from the godly culture that we once had. But at the end of the day, let me ask you this question. Uh, well, I'll just put it like this. The woman always has the last decision to make. No matter who said what, when, and where, not taking nobody off the hook, but the last decision, the last and final decision is always made by the woman. So they play a major part because a lot of the times a man could say, I want to raise my kid, let's start a family. And the woman could either agree and say, yes, let's do it. Or she can say, nah, I don't think I want to do that. I want to get a career. Or I'm too young. You understand? So yeah, now but yeah, that's what it is, bro. Yeah, thanks for coming on stage, bro. Thanks for coming on stage and bring that out, for real. You know?
Yes, sir. All praises.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jamming, what's going on, brother? Oh, wait, yeah, what's going on, Jamming?
Shalom. Shalom, sir.
Hey,
Can you hear
shalom,
me?
shalom. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Ao and Joseph and my Most High in Christ bless and
Oh,
Caleb.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe that it's everybody's responsibility, our fault for what our sisters, our beautiful sisters, have had to experience through slavery, basically because of the curse. We let go of God's commandments and laws, and it caused us to fall hard. And the church is responsible because of the lie that they tell. They promote sin. They say it's okay to not keep the commandments, and they promote sin. So church is at fault. Man's at fault because a lot of us can't keep our dicks in our pants, and the women are at fault because it's okay. They've been taught that it's okay to spread your legs for every Tim, Dick, and Harry. But can I just bring two scriptures to front, if that's okay?
Yeah, do your thing, do your thing.
Yeah. So I've got Genesis 2:16. This is just so that we can see what was given up by our sisters. So Genesis 2:16,
Genesis
it
chapter
says,
2, verse 16. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat.
and that's the thing. God gave the man every tree in the garden that thou mayest eat freely. So there was no condemnation, there was no sin, there was nothing wrong. God said, that is yours freely, every tree. And when you jump to Genesis 3 and 6, this is what the women gave up every tree for in verse Genesis 3 and 6.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
So for one tree, that sister Eve gave up every tree. So we didn't have access to every tree, and that same pattern is even now. When our sisters have abortions, you are giving up every tree for one thing because it doesn't suit you in your situation, or you make up. Women can make up the different types of excuses and so forth, and it's usually one or two reasons. But if you give birth to that child, you're giving birth to a prophet, you're giving birth to a person that could be a leader amongst Israel, a leader amongst your people. You could be giving birth to a prophet. Yesterday, King said something profound, and he said that, Mary gave birth to the Messiah. And then you have the women in Egypt who when they was told to kill their firstborn of the sons of Israel, they couldn't do it because they were strong in those days. And my encouragement to the sisters today is that you potentially giving birth to prophets that will deliver us and lead us to where we need to be. The lie that you've been told, the lie that that's been shared to you concerning abortions okay and stuff, it's a lie. It's a lie out of hell. You are, sisters, you are beautiful in the sense that you beautify Israel. You were a people that were adorned, you were looked up on because of the way you used to carry yourself. And King brought yesterday something absolutely brilliant when he said that the media, TV, comedies, they're all taking the mick out of our sisters. And yesterday, King brought out absolutely brilliantly how he's defending our sisters, but our sisters can't see it. They see it as ridicule, they see it as a put down, and it's not a put down. We really need, sisters, you really need to see how important you are to Israel. And it's because you are loved, which is the way I heard yesterday when King was speaking. And even on this forum, the way the brothers are speaking, it's because you're loved. And you just don't see it. You hear, but it's like it's not connecting. You hear the word and it's not connecting. But believe me, but don't believe me, believe the word. Believe the word. Look at the word. Let the word register in your heart and your mind. And my prayer request is that you girls, you sisters of the Most High God, wake up and embrace your husbands, your kings, your lords, and live like queens. Like the Most High said from the beginning, that's how we're supposed to live. And then be the envy of the rest of this nation. So we can get up out of here, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that was my 2 pence. Hello?
Yes, all praise, all praise. Yeah, well spoken, Bridget. Well spoken. Any moderators want to bring anything out? Uh, again, the topic is abortion. Who fault is it? The black man, black woman, or the black church? Remember,